Chapter 93. The commencement of a Revelrous weekend. In every assessment, the rankings of the top 5 participants are never disclosed. Only the names of the bottom 5 are posted as a means of admonition, serving as a reminder that the last place contender may as well pack their belongings and depart. This is a unique mechanism of the green team. In the words of the special training instructor, Adam, the top 5 merely signify that one has met the minimum expectations of a primary standard, and thus, there is no cause for pride, nor any justification for accolades. Consequently, Zhan and Brian, who had completed their assessments earlier, received no affirmative feedback. No one was privy to their performance results. With the cancellation of the top and bottom rankings, Zhan returned to the lounge, where the only response awaiting him was the dreadful reminder that someone would inevitably need to gather their things and leave the green team, for which they had toiled for 6 arduous months. No one wished to be that unfortunate soul, for even though departure did not equate to failure, those who had reached this stage in the green team were already considered quite successful. Returning to their original units would still see them as exemplary soldiers. However, not being able to ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy, DG, remained a significant regret in life. The waiting period was often a torment, even for someone as self-assured as Zhan. After about 10 minutes, Brian and Zhan were joined in the lounge by Clay, who bore a despondent expression. Having just learned of Zhan's remarkable achievements, Brian was astonished by Zhan's meticulous approach. Seeing Clay's dejected demeanor piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire about the details. Upon hearing Clay's discontented recounting, Zhan and Brian exchanged bewildered glances. Once a team member who had longed for independence, Clay had made a grievous error during the assessment amidst an unexpected crisis. Zhan had considered every conceivable scenario, yet never anticipated that Clay would falter in this manner. Brian shared this sentiment as well. Initially bewildered, they began to piece together the situation when they reflected on Clay's recent significant changes. It was highly likely that Clay's recent emphasis on fostering a sense of teamwork had led him to overexert himself during the assessment. Nonetheless, despite Clay's missteps resulting in uncertainty regarding his future, the fact that he instinctively chose to save his teammates rather than abandon them during a crisis speaks volumes about his transformation. This was undeniably a positive development. Zhan, aware of the original storyline, knew that instructor Adam had always held high hopes for Clay. Witnessing Clay's significant evolution, shifting from a lone wolf mentality to embracing teamwork, was a cause for immense joy. Zhan was increasingly convinced that Clay would not be the last to be eliminated. And indeed, time proved Zhan correct. Half an hour later, all 12 new recruits had completed the 3rd phase of the assessment and gathered in the lounge. The training officer Adam departed with the evaluation results, engaging in discussions with the chief instructor for approximately an hour. When he reappeared before Zhan and the others, the announced outcome indeed did not involve the trio, but rather a newcomer from Team 1. The nature of the mistake that led to this individual's unfortunate elimination remains a mystery, one that no one seems to care to unravel. The remaining 11 new recruits, however, rejoiced at having one foot firmly planted in DG, eagerly anticipating the specialized training that lay ahead over the next 3 months. The specifics of the training remain undisclosed, as Officer Adam had not revealed them in advance. Commencing next Monday, the 4th phase of training will span 3 months, promising a delightful experience that I believe you shall thoroughly enjoy. Until then, I wish you a pleasant weekend. The recruits have entered the later selection phase, which is comparatively more relaxed, and Officer Adam has shed his former stern demeanor. The trainees, having endured a few days of rigorous assessments, finally felt at ease upon hearing these words. Within a mere 10 seconds, the 11 successful candidates formed groups and embarked on their weekend revelry. Only the eliminated recruit remained, gazing at the departing figures with a mix of envy, resignation, and sorrow, a tumultuous blend of emotions. After being thoroughly chastised for errors made during the evaluations, he was fortunate enough not to be eliminated, now having achieved half of his dream. This ignited a flicker of excitement within Clay. As he exited the training facility, he eagerly inquired of Zhan and Brian, "Hey, guys, what's the plan for tonight? Shall we head to our usual spot for a few drinks? Or stick with the old place? I enjoy the atmosphere there, drinking, playing ball, engaging in some games. It's simply delightful." Brian preferred a more structured lifestyle, favoring familiar establishments over the exploration of new ones. Having grown accustomed to the alluring bars outside the base, he felt no inclination to venture elsewhere. I haven't posed any questions, but I do need to bring along a new friend. We've arranged to meet at the camp entrance at 8 tonight. As Long Zhan finished speaking, Brian, intrigued, asked, a new friend? Do I know him? An unfortunate old chap. Haha. Long Zhan chuckled at the thought of the individual, causing both Clay and Brian to look puzzled. He added, you both have met him. As for who he is, you'll find out in due course. All I can say is that he is truly an unlucky fellow. You've piqued my curiosity. I look forward to meeting this unfortunate soul, Brian replied with a smile. At that moment, a black sergeant approached Long Zhan, stating, Long, someone is looking for you. The sergeant continued, I asked her to wait outside the base. And with a knowing wink, he emphasized, a very beautiful, young, and captivating woman. Chapter 94. The charm of a mature woman. The African-American sergeant named Jennifer was the second person Dragon Zhan encountered upon his arrival at DG. It was he who personally guided the novice Dragon Zhan to the Green Team office to complete his registration. As a logistical soldier stationed at the headquarters, Jennifer's daily routine primarily involved standing guard, whether at the gates of the naval base or basking in the sun outside the DG headquarters building. Whenever Dragon Zhan ventured out of his dormitory, he had a significant chance of running into Jennifer, and through their frequent encounters, a camaraderie developed between them. Engaging in deeper conversations and sharing lighthearted jokes had long become customary. When Clay and Brian heard that a beautiful woman had arrived at the base, they teased Dragon Zhan with grins, suggesting he might have gotten someone pregnant, and now she was coming to confront him. Truly, they were incorrigible friends. Dragon Zhan shot them each a disdainful gesture. His curiosity piqued about who might have come to the base seeking him as he jogged towards the entrance. The Ocean Aviation Base at Azina was situated by the sea, with vast expanses of ocean behind it, and no rear entrance to speak of. It boasted essential military facilities such as naval ports and maritime training bases, as well as a land reclamation road extending to offshore islands. The island featured a naval air station and a sprawling military comprehensive airport. Dragon Zhan had taken flights from here twice as an external aid for Team B. The front gate of the Azina Ocean Aviation Base resembled that of other conventional military bases, flanked by tall electrified barbed wire fences adorned with signs indicating the restricted military zone. Expansive areas of open space on either side of the gate were designated as parking lots. Each day, thousands commuted here, and the parking facilities within the base were insufficient, forcing many vehicles to park outside the gates. Wearing a white work ID around his neck, Dragon Zhan stepped out of the gate and immediately spotted the person seeking him. He walked over with a smile and purpose. Leaning against a Chevrolet was Stella, who perfectly showcased her alluring figure, complemented by her unique blend of youthful sensuality. It was nearly impossible for Dragon Zhan to avert his gaze. I never told you where I lived. Did you come here by following my scent? If that's the case, your nose is remarkably keen, more sensitive than the hellhound itself, he remarked naturally, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair blown by the wind behind Stella's ear. He added with a playful tone, the hellhound is my favorite military dog. The nature of their relationship had grown quite intimate, teetering on the edge of crossing the final boundary. Stella neither rejected nor shied away from Dragon Zhan's affectionate gesture. Instead, her smile deepened, revealing a delightful charm. I am far superior to a dog. It sounds as if you are insulting me, Stella pouted in mock indignation, embodying both allure and elegance, nearly tempting Dragon Zhan to kiss her enticing lips. Regaining his composure to quell his impulses, Dragon Zhan jested. Didn't you say I was as strong as a grizzly bear? That makes us quite the pair, doesn't it? Now that sounds rather wicked, he chuckled. Stella was amused by Long Zhan's metaphor. Shifting the conversation back to the main topic, she said, my roommate and I have decided to throw a party this weekend. I wonder if you have time. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan, who was unsure about where to celebrate the weekend, burst into laughter, leaning against the car with one hand. He leaned closer to Stella and, in a flirtatious tone, replied, what I have in abundance right now is time. Does that mean you're in? Stella's fair complexion flushed with a subtle hue. Clearly, this party harbored some hidden motives. Of course, Long Zhan readily agreed. Then, thinking of his two single friends, he realized that such a gathering would be the perfect opportunity for them to meet potential romantic interests. He promptly inquired, can I bring along those two buddies of mine whom you've met? Of course, as long as they possess a Y chromosome, I won't refuse. Stella mimicked Long Zhan's tone, defiantly tilting her head to meet his gaze, though the sunlight forced her to squint. The underlying hint of jealousy in her words. I refuse to let you bring any female friends. perfectly encapsulated the charming nature of a mature woman. Upon hearing her response, Long Zhan felt a twinge of regret. Surely, the party would be filled with beautiful women, and he shouldn't have invited two competitors. Haha. I might have just set myself up for a challenge, he teased, enjoying Stella's playful jealousy. Brian and Clay are quite handsome. They indeed pose a threat to you. My friends might very well fall for them, Stella retorted sharply, showcasing her intelligence as a graduate student. Long Zhan was drawn to clever and delightful women. Posing in what he believed to be a cool manner, he asked, "Am I not handsome?" "Handsome indeed." Stella chuckled at Long Zhan's sudden antics. She stepped forward, rose onto her toes, and wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Before Long Zhan could fully process the delightful surprise, she left him with a meaningful remark, "I'm so glad to have found you in the army. See you at the party tomorrow night." With that, she opened the car door, hopped in, and sped away. She kissed me and ran off. What a little rascal, Long Zhan mused, watching the Chevrolet SUV disappear, savoring the gentle sensation of her kiss. I do enjoy this kind of little rascal. Chapter 95. The four at the singles party. After parting with Stella, Long Zhan returned to his dormitory, eager to share the exciting news about the singles party organized by Stella and her roommate with his two eager friends, Clay and Brian. Though these two often frequented bars in search of companionship, they were rather discerning and had yet to find suitable roommates. They were not inclined to spend money on such matters. After months of this, their pent-up hormones were on the verge of explosion. Upon hearing about the splendid opportunity to attend a singles party exclusively for single individuals, their excitement surged. "Bro, you are the best. For the next month, I'll take care of your socks, and no, I'll include your clothes too. I have just one request." Blaine, filled with excitement, raised his eyebrows and whispered to Long Zhan, "You already have Stella, so please leave the other women to me." His implication was clear. He acknowledged Long Zhan's prowess in charming women and merely requested a taste of the broth for his brothers. "Long, you truly are a good brother. If I can find the right woman this time, I will certainly ask you to be the godfather of my child." Blaine, the quintessential brooding gentleman, appeared outwardly calm. Yet internally, he was bursting with joy. His subsequent actions reflected his impatience. He could hardly wait for the free lunch at the DG Building's restaurant and immediately began rummaging through his backpack upon descending from the upper bunk. At over 30, Blaine, the eldest among the trio, yearned for familial bonds even more intensely. How could he not feel anxious? "What's going on?" "It's almost lunchtime," Long Zhan inquired, puzzled. "I need to quickly buy a few outfits that will elevate my charm. Whether I can find a partner hinges on this opportunity," Blaine explained earnestly. Grabbing a casual outfit, he dashed out while saying, "I'm off to take a shower. Don't wait for me for lunch." "Blaine, don't run so fast. Wait for me." Clyde, who had not purchased casual clothes in quite some time, suddenly realized his own need and swiftly grabbed an outfit to pursue Blaine. Clothes make the man. As the saying goes, this wisdom is not exclusive to the Chinese. In a society that values social etiquette like America, one's attire is equally significant. Especially for a party aimed at finding a partner, first impressions account for 80%. In the absence of visible refinement and substance, the prominence of one's outward appearance becomes the crucial factor. Both men needed to dress impressively. After all, any woman acquainted with the university assistant Stella would undoubtedly possess commendable qualities, and this excellent opportunity must be seized firmly. Such is the nature of men. After enduring prolonged anticipation, even a sow can be mistaken for a beauty, as evidenced by their excitement. Observing Clyde and Blaine sprinting toward the first floor, Long Zhan remained calm and collected, seemingly unperturbed and with no intention of following. But in less than 2 seconds, a realization struck him. Wait. Long Zhan suddenly recalled the enchanting blush that graced Stella's cheeks when she mentioned the party in the parking lot. It felt somewhat amiss. Reflecting on their entire conversation, along with Stella's various peculiar gestures and expressions, enlightenment dawned upon him. Wait for me. I want to go too. Realizing the significance of the day ahead, Long Zhan shed his earlier composure and swiftly grabbed a casual outfit, rushing toward the first-floor bathroom. He was determined to prepare thoroughly for this moment, having labored for months, and he aimed to seize this chance without any missteps. The idea of 3 grown men shopping for clothes might seem peculiar, yet in reality, it proved to be much simpler than anticipated. Inside the shopping mall, the upscale men's clothing boutique buzzed with activity as 3 gentlemen emerged, each laden with an array of bags both large and small. They had indulged in a comprehensive shopping spree, acquiring everything from garments and footwear to socks and men's fragrances. Although their expenditures had slightly exceeded their budget, depleting over a month's salary, the anticipation of the raucous party the following evening filled them with delight, rendering any financial regret non-existent. With all preparations in place and spirits high, Long Zhan and his companions did not remain idle that evening. They summoned the hapless Cooper, who had been previously arranged to join them, and ventured to the alluring Siren's bar. They adeptly transferred their tactical insights from special operations to the art of courtship, engaging in an in-depth discussion over drinks about how to secure a serendipitous encounter at the singles party the next night. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass 1 zhuge. With 4 robust men gathered to deliberate on the nuances of wooing, they could easily pen a tome on the subject, brimming with an array of strategies and techniques. Especially noteworthy was the oft-maligned Cooper. Despite his frequent setbacks in front of Long Zhan, his prowess in matters of romance was unparalleled. Indeed, his 30 years of bachelorhood had not been in vain, and he spoke with authority on the subject. Both Clay and Brian found themselves captivated by his insights, eagerly seeking his guidance on various courtship tactics, which fostered a rapid camaraderie among them. By the end of their discussions, Clay and Brian actively invited Cooper to join their singles party the following day, requesting his live demonstrations and tactical leadership. Long Zhan, a man who cherished friendships and believed that every additional acquaintance could open new avenues, felt a growing affinity for Cooper. The fact that Cooper had never sought personal revenge despite their previous encounters added to his appeal as a trustworthy ally. If they could navigate the complexities of singlehood together, it would not only bolster their friendship, but also serve as a gesture of goodwill. It was a dual benefit. Thus, Long Zhan made a special call to Stella. As long as no women were involved, all was agreeable, and considering that a lively party required ample company, Stella graciously accepted Long Zhan's request to expand their party from 3 to 4. Chapter 96. This person is exceptionally brave. Saturday, 6 p.m. Long Zhan, Clay, and Brian, the trio of gallant companions, along with the newly included hapless Cooper, all presented themselves in polished attire, gathered at the entrance of their base. Clad in their newly purchased designer outfits, they exuded an aura of charisma at its peak. However, as they prepared to depart, a challenge arose. Clay and Brian, who had not frequently ventured out, had yet to acquire personal vehicles, and Long Zhan possessed only an aging Harley motorcycle. To attend the singles party as a united front while resorting to Uber would indeed feel beneath their dignity. At this juncture, Cooper came into play. Having spent nearly a decade at the Haikong base in Aosen, Cooper had long considered it his second home, often residing in rented accommodations. To facilitate his daily commute, he had purchased a rugged yet reasonably priced Jeep Wrangler, perfectly embodying a soldier's spirit. The interior of the Wrangler is sufficiently spacious, accommodating even a robust figure like Long Zhan, making it an ideal vehicle for 4 adventurers. The singles party, being of a private nature, is hosted at Stella's rental abode. Under the guidance of Long Zhan's humanoid navigation, the quartet arrived at their destination before 6:30, where Stella graciously welcomed them. This gesture undoubtedly elevated Long Zhan's stature, eliciting further envy from Clay and his companions. Stella's rental house boasts a unique layout, reminiscent of a hotel suite with multiple bedrooms. The small garden at the back and the living room collectively provide ample space, serving as the main area for the festivities. By now, numerous attendees had gathered, with at least 30 to 40 individuals mingling both inside and outside, clustered together in groups, engaging in conversation and revelry. As Stella and her roommate are both master's students, the majority of the single attendees hail from the university. The university itself is a microcosm, attracting a diverse array of participants, catering to varied preferences. Among the guests are individuals of various ethnic backgrounds, including Black, White, and Asian. There are authentic Americans and green card holders, alongside international students from various countries. The crowd comprises both mature individuals in their 30s and youthful newcomers in their 20s. As Long Zhan and his companions entered, their military presence, coupled with Long Zhan's towering stature, captured the attention of everyone in the hall. Stella, being an adept communicator and a university teaching assistant, promptly introduced Long Zhan and his friends, highlighting that Clay, Brian, and Cooper were all single. As for Long Zhan, the attendees were not foolish. They had already surmised his status. This effectively proclaimed his claim, Stella unequivocally signifying, "This man belongs to me." Others should not entertain notions otherwise. The Navy SEALs are a hallmark of Beach City, and the locals hold them in high regard. Unlike DG, which is a classified unit with identities that must remain undisclosed, the SEALs operate in a semi-public capacity. With such a supportive atmosphere, the arrival of Long Zhan and his companions was warmly welcomed. Naturally, while some were pleased, others were not. For instance, those single individuals drawn to Stella felt discontent at Long Zhan's presence, wishing they could cast him out. However, most merely entertained such thoughts internally, refraining from acting on them. One reason being Long Zhan's formidable physique, akin to a WWE wrestler, making any confrontation ill-advised. Another reason is personal decorum. Though the notion of a goddess being taken away is disheartening, the vast majority manage to control their emotions, preventing the situation from escalating. As Stella concluded her introductions, a vivacious brunette approached, balancing 2 glasses of wine and smiling warmly. "Welcome to the gathering. May you find joy in this evening's festivities. Your shirt is quite distinctive. Might we engage in conversation?" The raven-haired vixen warmly greeted the attendees, subsequently presenting a glass to Brian. As the fortunate recipient of this attentiveness, Brian's face brightened with a smile, feeling an undeniable attraction to the bold lady, and he graciously accepted the offered drink. "Gentlemen, I shall indulge in a toast with this enchanting lady. May fortune favor you all tonight," he declared, his excitement palpable as he raised his glass in a triumphant gesture towards Long Zhan and the others, following the alluring woman towards the rear courtyard. Watching Brian depart with such exuberance, Clay remarked with a hint of envy, "This fellow is indeed fortunate. There are numerous lovely ladies this evening. If you put forth the effort, you may find your own opportunity." Stella, ever the gracious encourager, urged Clay onward, saying, "Allow me to guide you to a suitable spot while I fetch the drinks." The party held no stringent rules. Guests could freely mingle and converse with whomever piqued their interest without feeling overly restrained. This being Long Zhan's inaugural experience at a singles party, he found himself intrigued, following Stella deeper into the gathering. Meanwhile, Clay and the perpetually unfortunate Cooper transformed into vigilant sentinels, their eyes roving the room in search of potential conquests for the night. "This will suffice. I shall retrieve the beverages for you," Stella announced, leading the trio to a comfortable area by the window, indicating a plush sofa for them to rest upon before taking her leave. "Take a moment to relax. There's no need to rush. The night is still young," Long Zhan reassured as he patted the shoulders of the eager Clay and Cooper, who were scanning the surroundings for prospects. He then plopped down onto the sofa, which was quite soft, creating a noticeable dip as he sank into it. Although the softness was inviting, his height was significantly diminished, and reclining against the backrest rendered him nearly level with the floor. Clay and Cooper found merit in Long Zhan's words and followed suit. Barely a minute had passed since they settled in when an individual approached them, bearing a provocative smirk that clearly signaled trouble. Chapter 97. The Oddball Among Oddballs. Before Long Zhan and his companions stood a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, who had evidently yet to face the harsh realities of life. His expression radiated a sense of invincibility. Standing at a modest height of about 1.7 meters, enhanced only by platform shoes, he bore a fair Asian complexion, adorned with ostentatious ear studs that screamed individuality. It was apparent that he was an international student from a certain Asian nation. Perhaps Long Zhan's seated position diminished his imposing presence, or perhaps this young man was simply overconfident, accustomed to a life of arrogance during his studies back home, where many Asian students in the U.S. hail from affluent or politically connected families. He may have assumed that the world would treat him with the same deference as his parents, cultivating an attitude of superiority. Or perhaps this was a testament to the saying that jealousy can distort one's character. This individual possesses a physique as frail as that of a delicate flower, seemingly incapable of besting even a homeless person. Deeply influenced by the effeminate culture of East Asian boy bands, he has the audacity to confront Long Zhan, driven by his covetous desire for Stella's beauty. Am I truly witnessing an American sniper? How remarkable it is to encounter a soldier from the television screen. He approaches with a tone laced with sarcasm, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile that evokes a sense of revulsion. Long Zhan remains seated, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on this diminutive figure. To an elephant, the provocation of a mere ant is utterly insignificant. If such trivialities could incite anger, then the past decades would have been in vain. The little man, noticing Long Zhan's indifference, becomes further incensed, spouting, Aren't you supposed to be in Afghanistan or Iraq? I recently read in the news about the many who have perished. I hope you are fortunate enough that I might still see you at the next gathering." Though his face beams with a grin, the malice behind his words is unmistakable, openly cursing Long Zhan and his companions. Young and brash, Clay finds it intolerable to hear someone openly wishing for his demise. Just as he prepares to rise, he feels Long Zhan's hand on his shoulder. This is a party hosted by Stella, and she has surely invested considerable effort into it. Any altercation would ruin the occasion. Long Zhan, wishing to spare Stella any distress and to grant her a measure of respect, refrains from escalating the situation. "If you were wise, you would promptly depart. I have no desire to engage you in conflict. I regard you merely as a barking stray dog. A rational person would not brawl with a homeless mutt. Yet that does not imply I can endure your insolence indefinitely." Long Zhan's tone is remarkably calm, yet his words carry a weighty warning. Anyone with even a modicum of experience in society understands that the most formidable individuals often appear serene, especially when they possess the physique of a muscle-bound giant. Unfortunately, the effeminate little man before him has evidently been raised under the ICU-style protection of his parents. Prior to his departure abroad, every whim of his was catered to, and any misdeeds were swiftly rectified by his parents. Now, having crossed the ocean to study in America, he has brought these same habits with him. Long Zhan, in deference to Stella, chooses to step back, unwilling to engage with a clown who poses no real threat, inadvertently leading the little man to believe that Long Zhan fears him. His anger intensifies as he retorts, "What does your size and strength matter? Do you really dare to strike me? America is a highly law-abiding society. If you lay a hand on me, I can simply call the police, and they will arrive post-haste. The one who ends up in trouble won't be me." The effeminate little man, clearly oblivious to the intricacies of politics and military affairs, speaks with the naivety of a child. Long Zhan, Clay, and Cooper find themselves amused by this fellow's ignorance. It is unimaginable that, even in the 21st century, with the global reach of the internet creating a sense of a village-like world, there still exist individuals of such ignorance. Long Zhan was quite reluctant to engage with this oversized infant, as communication seemed utterly impossible. Every additional word would be a sheer waste. However, the effeminate dandy's current exuberance only exacerbated the situation, and the incessant buzzing of this metaphorical fly was truly a dampener on the mood. Just as Long Zhan prepared to take action to shoo away this repugnant insect, Stella, who had just stepped away to fetch some drinks, finally returned with wine and glasses in hand. Stella, possessing a high emotional intelligence, immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat askew. Having known the effeminate dandy for some time, she was aware of his character. She promptly intervened to ease the tension. "This is Evan, who enjoys jesting. Please don't take it too seriously." After introducing the diminutive dandy to Long Zhan and the others, Stella turned to Evan and stated, "No one invited you here, and I believe you should return to your own circle and engage in conversation with your friends." "No, I want to leave. You are worrying too much." The diminutive Evan feigned a polite smile as he declined Stella's kind suggestion. "I am very eager to meet these 3 new friends. We will not engage in any altercations at this party. We are civilized individuals. Only those devoid of humanity resort to physical aggression to resolve conflicts. Am I right, my friends?" As he uttered this last inquiry, Evan provocatively glanced at Long Zhan, his eyes glinting with a self-satisfied air, believing his retort to be exceptionally clever. The implication was clear. Should one strike him, it would be an acknowledgement of their own brutishness, for civilized beings engage in reasoned discourse. Long Zhan had previously managed to suppress his amusement, but upon hearing this, he could no longer contain his laughter and even chuckled audibly. To provoke while simultaneously fearing retaliation, what an extraordinary paradox. Long Zhan mused that the vastness of the world was insufficient to describe such a bizarre creature, nor could it elucidate his erratic behavioral logic. In Chapter 98, True Fear, Evan's absurd theories flowed one after another, his naivety bordering on the comedic. Leaving Clay utterly speechless, unable to hold back his derision, he quipped, "Are you performing a one-man show?" Evan believed he had effectively closed off any possibility of being beaten by the 3 soldiers, reveling in his perceived cleverness. However, his soliloquy was abruptly interrupted by Stella. "These are my guests. If you cannot comport yourself like a normal person—" I'm afraid Stella's smile had vanished, and it was evident that she was genuinely angered. Her unfinished statement carried significant weight. Should Evan continue his obstinate behavior, She would be compelled to ask him to leave her private gathering. Okay. The pampered Evan, accustomed to getting his way, could hardly concede so easily. Yes, they are your guests, and they may enter here, but what if they are not guests at all? They can all enter here as well. They consistently force their way in, intruding upon others' homes to seize what they desire. This is the very purpose of their training. Why would you invite such individuals? Evan's words, though cloaked in a veneer of grandeur, are merely a guise for his selfish motives. He seeks to pursue Stella. Yet, Stella has steadfastly protected Zhan, which has led to Evan's psyche crumbling entirely. His words have grown increasingly irrational and extreme, showing no regard for Stella, the organizer. The situation has escalated to the point of open hostility. It is evident that at this private singles party, if he cannot drive Zhan and his companions away, he will not cease his actions. Although vibrant music fills the room, Evan's raised voice has drawn the attention of some guests. Most attendees are close friends of Stella, and Evan's blatant disruption has caused them to frown, even though they may not fully grasp the situation. Yet, Evan remains oblivious to the growing ire he is provoking. He continues, brimming with self-satisfaction. I've heard you speak so highly of American soldiers, the Navy SEALs, and their greatness. Is this what American militarism has devolved into? Just cartoonish men reduced to mere muscle? The term militarism carries grave implications, and to associate it with the American Navy SEALs is no mere jest. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Stella and those around her shift dramatically. Particularly, Stella, caught in a difficult position, is incensed by this individual's provocations. Listen here, kid, besides breaching doors, we also practice balancing balloons on our noses and tossing human-shaped bowling balls. Care to give it a try? Cooper, a logistics officer in the Navy SEALs, has reached his breaking point, standing up with fingers cracking in anger. However, someone reacts even more swiftly, uttering not a single word, in a flash. They rise from the sofa and stride across the coffee table. The one who takes action is none other than Zhan. Upon seeing Zhan stand, Evan is struck by the realization that he is nearly 2 heads shorter, feeling utterly dwarfed. The terrifying pressure that looms close is starkly different from the distant view he had before. Overwhelmed by fear, Evan's face turns pale as his instincts scream for him to flee. Alas, it is a futile endeavor. Zhan, a formidable figure endowed with both strength and speed, unleashes a burst of power that even the second-tier elite SEAL, Cooper, cannot evade, becoming an unfortunate target of continuous blows. As for Evan, a pampered giant baby who has grown up without a care, he thinks of escaping. There are no exits, neither doors nor windows. Just as the thought of fleeing crosses Evan's mind, before his body can even react, a hand seizes his neck. This hand is not only larger than average, but also rough as if it were sandpaper. More importantly, its strength is immense, caught in his grip like a hydraulic clamp. Evan, spurred by a primal instinct for survival, clutched desperately at the giant hand, attempting to pry it open, his face reddening and neck thickening, yet he remained utterly motionless. In a fleeting moment, Zhan's dynamic transformation evoked involuntary gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A seemingly cumbersome behemoth was capable of such rapid reflexes, transcending their comprehension entirely. Stella, having regained her composure from her initial shock, chose not to assist the already subdued Evan. Instead, she expressed her concerns to 002Dragon. You are currently in a rather precarious situation, and I hope you refrain from escalating matters. Stella was undeniably astute, her intellect outpacing that of many women. Drawing from the scant information gleaned during her time with Zhan, coupled with insights from autobiographical novels she had perused about veterans, she deduced that Zhan was still in the selection phase. Zhan, surprised that Stella had discerned his ongoing selection process, sighed inwardly, acknowledging her intelligence. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold. Today, he was determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to this insolent insect. With a surge of strength, he tightened his grip, and before the incredulous eyes of the spectators, he effortlessly lifted the diminutive figure into the air with one hand. This coward had repeatedly provoked him, and despite having been granted ample time and opportunities to reconsider, he had only escalated his insolence. Since the fool had not learned his lesson, Zhan resolved to teach him the harsh realities of life. At that moment, Evan was truly terrified, his desire to cry out thwarted by the iron grip around his neck, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Even breathing had become a laborious task. His futile struggles, flailing hands and feet, were insignificant against Long Zhan's overwhelming strength, each effort proving to be in vain. As the shadow of death loomed ever closer, the once arrogant and taunting little man, who had so foolishly challenged Long Zhan, found his mental defenses crumbling completely. To the astonishment of all present, a stream of yellow liquid cascaded down his trousers. He was indeed so frightened that he had lost control. Chapter 99. A Sleepless Night. Oh dear. My goodness, how embarrassing. He would himself? What a blunder. Laughter erupted among the witnesses, who scurried aside, wary of the urine splattering upon them, chattering and giggling as they moved away. Even Stella pinched her nose and hopped to stand behind Long Zhan, finding the public display of adult incontinence utterly repugnant. Simultaneously, for the first time, Stella felt the raw power and speed emanating from Long Zhan, the quintessential allure of a man exuding strength, all while maintaining his intricate sensibilities. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of security, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Long Zhan's sturdy waist, her eyes filled with enchantment, her entire being captivated by him. Feeling the softness and warmth emanating from behind him, Long Zhan sensed that the small punishment had reached its conclusion. The social demise of wetting oneself in front of dozens was a memory that the diminutive Evan would carry for a lifetime. It was a torment 100-fold greater than a mere beating. There was no need to escalate matters further and disrupt the meticulously planned soiree by Stella. Thus, he released his grip on Evan's neck, allowing the little man to plummet to the ground, soaked in his own urine. Coughing and gasping, Evan, who had thought he might suffocate, finally experienced the sweet embrace of air once more. He could not help but collapse onto the floor, desperately inhaling. His curled-up body trembled, merging with the puddle he had created. Coupled with the repugnant act of lying in urine and gasping for breath, the room erupted in laughter. More entertaining than any comedic video. The atmosphere became so lively that even those outside were drawn in, including Brian. Upon learning the circumstances, and with Long Zhan's adept handling of the situation, masterfully preventing an escalation that would warrant a call to the authorities, everyone who entered was amused, captivated by Evan's farcical display. Those who are often the most arrogant tend to care deeply about their image, valuing personal pride above all else. Evan epitomized this trait, having urinated himself in fear. Being the target of ridicule from so many, and reeking of his own foul odor, Evan finally regained his composure but completely broke down under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He no longer had the audacity to compete with Long Zhan for women, nor could he muster a single harsh word before he scrambled out of the room. Climbing into his parked sports car outside, he fled like a dog without a home. Evan's departure did not dampen the party's atmosphere. Rather, his ludicrous social demise provided a new topic for discussion, intensifying the revelry. Long Zhan's formidable display of strength and his precise control of the situation showcased the excellence of the Marine Corps, leaving all the single women present yearning for a partner who could provide such reassurance. Consequently, Clay, Brian, and Cooper became the center of attention, each surrounded by several women. Basking in a moment of unrestrained joy, the only one left in a rather unfortunate predicament was Long Zhan. He not only could not flirt with women in front of Stella, but also had to endure her disdainful gaze while cleaning up the mess. Although Evan had managed to take away a significant portion of the urine, the remnants still required thorough cleanup. Fortunately, with every sacrifice comes a reward, and Long Zhan emerged as the night's ultimate victor. The singles party continued until midnight, with Clay, Brian, and Cooper all having made connections and tasked with escorting a lady home. In the tipsy atmosphere of the late night, as long as one's emotional intelligence was not too lacking, it seemed that returning to base was unnecessary for anyone that evening. As the organizer, Stella retained Long Zhan, the most robust and capable laborer, without hesitation. Ostensibly, they remained to tidy up the remnants left after the party, but a deeper significance lay beneath the surface. After clearing away the refuse, the four of them, Long Zhan, Stella, Pion, Stella's roommate, and her boyfriend, found themselves amidst the stillness of midnight, the clock striking 2. Stella Long. It's getting late. We should take our leave. Wishing you both a delightful evening, Pion offered with an ambiguous blessing, leading her boyfriend toward the bedroom. Good luck, mate, chimed in her boyfriend, a bespectacled fellow, embodying the adage that those who wear glasses often possess a certain charm, casting a playful wink at Long Zhan before departing. After sweating profusely, I'm off to take a shower, he announced, following the flirtatious banter exchanged between the roommate and her partner. Stella seemed akin to a bashful girl whose thoughts had been laid bare. She left a parting remark before hastily retreating to her room. Although she did not extend an invitation to Zhan, she left the door ajar upon entering. Zhan was no naive fledgling. He understood the implications of this situation. Pouring 2 glasses of red wine, he stepped into the room. This was Stella's sanctuary, complete with an ensuite bathroom. The decor reflected Stella's character. Neither the sugary pink of youthful exuberance nor the ostentatious opulence of extravagance. Instead, it embraced a minimalist luxury, showcasing personal taste amid simplicity. Taking a seat on the bed, Zhan savored its comfort before rising to sit at the computer desk nearby. A plethora of novels adorned the surface, revealing Stella's evident passion for literature. Yet, these did not captivate Zhan's attention. The enticing sound of running water from the bathroom was far too alluring, igniting the imagination of any healthy man. Nevertheless, Zhan's composure was formidable. He remained steadfast, unlike some impulsive youths who might fidget restlessly, yearning to burst into the bathroom, yet lacking the courage to do so. He resembled a seasoned hunter, patiently awaiting his quarry. After a span of about 10 minutes, Stella finally emerged from the shower, her damp hair cascading around her, enveloped in a bathrobe, a modern-day vision of beauty post-bath. Upon witnessing her appear in such a manner, Zhan beamed with a radiant smile. Come now, despite a few minor hiccups, I deem tonight's gathering a resounding success. You, without a doubt, are the finest organizer. We must celebrate with a toast, he praised, his words dripping with charm as he extended the prepared wine towards her. You are quite the flatterer. You must be a notorious charmer, Stella retorted, though the joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. And the gesture of raising her glass signified her acceptance of his compliments. With a gentle clink, their wine glasses met, and both drank deeply. Setting her glass down, Stella opened a drawer and retrieved a necklace, smiling as she addressed Zhan. I truly adore this surprise. If you could adorn me with it yourself, I would be even more delighted. Certainly, it is imperative. Zhan gladly accepted the task, stepping behind Stella to face the makeup mirror, delicately fastening the necklace he had previously purchased around her snowy neck, gazing at the enchanting reflection that appeared more captivating than ever. Zhan did not withdraw from Stella's presence. Instead, his hands, under Stella's watchful gaze in the mirror, slowly descended from her neck, inching towards the peaks of desire. As Stella observed Zhan's actions, a blush of intoxicating crimson adorned her cheeks. She did not shy away. Rather, she closed her eyes and fully surrendered her body. Chapter 100, VIP Security System Training. The joyous weekend had swiftly passed, and remarkably, there had not been a single random summon throughout the entire duration, allowing Zhan and his companions, including Clay, to relish their time. 6 months of the 9-month training cycle had already elapsed, and a new phase of training was upon them. As part of this advanced skills enhancement stage, the remaining 11 newcomers, including Zhan, were to face an array of diverse training subjects. This included refined marksmanship enhancement and specialized combat shooting training, encompassing but not limited to combined shooting drills, rapid response shooting exercises, shooting while on the move, combat shooting techniques, and team coordination shooting. This particular aspect lasted nearly 4 weeks. The purpose of such rigorous training was crystal clear: to ensure that every novice trainee, regardless of their tactical position, could master all firearms and shooting techniques. Thus, even a machine gunner could serve as a backup sniper, and a sniper could wield a machine gun in rapid succession. Everyone would become an elite marksman. Moreover, one of the core training modules of the Navy SEALs was boarding operations, ranging from swift boats just a few meters long to colossal vessels exceeding 100 meters. All existing types of hulls served as training grounds for Zhan and his peers. During the first month of the 4th phase, the mornings were entirely dedicated to practicing specialized shooting, while nearly everyone spent their afternoons immersed in the sea. They trained in navigating the turbulent nearshore waves, evading harbor patrols, mastering various scuba applications, stealthily submerging to avoid sonar detection, and executing ship demolitions, among other skills. After a month of intensive training, Zhan and his companions had transformed into adept maritime warriors. Upon completing these core specialized subjects in the first month, one might assume that the training in the second month would become less strenuous or less intricate. However, that assumption could not be more erroneous. The second month of training proved even more complex and perilous than the first. Land warfare, urban combat, communication protocols, beach assaults, amphibious landings. Comprehensive parachuting, low jump with low deployment, high jump with low deployment, high jump with high deployment, and paragliding, extreme rock climbing, and rapid descent training. Over 20 specialized areas were covered within a mere month. Practically every day focused on a new specialty. It was sheer torment. This was not merely a trial for each trainee. It was a testament to their prior skill accumulation from their respective military backgrounds before joining the Green Team assessment, proving whether they truly were all-stars. The training rigorously tests each recruit's ability to swiftly adapt to a myriad of complex adversarial scenarios under high-pressure conditions. After all, the missions executed by DG are perilous in nature, fraught with unpredictable circumstances that demand a repertoire of specialized skills for effective response. Mastering an additional discipline or skill could very well equate to an extra lease on life. Ordinary special forces do not impose such stringent requirements. A fundamental understanding of common special operations suffices, without demanding peak individual prowess. Yet, DG, being the elite among elite forces, seeks individuals who embody the limits of human capability. Fortunately, the current cohort of new recruits possesses remarkable talents, each more formidable than the last. The second month of training, while daunting, far surpasses the first month's intensive physical conditioning. Most individuals would falter within 3 days, succumbing to the rigors. However, for Zhan and the other 11 recruits, discomfort was certainly present, yet it did not breach their threshold of endurance. Instead, this rigorous and frequent training has further honed their abilities. Zhan, leveraging his exceptional physical recuperation, has distinguished himself with unparalleled prowess, establishing his dominance in this cohort. Yet, the enhancement of his abilities was not the source of Zhan's greatest joy during this month. His true delight stemmed from his meticulous preparations. Prior to departure, he conducted a thorough inspection of Brian's parachute gear and remained by his side throughout every parachute jump. By the conclusion of all parachuting exercises, Brian emerged unscathed. In the original narrative, a tragic accident had befallen during a jump, resulting in a fatal plunge from the skies, but thanks to Zhan's vigilant protection, such a calamity was averted. The Green Team's trio remained intact. The second month of the third phase presented insurmountable challenges that tested every new recruit, allowing them to truly grasp the essence of suffering. It is likely to be the most arduous training they will ever experience in their lives. The final month of training projects forms a stark contrast to the second phase, with physical exertion becoming almost negligible. In this concluding month, Zhan was introduced to a new training module, VIP security training. This month-long training was necessitated not only due to their previous lack of exposure, but primarily because of its paramount importance. The term VIP here transcends the common understanding of membership. It refers to individuals of significant importance or high-ranking officials. Those deemed of such critical significance by a premier special forces unit like DG would undoubtedly possess the capacity to instigate tremors across nations with a mere stamp of their foot. You may liken it to an American-style security detail. For instance, the personal security detail for Afghan President Hamid Karzai is entrusted to selected elite members from DG, ensuring comprehensive protection. Given the elevated status of the individual being safeguarded, any potential assailants are unlikely to be ordinary threats. Thus, the challenge lies in effectively neutralizing these gunmen and potential dangers, ensuring the absolute safety of the protected individual. This cannot be achieved through mere training. Rather, it necessitates a comprehensive understanding of an entire security system. It involves the strategic utilization of drones and ground surveillance cameras, as well as underground vibration sensors, to construct a three-dimensional, all-encompassing monitoring network. When a VIP must transition from an indoor environment to the outdoors, one must carefully position themselves to shield all possible lines of fire. In the event of an assault on a convoy by assailants, coordinating satellite navigation or command center directives is crucial for a safe escape from the pursuing attackers. Moreover, it is imperative to ensure the VIP's privacy while providing round-the-clock personal protection. Identifying all known colorless and odorless toxins that pose a lethal threat to human life is essential to guarantee the VIP's safety from poisoning. The myriad of protective measures, even without delving into the countless intricate details, amounts to over 100 distinct strategies. Chapter 101. The Ultimate Challenge, Seer. Zhan possesses a concrete life plan. He is acutely aware that DG serves merely as a sharpening stone in his life, not its culmination. The realm of private military contracting is where his future endeavors lie. Collaborating with various governments on military projects, the most lucrative and prevalent aspect is undoubtedly VIP protection. This is especially true in war-torn nations where humanitarian laws are in disarray, yielding substantial income for top-tier security services, often starting at a minimum of $1 million per engagement. Mastering VIP protection equates to securing an additional golden opportunity, ensuring a steady income regardless of circumstances. Furthermore, the connections forged through VIP security assignments represent an invaluable, albeit intangible, asset. However, executing such missions is fraught with peril. Any failure in safeguarding a client could result in immediate unemployment. No VIP would entrust their life to a compromised security team. Thus, from every conceivable angle, Zhan must dedicate 120 of his energy and time to mastering this new profession. He is resolute in his commitment to enhancing his capabilities. During training, he meticulously records every detail imparted by instructors, transforming this knowledge into his own expertise. After training sessions, whether at noon or in the evening, Zhan immerses himself in the base, utilizing its internal network to access confidential security files that may not be documented elsewhere. By studying these authentic VIP protection tasks, he acquires invaluable insights and experiences. Although this dedication compresses his time, leaving him with only 1 day a week to meet with Stella, who is currently in the early stages of their relationship, Zhan remains steadfast in his decision, fully devoted to his VIP training. He is acutely aware of his priorities and remains unaffected by distractions, with his innate prowess already setting him apart. His relentless diligence during training only serves to amplify his brilliance. Like stars born in that very moment, illuminating the skies above the green team, the 10 captains of DG, aware that their training session was nearing its conclusion and the allocation phase was imminent, turned their gazes towards Zhan. It was foreseeable that on the day of distribution, a fierce contest among these captains would ensue. In the blink of an eye, 25 days had elapsed from the month-long VIP security system training, with all subjects nearly covered, leaving only a final practical exercise for consolidation. With just 5 days remaining, this session's training would soon come to a close. Apart from Zhan, the 11 new recruits began to relax as the end approached, with some even daydreaming about which squad they would join. Little did they anticipate that unforeseen complications would arise in these final moments. Zhan, however, was aware of the plot twists that television dramas often entail. Thus, in these last few days, he not only maintained his vigilance, but heightened it further. He vividly recalled that in the original storyline, the selection process for the Green Team culminated in a grand operation orchestrated by the instructors. They would abruptly apprehend all the recruits and subject them to severe interrogations and various tortures to extract their identities and backgrounds. Those who confessed would be released immediately, while those who remained silent would endure relentless torment. Only those who could withstand the ordeal without uttering a word would truly earn their place as official members of DG. This was an integral part of the training required for acceptance into DG, known as SEER. SEER, an acronym for survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, can be simply understood as anti-capture training. Its purpose is twofold. Firstly, to prevent crucial intelligence from being disclosed should one fall into enemy hands, and secondly, to train individuals to maintain composure and resourcefulness in captivity, facilitating their eventual escape. After all, considerable resources and time have been invested in selecting elite soldiers. It would be a disservice to succumb to the enemy without a fight. Survival is paramount, necessitating dual focus on both aspects. DG is one of the most vital divisions of the U.S. Navy, with each operational mission classified as top secret. If a DG member is captured during an operation and fails to withstand the enemy's brutal interrogations, it could lead to the catastrophic leak of critical intelligence, endangering the lives of other operatives still engaged in the mission. Thus, the significance of SEER training cannot be overstated. Upon joining the Navy SEALs, all personnel undergo a rigorous 14-week advanced SEER course. Coupled with his recollections from the television series, Zhan had a fair understanding of the tricks that the special training instructor, Adam, would employ. Zhan faced the impending SEER trial with neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he found himself inexplicably filled with a sense of excitement while remaining vigilant. He eagerly anticipated how his newly enhanced abilities would manifest during this trial. Would he, like Clay in the original storyline, lose all initiative and become a passive recipient of various torments, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure until the trial concluded, ultimately triumphing through resilience and fortitude? Or would he embark on an entirely different path, seeking opportunities for counterattack amidst a passive situation, leveraging proactivity to navigate the trial successfully? Long Zhan could not ascertain the answer at present, yet he held great anticipation, and his adrenaline was already surging. Chapter 102. All entering the iron cage on the late night of Sunday in the 37th week of the Green Team selection. Long Zhan had just concluded an intense workout with Stella, who embraced him with her strong arms as they prepared for sleep. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table began to ring. Instinctively, Long Zhan opened his eyes and reached for the phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he discovered a message from the base, confirming yet another random summons. After 9 months of numerous similar calls, he had grown accustomed to the unpredictability. Gently, he patted Stella's arm and whispered, "Darling, I must leave." Stella stirred at Long Zhan's touch, clinging affectionately to his sturdy frame, her soft face nuzzling against his chest as she murmured with her eyes still closed, "Is there a mission at this hour? How inhumane. I suppose you, being so clever, have already guessed that in our line of work, there are no time constraints or specific hours. We must be on standby 24/7. Long Zhan propped himself up, turned on the bedside lamp, pinched Stella's cheek lightly, and began to dress. Stella made no attempt to hinder or complain, only expressing a hint of regret as she lay on her side, quietly watching him dress with rapid efficiency. What a little enchantress she was. As Long Zhan dressed, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Stella's alluring silhouette against the bed, nearly succumbing to a surge of desire. To avoid being ensnared by her charms, he hastened his attire even more, completing the task in under 30 seconds. "I'll be off now. You continue to sleep. Sweet dreams, and if you miss me, just hug this pillow," he chuckled, planting a kiss on Stella's lips before turning the framed photo of the two of them to face her. With a hearty laugh, he stepped out of the bedroom. "What a narcissistic fool," Stella quietly remarked, watching his retreating figure before clutching the blanket that still held his warmth. With him gone, she sought solace in the lingering heat. Stella's residence was not far from the base, merely under 30 kilometers away. Long Zhan rode his motorcycle back in half an hour. On the way, he sensed something amiss, and upon returning to the base, his suspicions were confirmed. As Long Zhan entered the realm of text notifications, he found himself surrounded by a dozen burly men, without a single other newcomer in sight. Each of these robust individuals donned a bandit hat, and as soon as Long Zhan stepped into the room, he was encircled. Observing such a peculiar formation, he realized that the ultimate test had arrived, and the newcomers who had arrived before him were likely already captured. Although Long Zhan was confident in his abilities and believed he could take down more than half of these men, such an endeavor would be utterly futile. This was merely the precursor to a training session designed to instill the fear of capture. No matter how formidable one might be, escaping was impossible. Even if he managed to defeat the men before him, Adam could easily summon additional sparring partners. In fact, Adam might prefer that these novice trainees exhibit a bit of defiance, stepping forward to challenge the sparring partners, as this would significantly drain their energy and facilitate his subsequent torment. With Long Zhan's intelligence, it was inconceivable that he would engage in such folly. Rather than squander his strength on these sparring partners, he would preserve his energy for the trials ahead, aiming to excel in the final challenge. Thus, Long Zhan made no attempt to resist, allowing the burly men to envelop him. They first gagged him, then placed a black bag over his head, followed by binding his hands behind his back, before escorting him for nearly a minute. Eventually, he found himself confined within a cage approximately 1 meter in size. His large frame felt somewhat constricted in such a small enclosure, with limited mobility. Fortunately, the cage was about 15 meters long, allowing him to lie on his side, alleviating some of the discomfort. The black hood obstructed his vision, leaving him unaware of his location within the base or the nature of his surroundings. The only clue he had was that he was not alone, as he could hear the sounds of other cages clashing and the labored breaths of those around him. Occasionally, the door would swing open, accompanied by the sound of another cage being opened and closed. It was evident that other newcomers, arriving after Long Zhan, were subjected to the same treatment, imprisoned in this enigmatic place. After the 4th time the door opened, the sound ceased, and all the captured newcomers seemed to anticipate the nature of the training that awaited them, remaining remarkably calm and devoid of anxiety. The room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the breaths of the new trainees. Time passed, perhaps an hour, a night, or even longer. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the wooden door opening echoed once more, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. This was a notable change from before. Finally, it had begun. Long Zhan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, silently acknowledged the moment and opened his eyes. At that moment, a series of faint sounds of unlocking echoed, and Long Zhan sensed that the iron door had been unlatched. Subsequently, the black hood that covered his head was removed, allowing a warm orange light to flood his vision, liberating his previously sealed mouth. The orange hue was relatively dim and gentle, enabling Long Zhan to perceive the surroundings of the room instantly. It was evident that he found himself in a narrow underground chamber, with a ceiling height of barely over 2 meters, imparting a stifling atmosphere deliberately crafted. In this space of less than 20 square meters, rows of iron cages lined both sides, each containing the captured new recruits. Long Zhan peered through the bars at the others, who reciprocated by observing him and his companions. Positioned between the 2 rows of iron cages was Yaden, the specialized instructor of the green team, flanked by a dozen aides who assisted in this training session. Each of them donned a bandit hat, lending an air that might mislead one into believing they had stumbled upon a den of outlaws. Chapter 103. The challenge is quite daunting. What a diligent ensemble of actors. Should they seek their fortunes in Hollywood, they would undoubtedly flourish. Long Zhan was unfazed by this band of brigands, having transitioned from the Marine Corps to the Navy SEALs. And now serving in the Green Team, he had witnessed an abundance of ostentatious displays from various branches of the American military. He was nearly immune to such theatrics. In the adjacent cages, Clay and Brian shared Long Zhan's sentiments, their expressions revealing more curiosity than apprehension. The other new recruits exhibited a similar demeanor. It was clear that Instructor Yaden had never anticipated that a mere handful of individuals dressed in bandit-esque attire would intimidate this cohort of seasoned recruits who had already surmounted numerous formidable challenges. He candidly addressed the group, stating, "Listen carefully. Welcome to the final SEER assessment. Before I conclude your training and hand you over to Chief Instructor Malcolm, I must remind you of a critical point. You have successfully completed 99 tasks, and only one final step remains to enter DG. However, you must pass this assessment to officially graduate from the Green Team. Failure here would render all your previous efforts null and void. I also advise you that the more you invest in this training, the greater your rewards will be. Strive to achieve your utmost." Clang. As soon as Yaden concluded his words, a tall instructor kicked the iron cage with a resounding thud. This instructor had not introduced himself, and Long Zhan had never encountered him before in prior training sessions. One could only surmise that he specialized in advanced survival training. As Long Zhan and the others speculated about his identity, the tall instructor commenced his display of authority, bellowing at Long Zhan and his fellow captives. "From this moment forth, you shall experience the despair of this world. Pushing the limits of your bodies will become your daily reality. If you still believe that the SEER Advanced Survival Assessment of the Green Team is akin to the SEER training you underwent as Navy SEALs, I regret to inform you that you will pay dearly for such misconceptions, and you shall find it impossible to pass my scrutiny. Here, there are no rules, and no individual shall be granted any privileges. Should you encounter any physical ailments, report directly to the medic, and we shall promptly transport you to the hospital. Upon your recovery, you will be returned to your original SEAL unit. However, if your mental state falters, then you might as well return home to seek comfort from your mother. Now, the training commences in earnest." The tall instructor spoke with striking simplicity, devoid of any superfluous words. Having delivered his message, he turned and strode towards the exit. All the accompanying trainers, adorned with their bandit hats, followed closely behind him as they departed. Once the instructors exited the narrow underground chamber, the heavy iron door was pushed shut by 2 of the trainers, sealing the room into a confined space. At the very instant the door closed, the speakers in each corner of the room erupted into a cacophony of sound. The howling wind reminiscent of a horror film's forest at midnight, the anguished wails of a distressed infant, and the jarring screech of sharp objects scraping against glass, all combined to create an unbearable auditory assault. Each of these sounds, intolerable in isolation, was now amplified in unison, echoing relentlessly within the claustrophobic confines of the basement. The experience was nothing short of torturous. Upon hearing the noise, Long Zhan and his fellow trainees instinctively covered their ears. But to no avail. They had no choice but to endure the nauseating torment until the cacophony ceased. Long Zhan faced the final assessment. The first challenge being this excruciating auditory torture. Should he succeed, he would earn his place as a member of DG and attain the status of a first-class combat operative. Meanwhile, Long Zhan's acquaintances within DG were gathered, discussing the impending conclusion of this selection round for the Green Team. I just heard some good news today. The Green Team is undergoing the final SEER assessment, and we will soon be able to recruit new members, Trent remarked, previously indifferent to the Green Team's training. He had begun to take an interest since connecting with Long Zhan. This is indeed good news, he continued, glancing at Sunny with a playful jest. Even if Sunny decides to retire due to overwhelming pressure, we can swiftly fill the gap left by two individuals. Enough of that, Sunny retorted, stroking his bushy beard with a hint of pride. I am far younger than you. By the time you retire, I won't even be close to that point. Laughter erupted as Sunny feigned arrogance, delighting all present. The advanced survival assessment of the development team is not something the SEALs below could possibly compare to. To pass this evaluation, they must truly endure, and I hope that Kybran can withstand the challenge, Diaz interjected. Wow, wow. Sunny raised his voice and exclaimed, expressing profound empathy. Those were indeed long days. I dare say I shall never forget them in this lifetime. You need not worry about Long, with his prowess. I suspect all the newcomers on the Green Team have already been eliminated, leaving no room for that peculiar individual. Trent and Brock nodded in agreement, utterly convinced of Long's capabilities. Now that we are on the subject, let us deliberate, Lei interjected, capturing everyone's attention as he broached a topic. If Clay passes the final assessment, shall we recruit this lad? Why not ask Long? Jason retorted with a smirk. He hardly needs to inquire, does he? Lei mirrored the expression, the implication clear. You have already conferred with the squad leader. Long's induction into Team B is a foregone conclusion. What further discussion is warranted? Indeed, you have a point, Jason chuckled, draping an arm around Lei's shoulder. Then thoughtfully stroking his chin. If we are to bring Clay on board, it necessitates 2 slots. Other teams will also require fresh talent, which may prove quite challenging. Chapter 104. Seer, I walk a different path in the basement of the Green Team. From midnight until the following dawn, the torment of noise persisted for a grueling 6 hours. The tall instructor, with his hands leisurely clasped behind him, arrived once more at the tightly locked iron door. Accompanied by 3 henchmen in caps. With an air of superiority, he declared, Open the door. It is time to commence our game. Having safeguarded the final trial of the Green Team selection for many years, the tall instructor possessed a wealth of experience. Confident in his ability to forge warriors with ironclad will, the 2 henchmen, dispatched to unlock the iron door, appeared relatively relaxed, enduring such unbearable noise for an extended period. Even the strongest and most vigorous individuals would undoubtedly find themselves mentally disoriented. Moreover, since the inception of this auditory torment, there had been no recorded incidents of mishap. With a resounding rumble, the iron door creaked open, and the cacophony that had echoed throughout the night vanished. Instantly, the scene within the basement imprinted itself upon the eyes of the 2 henchmen. Just as they had anticipated, the 11 trainees had been thoroughly exhausted. Despite the loud clamor of the door opening, the new recruits lay motionless in their cages, not even fluttering their eyelids. Clearly, they had been worn down to the point of utter fatigue, devoid of any energy to attend to external matters. Perfect. The tall instructor reveled in the outcome he had orchestrated, gesturing towards the furthest cage on the right, where Long Zhan also lay in silence. Bring him out. I am most intrigued by him. Long Zhan was the unchallenged T0 champion of the Green Team, having made a name for himself throughout DG after successfully completing 2 external assistance missions with Team B. The tall instructor had long been fascinated by Long Zhan, eagerly awaiting this moment. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The thrill of toppling the strongest was far more exhilarating than with ordinary challengers, a sensation the tall instructor relished. Due to Long Zhan's numerous misdeeds while sparring, his reputation within the cadre of instructors in the Green Team is rather unfavorable. Most sparring partners are eager to confront this troublemaker. Upon hearing the command from the tall instructor, 2 sparring partners exchanged knowing glances, infused with personal sentiments, and approached the iron cage. They unlocked the outer lock, and, seizing Long Zhan by an arm each, roughly dragged him out of the cage. Long Zhan was pulled from the confines, his body limp like a noodle, offering no resistance whatsoever. Only the fingers of his hands seemed to sway feebly. As if under some deliberate control, occasionally brushing against the large set of keys hanging from the waist of one of the sparring partners. Although Long Zhan did not cooperate by becoming dead weight, the two sparring partners savored the thrill of dragging him, showing no intention of offering support. The tall instructor at the entrance remained silent, for tormenting the new recruits was the crux of this trial. However, just as everyone perceived no irregularity and prepared to drag Long Zhan from the basement to the outside for a rigorous interrogation, he seized the opportunity when the tall instructor turned to advance. In an unexpected burst of fury, Long Zhan's previously feeble body was suddenly infused with boundless strength, transforming instantly into a solid mass. Thwack! Thwack! With a left hook and a right uppercut, the two sparring partners were caught off guard, struck squarely on the head by Long Zhan's powerful punches, and collapsed to the ground. The concussions induced a disorienting dizziness and blurred vision for the duo, rendering them incapable of retaliation. The tall instructor, walking ahead, heard the commotion. A veteran from the combat squad, he sensed the impending danger and refrained from turning to engage. Instead, he opted for the most prudent course of action, taking a quick step forward to widen the distance between himself and the fray. As Long Zhan dispatched the last of the three sparring partners and prepared to pursue the tall instructor, the latter had already reached the door. With a swift motion, he pressed the red alarm button, and the shrill siren echoed throughout the basement. Within seconds, a dozen burly men wearing bandit hats surged into the underground chamber, encircling Long Zhan with impenetrable resolve. "Damn, you must have been a catfish in your past life." Long Zhan spat disdainfully on the ground and raised a middle finger at the tall instructor, deriding him for being so frightened that he fled. This infuriated the instructor, causing his brows to furrow in anger. Just as the tall instructor prepared to issue orders for a beating, Long Zhan cleverly raised his hands in surrender. After all, this was merely an assessment, not a genuine encounter with thugs or terrorists. As such, any assessment would undoubtedly come with regulations and limitations. No matter how incensed the tall instructor was, he could not unjustly allow the new recruit to be assaulted. As a dozen bandits encircled him, they observed Long Zhan's fluid survival maneuvers. The contrast between his dexterity and the bewildered expression of the tall instructor nearly provoked their laughter. Among the onlookers, one bandit, towering at over 6 feet, even discreetly gave Long Zhan a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his performance. After apprehending him and binding him to a chair, the tall instructor found himself at a loss, forced to adhere to the regulations of the assessment. 3 instructors swiftly approached, surrounding Long Zhan once more to reassert control, leading him beside the interrogation chair. Noticing that he had effortlessly escaped his bindings, they produced sturdier metal handcuffs. Chapter 105. Challenging the Impossible. The SEER assessment encompasses 4 critical elements: survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, which can be summarized into 2 primary approaches, passive and active. Each newcomer faces psychological and physical torment before the interrogation, and in this scientifically driven era, such rigorous training has become foundational. The Green Team SEER is backed by extensive data and various research findings in human life sciences, enabling them to push new recruits to their physical limits without any training mishaps. Consequently, after enduring such torment, the newcomers are left utterly depleted, devoid of any strength to mount an active resistance. Thus, when confronted with the Green Team SEER, newcomers often find themselves relegated to a passive path, relying solely on their dwindling willpower to maintain their final line of defense until the assessment concludes. Long Zhan, however, is different. His extraordinary physical recovery capabilities, while still subject to significant depletion amidst various trials, do not render him entirely incapable of retaliation. Unlike Brian and Clay, who succumbed to utter exhaustion, Long Zhan's superior recuperative abilities, surpassing those noted in the Green Team's database, afford him the opportunity to pursue an alternative path. His remarkably robust physique cleverly disguises his exceptional nature, preventing him from being perceived as an oddity. Determined to embark on an active counterattack, he resolves not to endure the relentless torments merely to pass this final hurdle. Instead, he seeks to escape this underground chamber through various survival tactics. Thus, the first step for Long Zhan is to acquire all available information about his surroundings and gather any useful resources. Despite the disappointment of his initial counterattack failure, Long Zhan remains undeterred. He wonders why the Green Team members responded so swiftly, where exactly this basement is located within the base, and what defenses lie beyond it. Having been blindfolded upon his arrival, he is unaware of these details. He understands that only through repeated acts of defiance, triggering the basement's alarm system, can he gather sufficient information. With this amassed intelligence, he aims to discover the path to ultimate success. Bound to a chair, Zhan experienced what could be perceived as a failure, yet, in truth, it was a resounding success. The outcome surpassed his expectations. During the brief skirmish moments ago, he had skillfully executed several discreet maneuvers under the watchful gaze of the tall instructor, sufficiently preparing him for a second and possibly even a third counterattack. The tall instructor remained oblivious to Zhan's intentions, unaware that a newcomer harbored ambitions to upend the status quo. He was under the mistaken impression that Zhan's outburst of defiance was merely an isolated incident, a notion that had been entertained before. After all, being confined in a small, dark room, subjected to sounds capable of making one's ears tingle incessantly throughout the night, would frustrate anyone. Such reactions are entirely human and thus comprehensible. As for why Zhan, after enduring such torment, still possessed the vigor to retaliate, managing to incapacitate two sparring partners, the tall instructor attributed this to Zhan's formidable physique, honed through consistent training. He held a personal conviction. A hefty individual requires considerably more time to exhaust in terms of energy and stamina. While this posed a minor complication, the tall instructor remained unconcerned. He believed that with continued torment, the next time he encountered Zhan, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a lifeless fish, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Even if he were to abandon Zhan, the instructor felt assured that he would not be able to extricate himself, having been responsible for specialized training for over 5 years. The tall instructor was intimately familiar with each stage of the process and understood precisely the physical state newcomers would find themselves in. Regardless of how fit a newcomer may be, after 2 days, they would inevitably become as limp as a pickled cucumber. Once Zhan was securely bound for interrogation, the tall instructor approached him, scrutinizing him thoroughly before commencing the official questioning. Where do you come from? What is your identity? Do you have any accomplices? What are your intentions? If you wish to return to indulge in wine and beauty, you must divulge everything to me. The tall instructor employed an inducement-based approach, a common method of interrogation. The cycle of torment and questioning perpetuated endlessly. This was the essence of the seer's closed loop. Should the trainees cooperate and provide answers, it would signify failure in the assessment, and they would indeed be permitted to enjoy wine and beauty, albeit at the cost of their eligibility to enter the DG as first-level operatives. Zhan was acutely aware of the assessment stipulations. Thus, he opted for silence, believing that remaining mute was the safest course of action. Meanwhile, he discreetly scanned his surroundings, hoping to glean more useful information during the interrogation. Could silence alone suffice in such a situation? Certainly not. This scenario mimicked the plight of a captured soldier, employing tactics that adversaries might use against prisoners during assessments. And thus, a resounding thud echoed in the air. A punch landed on Zhan's abdomen, dealt by the watchful sparring partner standing nearby. However, this formidable figure was not merely a mass of muscle. The blow, rather than being ineffective, proved more soothing than a massage. The stiff muscles, having been confined within the cage for an entire day, absorbed the force of the punch and became remarkably invigorated. Zhan felt as if he had received a massage, emerging even more relaxed. Hey, buddy, have you forgotten to eat? You're as soft as a woman. No, you're not even worthy of that comparison. At least women can provide some satisfaction. Zhan intentionally employed biting language to provoke the sparring partner who had struck him. In this psychological duel, both the interrogator and the interrogated risked losing their composure, and the party that faltered first would inevitably find themselves in a precarious position. As a voracious reader with a keen interest in psychology, Zhan understood how to navigate such circumstances to cultivate the most advantageous outcome for himself. Chapter 106. Handcrafted treasures. The Green Team indeed possessed a particular expertise in tormenting newcomers, yet their methods of interrogation were decidedly lacking. They employed the same old tactics. First, a barrage of questions, followed by punishment for any lack of cooperation, and then resuming the interrogation post-punishment. This awkward assessment was an open-book test. Yet the sparring partner had to strike with finesse, inflicting pain without causing genuine harm. Typically, the worst consequence would be superficial injuries, perhaps a bruised face. The sparring partner, who had been derided as a softie by Zhan, was enraged to the point of nearly suffering a cerebral hemorrhage. Yet he could do little to retaliate against Long Zhan. At most, he might give Long Zhan a few playful jabs. With 10 others, including Clay, awaiting their turn under the scrutinizing gaze of the training officer, there was little time to linger on Long Zhan. After an hour of interrogation, Long Zhan was returned to the cage. As Carney was led out of the iron enclosure, a new round of evaluations commenced, and the cacophony that had briefly ceased once again assaulted Long Zhan's ears, leaving no time for the newcomers to catch their breath. The tall instructor, intent on pushing the newcomers to their limits, appeared to have exerted considerable effort in this endeavor, unless one counted the brief hours of rest before arriving at the base. The newcomers had been deprived of deep sleep for over 24 hours. The incessant, nauseating noise only compounded their fatigue as time wore on. Long Zhan's exit and subsequent reentry, along with the departure of the second newcomer, elicited no reaction from the others. The 10 newcomers, including Clay and Brian, remained utterly motionless, caught in the discomfort of wanting sleep, yet unable to find it. Long Zhan, too, found it impossible to rest in such an environment, his body beginning to ache from the numerous blows received. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard this discomfort and urgently initiated his second escape plan. With a flick of his tongue against the roof of his mouth, he expelled a small piece of wood, thoroughly soaked in saliva, that he had discreetly acquired during the earlier scuffle, tucked away in a corner near the wall. As for its origin, the wooden door of the base is crafted from plywood, a composite of thin wooden layers bonded together. With prolonged use or damage, it tends to shed small, flake-like fragments. A piece the size of a pinky finger would typically go unnoticed. Yet, in the hands of Long Zhan, it transformed into a pivotal object for his second escape, a tool of considerable utility. Naturally, it was primarily suited for Long Zhan himself, for the small wooden shard served merely as a foundation. The crux lay in his extraordinary memory. He intended to fashion a key from this diminutive fragment, one capable of unlocking the iron cage, thus facilitating a more proactive escape. Whether success would be his this time remained uncertain, but he would not overlook any opportunity. With eyes closed, akin to watching a film, he swiftly recalled the moments he had been forcibly ejected from the room, mentally tracing the intricate details of the keyring he had touched. The third key from the left was the one. His memory could not deceive him. In less than 2 minutes, leveraging his remarkable memory, Long Zhan identified the key that would unlock his door. He also recalled the shape of the key's teeth as recorded by his fingertips, akin to the tactile experience of handling mahjong tiles, albeit with the distinction that Long Zhan possessed an exceptional memory and heightened sensory perception, allowing him to capture finer details. With the necessary memory data at the ready, Long Zhan proceeded to the second step. He turned uncomfortably, presenting his back to the surveillance camera. Using his body as a shield, he repurposed his teeth, fingernails, and the edges of the iron cage into makeshift tools for crafting. The thin wooden piece had a degree of hardness, further enhanced by a layer of adhesive, rendering it sufficiently robust for unlocking a lock. However, it was somewhat brittle. To successfully forge a key without the wooden piece fracturing during the process, Long Zhan had to exercise utmost caution. Lacking specialized tools, he resorted to utilizing available resources, which escalated the difficulty of key-making beyond his initial expectations, elongating the time required. Fortunately, after years of navigating life-and-death situations on the battlefield, Long Zhan was well-versed in patience. He meticulously chipped away, gradually honing the key. He embodied the age-old adage of turning an iron pestle into a needle through relentless effort. Working with painstaking precision, the small wooden shard began to morph into the desired shape. 2 hours later, the wooden piece had taken on the general form of a key, with the blade and handle emerging. 3 hours in, the first tooth finally appeared on the blade. The dawn of hope was drawing ever closer. Yet none of the characters playing the role of marauders noticed Long Zhan's clandestine endeavors. 6 hours later, the wooden fragment had transformed into a complete key. Though it appeared rough and unrefined, every tooth had been successfully crafted. Though under the looming threat of surveillance cameras, Long Zhan found himself unable to test the efficacy of the key. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, possessing unwavering confidence in his memory, firmly believing that the key would not disappoint him. Chapter 107. The Mudslide of Team DG. The Master of Deception, the precious treasure of escape, had been successfully forged, akin to Thor possessing his mighty hammer. Yet, Long Zhan refrained from immediate action, for he awaited a fortuitous opportunity, one with at least a 50% chance of allowing him to flee from the basement. A 70 chance would surpass his initial escape, requiring at the very least an exit through the door of the outer room to ascertain the circumstances beyond the basement. Long Zhan did not wait long. The opportunity soon presented itself. 3 hours passed, and in a brutal spectacle, Klein, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, was dragged in by 2 training partners like a lifeless fish and unceremoniously tossed into the cage. Among the 11 newcomers entering the final stage, only Brian remained. The initial interrogation had reached its conclusion. Aside from Brian, the other 10 had been thoroughly dealt with, lying in the iron cage like limp sacks. No different from decrepit old men. Did such individuals pose any threat? Certainly not. At least under normal circumstances, even if each newcomer possessed exceptional abilities. They could not possibly threaten the training partners who were DG Special Forces. Thus, the vigilance of the 2 training partners significantly waned. Even after Long Zhan had initially caused a stir, injuring 2 of them to the point of requiring medical attention, they did not perceive any lingering threat. After a cursory glance upon entering, they completely disregarded Long Zhan thereafter. The iron bars of the cage were as thick as a finger, without the keys they possessed. They were convinced that even if Long Zhan were granted wings, he could not escape. In such an absolute state of security, the training partners felt that if they remained anxious, it would not earn them praise for diligence, but rather be deemed cowardice, a disgrace to their status as official members of the Green Team. Consequently, the 2 training partners, having dragged Klein into his designated cage and securely locking it, proceeded to open Brian's cage, preparing to escort him for interrogation. Unexpectedly, just as they bent down to grasp Brian and pull him out, an unforeseen incident occurred. Crack! A sudden sound emanated from behind, not particularly loud. What could it be? Due to their inherent lack of vigilance, the 2 training partners were unaware of the gravity of the situation, merely feeling a flicker of surprise. All the newcomers had turned into lifeless figures. So how could the cage emit such noise? With this unacknowledged curiosity, the training partners chose to first retrieve Brian rather than turning to investigate. Considering it was not a significant matter, a delay of merely 2 seconds seemed inconsequential. However, for Long Zhan, those fleeting moments proved to be ample. With a self-crafted key, he unlocked the iron cage door and burst forth like a fierce tiger, swiftly positioning himself behind the 2 sparring partners. With his left hand, he delivered a perfectly measured chop, striking the neck of the left sparring partner with precision. The force of his palm traveled along the vagus nerve, creating a profound tremor in the medulla oblongata, forcibly activating the body's self-protection mechanism. The left sparring partner collapsed to the ground, unconscious, without emitting a sound. While briefly obstructing the carotid artery could induce a transient loss of consciousness due to diminished blood flow to the brain, targeting the vagus nerve, although more challenging, had a considerably lesser impact on the brain. After all, this was merely an assessment, and Long Zhan had no intention of causing any lasting harm to his future teammates. Having effortlessly incapacitated the left partner, Long Zhan readied his right fist in a poised stance, preparing to bring down the right partner as well. The right partner, having turned his head upon witnessing his comrade's swift defeat, immediately raised both hands high with remarkable speed, exclaiming, "No, no, no." Long Zhan, uncertain of the right partner's intentions, pondered whether to subdue him similarly or contemplate another course of action when the right partner declared, "I'm done for. You've successfully ambushed me. No need for you to strike." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly leaned and humorously fell to the ground, offering Long Zhan a thumbs up. It seemed as though he was either admiring Long Zhan's escape skills or attempting to curry favor with him. His actions strongly implied, "Buddy, I've dramatically succumbed. Please spare me your punches, for I cannot withstand your blows." Seeing this familiar act of feigned death almost made Long Zhan burst into laughter. The individual who had once played dead during a similar assessment was likely this very eccentric character before him. "You are indeed a clever one," Long Zhan remarked. Returning the thumbs up, he genuinely admired this master of pretense, whose fervent desire to evade punishment was commendable. All DG-level operatives possess their own unique qualities. But this fellow was particularly shameless, a true force of nature. At that moment, Brian, who had been extricated, was shakily leaning against the iron cage, exclaiming, "What the hell, Long? How did you escape? Was it some kind of magic? This is astonishing, simply unbelievable." Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Brian's previously exhausted demeanor was now replaced by an expression of incredulous astonishment. He could not fathom how Long Zhan had accomplished such a feat. nor could he conjure any plausible explanation, as it was far beyond his comprehension. The other newcomers, confined within the iron cage, were equally captivated by the unexpected scene. Though they had missed the spectacle of Long Zhan's escape, the astonishment shared among the group was palpable, surpassing even that of Brian. Despite everyone being locked in an iron cage, their bodies weak and unsteady, why are you different? Not only can you escape from the cage, but even after enduring hours of torment, it seems as though nothing has transpired, and you can effortlessly overpower two vigorous sparring partners in an instant. Such myriad questions leave them perplexed. Meanwhile, reflecting on Long Zhan's initial counterattack from a few hours ago, he now seems to emerge like a magician, launching his second proactive assault. The remaining 10 newcomers, including Clay, finally realize Long Zhan's intentions. As they contemplate the hellish challenges that they themselves cannot surmount, they witness Long Zhan, a fellow newcomer, daring to challenge the impossible alone. Empathizing with his resolve, they begin to harbor boundless expectations. They wonder if this season's most formidable champion, the singular T0 level existence, the renowned Long Zhan, can etch an unprecedented chapter in the annals of the Green Team's history, representing their cohort of newcomers. Chapter 108. Instructor. Almost received a beating. Luckily I was witty and shameless, unbeknownst to Long Zhan, who is consumed by the fervent anticipation of his peers. He has no time to dwell on it. He must act swiftly. Are you all right? He asks, extending a hand to the precarious Brian, attempting to assist him in their escape. Old buddy, as much as I wish to fight alongside you, look at my condition. In this cursed state, I would only be a burden to you. Go, create a miracle that belongs solely to you. Brian struggles to raise his right hand and delivers a firm thump on Long Zhan's chest. This act is both encouragement and expectation. All right, I'm off. Long Zhan acknowledges Brian's limitations and, understanding that forcing him along could hinder their escape, decisively turns and charges toward the exit. In the basement room outside the cell, only the tall instructor awaits while seated. They've taken him hostage. This thought flashes through Long Zhan's mind as he strides purposefully towards the formidable tall instructor. How did he get out? The tall instructor, sipping water, is startled to see not the two sparring partners and the last newcomer, but rather Long Zhan, who had recently caused quite a stir. He nearly chokes on water, his face flushing with embarrassment. Confounded and anxious, he watches as the notoriously aggressive Long Zhan advances toward him. Having spent over a decade at DG, the instructor knows that defeating Long Zhan in a one-on-one encounter would yield no benefits, while losing would lead to significant trouble. It's akin to an adult battling a child. If the adult wins, it's expected, but if the child prevails, the humiliation would be profound, a source of ridicule among peers. The tall instructor, adept at swiftly weighing the pros and cons, resolved not to engage in such a fruitless endeavor, choosing instead to rise above the petty squabbles of a newcomer like Long Zhan. He stood up, seized the remaining chair, and hurled it towards Long Zhan with great force. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the indignity of fleeing from a newcomer and dashed towards the alarm button by the wall. Boom! Long Zhan's reflexes were remarkably swift. With his robust arms, he effortlessly deflected the flying metal chair, sending it crashing against the wall several meters away, where it crumpled into a twisted heap on the ground. Unfortunately, despite Long Zhan's quick response, the act of deflecting the chair cost him precious seconds, allowing the tall instructor to widen the distance between them. Shit, you coward! Long Zhan muttered in frustration, watching as the instructor drew ever closer to the alarm button. In a moment of exasperation, he offered an international gesture of disdain. It seemed that only a lumbering bear would choose to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with him. Unfazed by the insult, the tall instructor took pleasure in taunting Long Zhan further, and under the latter's glaring gaze, he pressed the alarm button. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm resonated once more throughout the basement. Approximately 10 seconds later, a group of burly men burst into the room. Long Zhan had hoped to surpass his previous escape attempt, but he had not anticipated that the tall instructor, a proud relic of DG, would abandon all notions of martial decorum. Seeing a newcomer emerge, particularly one weakened from a day of torment, the instructor displayed neither the courage to confront him nor the honor of a seasoned soldier. Instead, he chose to flee without hesitation. How utterly shameless! In truth, the instructor's choice was quite astute. Given Long Zhan's formidable physique and his ruthless fighting tactics, confronting him would only result in a brutal beating. Although retreating might seem disgraceful, it spared him from the tragedy of being mercilessly thrashed by Long Zhan. Yet, Long Zhan was once again faced with the grim reality of being overwhelmed by a throng of imposing figures who would drag him back to his cell. The sparring partners, previously incapacitated, were finally rescued due to this turn of events. Due to Long Zhan's prior violence, both were swiftly taken to the medical room, becoming the third and fourth patients of the day. With the uprising of the prisoners quelled, tranquility returned to the basement. The tall instructor reflected on Long Zhan's second escape attempt and recognized the gravity of the situation. Those who managed to enter DG were not lacking in intelligence. If the first escape had been a mere fluke, the second occurrence was undeniably abnormal. Was it possible that Long Zhan was attempting to forge an alternative path, one that had never been successfully traversed by any newcomer? The tall instructor pondered this potentiality with over 80% certainty. Although he harbored doubts that Long Zhan could shatter the long-standing record of the Green Team, deemed unbreakable for decades, he understood that he must act decisively to prevent Long Zhan from escaping once more, thereby safeguarding his own reputation within DG. The tall instructor resolved to diligently investigate the mysterious feat accomplished by Long Zhan, who had seemingly managed to escape from an indestructible iron cage all on his own. Thus, neglecting the interrogation of Brian, he hastened to the monitoring room to review the surveillance footage. Upon examining the recordings from just a minute prior to the incident, the technician responsible for retrieving the footage was left astounded. The instructor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets each time the door was opened. A record of the key was meticulously logged, with not a single key unaccounted for. How could he have procured a key? The instructor racked his brain in vain, finding it utterly perplexing that a key could simply appear out of thin air. Determined to uncover the truth, he immediately dispatched personnel back to the cell to conduct a thorough examination, bringing back the very lock that Long Zhan had used to escape. He also summoned 2 intelligence specialists to meticulously analyze the lock and the wood shavings. After an exhaustive examination, the tall instructor was no longer bewildered, but rather even more astonished. Chapter 109. Changing the rules by one's own efforts with nothing more than an inconspicuous thin shard of wood, Long Zhan had fashioned a key capable of unlocking the lock. Was such a feat achievable by a mere mortal? Merely having glimpsed the key while unlocking it, he had flawlessly replicated it. Such extraordinary memory and dexterity were indeed remarkable. Despite the instructor's reluctance to accept the reality before him, the evidence was irrefutable. Coincidence? Surely this was merely a coincidence. Clutching the broken wooden key, he muttered to himself in a futile attempt to self-hypnotize, striving to prevent the collapse of his long-held worldview accumulated over a decade. While the notion of coincidence seemed somewhat tenuous, it nonetheless offered a somewhat reasonable explanation. Having reluctantly consoled himself, the tall instructor was compelled to establish new assessment regulations to prevent such an unexpected occurrence from happening again. He decreed that henceforth, after every interrogation, newcomers must undergo a thorough body search. No area would be exempt from scrutiny, not even the most private parts. Through sheer determination, Long Zhan had fundamentally altered the long-standing seer assessment regulations of the Green Team, completely reshaping the instructor's perspective. What began as curiosity had now transformed into astonishment and respect. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Long Zhan's proactive intentions were far from extinguished, signifying that the alteration of the Green Team's regulations was merely an appetizer. A transformation of the assessment mechanism was now inevitable. Learning from the failures of his first 2 attempts, Long Zhan embarked on his third escape plan. The initial 2 attempts had been made during interrogations, with a multitude of trainers awaiting to respond. Triggering an alarm had led only to failure. This indicated that if he continued to approach the situation overtly, the outcome would undoubtedly remain the same. Since a direct approach was futile, a new strategy was necessary, one of stealth. To execute this clandestinely, it was imperative to evade the trainer's line of sight, ideally taking action during their off hours. This way, even if an operation commenced, he would only have to contend with 1 or 2 on-duty guards. As the alarm bell rang, a dozen formidable figures surged forth, rendering the situation utterly inescapable. What, then, is the off-duty hour for the Green Team? Within the confines of the basement, devoid of any windows and shrouded in darkness, Long Zhan remained oblivious to whether it was day or night outside, thus making it impossible to accurately ascertain the Green Team's departure time. Moreover, given that it was the period of seer assessments, the members of the Green Team's schedules were likely subject to change. adding an additional layer of uncertainty. The only recourse was to rely on self-derived deductions. However, regardless of the nature of the deductions, ample intelligence and data were requisite for substantiation. Long Zhan found himself lacking in sufficient information, rendering his efforts to deduce unfeasible. Thus, he had no choice but to gather intelligence on his own. With a new direction and approach firmly established, Long Zhan quietly commenced his preparations. The first step was to adopt a more compliant demeanor, thereby tempering the instructor's vigilance while covertly accumulating the necessary intelligence and data. As Long Zhan unexpectedly became more subdued, the tall, tense instructor let out a sigh of relief. The newcomers, subjected to trials, finally began to follow a semblance of order. Following the initial auditory torment, they soon faced a new ordeal. The incessant blaring of the loudspeakers ceased, and the air conditioning unit began to emit a chilling breeze, causing the temperature within the confines of the cell to plummet. What began as a relatively normal outdoor temperature swiftly descended to around 12 degrees Celsius. This was evidently a meticulously calculated temperature, carefully selected to induce discomfort without inflicting permanent damage upon the newcomers. Prolonged exposure to environments below 10 degrees could result in frostbite due to excessive heat loss. While the human body maintains a temperature between 36 and 37 degrees, exposure to around 10 degrees typically does not lead to frostbite. However, the sensation of cold is unmistakably acute, particularly for Long Zhan and the other 11 newcomers, who were clad merely in training attire. This was a stark reality. The specialized training uniforms, while lightweight and highly breathable, ideal for dissipating sweat and heat during intense training, offered little in terms of insulation. The chilly air conditioning breeze penetrated their clothing, rendering them acutely aware of the biting cold. Within less than half an hour, goosebumps covered everyone's skin. An hour later, the newcomers, having lost significant body heat, began to involuntarily shiver, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. This was the body's self-preservation mechanism activating, utilizing muscle contractions to generate warmth. 2 hours in, the extremities of all the newcomers turned icy, and the persistent numbness in their fingers and toes compelled them to huddle together, rubbing their hands and feet for warmth. This, too, was a form of bodily adjustment, sacrificing the lesser extremities to preserve the vital functions of the core, a principle akin to sacrificing a rook to protect the king in chess. 4 hours later, the newcomers' sensory perception began to wane, and even their cognitive abilities started to slow. They were becoming utterly frozen, both physically and mentally. The current state has become the most perfect interpretation of the situation, just as all the newcomers lost control of their bodies. Feeling cold and stiff as if they were on the brink of freezing to death, the chilling wind from the air conditioning suddenly ceased. The iron door, which had been tightly shut for several hours, was once again flung open from the outside. A new round of interrogation was about to commence. Chapter 110. The calm before the storm. Previously, the trainers would enter the cell to escort newcomers in pairs. However, this time the arrangement changed. 2 trainers entered the cell to lead the newcomers out, while another 2 stood guard by the iron door, their vigilant eyes fixed on the entire cell. Particularly, the cage that held Long Zhan became the focal point of their scrutiny. This 4-person formation, divided into 2 groups for mutual support, was evidently devised in response to Long Zhan's 2 previous uprisings. Under such an all-encompassing defensive vigilance, it was inconceivable for Long Zhan to launch a surprise attack again. Unfortunately, despite the well-crafted strategy, it had become somewhat antiquated. Such an unnecessary effort. Long Zhan had long since altered his tactics, no longer intending to confront them head-on. Witnessing the elaborate preparations made against him, even with his face, pale from the cold, trembling, he couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement and a hint of pride. To have forced the esteemed DG Green Team of the United States Navy into such a predicament, where they possessed all the initiative yet found themselves thoroughly reactive, led by a mere newcomer, was an achievement that anyone could boast about for at least 3 to 5 years. It was no small feat. The once reckless youth had finally settled down. Just yesterday, Carter and his 3 companions had all been bested by him, with Carter now assuming the role of the newest unfortunate soul, destined for at least 3 days of observation. This left me feeling anxious each time I entered the basement. The trainer on the left side of the cell, gazing at Long Zhan curled up in the cage, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Long Zhan's notorious reputation for violence had become well known within the Green Team. compelling even the most formidable trainers to acknowledge their limitations. Each time they approached Long Zhan during evaluations, they would mentally brace themselves, hoping to avoid a trip to the hospital. Indeed, when Cooper had initially been beaten, I thought it embarrassing for him to be bested by a newcomer, but my perspective had since shifted. Now, I merely wished to keep as far away from this individual as possible. Heaven knows where he might unexpectedly strike me from. On the other side, another trainer felt a sense of trepidation. Even though Long Zhan was curled up in the cage, there was no sense of security. Just like yesterday, when Long Zhan lay in the cage like a dead fish, he ended up sending 4 trainers to the hospital. Am I truly that fearsome? Long Zhan listened to the 2 trainers' incessant chatter, silently questioning himself, unable to suppress the slight upward curve of his frostbitten lips. 1 minute later, finally, nothing unexpected occurred. His expression appeared calm, yet he remained intently focused on the tall instructor by the iron door. When he saw 2 trainers successfully escorting a newcomer out, the tension in his heart finally eased. Long Zhan's escape tactics had indeed left a psychological shadow on the tall instructor. Even with 4 trainers working together, he did not feel entirely secure. Fortunately, the results so far appear to be satisfactory. The tall instructor rightly concluded that his series of urgent modifications to the security protocols, coupled with the more extreme low-temperature torment, had proven highly effective. He had successfully instilled fear in Long Zhan, deterring any further rebellious thoughts. The evaluation process for all newcomers, from the first to the last, lasted over 7 hours, during which no unexpected incidents occurred. Long Zhan not only refrained from causing trouble, but also found himself in as feeble a state as the other newcomers. The tall instructor was quite pleased. To continue his torment of Long Zhan and the other newcomers, he finally showed a modicum of mercy by allowing the trainers to serve the first meal. Long Zhan and his companions had been confined in their cell for over 40 hours without food or water. Coupled with the severe interrogations, the exhausting psychological torment, and the grueling low-temperature torture, each newcomer was utterly fatigued, hungry, and sleep-deprived, with some even beginning to experience hallucinations. Without a period for recovery, it was impossible for anyone, aside from Long Zhan, to endure the assessment, no matter how strong their willpower or resilience might be. The SEER training was designed to test the newcomer's willpower and stress tolerance. If it devolved into such a state, it would surely defeat the purpose of the evaluation. Appropriate rest would enable the newcomers to recuperate while maintaining the intensity of the assessment. This is the essence of scientific training. So, how long should this appropriate rest period be? The answer is 1 hour. After consuming their allotted 500 milliliters of water, a packet of compressed biscuits, and a piece of chocolate, along with the total resting time, it was evident that such a brief interval and meager sustenance could not suffice for proper recovery. This slight respite and minimal nourishment could merely pull the newcomers back from the brink of collapse, but would not allow for complete physical restoration, exactly what the tall instructor desired. He wanted the trainees to teeter on the edge of breakdown, wavering between life and death. This was how their limits would be truly tested. An hour quickly passed, and the torment resumed, this time with a new twist. The loudspeakers in the corners of the room remained silent. The air conditioning above did not emit warmth. Yet smoke began to seep from the small ventilation ducts in the corners. As the curling smoke enveloped the cell, every newcomer exhibited the same symptoms: uncontrollable coughing, accompanied by tears and mucus streaming from their eyes and noses. Long Zhan immediately recognized the substance. Chapter 111. The Advantages of Adaptive Endurance Training. This is tear gas. Moreover, it is a special kind of tear gas that contains no substances causing permanent harm to the human body, but it is heavily laced with irritants. Its potency surpasses that of conventional tear gas, inducing greater discomfort and suffering. What is even more exasperating is that this has evidently been meticulously calculated, with the ratio of tear gas to air carefully adjusted to ensure that the newcomers are subjected to the torment of tear gas without the peril of suffocation. Only a financially affluent team like the Green Team could devise such a scientifically orchestrated method of torture. Long Zhan is not unfamiliar with tear gas. During his training as a Special Forces operator in SEAL Team 3, he underwent relevant tolerance training, which included, but was not limited to, enduring flashbangs and stun grenades indoors, withstanding tear gas, and entering a sealed room filled with dense smoke without any protective gear. The objective was to cultivate resilience to such stimuli through repeated exposure, thereby enhancing survival capabilities on the battlefield. Owing to his exceptional recovery abilities, Long Zhan excelled in his earlier tolerance training. However, even though he had nearly acclimated to tear gas back then, having completed extreme training where he fought continuously for 5 minutes in tear gas without any auxiliary breathing apparatus, successfully neutralizing 10 assailants. Now, in this sealed cell, confronted with the specially formulated green team tear gas, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. This enhanced version of tear gas was simply beyond comprehension. Coughing incessantly, Long Zhan was not alone. All the newcomers were similarly afflicted. Their eyes and noses, subjected to intense irritation, joined in the chaotic revelry. The mingling of phlegm, mucus, and tears was an experience Long Zhan could describe as 10 times more unbearable than the pain of accidentally stubbing a toe against a doorframe. Typically, most individuals would be reduced to tears within 2 minutes in such an environment, and after a maximum of 5 minutes, they would succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Long Zhan and the 11 other newcomers hailed from the elite ranks of the Navy SEALs and had undergone systematic tolerance training. Although the Green Team's specialized gas was indeed extreme, it was not enough to render them unconscious. After half an hour, the tear gas ceased, and the remnants were extracted through the air conditioning vents, restoring the room to normalcy. The newcomers, their senses thoroughly beleaguered, finally had a moment to breathe. They believed they had endured the worst of the tear gas ordeal, yet reality proved them overly naive. The Green Team was far less merciful than their counterparts in the SEALs, and this was merely the commencement of their trials. Half an hour later, the familiar scent and formula of tear gas once again enveloped the cell. The newcomers' suffering recommenced. This cycle persisted for half an hour, followed by a brief respite, then repeated incessantly for a total of 6 grueling hours. Long Zhan was uncertain of the state of the other newcomers following this harrowing ordeal. But he knew one thing for certain. He was utterly exhausted. The preceding trials of noise and low temperature had still allowed him to maintain a degree of proactive response due to his formidable physical condition and recovery capabilities. However, this time, his body was truly drained. Even during the subsequent round of interrogation, Long Zhan found himself as disoriented as the other newcomers, completely at the mercy of the circumstances. He could not recall when it began or when it concluded. His memories were vague at best. Fortunately, Long Zhan was the third to be interrogated, and after being returned to his cell, there were still 8 others awaiting their turn. During this interrogation, the gas torture did not persist. Long Zhan's remarkable recuperative abilities once again came into play, allowing him to recover from his stupor. He could secretly continue his plans, meticulously identifying the role of each training partner, determining whether they were the same as those from the previous day, and whether the tall instructor had been waiting for information, which would serve as the basis for estimating the Green Team's work schedule. Among all, the tall instructor was of paramount importance. The other training partners and staff could be replaced, but the tall instructor was irreplaceable. If he wished to maintain his energy for daily interrogations, he needed sufficient rest at home, which meant adhering to a regular work schedule. By calculating the appearance time of the tall instructor and considering the rotation of the other training partners, Long Zhan could deduce the intelligence he sought. With specific time information at hand, he would have the foundation for action. As soon as the opportunity arose, he could commence his ultimate challenge. On the 3rd day of the SEER assessment, Long Zhan and several others endured the exquisite torment of tear gas, marking yet another unforgettable day in their lives. Following the conclusion of the interrogations, the 4th day began, and all newcomers were collectively brought out for the first time. Long Zhan finally encountered his opportunity for action. 11 newcomers, all but Long Zhan feigning composure, were on the brink of collapse. The relentless torment had persisted for days, sustained only by an indomitable will. The newcomers were led from their iron cage cells to a larger adjoining cell, equipped with a dozen or so cylindrical iron barrels. These barrels were uniquely constructed, standing about 15 meters tall, resembling large gasoline drums, and were likely repurposed from such. Filled to the brim with water and topped with reinforced steel lids. Each bar had a thickness akin to a thumb, ensuring their formidable strength. Each newcomer was assigned a barrel, thrust inside, and sealed with a locked lid, commencing their ordeal in the water prison. While the notion of a water prison might seem less severe than previous tortures, the reality was quite the opposite. Confined within the barrel, Long Zhan felt the profound malice of the Green Team. As the barrels filled with water, the surface remained level with the newcomers as they were submerged, forcing them to adopt uncomfortable positions just to breathe. They had to tilt their heads back, struggling to poke their noses above the surface, gasping for air through the narrow gaps between the steel bars on the lid. Should one fail to maintain this position, every breath would not consist of air but rather water, and the choking would only exacerbate one's discomfort. Furthermore, the iron barrel rises to a height of 15 meters, a measurement neither excessively tall nor short, rendering it particularly torturous. Regardless of whether one is the towering 193-meter Dragon War or the relatively shorter newcomer Brian at 177 meters, they all confront the same dilemma. Standing is impossible without straightening up, and crouching leads to suffocation. Breathing becomes an insurmountable challenge. One is left with no choice but to adopt a semi-squatting position or to kneel, presenting one's rear. Whichever position is maintained, the body's prolonged anaerobic metabolism will produce a significant amount of lactic acid. This lactic acid results in muscle soreness and pain, which intensifies as time progresses, exacerbated by the accumulation of metabolic waste. The torment of sear is measured in hours, a thought that alone can evoke a sense of exhilarating dread. Compounding this discomfort, one must also seek the life-sustaining air by awkwardly arching the neck to extend the nose above water. Not to mention, by the fourth day of this torment, all newcomers are akin to exhausted bows, their physical condition worse than that of an average person. In such dire circumstances, the ordeal becomes almost unbearable, and the compounded burden of the water prison transforms it into a veritable hell on earth. Unsurprisingly, within an hour of confinement, the chamber is filled with the painful groans of men suffering from muscle fatigue, accompanied by the gurgling sounds of water. For those aware of the situation, it is tolerable. For those unaware, it might seem as though a scandalous film were being shot inside. Meanwhile, as Clay, Brian, and the other 8 newcomers struggle to suspend their bodies against the iron lid, using their arms to alternate as supports for their legs in a desperate attempt to endure, Dragon War has begun to identify his opportunity and devise a plan. The environment of the water prison is indeed more excruciating than before. Perhaps it is the belief in the water prison's capacity for torment that has led to a relaxation of vigilance. Unlike the previous cell, which was secured by an impenetrable iron door, this chamber lacks any exit, and even if Dragon War were to conjure a key, he would be unable to breach the door and must await the commencement of interrogation to act. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to escape, he discovers that the water prison has no door. Ascending the left staircase leads directly to the interrogation chamber, and further ahead lies the exit from the basement. This means that if Dragon War can emerge from the water prison, he will reach the final hurdle, the basement exit. Coupled with the intelligence he has discreetly gathered over the past few days regarding the Green Team's schedule, he has calculated the optimal moment for his escape. Having prepared thoroughly to dismantle the steel-barred lid of the oil barrel water prison and to evade the overhead surveillance cameras, Dragon War is ready. And these obstacles are no longer a hindrance. As the clock struck midnight, an unusual sound echoed from the water prison. The noise, though not particularly loud, was largely overshadowed by the pained groans and the splashes of water. Shortly thereafter, the creaking of the barred lid could be heard, followed by the sounds of something scrambling out of a bucket. Charlie, who was on night duty in the interrogation room, caught the faint disturbance emanating from the water prison below. Rising, he made his way down the stairs toward the cell. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 240 pounds, Charlie was the only member of the Green Team capable of holding his ground against Long Zhan. The tall instructor had deliberately assigned Charlie to this shift, aiming to prevent the kind of swift defeat that befell others. As long as Charlie could withstand the initial assault, he could immediately activate the alarm, summoning the guards stationed at the basement exit for prompt assistance. Armed with a wireless alarm and bolstered by his confidence in close combat, Charlie, upon hearing the anomaly in the water prison, chose not to alert the guards outside, fearing ridicule as a mere brute lacking courage. Instead, he opted to investigate the situation alone. 3 minutes later, the hulking figure emerged from the water prison cell, returning to the chair in the interrogation room as if nothing amiss had occurred. Time flowed onward, and soon it was 6 a.m. "Charlie, the weather outside is splendid. You should head back for some rest," remarked Cooper, the Green Team's substitute, who, despite the lingering twilight of dawn, cheerfully fabricated a light-hearted comment. "Thanks," Charlie replied, embracing Cooper and adjusting his cap as he exited the interrogation room. He ascended the stairs and emerged into a warehouse that served as the training center. The 2 guards at the exit merely glanced at him, noting his black training attire and the standard issue cap, allowing him to pass without further scrutiny. By 8 a.m., a dozen trainees entered the warehouse, chatting and laughing as they casually congregated outside the basement exit. Truly, the seasoned members of the Green Team enjoyed an enviable freedom in their work routine. Less than 10 minutes later, the tall instructor, having finished breakfast, arrived with 2 advisors, summoning 4 trainees to accompany him into the basement, ready to commence another round of daily interrogations. He had already resolved to pay special attention to Zhan that day, determined to exhaust him to the point of immobility. Otherwise, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, preventing a restful night's sleep upon his return home. Chapter 113, All Confused. The tall instructor and his team entered the interrogation room, making brief preparations before commencing the day's proceedings. As before, 4 trainees collaborated in their tasks. One group secured the stairway, while another descended into the water prison, heading directly for cell number 8, where Zhan was confined. Oh my God, what on earth is happening? As the 2 trainers approached the water prison, they were taken aback by the face pressed against the bars. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. The unfortunate soul within the water prison, however, was quite agitated, shouting for the trainers to rescue him. Unfortunately, his mouth was gagged with a wad of cloth, secured further by a strip of fabric that wrapped from his mouth to the back of his head, rendering his tongue utterly ineffective. His hands were bound outside the bars, making it impossible for him to remove the cloth. His desperate cries for help transformed into pitiful whimpers. It appeared that the madcap had succeeded. The Green Team's decades-long record in the SEER assessment had finally been shattered by him. He was indeed a genius, though I was loath to admit it. How he accomplished this feat remained a mystery, yet it was clear he had triumphed. This eccentric individual was simply impossible to contest. Alas, it was time to extricate these unfortunate souls. It was rather embarrassing to have been bested by a newcomer. Realizing the situation, the trainers, in awe of the bizarre talent emerging from this year's Green Team, began the rescue of the hapless inmate. A minute later, they emerged, supporting a figure who was not any of the current recruits, but rather Charlie, who had been on duty the previous night. Charlie, clad only in his undergarments. What the hell, Charlie? How did you end up like this? Were you reliving childhood memories in the water prison? The tall instructor looked at Charlie in disbelief, delivering a biting joke, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Wait, this made no sense. Wasn't Charlie supposed to have already been sent home? Cooper's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, his bandit hat failing to conceal the incredulity in his wide eyes. Charlie has left? Hearing Cooper's words, the tall instructor finally grasped the oddity and raised his voice, demanding, "Can someone explain to me what in the world just happened?" "The madman has vanished," exclaimed the trainer on the left, shrugging his shoulders in a display of helplessness and frustration. "What?" Charlie furrowed his brow, confused, and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Gibber had disappeared. The water prison that was supposed to hold him now contained the unfortunate Charlie. Don't ask me how Gibber vanished. I have no idea. Perhaps that madman truly possesses magic. The trainer on the left explained once more, his tone laced with a blend of exasperation and curiosity. How could he have disappeared? This is impossible. No one has ever escaped from the water prison. It's utterly inconceivable, leaving me in disbelief. The tall instructor, increasingly bewildered, turned to the only person who might have answers. "Charlie, you owe me an explanation, or will you also tell me that Gibber emerged from Harry Potter?" As a seasoned first-class operative with over 15 years of experience in DG, Charlie found himself in a state of mind that defied description. If there were a crevice on the ground into which he could vanish, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. The humiliation he felt left him devoid of any justification for his actions. His only recourse was perhaps to resolve the case at hand as swiftly as possible. However, before recounting the events, he needed to find a seat to rest. After all, at over 30, his physical stamina could not compare to that of the youthful candidates participating in the selection process. After enduring 8 hours in the water dungeon, he was now so weakened that he trembled while standing. After sitting down and sipping some water to recuperate, Charlie explained, "To be honest, I am not entirely certain what transpired. I only recall that it was around midnight when I heard unusual sounds emanating from the dungeon. Assuming one of the newcomers was struggling, I chose to enter the water dungeon alone to investigate. However, as I descended the stairs, I was ambushed from behind. Employing a technique reminiscent of a jiu-jitsu arm lock, my assailant pinned me to the ground with an unyielding grip. I exerted all my strength to resist, but his physical prowess was overwhelming. His arms were like steel, imbued with boundless strength, and I could not break free. Within mere seconds, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, sputtering water, I discovered I was locked inside the dungeon, my mouth gagged with cloth, rendering me unable to call for help. To my astonishment, Gibran, who was supposed to be in the dungeon, stood before me, wearing my clothes. Before departing, he merely greeted me with a casual hello and returned upstairs. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to me. As Charlie recounted the events, he became increasingly agitated, his breath quickening in frustration. The tall instructor surveyed him with incredulous disbelief, nearly laughing in exasperation. You, a hulking figure of over 2 million, were bested so easily? Faced with this undeniable fact, Charlie could only lower his head in silent resignation. Charlie, you truly are a useless fool, outsmarted by a mere newcomer. The tall instructor vented his anger, chastising him for his failure to uncover the truth. He then strode purposefully toward the basement exit, driven by a pressing need to ascertain the means by which Zhan had managed to escape. In the absence of any available information, the only source that could potentially illuminate the mystery lay within the incessant 24-hour surveillance of the water dungeon. By reviewing the footage from around midnight the previous night, he could uncover the truth of what had transpired. Chapter 114, The King of Hell, the Bear, and the Buddha Zhan's successful escape from the water dungeon shattered the seer assessment record that had stood since the establishment of the Green Team, an accomplishment never before achieved. This news spread like a whirlwind, rapidly engulfing the entire Green Team. The specialized training officer Adam and the formidable Commander Malcolm, the supreme leader of the Green Team, were both startled and arrived late to the assessment venue. The unprecedented feat accomplished by Zhan had left everyone in the Green Team utterly intrigued. As dozens of personnel from the Green Team gathered at the assessment site, contemplating the retrieval of surveillance footage to unravel the mystery, the very individual at the heart of the matter, Zhan, nonchalantly strolled into the cafeteria on the first floor of the DG headquarters. Before him lay 2 plates, each overflowing with a mountainous array of food, accompanied by bowls brimming with various soups and beverages. One could only surmise that such a portion would require at least 4 or 5 laborers to consume. Even if they were toiling on a construction site, Zhan had already gained a modicum of fame within DG for his prodigious appetite, and the other diners had grown accustomed to his presence. Yet, it was curious that a newcomer like him would appear during the seer assessment period of the Green Team. The patrons expressed their bewilderment. All training matters concerning newcomers were under the purview of the Green Team, and without any official communication. Members from other teams were oblivious to the status of new recruits. At that moment, the news of Zhan's successful escape had yet to reach those beyond the Green Team. He could overhear the murmurs of the seasoned individuals around him. Yet he remained unfazed and refrained from offering any explanations. By employing his own unique methods, he had successfully eluded confinement, adhering entirely to the regulations of the assessment process. This indicated that he had passed the final seer evaluation, firmly establishing himself within the DG. With success already in his grasp, there was no cause for alarm. Zhan simply needed to indulge himself in the cafeteria, waiting for the Green Team personnel to trace the surveillance footage back to the very spot where he was dining. He did not deliberately avoid the surveillance cameras. It would not be difficult for the Green Team instructors to locate him along the way. This could be viewed as a safeguard for the instructors. After all, having resided there for 9 months, Zhan had utilized his exceptional memory to become intimately acquainted with every camera's location. Escaping from the assessment site to the cafeteria was a mere trifle. Even eluding all surveillance to exit the base and return home to embrace Stella for a restful slumber would pose no challenge. As he savored the long-awaited delicacies, 10 minutes slipped by, and he had devoured a substantial portion of the food before him. After enduring hunger and confinement for so many days, it was only natural for his eating habits to appear less than decorous. Just then, 3 towering figures entered from outside, seated facing the entrance. Zhan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing them. Big Bear? Buddha? King of Hell? The sudden appearance of these titans from the SEAL Team 6 series was indeed unexpected. Having been in this place for 9 months without encountering anyone from SEAL Team 6, their sudden arrival was quite jarring. However, Zhan quickly regained his composure. Members of DevGru do not adhere to a fixed work schedule. As long as they are not assigned a task, they can remain at home, free to engage in any activity of their choosing. However, this arrangement is not permanent, for the financial support from the American government is not easily obtained. The price to pay is a mandatory overseas duty each year, along with a significant deployment every 4 years. The duration of overseas assignments typically spans 4 months, occurring annually. When the time arrives, active members must leave their families and report to a designated base for duty. The locations for these assignments are not fixed. This year it may be a base in Africa, next year possibly in the Middle East, and the following year perhaps in the Pacific. Overseas deployment represents an elevated commitment, with a 4-year cycle and extended durations ranging from 9 to 12 months. When the 4-year deployment period arrives, it automatically supersedes the overseas assignment. Although being away from family for an entire year, with communication limited to occasional video calls, many active members are reluctant to accept such separation. Nevertheless, the financial incentives associated with deployment are substantial, prompting many to look forward to both assignments and deployments. The remuneration during these periods is significantly higher, starting at double the base salary, with annual earnings potentially reaching up to 24 times the regular income, effectively allowing 1 year of service to equate to 2 or even 4 years, depending on whether conflict arises in the deployment area. The more combat operations participated in, the greater the financial rewards. DevGru comprises 4 operational teams, allowing for a rotation every year. The 4-year deployment cycle is likely determined by the number of teams. The 9 months spent training at the base before encountering the likes of Big Bear and his team from SEAL Team 6 suggests they have just returned from deployment. Yin Wang, Big Bear, and Buddha have recently returned to base, perfectly missing this round of Green Team training. Unaware of the formidable talent emerging from the current Green Team, they did not pay much attention to Long Zhan as they passed by, their glance merely drawn by his imposing stature and the 2 plates on the table, making him stand out in the dining hall. The seasoned veterans of SEAL Team 6 have also arrived, though the specific team to which they belong remains unknown. Their presence adds an intriguing dynamic. Members of DevGru carry an air of arrogance, something Long Zhan has long since become accustomed to. Observing the 3 figures heading to collect their meals, he feels an increasing anticipation for his forthcoming life within DevGru. A few minutes later, Long Zhan devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, and the specialized training instructor, Adam, appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. Accounting for the time elapsed since he had noticed Long Zhan's absence, it had only been around 10 minutes, a remarkably swift response. As Adam approached, Long Zhan wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, reclining in his chair with a relaxed smile. Chapter 115. On-site demonstration. Mr. Gibran, you have truly surprised me, Adam remarked, a smile gracing his typically expressionless face. Long Zhan, unable to decipher Adam's intentions, decided to respond in kind. Surprise? Shouldn't it be a matter of embarrassment turning to anger? After all, I have shattered records that have stood for years, which is rather humiliating. Ha ha. Instructor Adam burst into a hearty laugh. You may have misunderstood. Records are meant to be broken. The duty of the Green Team is to select outstanding members. Your ability to achieve what others cannot proves your superiority. The fact that the Green Team is able to recruit such an exceptional member as yourself is, in my eyes, a source of pride for the team and a cause for celebration. Upon hearing Adam's words, Long Zhan awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had not considered the perspective of those in higher positions. His vision was still somewhat limited. Break a record? The crowd in the restaurant, upon hearing Adam's remarks, found themselves somewhat perplexed. However, upon reflection, they recalled that it was currently the assessment period for the Green Team, and Long Zhan, as a newcomer required to participate, had inexplicably appeared in the headquarters dining area. Furthermore, the special training instructor Adam had personally approached him, offering high praise. Coupled with Long Zhan's previous astonishing maneuvers and his flawless performances during 2 external combat exercises, the patrons, all elite individuals themselves with superior cognitive abilities and reaction times, began to suspect that Long Zhan had indeed accomplished something remarkable. Their curiosity was piqued. Now, to address the matter at hand, Adam, equally curious as the others present, appeared calm on the surface but was internally anxious, as the chief instructor was still awaiting his return with answers to the mystery. Mr. Gibran, I would like to personally congratulate you on successfully passing the selection for the Green Team, officially becoming a Level 1 combatant. Moreover, if you have enjoyed your meal, I kindly request that you accompany me to meet the chief instructor and share how you achieved this feat. Reviewing the surveillance footage would yield no insights, as this was all part of Long Zhan's design. Of course, Long Zhan replied, not allowing pride in his achievements to swell within him. He stood up from his chair, and walked alongside Instructor Adam towards the exit of the dining area. Big Bear, watching Long Zhan and Adam depart, remarked with interest, "It seems we have missed something quite fascinating. Adam has never been this cheerful, at least not in my memory. Is that hulking figure a newcomer this year? He appears to be quite an intriguing character." Hell King took a bite of his burger, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. "Our team does not require additional newcomers. This year's recruits have little to do with us." Buddha sipped his soup eagerly, saying, "I haven't seen my wife and child in 11 months. I long to return home and embrace them. Perhaps bringing in a newcomer wouldn't be such a bad idea." Observing Long Zhan stepping outside into the morning sun, his figure towering impressively, Big Bear offered a differing opinion. Unbeknownst to Long Zhan, he had unwittingly captured Big Bear's interest, thereby initiating a narrative with the SEAL Team 6. Upon returning to the assessment area with Instructor Adam, Chief Instructor Malcolm had been waiting for quite some time. His attitude towards Long Zhan mirrored that of Adam's. Rather than anger over the shattered Green Team records, he held nothing but admiration. With the addition of an exceptional member to DG, a profound sense of joy mingled with a plethora of questions flooded my mind. Every surveillance camera within the water prison failed to capture any footage between midnight and 5 minutes past, leaving me bewildered as to how Long Zhan managed this feat. The sturdy cover of the water chamber posed another enigma. How did he manage to lift it? Furthermore, how did he deceive the unfortunate Cooper, the on-duty sparring partner, during the handover, ensuring his smooth exit from the basement? How did he outsmart the guards at the entrance, ultimately securing his escape from the training ground? Each of these inquiries represented a formidable challenge. Any single one of them would have been sufficient to confound other newcomers, making a silent and unnoticed escape utterly implausible. Yet, Long Zhan accomplished them all. Even with Malcolm's over 20 years of coaching experience, he could grasp only a fraction of the intricacies involved, remaining perplexed by the entirety of the situation. Take, for instance, the initial emergence from the iron barrel. Malcolm could conceive of no means to achieve this. In an effort to unravel the mysteries that plagued him, Chief Instructor Malcolm, Special Training Instructor Adam, and a cadre of over 30 Green Team instructors and sparring partners turned their collective gaze toward Long Zhan. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Long Zhan chose not to immediately elucidate his experiences to the assembled crowd. The majority of what he had undergone was uniquely attainable only by him. Others would have found it utterly impossible. For instance, the notion of effortlessly taking down Charlie, who stood nearly 6.5 feet tall, seemed too outlandish for most to believe. Not to mention the even more astonishing claim that he had unlocked the iron padlock relying solely on his own abilities. Devoid of any external tools or equipment, this would likely elicit skepticism. Realizing that any explanation would fail to convince the audience and would only consume precious time, Long Zhan opted for a more direct, tangible, and persuasive approach, a live demonstration. Upon hearing Long Zhan's proposal, Malcolm promptly consented. Nothing could rival the clarity of a live performance. Under Malcolm's guidance, 10 newcomers, including Clay and Brian, were afforded the opportunity to be escorted back to their previous confinement in the iron cage. This freed the entire water prison for Long Zhan to reenact the events of the previous night. Malcolm and his entourage stood nearby, poised as spectators to witness the entirety of Long Zhan's escape from the water prison. Once everyone was positioned beside the cell, the imposing Charlie returned to his rightful place, and Long Zhan was once again confined within the water chamber. "Let us begin," commanded Chief Instructor Malcolm, signaling the commencement of the escape demonstration. All eyes were fixed on the water barrel, eagerly anticipating Long Zhan's performance. However, the first action did not originate from the submerged Long Zhan. Instead, it came from the monitoring center, reporting an intrusion. Hackers had infiltrated the Green Team's surveillance network, pausing the cameras in Long Zhan's vicinity and transforming the dynamic visuals into static images. Unless one were to scrutinize the screen intently, they would remain oblivious to the tampering at hand. Every night at midnight marks the shift change at the monitoring center. The on-duty personnel require several minutes to hand over the work logs, making it utterly impossible to maintain constant vigilance over the water prison cell. Moreover, with hundreds of surveillance feeds to monitor, it is equally unfeasible to focus solely on a single camera's view. Last night, no one anticipated that Long Zhan would have accomplices. The surveillance was tampered with without anyone noticing, leaving the identity of the hacker shrouded in mystery. However, the situation has changed. To ascertain who Long Zhan's associates are, Malcolm promptly issued orders, dispatching technicians to commence counter-tracking efforts. While the monitoring center investigates the network intrusion, an extraordinary performance begins within the cell. The shift handover typically lasts 35 minutes, during which the camera feeds have been compromised and frozen, allowing Long Zhan to initiate his plan. Upon learning that the local surveillance network had been breached, Malcolm understood the reason behind the disappearance of 3 minutes of footage. Yet a new question nagged at him. How had Long Zhan calculated the time so precisely? It is known that Long Zhan did not wear a watch. Even if he had coordinated with the hacker to act at midnight, it would have been utterly meaningless. Could it be? No, that cannot be. Malcolm entertained a possibility but swiftly dismissed it internally, deeming the method far too extravagant. Yet if it were not this method, how had he accomplished it? Malcolm's confusion remained unresolved, only deepening with the emergence of further inquiries. In contrast to Malcolm's penchant for detail, Instructor Adam and the others focused their entire attention on the water bucket containing Long Zhan. Under their watchful gaze, Long Zhan first tore his training pants into strips, then deftly wove them into a rope the size of a finger. The length was not substantial, measuring only about 1 meter in total. What purpose could there be in tearing pants to create a rope? At this point, the onlookers remained baffled. Unable to connect this makeshift rope to the steel-barred cover that was as thick as a finger, they could only exercise patience and continue observing. Long Zhan threaded the rope through the U-shaped lock tongue, tying the ends together to fashion a loop. The length now measured approximately 30 centimeters. He then inhaled deeply above the water's surface before submerging himself, inverting his body to extend his right foot through the gaps in the cover's bars. With the assistance of his hands, he slipped the loop he had fashioned over his foot, securing it to the lock cover. One end of the loop was attached to the lock tongue, while the other was connected to Long Zhan's right foot. Before attempting to pick the lock, Long Zhan deliberately straightened his extended right leg. The loop tightened between his foot and the lock, establishing a force relationship among the three elements. With a swift kick, he could transmit force to the lock tongue. Could this truly be sufficient to kick the lock open? At this point, Adam and the others began to comprehend Long Zhan's impending action. Yet, having taught in the Green Team for so many years, they had never witnessed such an unconventional method of lock-picking, filled with skepticism yet brimming with curiosity. However, this moment of skepticism was fleeting, lasting no longer than 10 seconds, before it was replaced by sheer astonishment. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. There, suspended upside down in a bucket of water, Long Zhan extended his right foot, slightly bending it in preparation, before delivering a powerful kick outward. A remarkable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The seemingly indestructible padlock, forged from stainless steel and brass, was effortlessly dislodged by his kick. Wow! Oh my God, is that possible? Such an extraordinary feat was beyond comprehension, surpassing all expectations. The onlookers, including fellow trainees and instructors, were rendered speechless by this miraculous display. Several even erupted into applause, celebrating Long Zhan's ingenuity. Adam, more direct than the rest, approached a water prison with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. He retrieved a length of rope from the wall and emulated Long Zhan's technique, securing the noose around a padlock and then placing the loop over his foot. While Long Zhan had executed the move upside down, Adam performed it standing upright. The positions differed, yet the underlying principle remained the same. As Adam delivered a forceful kick downward, another astonishing event transpired. He realized that he had exerted considerable force. Yet the massive padlock, which could only be pried open with a crowbar, yielded to his foot's pressure and sprang open. How remarkable! What an ingenious thought! Though Adam was not a physicist and could not fully grasp the mechanics at play, he was convinced through personal experience that Long Zhan's unconventional unlocking method was indeed remarkably effective on such a padlock. The entire gathering was captivated by this extraordinary unlocking technique, engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Long Zhan, a seasoned mercenary with a wealth of street-smart tricks acquired over years of covert operations, was already plotting his next move. He deliberately propped the water prison's lid open wide, visible from the staircase below, creating a noise loud enough for the interrogating trainees to hear. He cautiously made his way to the corner behind the staircase with the padlock in hand. As Charlie's footsteps echoed on the stairs, Long Zhan hurled the padlock towards the opposite water prison. The clang of metal striking the iron bucket reverberated loudly. Charlie, descending and instinctively drawn to the sound, was completely captivated by the sight of the open water prison, momentarily oblivious to the threat behind him, and fell victim to Long Zhan's ambush. Executing a flawless knee-to-waist takedown, he effortlessly brought the similarly hefty Charlie crashing to the ground before transitioning into a crosslock from grappling techniques. Using his arms to constrict Charlie's neck, he cut off the blood flow through the arteries on either side. Since this was merely a rehearsal, Long Zhan did not genuinely incapacitate Charlie. Once the move was properly executed, he released him. Subsequently, he stripped Charlie down to his underwear, bound his mouth, and stuffed him into the water bucket before donning Charlie's clothes and departing from the basement. As Long Zhan stepped out of the basement, the surveillance center screens returned to their normal recording, appearing entirely unremarkable. There was no indication that one of the water cells had already been switched out for another individual, as if the earlier escape of Long Zhan had never transpired. At this juncture, the journey of the Green Team has essentially reached its conclusion, paving the way for the official commencement of Long Zhan's DG career. The first narrative is particularly electrifying, inspired by a classic film adapted from real combat scenarios. Guaranteed not to disappoint. From today until the 31st, a double monthly ticket event is underway, and I kindly urge my comrades to cast their votes. With an abundance of support, the narrative can be crafted with even greater vigor, delivering a more thrilling and captivating story. Chapter 117. The intruder's subtlety. While Long Zhan astounded everyone with his successful escape, the Green Team's technical personnel, in pursuit of the hacker, identified the intruder who had breached the surveillance center. He was not an expert summoned by Long Zhan from the outside, nor could the local network be infiltrated externally. Instead, he was an insider from the Green Team, none other than the unfortunate Cooper. Though misfortune often befell him in his encounters with Long Zhan, one must not forget that he is a first-rate operative, a formal member of the DG Green Team. In the past, he had also fought alongside the DG Assault Squad, a true paragon within the industry. Special Forces operatives are required to master a specific discipline, and Cooper's specialization lies in electronic intelligence, having even pursued further studies in computer science at West Point. After years of education and practical experience, he has honed remarkable skills in programming. For him, infiltrating the local area network of the Green Team surveillance system was a trivial endeavor. With his specialized combat skills and professional prowess, once he hacked into the Green Team's monitoring network, he had ample time to withdraw silently. If Cooper truly wished to escape, it would have been nearly impossible for the Green Team's technicians to capture him via the accessed IP point. His apprehension can be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, he needed to be exposed as a means to unravel the mystery of Long Zhan's escape for the chief instructors. Secondly, he was portraying a thug, no longer assuming the role of a first-line operative in the Green Team, necessitating a reduction in his displayed capabilities. Just as he aided Long Zhan in his escape, he embodied the aspect of the thug lured by greed. To excel in the role of a training partner, one must convincingly portray their character. Otherwise, if all training partners displayed their true abilities, the assessments for newcomers would render unnecessary. Except for exceptional newcomers like Long Zhan, others would undoubtedly be outmatched, failing to pass any evaluation. Although the Green Team is a second-line squad, underestimating them as mere relics of the past would be a grave misjudgment. Do we have an insider among us? Chief Instructor Malcolm and Yadin stared at Long Zhan in stunned silence for several seconds, their hearts swirling with mixed emotions. The tumultuous history between the unfortunate Cooper and Long Zhan, along with the recent rumors of their interactions, had not escaped the notice of the Green Team. After all, it is not commonplace for training partners and newcomers to intermingle during the training period. Wishing to critique Long Zhan's improper methods, one hesitates to interrupt the ongoing demonstration. Thus, the concerns must be temporarily suppressed for later consideration. The primary challenge in escaping from the watery prison lies in unfastening the welded steel cover, followed closely by evading the watchful gaze of surveillance. Through his skills and capabilities, Long Zhan adeptly surmounted these formidable obstacles. What remained was considerably simpler. Even the inexperienced members of the Green Team, let alone veterans like Clay and Brian, could accomplish it. The substitute trainer present was Cooper, whose rapport with Long Zhan was well established. In truth, the two had long conspired in secrecy, making this endeavor akin to a gift. The final hurdle upon emerging from the basement was the guards stationed outside. These individuals were not official members of the Green Team. They were merely logistical soldiers from the naval base, tasked with menial duties for DG, much like Jennifer. After all, once one ascends to the level of a formal DG member, Engaging in such mundane tasks as guarding and sweeping becomes inconceivable. An abundance of auxiliary laborers was inevitable. The formal members of DG exuded an innate pride, rendering them indifferent to even the newest recruits from the Navy SEALs until they had passed rigorous selection processes. The auxiliary staff did not belong to DevJu, and thus could not be well acquainted with the official members of DG. Moreover, with the trainers donning bandit hats to obscure their faces, the guards at the entrance were utterly incapable of recognizing any of the Green Team trainers exiting the basement. Nor could they possibly conduct checks every time. Each seasoned veteran of the Green Team began their journey as a sergeant, and for the laborers, they were akin to commanding officers. Provoking these veterans could lead to reprimands, leaving the laborers with no recourse for justification. Over time, they learned to avoid unnecessary trouble. Long Zhan and the recently retired Charlie bore similar physiques, and with the addition of bandit hats obscuring their features, coupled with a formidable first-class operative on duty, the guards never conceived that anyone might attempt an escape, thus failing to impede Long Zhan's departure. Having witnessed Long Zhan's remarkable performance firsthand, the members of the Green Team were largely convinced, harboring a genuine admiration for him. It was not solely Long Zhan's astonishing prowess that captivated them, but also his exquisitely crafted plan. Amidst the overall astonishment, the discerning elite soldiers could not refrain from scrutinizing the finer details. This pursuit of perfection can be seen as a quest for excellence, albeit some might perceive it as nitpicking. Mr. Gibran, I must concede that your plan is indeed commendable. However, it harbors a significant flaw that, in a real combat scenario, would render success unattainable. Instructor Adam pointed to Cooper, stating, "He has undergone SEER training like you and is a distinguished first-class operative, with a will as unyielding as steel. I do not believe he would betray us. Even though he has now taken a step back, persuading him to become a traitor and assist you in your escape is an impossible endeavor. Without Cooper's support on the outside, I acknowledge that, given your abilities, success might still be within reach, but it would certainly not be as effortless as it is now." Instructor Adams' assertions hold no fault. Had it not been for Cooper's timely assistance, Long Zhan would have likely been discovered by the monitoring center while attempting to breach the water prison's lock. Such exposure would spell the demise of the entire plan. The Green Team, arriving to take over the shift, would undoubtedly be well acquainted with their comrades. Even with a bandit hat, Long Zhan could not easily deceive them. To escape the interrogation room successfully, he would have to ambush the incoming trainees and silently subdue them. However, any confrontation would inevitably produce noise, risking alerting the two guards stationed at the basement exit, an immense peril indeed. Chapter 118, An Antique? No. The best employee Adams' inquiries were both cogent and well-founded, and Long Zhan delivered a sharp retort in response. "Sir, it seems you have overlooked a crucial detail. Cooper's role in this assessment is not that of a primary combatant, but rather that of a ruthless criminal. Humans are inherently flawed, and those who turn to violence invariably have ulterior motives. Inciting adversarial figures is the most effective means of escape. If I can ascertain what he desires and offer him an enticing deal, anything becomes possible. By the way, I have taken the liberty of dabbling in psychology during my spare time, although I am still merely at the theoretical stage. I believe it poses no challenge to discern the inner desires of a criminal and cater to their whims." Long Zhan was not attempting to boast of his diverse talents. Rather, he was merely stating a fact. "You even understand psychology?" Instructor Adam exclaimed, his tone rising in astonishment as he recalled the myriad of specialties listed in Long Zhan's personal file. Stunned into submission, he could only quip, "Mr. Gibran, you truly are a polymath." "Thank you for the compliment. I do my best," Long Zhan replied, raising an eyebrow. "Well done. Perfectly executed." Upon hearing Long Zhan's incisive defense, the typically stoic Malcolm applauded, unabashedly expressing his admiration. He then posed his own query. "Based on your actions, it appears you had prearranged the timing with the mole. I am curious how you managed to execute your plan precisely at midnight. I am quite certain that neither your cell nor your person possessed any timekeeping devices." "Oh, that's quite simple," Long Zhan shrugged, responding with ease. "From my observations over the past 2 days, the trainees operate on an 8-hour, 3-shift system. 5 minutes before each shift change, the duty officer routinely enters the cell to check on the newcomers. At 9:55 p.m. last night, a trainee entered the water prison. By using this time as a reference, I could easily calculate my way to midnight." "Are you implying that you counted for a full 2 hours? Precisely calculating to midnight? And you initiated the action right on time?" Malcolm's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had heard an absurd tale. What? The others in the green team shared his incredulity, utterly astonished. The origins of the SEALs trace back to underwater demolition teams, where precision and timing is paramount, necessitating rigorous timing training. Typically, they train in units of minutes, with a 2-minute count allowed a deviation of no more than 2 seconds to qualify as proficient. The method employed by Zhan, which involves silently counting the hours, is unprecedented, even for the chief instructor Malcolm. Having lived for half a lifetime, today marks a first. Is 2 hours a considerable duration? My best training record stands at 4 hours, with a mere 5-second discrepancy. Thus, 2 hours feels exceedingly trivial. Zhan raised an eyebrow with a smile, finding no challenge in it. For someone who holds a 4-hour record, 2 hours is indeed a mere trifle, a mere warm-up. However, for the members of the green team present, this was an invisible display of superiority, striking them with shock akin to a bolt from the blue. Despite their deep-seated reluctance to believe, wishing to dismiss it as mere bravado from Zhan, the undeniable fact remained. He had indeed commenced his operation precisely at noon. With an almost negligible margin of error, Malcolm and Adam were left speechless, acknowledging the reality that absolute correctness is a rarity. The strict adherence to punctuality in conducting roll calls inadvertently facilitated Zhan's escape. Who could have anticipated such a twist? Buddy, though I am your comrade, I must admit, you are truly a remarkable individual, Cooper remarked, giving Zhan a playful thump on the chest, his expression conveying a profound sense of admiration. At this juncture, both the chief instructor and the special training instructor were thoroughly impressed. Zhan's escape plan and its execution were not only meticulous and flawless, but also adhered to all regulations of the SEER assessment. While they accepted Zhan's unique approach to completing the evaluation, they felt genuine joy in the prospect of selecting an exceptional candidate like him, who possessed both strategy and combat prowess. Stepping forward, Chief Instructor Malcolm extended his hand in congratulations, saying, "Mr. Zhan, congratulations on passing the final assessment." "Thank you very much, sir," Zhan replied, relieved to hear he had successfully passed the evaluation. The weight of his final choice lifted, he joyfully grasped Malcolm's hand, accepting the blessing from the highest commander of the green team. "Welcome aboard. Go take a shower and rest well, young man," added special training instructor Adam, extending his congratulations to Zhan. The members of the green team were generous in their admiration for such an outstanding new addition. Following Adam's lead, the instructors and training partners who had accompanied the newcomers for 9 months eagerly approached Zhan to embrace him, congratulating him on officially joining DG and becoming a part of this family. Zhan expressed heartfelt gratitude to these training partners for their support over the past 9 months, sincerely thanking the green team. His abilities had soared to new heights during this period, a feat made possible by the efforts of the entire team. Now officially a member of DG, the atmosphere of camaraderie was entirely transformed, as if he had transitioned from subordinate to colleague. Amidst the laughter and conversation, Zhan smoothly learned the names of this motley crew of veterans. To be told a name signifies their acceptance of you. This is a hallmark of DG. Zhan firmly believes that with this connection, once he secures his startup capital, he will be able to establish a private military contracting company. Those who have reached the retirement age at DG, aged in their 30s and 40s, will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to him. A private military contracting company requires seasoned employees with extensive experience. Chapter 119. The sudden SR mission Zhan achieved an early completion through proactive engagement, reaching only the 4th day of the SEER assessment, while other newcomers continued to endure their trials. After exchanging pleasantries with the green team, he rejoined the fray of testing the newcomers. Now a formal member of DG, Zhan would not face any training for the next 23 days. He merely needed to await his assignment quietly. The lightness of having nothing to do felt truly exhilarating. Finally, emerging from the trials into the light, Zhan stepped out of the assessment grounds, arms wide open to embrace the rising sun, inhaling the exceptionally sweet air deeply. He then jogged back to his long-missed dormitory, enjoying a hot shower. After donning a simple yet flattering outfit, he mounted his beloved old Harley, a symbol of wildness and ruggedness, and revved out of the base. With the precious free time he had fought to earn, Zhan was determined not to squander it. He planned to buy a bouquet of flowers and a gift to surprise Stella, a gesture of reconciliation as well. After all, he had been preoccupied with VIP security training and hadn't he spent quality time with her lately. The recent assessments had left them out of touch for days. Maintaining emotional connections was particularly crucial at this moment. Arriving unexpectedly at the school's entrance with gifts and flowers, Long Zhan bestowed upon Stella a kiss brimming with romantic sentiment, which truly took her by surprise. This big fellow, adept at creating romance, was like a warm blanket in the cold winter, leaving Stella utterly captivated. Upon returning to Stella's cozy apartment, she, enchanted by Long Zhan's romantic gestures, became exceptionally affectionate, leading to a blissful life of intimacy. They spent their days watching movies and strolling on the beach, and their nights indulging in candlelight dinners followed by leisurely walks through the streets. Their ordinary life was transformed into an exquisite experience. The only drawback was that Stella's shared apartment still housed her roommate and boyfriend, which made both Long Zhan and Stella feel somewhat constrained. However, just as they were preparing to find a new place together to build their love nest after enjoying 2 blissful days, the familiar sound of a summons from the base intrusively interrupted their passionate little life. The random call from the base abruptly halted their fervent connection as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Long Zhan felt helpless and had no choice but to get dressed and leave. Stella, though speechless, understood, having mentally prepared herself for the reality of dating a Navy SEAL. There were no complaints or dissatisfaction, just a tender embrace, a loving farewell kiss, and the heartfelt promise. "I will wait for you to return so we can look for a place together," showcasing Stella's exceptional emotional intelligence. If Long Zhan were not an ambitious individual, he might have succumbed to the allure of a gentle life. Alas, Long Zhan possesses not only ambition but also a wild spirit. With the throttle of his Harley-Davidson pressed to the limit, he returned to the base in under half an hour. He initially believed that the SEER assessment had concluded and that he would soon be officially assigned to his squadron. On his way back, he even took the liberty of purchasing a case of the best-selling Bud Light beer, renowned for its annual sales of 300 million boxes. It is a tradition for newcomers to the DG squadron to bring a case of beer to share. The formal members of Team B, such as Jason and Sonny, favor American brands, particularly the Budweiser series. Long Zhan intended to bring this case of Bud Light to toast with Team B and the veterans. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Upon returning to the Green Team to report to Instructor Adam, Long Zhan discovered that the SEER assessment was still ongoing, and he was required to undertake an urgent special reconnaissance mission. Due to the abrupt nature of the assignment, he had not even received the operational files. With no prior notice and no understanding of the mission's objectives or destination, he was merely informed that he was to serve as an auxiliary. He was promptly transported to the Bay Island Air Force Base, where he boarded a transport plane bound for the mission site. All other pertinent information would only be disclosed after the plane landed, when a designated individual would brief him. Although this method of assignment may seem haphazard and disconnected from the meticulous nature of special operations, it is, in fact, the norm in counterterrorism special operations. Unlike the DG squadron, which enjoys detailed pre-mission intelligence and the presence of a dedicated CIA liaison officer, most special forces do not have such luxuries. Shortly after Long Zhan boarded the aircraft, a military truck halted outside the cargo door, and an 8-man team disembarked. The leader was a captain, while the others were non-commissioned officers, primarily ranked between E5 and E4. Although Long Zhan had not encountered these individuals in the Green Team, he felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity, for they bore the trident insignia of the Navy SEALs, the very essence of their elite force. Just 2 days prior, Long Zhan had been one of them, and it was difficult not to recognize a unit he had fought alongside for 2 years. However, he could not discern which specific SEAL team they hailed from based on their uniforms. Among this 8-man squad, Long Zhan also spotted a familiar face, Mark Wahlberg, the star of Transformers: The Last Knight. The man sported a full beard, and Long Zhan nearly failed to recognize him. Wahlberg has starred in numerous films, perhaps dozens, and his presence here suggested that the mission he was about to undertake was likely related to a film project, though the exact title remained a mystery. In his previous life, Long Zhan's family had been impoverished, and his brother had lacked the funds to visit internet cafes to watch movies, let alone afford a high-end MP4 player. Upon graduating from middle school, I enlisted in the military. Life in the Army was akin to imprisonment, with relentless training, leaving little time for leisure activities such as watching films or television dramas. After my discharge, financial necessity compelled me to venture abroad as a mercenary. Traversing regions fraught with conflict, be it Africa or the Middle East. These areas, characterized by extreme underdevelopment and perpetual warfare, offered scant communication signals, and the daily struggle for survival left little room for the indulgence of cinema. Throughout my previous life, the number of films and television shows I have viewed is exceedingly limited, primarily focused on military themes due to my background as a veteran. Among the military-themed films I have seen, many are domestic productions, reminiscent of recruitment advertisements, such as Soldier Assault and I Am a Special Soldier. My exposure to foreign military war dramas has been mainly through literature, newspapers, and brief videos. Excluding brief edited clips, I have fully watched only 2 foreign films, Navy SEALs and Strike Back. Although I recognized Mark Wahlberg in Navy SEALs, I could not recall any specific memories of his performance in that film, despite my efforts. Chapter 120. The Subtlety of the Foreign Aid Mechanism. Michael Murphy, hailing from Team 10, is the commander of this operation. While deep in thought, I noticed a captain stepping off the vehicle and entering the cabin, extending a hand in greeting. Following closely behind were 7 team members, who, while arranging their respective gear, observed me with curiosity. My imposing physique undoubtedly left a strong impression on them. More significantly, they perceived my presence as likely indicating that I was the foreign aid for their overseas mission, questioning whether I, with my robust stature, was indeed fit for the task. The foreign aid system is a hallmark of the U.S. military and a rigid regulation that must be enforced. Even the elite dev crew cannot circumvent this rule, as each operation mandates the inclusion of a designated foreign aid, Mandy. The rationale behind instituting the foreign aid mechanism serves 2 primary purposes. First, it is a means of oversight. Foreign aids must not belong to the same unit. If any personnel from the same unit are involved, an additional member from a different unit must be assigned to collaborate. This measure is not as noble as it may seem. Rather, it possesses a distinctly dark undertone. It aims to prevent operational personnel from engaging in misconduct during missions, such as embezzlement, shielding their comrades, or covertly defying orders, all of which could tarnish the integrity of the military and the nation. Given the deep bonds forged through years of shared peril, comrades are often reluctant to report any wrongdoing. Before the widespread implementation of the foreign aid system, such protective behaviors were rampant within the U.S. military. For instance, after dismantling a drug trafficking organization, some individuals would secretly conceal money or narcotics, later selling them at their convenience. Moreover, in the pursuit of operational efficiency, there were instances of executing the brutal policy of better to kill 1,000 than let one escape. Numerous such illegal acts have been documented. Introducing an unfamiliar individual, especially one who is a systematically trained industry elite, into a group significantly reduces the likelihood of them succumbing to moral corruption within a short span of time. Moreover, it serves a supplementary purpose. The Murphy team, hailing from SEAL Team 10, is particularly concerned with this aspect. Given the constraints of personnel in each operational unit, it is impossible for a combat team to master every specialty or possess comprehensive knowledge across all fields. Each mission presents varied environments and objectives, often leading to encounters in unfamiliar domains. To ensure the successful completion of their tasks, it is essential to assign a capable external aid to compensate for the team's deficiencies. Common roles for external aids include translators, EOD specialists, cryptographers, and experts in biochemical viruses, among others. As these roles typically pertain to specialized fields, external aids are predominantly researchers, often lacking in combat effectiveness. For instance, during the CBRN mission prior to the current operation, Dr. Lucien served as a quintessential example. Bringing along a non-combatant researcher not only fails to provide assistance during engagements, but may severely hinder the overall combat efficacy of the team. Consequently, most team members prioritize the practical combat skills of external aids over their professional qualifications. The Murphy team's execution of the death penalty mission requires specialized reconnaissance, necessitating deep infiltration behind enemy lines, classifying it as a high-risk endeavor. The criteria for external assistance are particularly stringent. Candidates must possess ample counterterrorism experience, fluency in Pashto and Dari, and, most crucially, exceptional mountainous reconnaissance abilities. Typically, a substantial physique does not correlate with high intelligence, creating an insurmountable divide. Some members of the Murphy team harbor doubts about Long Zhan, which, though somewhat impolite, is understandable. Long Zhan perceives their scrutinizing gazes but remains unfazed, confident in his own abilities. The name Murphy rings a bell for Long Zhan, yet he cannot place it precisely. To avoid appearing disrespectful, he momentarily sets aside his thoughts and introduces himself, Long Jibalin, from SEAL Team 4. As Long Zhan is now an official member of DG, his personal dossier has been transferred accordingly. He continues to refer to himself as part of SEAL Team 4 because the identities of DG operatives are classified and never disclosed publicly. This new military identity serves as his official title moving forward. Upon learning that Long Zhan also belongs to the SEALs, the members of the Murphy team collectively breathe a sigh of relief, reassured of his capabilities. The higher-ups mentioned sending us external assistance. It must be you, Murphy remarks, observing Long Zhan with keen interest. Long Zhan's calm demeanor, self-assuredness, and the young E6 rank suggest to the soldiers that there is more to him than meets the eye. An ordinary SEAL would not possess such an aura. You require an external aid, and I am the only one here. It appears your intuition was correct. Long Zhan humorously replied to Murphy's words, then casually inquired, Sir, where are we headed? Could you perhaps share some details? I haven't received much information prior to this. We're going to Afghanistan. Beyond that, I am not privy to further details. Murphy shrugged, revealing no intention of concealment. Very well, Long Zhan replied with a straightforward demeanor, opting not to press further. I hope our collaboration proves enjoyable. Murphy appreciated Long Zhan's forthrightness and was pleased with the foreign aid he had received. He then turned to the others, saying, Gentlemen, come over and greet Mr. Gibran. Let us welcome him to our ranks. Chapter 121. This journey takes lives. The military is inherently direct. What is to be said is spoken plainly, devoid of unnecessary complexities. Coupled with the straightforward conversational style typical of Westerners, there exists little pretense among strangers. At Murphy's beckoning, 7 individuals approached to greet Long Zhan. Sean Barton, a pleasure to meet you. Your physique is remarkable. If you were to join WWE, you'd certainly make those guys look like fools. The first to step forward was a young man with the lowest rank of E4, his face radiating the exuberance of a quintessential sunshine boy. I have no desire to be a clown, Long Zhan chuckled, exchanging a high five with Sean. Is this your first real combat operation? The American Special Forces adhere to an unwritten rule. One must strive to present themselves as an ordinary individual, ideally contrasting with the serious demeanor expected of soldiers. This approach proves advantageous for operations, substantially mitigating the risk of exposure. Unlike domestic special forces which prioritize military appearance, where soldiers often appear out of sync with society, the American method seems more practical for survival in enemy territory. Furthermore, the relatively liberal management of special forces affords individuals greater personal freedom. Veterans accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death on the battlefield often exhibit a more relaxed demeanor, interacting with superiors in a casual manner, unlike the rigidness seen in newcomers. Thus, it is common for any member of the Special Forces with over a year of experience and prior combat exposure to bear tattoos. Those devoid of ink are typically characterized by unkempt beards or disheveled long hair, embodying a certain scruffiness. Casual postures are the norm, whether one is lounging with legs crossed, resting feet atop tables or chairs, or even sitting directly on the table. Only fresh recruits exhibit the exuberance of a monkey, their faces meticulously groomed, cleaner than a debutante. Indeed, Sean embodied both of these distinctive traits. Yes, I joined the Navy SEALs less than 2 months ago, and now I get to participate in a real mission. This is absolutely exhilarating, Sean exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, his face alight with excitement. Long Zhan recalled his own initial days in the Navy SEALs, sharing a similar fervor and anticipation for combat. As Dragon Zhan gazed at the youthful and vibrant Sean, he saw a reflection of his former self. Unable to resist, he playfully patted Sean's shoulder and jested. Indeed, engaging in battle is an exhilarating endeavor. However, returning home draped in the national flag due to excessive enthusiasm is far from delightful. Not at all, Sean replied earnestly, retracting his smile. A valiant warrior does not shy away from combat or sacrifice. This is our proud tradition. I shall muster all my fighting spirit and expend my final drop of blood to fulfill the mission and objectives bestowed upon me by my homeland. Well, having aspirations is commendable. Keep it up, haha. Upon hearing Sean's earnest declaration, Dragon Zhan could not help but chuckle. It was reminiscent of a primary school student responding in class, declaring, "When I grow up, I want to be a scientist, a pillar of the nation, and serve the people." Such sentiments may impress a child, but to an adult, they are mere jest. Hey, Barton, you ought to head back and change your diaper. At that moment, a man, approximately 175 meters tall with a scruffy beard, approached and humorously teased Sean with classic American wit. To veterans, such dogmatic, fervent rhetoric amounted to nothing more than nonsense. Words alone meant little. Action was what truly mattered. He then extended his hand towards Dragon John, introducing himself, Marcus Rudler, Sergeant. It's a pleasure to have you join us. I hope our journey together will be. Marcus? Upon hearing this name, Dragon John felt a sudden chill. Murphy is a common surname in America, but when paired with the name Marcus, the situation took a dire turn. Although Dragon John had little opportunity to watch television or movies, during his service, the barracks boasted a library. Naturally, this military library contained a plethora of books on military themes, with The Last Survivor being among the most popular. Dragon John had read this book several times in his youth. Even after more than a decade, while most details had faded from memory, 3 points remained vividly clear. The igniting trio of shepherds, the devastating losses suffered by the SEALs dispatched for support, and the protagonist, Marcus. This fortunate survivor, also the author of the autobiographical novel The Last Survivor, was a name Dragon John found impossible to forget. Initially, upon hearing the familiar name Marcus, a flicker of hope lingered in Dragon John's heart. However, as Danny Dietz, Matt Axelson, and Axe introduced themselves one by one, names that had long been buried in his memory forced him to confront a harsh reality. This was, indeed, Operation Red Wings, the infamous operation that led to so many casualties. Dragon John was acutely aware of the dangers associated with Operation Red Wings and the tragic fate that befell the reconnaissance team, leaving him utterly speechless. Were it not for the constraints of military orders, he would have sprinted away without a second thought. His expression morphed with a myriad of emotions, prompting Marcus and Murphy to notice the shift, leaving them puzzled about his true intentions. Due to the fact that it was their first encounter, the relationship between them was not particularly strong, making it inconvenient to inquire further. Thus, they exchanged a glance, tilted their heads and pursed their lips in a gesture of helplessness, and ultimately exchanged polite words with Long John before parting ways. At that moment, Long John, burdened with anxiety and concerns, had no inclination to engage in further small talk. He needed to swiftly devise a solution. Therefore, he found a solitary spot to sit down, seemingly staring blankly ahead, while his mind was already racing with thoughts. Chapter 122. Arrival at the Air Force Base. Long John and the Murphy squad departed aboard a C-17 aircraft from Virginia's Bay Island Airport on the east coast of the United States. Flying through the night and making a refueling stop in Liberia, they arrived in the Bagram Air Force Base, constructed by the U.S. military in the Kunar province of Afghanistan, on the morning of the third day. After more than 30 hours of flying, the journey was undeniably grueling for those aboard. Fortunately, the extended duration provided Long John with ample quiet time to contemplate, allowing him to recall a few fragmented memories and devise several strategies to mitigate the disaster of Operation Red Wing. Whether or not these strategies would prove effective remained uncertain, as the elements of time and circumstance were beyond his control. Having formulated his countermeasures, Long John spent the remaining nearly 20 hours attempting to enhance the likelihood of success while alleviating the tedium of the journey. He employed his natural talent for social interaction to engage with the members of the Murphy squad. He initiated light-hearted gambling with poker games, personally presided over competitions involving rifles and handguns, and organized challenges of tossing bullets at tin cans from 3 meters away. These increasingly enjoyable games quickly integrated him into the fabric of the Murphy squad. The camaraderie among men is often simpler than that among women, and within the military ranks, it is even more genuine. As long as they could engage in shared activities, they became brothers. Long John's entertaining antics transformed the dull hours into moments of joy. Integrating into a new circle is rarely a simple endeavor. Through his efforts, what had begun as unfamiliarity between Long John and the Murphy squad evolved into a bond of camaraderie by the time they disembarked. Particularly, the rookie Sean, having lost to Long John in bullet tossing, firearm assembly, and wrestling, was thoroughly impressed. He had not only become an admirer of Long John, but was also filled with respect and admiration. Veterans like Marcus and Murphy no longer harbored any doubts regarding Long John's capabilities, having witnessed his remarkable performance in various games. They fully embraced him as part of their team. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, The Murphy squad was promptly greeted by personnel responsible for their reception, who escorted them to the Navy SEL's camp. Each airport in Afghanistan operated by the U.S. is akin to a military base, not solely facilitating aircraft operations, but also serving as a global deployment hub for the U.S. military, functioning as a comprehensive military distribution center, with each airport encompassing vast military barracks. The Marine Corps, SEALs, Rangers, Green Berets, and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment coexist within a shared space, harmoniously complementing each other while remaining distinct. The SEALs have their own camp here, yet Zhan and Murphy's team were not brought there. Instead, they were taken to a separate encampment, a makeshift operational command center established for this special reconnaissance mission. The name evokes grandeur, yet in reality, it consists merely of several large military tents and a few single-story wooden structures. It epitomizes pure functionality, devoid of any ostentation. In one of the small wooden cabins, measuring over 30 square meters, Zhan and Murphy's team found their quarters. 9 grown men crammed into such a modest space could hardly be described as comfortable. Indeed, crowded might be an understatement. Fortunately, each bed was partitioned by wooden boards, creating small cubicles with doors, reminiscent of the private rooms in an internet cafe from a decade ago. Compared to the communal sleeping arrangements during Green Team training, Zhan was quite content with these accommodations. At least he didn't have to worry about an abundance of mail company during the night. Regarding the commencement of the operation, Murphy, as the team leader, sought out the person in charge. The response was rather vexing. The timing of the operation remained undetermined, pending further notice. In a flurry, they had summoned the operational personnel, only to find that preliminary preparations were still lacking. A stark contrast to the efficiency of the Delta Group. It was no wonder that the outcome of this operation turned out to be so tragic, marking one of the darkest days in SEAL history. Upon learning of the indefinite status, Zhan could not help but mentally lament the situation. While the Red Wings operation did involve 3 shepherds, which fundamentally disrupted the plans, the root cause still lay in inadequate preliminary preparations. At the very least, in terms of intelligence gathering, the team bore the brunt of the blame. For instance, when Murphy's team reached the designated infiltration point, they discovered that the woods had been stripped bare, forcing them to hastily relocate. Ironically, the new hideout was in a grazing area for the shepherds. Had the preparatory work been more thorough, deploying drones or satellites to capture an aerial photograph of the intended infiltration point beforehand, and subsequently enlisting an image analyst for comprehensive data comparison, this tragedy might have been averted. The myriad issues and vulnerabilities encountered during the operation were all too clear to Zhan, who understood precisely how to circumvent them. Yet, this knowledge remained solely with him. He had no means to voice it. Should he attempt to share his insights, either no one would believe him, dismissing him as delusional, or they would suspect him of misconduct, leading to an investigation of his own. After all, despite his exceptional abilities, Zhan was merely a low-ranking soldier, lacking the authority for high-level decisions. Thus, the only preparation he could undertake, aside from devising crisis response strategies, was to ensure he was as well prepared as possible before the operation. Incidents such as the use of a plastic umbrella helmet, which occurred in the original narrative, must never be allowed to happen to him. Armor, equipment, weapons, and communication devices, all essentials for combat. One should carry as much as possible and ensure everything is meticulously secured. However, the challenge lies in acquiring such gear. Zhan, having emerged from the Navy SEALs, is acutely aware that the SEALs do not possess the same abundance as the DG, where obtaining equipment is merely a matter of a single request. He recalls a time when he wished to procure a wide-angle telescope, ultimately having to reach into his own pockets to make the purchase. The struggle was palpable. Today, he received notification from the editor that the release is scheduled for Friday, November 5th. Following the launch, an update surge is anticipated. For those with monthly tickets, your support would be greatly appreciated. Furthermore, he hopes that esteemed readers will show their support with at least one initial order. The initial order is crucial for the future of the book. It serves as a rating, where a favorable ratio of collections and subscriptions can attract quality resources, while a poor performance relegates it to obscurity. The ability to secure sufficient promotional resources and support for the author to continue writing depends entirely on the community. In this military channel, filled with bold declarations, the author, under pressure and seduced by the allure of writing about Bright's sword, has chosen a path less traveled, crafting a unique narrative. This is currently the only professional novel about Navy SEALs at the starting point, aiming to provide military readers with a distinct reading experience, which is indeed a formidable challenge. The success of this book relies on the collective support of readers, and he kindly reminds everyone not to forget to subscribe. To those with monthly tickets, your backing is invaluable. The author extends his gratitude in advance. Chapter 123, CAG, Combat Application Group. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. In every special operations mission, personal capability is but one facet. Equipment and armor are equally vital, especially considering the gravity of the forthcoming task involving life and death. If there are no challenges, one must create them. If challenges exist, one must devise ways to overcome them. To ensure thorough preparation and prevent any potential tragedies, Zhan decided to explore the camp, aiming to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The camp's area is relatively modest, totaling around 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. Zhan completed a circuit in just a few minutes. Although the information gathered was limited, some was indeed valuable. Each sector of the camp is separated by barbed wire, restricting casual visits. He could only observe the neighboring units from a distance. Within the sector where Zhan was stationed, aside from Murphy's team from SEAL Team 10, responsible for operational command and related logistics, there was also a rapid response team composed of Marines and Green Berets. Through conversations with QRF personnel, he learned about the urgent mission that had been hastily organized. The impetus behind this operation was the impending Afghan parliamentary elections. To ensure the elections proceeded smoothly, the United States Special Operations Command, USACOM, following directives from the Department of Defense, issued a series of area clearance orders. During the operations in the Asadabad region, the Marines made significant discoveries. The former Taliban leader, Ahmad Shah, has been clandestinely amassing power in the mountainous regions, having assembled a guerrilla force known as the Mountain Tigers, now exceeding 200 members. To ensure the smooth conduct of the parliamentary elections, this Taliban faction must be neutralized. Consequently, a temporary rapid response unit, formed by the Marine Corps and Rangers, has swiftly mobilized, establishing an operational command center. To guarantee the precise location of Shah's hideout for a decisive strike, a reconnaissance team must infiltrate enemy territory, locate and confirm Shah's exact position, and provide real-time tracking to guide the rapid response unit for a precise assault. While the Marine Corps and Rangers perform well in large-scale engagements, they are somewhat lacking in smaller operations, as they were not specifically designed for counterterrorism missions. Faced with the specialized reconnaissance task, both units found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, personnel were temporarily reassigned from SEAL Team 10 to form an elite reconnaissance unit, which promptly flew from the United States to Afghanistan overnight. Having clarified the situation, Zhan felt a sense of reassurance. This mission, spearheaded by the Special Operations Command, is of paramount importance for Afghanistan's parliamentary elections, ensuring ample logistical support. By effectively communicating with Murphy, equipment issues should pose little concern. With the worries about equipment finally alleviated, Zhan felt a slight relaxation of the tension that had gripped him during the ongoing Operation Homely. Coincidentally, as lunchtime approached, having grown hungry from his rounds, Zhan planned to return and invite Murphy and the others to lunch. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, is that you, old buddy?" The voice was unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent. Glancing around to see he was alone, Zhan turned in curiosity. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, with a robust build and an exceptionally thick beard, it was Scott. Zhan instantly recognized the man standing a few meters away, beyond the barbed wire. Even though Scott's beard obscured the lower half of his face, Zhan could identify him immediately, not only because he was the protagonist of the second season of Counterattack, but also due to his strong impression from the first 2 seasons. The primary reason for this recognition was that he and Zhan were comrades who had served together in the Marine Corps. Later, in pursuit of higher aspirations, both made choices to join their coveted special forces. The Marine Corps is an amphibious assault unit, with paths leading to 2 of the U.S. military's premier special operations forces, the Navy's DevGru, famously known as SEAL Team 6, and the Army's CG, known to the public as Delta Force. Zhan aspired to SEAL Team 6 and chose to participate in their selection process, while Scott leaned towards the Army. Unfortunately, during training, Zhan encountered an accident, and the man he is now is not the same as before. The hybrid body and memories inherited by Long Zhan explain why he found Scott's voice both foreign and familiar upon hearing his call. What a remarkable coincidence indeed. Long Zhan recalled the figure of Scott, whose carefree and audacious personality during their skirmishes had greatly appealed to him. To encounter him in reality after 2 years was a delightful surprise. Scott appeared genuinely pleased, extending his hand through the gaps in the barbed wire and giving a thumbs up. Long Zhan immediately understood the gesture. He reciprocated with a fist and raised his thumb, first bumping their thumbs together, then their fists, followed by a palm slap, and finally, they clasped hands and shook them up and down 3 times. They both leapt into the air, colliding against the barbed wire with their chests. This was their unique greeting ritual, a variation of the secret handshake, which is quite popular in American culture among close friends who often share a distinct handshake. The unspoken code was successfully exchanged, and Scott, intrigued, inquired, "I've been here for nearly 2 months, and only just saw you. Did you arrive recently?" Long Zhan nodded and curiously asked, "Are you still with the Marine Corps, or have you joined the Green Berets?" Scott was dressed casually in a gray tank top and plastic flip-flops, appearing as though he were on vacation by the beach. As Long Zhan had just arrived at the Air Force Base, he was unaware of the surrounding camp's affiliations, making it challenging to discern Scott's current status. "You've already donned the Navy SEAL trident. How could I possibly be beneath you? I've been with the Green Berets for nearly 3 years now. We should have a friendly sparring session sometime," Scott said, brimming with enthusiasm. Long Zhan recalled that Scott often trained in combat with Jibo Luan, making it a shared pastime. In close combat, Long Zhan was unyielding. "If it weren't for this barbed wire fence, I could take you down in 3 seconds flat. You still love to boast. Your Bulk 1T help you here," Scott chuckled. "Haha, you're no different," Long Zhan replied with a carefree smile, shifting the topic to more mundane matters. "How have the past 2 years treated you?" After lighthearted banter, they delved into discussions about their respective experiences over the last 2 years. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed, even causing them to forget about lunch. It was only when Scott received a notification from a colleague that he needed to attend a meeting at headquarters that they reluctantly concluded their exchange, promising to reconvene later that evening. Through this conversation with Scott, Long Zhan gleaned insights into their experiences and confirmed one crucial detail. The second season of the counterattack had yet to commence. In the narrative of the second season of Counterattack, Scott is dismissed from the Delta Force for clandestinely concealing drugs and subsequently invited to assist the 20th Division. Regardless of whether Scott, like Long Zhan, has concealed his true identity, he now disguises himself with a Green Beret while having, in fact, joined CG. Scott continues to serve in the U.S. military, indicating that he has not fallen victim to any deception, and thus the events of the second season of Counterattack have yet to unfold. This is fortuitous for Long Zhan. As Counterattack is one of the few television series familiar to him, the opportunity to engage with its plot could vastly enhance his capabilities through foresight. Concerning the eventual integration into the storyline, there is no rush since the events have not commenced, as long as he maintains contact and rapport with Scott. Alongside understanding the plot of Counterattack, Long Zhan possesses ample time to prepare. Upon returning to the barracks with Scott, they encounter Murphy, who has just awakened. Neither has had lunch, and thus they can dine together. The regular forces cafeteria only serves 3 meals a day, and missing a mealtime means having to return and gnaw on their military rations. Conversely, the Special Operations cafeteria operates on a 24-hour meal schedule, as Special Operations typically conduct their missions under the cover of night, spending the day resting. Mealtimes are primarily in the afternoon and evening, while logistical personnel adhere to a normal schedule requiring daytime meal provisions. Since their schedules differ, food must be provided at various times. Seizing the opportunity to dine together, Long Zhan shares his thoughts and requests regarding the impending operation with Murphy, urging him to advocate for increased equipment and supplies for the action team from their superiors. At the very least, they require bulletproof Michigan helmets, along with ballistic vests for each team member. Ideally, ballistic plates should also be included. Ample ammunition must be secured. 15 magazines would be insufficient, while 20 would be barely adequate, and as many grenades as possible should be procured. Furthermore, it is imperative to acquire a light machine gun, specifically the 46 Malawian Quachas or 48 Malawian Quachas, modified for special operations, equipped with a basic scope and an additional 36x magnification lens, along with 10 100-round soft ammunition bags. This is justified by his proficiency as a machine gunner with the 46 Malawian Quachas and 48 Malawian Quachas, particularly excelling in mid to long-range shots, showing little interest in other light machine guns. Initially, Murphy perceives Long Zhan's concerns as excessive. Reconnaissance missions typically avoid engaging in direct combat with targets and are designed to reduce load for the sake of stealth and mobility. Given Long Zhan's request for 20 magazines per person, it far exceeds the ammunition carried in direct actions. From his professional standpoint, Murphy believes that such firepower is unnecessary for this reconnaissance mission, which does not warrant an increase in burden. The need for armor is equally exaggerated, especially considering the current season in Afghanistan, where daytime temperatures soar to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, rendering even a simple jacket unbearably hot. Wearing a thick and heavy bulletproof vest is akin to donning a cumbersome winter coat in the sweltering summer heat. It is, in essence, a self-imposed torment. Indeed, Murphy's understanding is not misguided. Reconnaissance missions indeed prioritize agility and stealth. It is exceedingly rare to encounter actual combat during 100 reconnaissance operations. Given the exceedingly low probability and the nature of the task, firepower and protection are often relegated to the last considerations. Had Long Zhan not been aware of the impending events, he would not have made such a grand show over a mere reconnaissance mission involving 200 individuals. The crux of the matter is that Long Zhan is cognizant of the outcome, and thus he must strive to secure every possible advantage. To persuade Murphy to heed his counsel, Long Zhan stifled his indignation and frustration, recounting the tragic incident that befell the SEAL team over a year ago, the Peacekeeper operation. This operation was classified as a Foreign Internal Defense (FID) mission, aimed at providing military training to elite units in nations that maintained amicable relations with the United States, thereby enhancing their counterterrorism capabilities. The mission appeared deceptively safe, akin to a holiday. The trio of instructors from the SEAL team believed it would be a straightforward endeavor, merely instructing novices in counterterrorism tactics. However, the ultimate outcome was disastrous. Due to a critical intelligence failure, the training site was compromised by hostile forces, leading to an assault by a 100-strong armed unit. Only one individual, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, emerged alive from the chaos. If even a mission as seemingly benign as an FID can culminate in such grave misfortune, how can one not regard a deep reconnaissance operation with the utmost seriousness? This was Long Zhan's rebuttal, and indeed, his challenge. As a captain in the SEAL team, Murphy was certainly aware of this harrowing mission and could glean certain insights from Long Zhan's expression of anguish. Despite Long Zhan's account being narrated in the third person, it was evident that he might have had a personal stake in that conflict, hence his cautious demeanor. Chapter 125, the most formidable PMC in Europe, Dane Military Resource Company. By presenting a genuine case as evidence and demonstrating genuine concern for the operational team, Long Zhan ultimately swayed Murphy. He adopted Long Zhan's overly cautious recommendations, preparing for the reconnaissance mission with the standards befitting an actual combat operation, and assured Long Zhan that he would endeavor to procure the necessary logistical support and equipment. As for whether everything could be secured, Murphy could not guarantee it. Being new to the temporary command center, he was unaware of its resources, and if they were unavailable, he could not conjure them from thin air. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Long Zhan. With all preparations for departure completed and the process relatively smooth, Long Zhan's confidence in breaking the stalemate grew increasingly robust. Upon returning to their quarters after lunch, Murphy discovered that the rest of his team had already awakened. Some individuals picked up their computers to contact family. Others hurried to the dining hall to satiate their hunger, while some sought the solace of a shower. Meanwhile, the novice Special Forces recruit, Sean, curiously wandered through the airport. Everyone was engrossed in their own pursuits, and before long, the afternoon slipped away. That evening, Long Zhan, having finished dinner, ventured out of the camp to the Seoul bar at the Air Force Base, the very place he had arranged to meet Scott. However, instead of finding Scott, he received only a note that had been passed to him from the bar. The note, penned by Scott, bore a simple message: "I sincerely apologize. My old friend, I must go out hunting tonight. I will seek you out upon my return." Hunting? Long Zhan chuckled and shook his head. He understood the implications of those words. It was highly likely that Scott had been called away for an urgent mission. Having departed the base earlier that afternoon without a moment to inform Long Zhan, leaving only a note for delivery, this fellow had probably joined Delta Force. After all, One could not remain a mere Green Beret for nearly 3 years without revealing their true identity, a situation likely similar to his own. From Sean's abrupt cancellation, Long Zhan had formed a judgment about his identity. The bar was predominantly filled with a group of burly men, and the sparse presence of a few women surrounded by confused patrons epitomized the notion of too many monks for too little porridge. Sipping alone at the bar proved to be an exceedingly tedious endeavor. Initially, Long Zhan had contemplated enjoying a couple of drinks before returning to his dormitory to access the Air Force Base's intranet, hoping to uncover any information regarding Mount Jialo. That fellow Samir had chosen such an exaggerated location that Long Zhan had yet to pinpoint its exact whereabouts. Knowing there was a mountain of gold, yet being unable to find the path to it was indeed vexing. Just as Long Zhan finished his first drink and awaited the bartender to serve his second beer, the bar's wooden doors swung open with a jaunty jingle. For individuals dressed in desert camouflage but lacking any insignia or military affiliation, 3 men and 1 woman entered the establishment. Ah, how intriguing! Upon recognizing those 4 remarkably familiar faces, Long Zhan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The mission at hand was Operation Red Wing. He had encountered Scott at the airport earlier that day and now found himself face-to-face with the elite members of Dane military resources at the bar. It was truly a remarkable coincidence. Long Zhan pondered whether his luck had simply been fortuitous or if the chaos of Afghanistan had drawn all manner of characters together. The name Dane Military Resources might initially sound like an ordinary private military company, evoking little recognition from the average person. Yet, if one were to describe it differently, it would immediately stir the memories of many. Under the leadership of the cunning and ruthless patriarch, it boasted formidable commanders: Big Bear, Cockroach, Athena, and Phantom. A team renowned for everything from covertly toppling governments to engaging in high-stakes mercenary operations across Europe. Any military enthusiast familiar with such descriptions would instantly recognize the name. Isn't this the antagonist from Wolf Warrior 2? Indeed, the 4 individuals standing before Long Zhan are the principal adversaries from Wolf Warrior 2. The very elite PMC team responsible for the demise of Long Xiaoyan. The only one absent is Ghost, the martial arts expert and Chinese firearms specialist. Long Zhan, having watched both Wolf Warrior and its sequel, is well aware of the 5 members of this PMC team, each possessing extraordinary skills and combat prowess. The title of Europe's premier PMC team is undoubtedly devoid of any embellishment. Once, while enjoying the films, Long Zhan regarded this group of mercenaries, who could traverse the globe with impunity, as an unattainable ideal. While admiring their formidable combat abilities, he envied their capacity to live in the light. Consequently, in his previous life as a mercenary, having worked alongside a dozen others, Long Zhan found no aversion to the Dane Military Resources Company. As long as their interests did not conflict with his own, he would not foolishly provoke them. From the moment he entered, Long Zhan had been observing Old D and his companions. True to their reputation as a top-tier international PMC, their awareness and perceptiveness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Old D's gaze soon turned toward Long Zhan, and upon seeing the tall figure clad in military attire, he greeted him with a warm smile and a raised glass. One might mistake his amiable visage for that of a kindly neighbor, unaware of his lethal reputation. Long Zhan returned the gesture with a toast, downing his drink in silence. Athena and Mantis also spotted Long Zhan. However, as they were not in leadership positions, they lacked the same level of sophistication and depth. Instead of greeting Long Zhan, they began to compare him to the imposing figure of Big Bear, who stood nearly 2 meters tall and was a former WWE wrestler. Noticing Long Zhan's equally formidable physique, Big Bear's expression shifted slightly. Had Old D not signaled him to refrain, he might have approached Long Zhan for an arm wrestling match. After all, Big Bear's character embodied the essence of a brawny oaf, contrasting sharply with Long Zhan's blend of brawn and intellect. Given their differing statuses and missions, their interaction remained limited to mere toasts. Long Zhan was unaware of the true purpose behind Old D's group's presence in Afghanistan, nor whether it was related to Scott's mission. Although he contemplated probing for information, he ultimately decided against it. Extracting information from a seasoned veteran who had navigated the PMC realm for over a decade, even daring to undertake missions aimed at toppling national governments, was likely a futile endeavor. Thus, after finishing his second drink, Long Zhan cast one last glance at Old D and his entourage before departing the bar to return to his quarters for some rest. Chapter 126. An engaging team activity the following morning, a resounding knock echoed through the door. Having already risen early to run 5 kilometers around the airport, coupled with half an hour of physical training, Long Zhan was now reclining in bed, reading, and preparing to get up to answer the door. The door, crafted from simple composite panels, had become quite unstable over the years due to neglect, and with a forceful knock, it swung open on its own. The lock had evidently become mere ornamentation. Upon witnessing the door's unexpected opening, Zhan boldly stepped inside and called out to Long Zhan, who was lazily reclining against the bed. "Long, rise and shine. The team activity is about to commence." The exuberance and vivacity of the young newcomers were indeed refreshing. "Team activities at such an early hour? Is this a characteristic of your Team 10? Long Zhan inquired with curiosity. Each squad within the Navy SEALs has its own traditions, most of which lean towards entertainment, existing primarily to strengthen team bonds. It's akin to the tradition in DG, where every newcomer must bring a case of beer as a greeting gift. Indeed, on the first morning of every mission, a team activity is organized, the specifics of which are determined by a random draw. This time, the activity was a breath-holding competition, with the victor receiving a case of Budweiser. Given the difficulty of procuring domestic beer during overseas missions, it was no wonder Zhan was so excited. "Breath-holding? That sounds intriguing. I shall join you," Long Zhan mused, feeling a spark of interest as he donned his baggy pants and slippers, not even changing his short-sleeved shirt, before following Zhan outside the dormitory. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by the sight of the entire squad, including Commander Murphy, already assembled. Aside from Commander Murphy, each member had a stool in front of them, upon which rested a basin filled with water, arranged in a circular formation. In the center of the circle sat a case of beer, the renowned American Budweiser. The faces of Murphy's squad were alight with eagerness, exuding confidence about their chances in the upcoming contest. After all, diving is a specialty of the Navy, and lacking confidence in such a skill would be a cause for concern. The competition circle had 2 basins deliberately left empty, clearly reserved for Long Zhan and Zhan. Being invited to participate in this internal team entertainment of Team 10 brought Long Zhan great joy. "All right, comrades, you better give it your all. Don't let this outsider defeat you," he laughed heartily, intentionally issuing a challenge to heighten the competitive atmosphere. "Just you wait. You were the only one winning on the plane. This time, I must reclaim my pride. I've been swimming since I was in the womb, and I can hold my breath until sunset. Just wait until you lose and have to find your mother." Long Zhan's taunt proved highly effective, instantly amplifying the competitive spirit as everyone declared their intentions to win. "All right, prepare yourselves." With bravado filling the air, they boasted freely, knowing full well that boasting comes with no tax. Even Murphy, acting as the referee, could hardly contain his amusement. Raising his right hand with a stopwatch high above, he signaled for silence. Immediately, Long Zhan and the other 7 competitors ceased their chatter, taking deep breaths to store oxygen in their bodies, allowing them to hold their breath longer in the forthcoming challenge. After a brief countdown, begin, with Murphy's hand slicing downward. The prepared Long Zhan and the other competitors submerged their faces beneath the surface of the water in the basins. Present are the White SEALs, companions of the water, and as a Naval Special Forces operative, each has endured breath-holding training, commencing with durations exceeding 3 minutes. Thus, the initial 3 minutes of the competition unfolded without incident, as all participants navigated this phase with ease. However, after the 3-minute mark, significant differences began to emerge. Several individuals' faces turned crimson as they struggled, indicating they were nearing their limits. At 3.5 minutes, the corpulent Frank lifted his head, gasping frantically for fresh air, marking him as the first casualty of the breath-holding contest. Following him, within the span of 3.5 to 4 minutes, 5 others, including Marcus, Dietz, and Matt, reached their limits and withdrew from the competition. Ultimately, only the vibrant 22-year-old Zhan, who had just transitioned from adolescence, and the seemingly immovable colossus, Long Zhan, remained. Long Zhan, whose size rendered him a mountain of flesh, appeared to dwarf even the largest basin, and yet, astonishingly, he remained undeterred by the passage of time. This was peculiar. Typically, larger physiques demand more oxygen, yet Long Zhan defied this norm, leaving Marcus and Murphy perplexed. At this juncture, the remaining contestants began to rally around Zhan, cheering him on fervently. "Go, I have faith in you, Barton. Hang in there, rookie. Push through, Zhan, and topple this giant. You'll be the brightest star of the event." As the sole representative of SEAL Team 10, Zhan understood that should he falter against Long Zhan, it would not be a matter of disgrace in this light-hearted contest, yet it would be intolerable to allow Long Zhan to gloat. To prevent Long Zhan's triumph from becoming a reality, the group placed their hopes squarely on Zhan. As the saying goes, youthful exuberance. At just over 20, Zhan, a newcomer to the Special Forces, lacked the seasoned composure and sophistication of his older counterparts. Hearing the raucous encouragement from the veterans around him, he realized he was now in a final showdown against Long Zhan. The support he received from seasoned soldiers filled him with an unprecedented sense of pride and ignited his competitive spirit. I absolutely cannot lose. With this conviction, he braced himself, determined to endure even if it meant losing consciousness, gripping the legs of his chair tightly. His posture clearly indicated he was prepared to engage Long Zhan in a fierce contest to the end. As the timer surpassed 4 minutes, Long Zhan, believing his competitors had succumbed, prepared to surface and claim his victory. Upon hearing the shouts of encouragement from the crowd, he was taken aback. Zhan is still holding on. This lad must possess an innate affinity for the water, perhaps a reason he chose to join the Navy. Chapter 127. Codename. Red Wing. Ordinary individuals typically hold their breath for under a minute. Achieving 30 seconds is considered a sign of normal lung function. Trained divers can extend their breath holding to 2 to 2.5 minutes, with a select few exceptionally gifted individuals managing beyond 3 minutes. For SEALs, a breath-holding duration of 2.5 minutes is deemed adequate, while 3 minutes signifies excellence. Most individuals' limits hover around 3.5 minutes. This signifies that, apart from Zhan, Marcus, Dietz, and other members of the White SEAL team reach their limits between 3 and 4 minutes, ultimately having to concede defeat. However, Zhan managed to persist until the 4-minute mark, a testament to the superior physical endurance of youth, as well as an undeniable advantage of inherent talent. This latter quality is akin to Long Zhan, whose physique surpasses that of the average individual. His recovery rate is remarkably swift, and his ability to hold his breath is exceptional. Long Zhan, with his innate physical attributes and years of unwaveringly rigorous training and military skills, has never faced defeat. This time, he is equally determined not to lose. Since Zhan, the young upstart, dared to challenge him, Long Zhan felt compelled to demonstrate what true strength entails. As they entered the final showdown at the 4-minute mark, Zhan had reached his limits by 4.5 minutes, displaying bulging veins on his neck, his skin taking on an unnatural hue of red, and his body beginning to tremble and strain. In contrast, although Long Zhan occasionally released a few bubbles, his overall condition remained remarkably stable. The disparity was evident. Despite reaching his threshold at 4.5 minutes, Zhan, driven by an astonishing willpower and a primal instinct to survive, managed to hold on until 4 minutes and 47 seconds. With a splash, he emerged from the basin, nearly fainting, his body unable to maintain balance as he collapsed onto the ground. His chest heaved rapidly, mouth agape as he desperately gasped for air, alleviating the sensation of his lungs threatening to burst. Oh dear, this is it. Wow, the champion has emerged. With Zhan's dramatic withdrawal from the competition, the surrounding members of Team 10 erupted in various exclamations, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a goal scored by Cristiano Ronaldo in a World Cup final. In this moment filled with joy and harmony, the significance of victory and defeat diminished. This was the essence of the atmosphere. Finally victorious, Long Zhan lifted his head, inhaling deeply to ease his discomfort, wiping droplets of water from his face, and extending his arms high as he slowly turned in a full circle, embracing the cheers of the crowd in a victor's posture. He then approached the prostrate Zhan, extending his right hand and stating, "Zhan, you still have some way to go compared to me, but as a novice, you have shown remarkable strength. Thank you, and next time, I shall surely defeat you." After gasping for air a dozen times, Zhan's condition slightly improved as he grasped Long Zhan's hand, using it for support to rise from the ground. Observing the joy of recognition mingled with a hint of stubborn defiance on Zhan's face, Long Zhan could not help but muse, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. The light-hearted entertainment that eased the team's atmosphere culminated in Long Zhan's ultimate victory. As the triumphant victor, he received a case of Budweiser, which he chose not to indulge in alone, but rather opened on the spot, sharing it with everyone. He sought to unite the group in a moment of joy and relaxation amidst the turmoil of their nation, thereby deepening their bonds. The vast network of relationships that would ultimately aid in his success is built upon such small, everyday gestures. As the sun rose, illuminating the world with a gentle glow. Friendships flourished and camaraderie thrived. In that moment, while Long Zhan and his companions reveled with a bottle of beer in hand, a commanding officer adorned with the insignia of a major approached. With a sharp clap of his hands, he commanded silence among the gathering. This major was the highest authority for the impending mission, and his presence signified that clarity was finally at hand. All laughter ceased as the group turned their attention to him. The operation code has been established, Red Wing. The mission commences tonight at 1800 hours. A briefing will be held in 1 hour at the operations center. The major's words were succinct, devoid of any superfluous remarks, and upon concluding, he pivoted and departed. His demeanor brisk and unencumbered. The members of SEAL Team 10 had eagerly awaited this announcement, and upon hearing it, they were enveloped in excitement. The harsh, arid conditions of Afghanistan were relentless, and no one wished to linger even a moment longer than necessary. Long Zhan, too, was eager to initiate the mission. Confronting difficulties head-on was the only viable approach. Retreating was not a solution. The optimal choice was to summon extraordinary courage to face challenges directly and devise strategies to overcome them. By completing this life-threatening mission swiftly, Long Zhan would be able to unwind and return to his DG career. Amidst the jubilation of seasoned veterans, the newcomer, Zhan, found himself engulfed in confusion and sought counsel from the more experienced members. In truth, participation in the mission briefing was mandatory for all, yet Zhan, being a novice in special operations, understandably assumed he lacked the qualification to attend. His inquiry prompted a playful response from the seasoned veterans, who were inclined to indulge the rookie's naivety. Perhaps, just perhaps, you may not meet the qualifications, Marcus replied with a straight face before departing. Stay optimistic. Don't lose heart, rookie, Dietz said, patting Zhan on the shoulder with genuine concern, shaking his head in mock disappointment as he walked away. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Young Patton, Matt stifled a laugh as he returned to the dormitory. Hey guys, help me out. Zhan, eager to join his comrades, felt his confidence plummet after the teasing from the veterans, prompting him to seek assistance from the remaining members. I'll tell you this, Zhan, your first operation is, Frank declared, flipping a folding chair with his foot, causing the basin atop it to topple to the ground. He pointed to the mess and said, clean all of this up, okay? With that, he hurriedly drank from his flask, attempting to suppress laughter as he left. Finally, even Commander Murphy joined in, gesturing towards the remnants of the earlier chaos. He raised an eyebrow and stated, if you can tidy this place up, I might allow you to participate. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. Zhan, whose spirits had been at a low ebb, felt rejuvenated at the prospect of participating in the mission briefing, and he sprang into action with renewed vigor. Goodness, these old rascals. Long Zhan observed with amusement as the 10 elderly individuals formed an unexpected alliance to deceive the newcomers. While Zhan remained blissfully unaware of the charade, he couldn't help but chuckle, lamenting the naivety of the fresh recruits, who were so easily misled. Chapter 128. Beware of your lifeline. An hour later, the 8 members of Murphy's squad, accompanied by the auxiliary Long Zhan, along with the intelligence team and personnel from the operations center, gathered in the main tent of the operations center, which hosted around 70 to 80 individuals. Before the official briefing commenced, a few video clips were projected alongside photographs of the operational targets and pertinent personal information, allowing all participants to gain a general understanding of the mission objectives. Subsequently, the briefing commenced in earnest. An intelligence expert, wielding a laser pointer, cast a red dot onto the screen depicting a man with a turban and a beard, initiating the introduction of the mission target. Ahmad Shah, an extremely dangerous individual, is a senior commander of the Taliban. The recent assault on the Marine Corps in eastern Afghanistan was orchestrated by him. Our mission is to locate, confirm, and eliminate Ahmad Shah. The expert noted that Shah had undergone an unknown ritual, rendering his lack of earlobes his most distinctive feature, which would serve as a crucial identification marker, especially when obscured by a scarf. The projection shifted, revealing a high-definition image captured by a drone. Tariq, Shah's most trusted aide, executes all major operations on his behalf and is our second target. Upon concluding his remarks, the intelligence expert stepped aside, allowing a major commander to designate the operational personnel. Prior to deploying the Quick Reaction Force, QRF, to strike at Saudi Arabia, we need to dispatch a reconnaissance team to locate and confirm Shah's position. The roster for the reconnaissance team was announced. Captain Murphy would oversee the operation, Sergeant Marcus would serve as the medic and logistics officer. Sergeant Matthew was tasked with sniper observation, Sergeant Dietz would handle radio communications, and Sergeant Gibran would provide fire support and serve as the second observer. Upon hearing the chief commander's list, those selected, including Murphy and Marcus, exchanged calm glances, exhibiting no signs of excitement or trepidation regarding the formidable task ahead. Long Zhan shared the same composed demeanor as Murphy's squad. All necessary preparations had been meticulously completed, and harboring negative emotions would only cloud their judgment during the mission. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel, including Frank and Sean, found themselves relegated to base as reserve members. Frank, a seasoned veteran, took the situation in stride. Accustomed to the routine of having both substitutes and main forces during operations, he recognized that today's substitute would likely become tomorrow's primary unit. This was merely standard military protocol, something they had long grown accustomed to. However, Sean, freshly inducted into the Special Forces and brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation to showcase his abilities in this inaugural mission, wore an expression of regret and discontent. He felt a deep sense of frustration at being confined to the base, merely spectating rather than participating in what he had envisioned as his first combat experience. This situation is akin to entering the NBA Finals alongside the team, while others battle fiercely on the court for the coveted championship ring, leaving oneself to languish on the sidelines. Such a predicament is exceedingly frustrating. Nevertheless, no matter how discontent Sean feels, he can only stew in his own frustration, as he remains merely a fledgling in special operations, with significant time yet to pass before he is called to partake in any actual engagement. Now, allow me to elucidate the route. The roster of operatives has been finalized, and the commanding major directs the screen to a satellite map. Our mission necessitates utmost discretion. The reconnaissance team cannot approach the destination via helicopter, but must instead land on the outskirts of a Sadabad village. From there, we shall traverse on foot, scaling the mountains from behind, stealthily circumventing the villages along the way, ultimately reaching the village of Kadaku, where Shah is believed to be hiding. I anticipate this endeavor will take around 34 hours, as the terrain is fraught with treacherous shale, making traversal arduous. Ensure your shoelaces are securely fastened. I would also like to remind the operatives participating in this mission that the adversaries you will encounter are not solely armed militants. A few weeks prior, Marine Squad 8 was patrolling that area when one of their members suffered a rattlesnake bite, narrowly escaping with his life. Additionally, you may be surprised to learn that the path is lined with low-lying poison oak. While contact with it may not have severe consequences, do exercise caution regarding your sensitive areas, as they are particularly vulnerable to toxins. The major, attempting to lighten the mood, shared a joke with another officer, stating, X. The rest is up to you. I shall now introduce the operational procedures. X approached the task board on the left and addressed the group. The terrain in this region exhibits a steep gradient, and wireless communication signals are significantly hampered, leading to a high probability of communication issues. To ensure reliable communication during the mission, the reconnaissance team will be equipped with a satellite phone, which will be under the care of Commander Murphy. The communication satellite will pass overhead every 2 hours, providing a communication window. If you miss more than 2 opportunities, you will be left to devise your own solutions. Of course, there is no need for undue alarm. The satellite communication is merely a contingency. Should wireless communication function without issue, the satellite phone will become nothing more than a cumbersome piece of plastic. To alleviate the somber atmosphere, X employed a humorous analogy before continuing with the presentation. Next, we will discuss the reconnaissance team's operational route. To avoid exposure during the mission, you must adhere strictly to the designated path. At each waypoint, you are required to confirm your position, allowing the command center to track your location. There are 4 waypoints in total. Budweiser serves as the code for the first point, Miller for the second, Corona for the third, and Heineken for the fourth. Following that is the concealed observation point, codenamed Schlitz Malt. Should Shaw be confirmed at this location, the subsequent operation will be designated as Rick James. These waypoint and observation point names are methodically listed on a whiteboard, descending in order. At first glance, it may appear somewhat perplexing with all these codes, but in reality, their significance is quite straightforward. Chapter 129. The exasperating BSOs. The reconnaissance team, akin to an aerial parkour sequence in GTA 5, marks each waypoint upon completion, signaling the progression of their mission as the command center eliminates the path from their itinerary. Successfully traversing from the first to the fourth waypoint signifies the conclusion of this aerial endeavor. The first observation point serves as the ultimate covert surveillance location for the reconnaissance team, denoting the optimal vantage point, conducive to the mission's success. Additionally, the second and even third observation points act as contingency options. Upon confirming that the target, Shah, is indeed within the village, a rapid response force will be dispatched for an assault, codenamed Rick James. This quick reaction force, comprised of Marines and Rangers, will promptly board helicopters and head straight for the village of Kadaku, employing overwhelming firepower and elite troops, in concert with bombers for an initial strike, aiming to eradicate Shah and his Mountain Tiger militia. The operation's core principle revolves around reconnaissance followed by a decisive strike. After outlining the operational route, Yax concluded the mission briefing. Subsequently, Long Zhan, Murphy, the two commanders of the QRF, and the chief commander, a major, along with the key personnel involved in the task, relocated to a clandestine meeting room. This pre-action meeting, an upgrade from the briefing, would elucidate the details of the operation to the core team. Unlike the briefing, which merely skimmed over the process, this pre-operation meeting constituted a genuine assembly, delving into intricate deployments and actions. A 2x2-meter map graced the center of the room, with the chief commander personally detailing the mission plan. The operation is set to commence at 1800 hours tonight, with 2 Chinooks and 2 Apaches arriving at the designated landing zone to deploy the 5-member reconnaissance team. The major, holding a model of each aircraft, 2 Chinooks in his left hand and 2 Apaches in his right, illustrated a formation of 4 helicopters, pausing briefly 2 kilometers beyond the western perimeter of Asadabad village before continuing their journey. The helicopter squadron will then proceed, flying for 30 minutes towards Jebed base, where a contingent of Marines and Rangers will remain on high alert throughout the night. Upon receiving confirmation under the codename Schlitzamalt, the second phase of the operation will commence immediately. The QRF will remain on standby at Jebed base, with the Apaches and Blackhawks accompanying them, while the Chinooks return to Bagram for readiness. Once the reconnaissance team confirms Shah's location, the second phase, under the codename Rick James, will officially begin. Bagram stands ready to provide support, with the QRF utilizing Blackhawks and Apaches as the primary assault force, coordinating with bombers to eliminate Shah and Tariq, thereby concluding the mission. As the detailed course of the operation was recounted, the major notably emphasized, "Gentlemen, please adhere to the rules of engagement." The United States military consistently abides by the laws of armed conflict. Individuals without weapons are presumed to be civilians and should not be engaged proactively. Lethal force is sanctioned only in the event of an active assault or when a target is confirmed to be armed, aimed at neutralizing or countering such a threat. It is my fervent hope that no individual is repatriated and subjected to a military tribunal upon the conclusion of their mission. The rules of engagement are a well-worn topic, one that each attendee has undoubtedly heard recounted countless times, their ears weary from repetition. Yet, before each operation, they are reiterated once more. The emphasis placed on these rules stems not from an earnest adherence to the laws of war by American soldiers, nor from an overflow of benevolence among the troops. Rather, it is a necessity born of circumstance. The United States entered Afghanistan under the guise of a savior, currently aiding the Afghan people in the reconstruction of their governance, necessitating the support of local influential tribes to stabilize the prevailing tumult. In this unique political milieu, the U.S. government must collaborate closely with the Afghan administration, jointly establishing various governmental entities. The military is not exempt from this, giving rise to numerous unconventional departments and groups. Among them, the most unconventional is a collective designated as the BSOS, which significantly constrains American military operations in Afghanistan, creating considerable consternation among commanders and soldiers alike, yet rendering them powerless to disregard it. BSOS stands for Battlefield Supervisors, tasked with overseeing military engagements. Following any military operation initiated by U.S. forces in Afghanistan, these BSOS, composed of esteemed Afghan figures, are dispatched to the scene to ensure that no Afghan civilians have been harmed and that no inhumane methods have been employed, confirming that only Taliban militants have been targeted. Should any civilians be injured or killed during an operation, these Afghan elders, typically over the age of 50, promptly report to the Afghan government. In an effort to win the hearts of the populace and stabilize the chaotic situation, The Afghan government seeks the support of these tribal leaders to expedite the establishment of an Afghan-led regime, subsequently lodging protests with the U.S. government. American politicians are solely focused on achieving a stable Afghanistan, for only through stability can they extract wealth from the region. The well-being of American soldiers and the potential dangers they face during operations are of little concern to them, perhaps even entirely disregarded. Protests from the Afghan government, after navigating through various channels, ultimately exert pressure on the frontline troops. If it is substantiated that soldiers have harmed civilians, to alleviate the persistent protests from the Afghan government, those at the lower ranks face severe repercussions. Even the commander responsible for the operation may find themselves ensnared in this web of accountability. Although the number of American soldiers repatriated from overseas each year is reported to be minimal, the actual figures are likely more than tenfold that amount. Over time, those responsible for executing operations at the grassroots level find themselves encumbered by a shackle, compelled to carry out a myriad of orders issued by the U.S. government. The reluctance to harm 3 shepherds during Operation Red Wings can be attributed to the presence of the BSOS. In the realm of the internet, keyboard warriors speak with an ease that belies the gravity of their words. With a mere flick of the tongue, they call for violence, oblivious to the consequences of their rhetoric. These individuals exhibit a profound ignorance, failing to comprehend the peril they invite upon themselves. But is reality as simplistic as they portray? Would a member of the esteemed Navy SEALs be so foolish as to act upon such reckless notions? Certainly not. The truth is far more sobering and harsh. The act of taking 3 innocent lives constitutes a massacre, even if the might of the U.S. government shields one from a military tribunal. Expulsion from the armed forces is an inevitable outcome. Such expulsion signifies the loss of educational benefits, reemployment assistance, pensions, and the very foundations of a secure future. Moreover, the pervasive culture of human rights activism in America is relentless, with protests erupting daily. The massacre of civilians is an unforgivable transgression. A soldier guilty of such an atrocity, regardless of whether they face imprisonment, finds their social reintegration nearly impossible. It is akin to falling into an abyss from which recovery is arduous. No organization or corporation would dare employ such a tarnished individual. Even those brave enough to do so would soon find themselves besieged by human rights organizations, leading to inevitable dismissal. In a capitalist society like America, the unemployed face insurmountable hardships. The ultimate fate for these individuals is often a spiral into bankruptcy, unable to repay debts accrued on credit cards, with their hard-earned assets liquidated. Not only homes and vehicles, but even personal effects can be seized and auctioned off by the courts. With shattered credit, even the simplest of jobs, such as dishwashing, become unattainable, relegating them to the streets as vagrants, surviving amidst the refuse of society. The overwhelming majority of veterans, driven by desperation, find themselves resorting to the lethal skills honed in military service, ultimately leading them down a path of crime. The weight of such punishment is unbearable. No sane individual can withstand it. What, then, constitutes true social death? This is it. In circumstances less dire, few would dare to approach this cursed fate. The 4-man team of Operation Red Wing tragically fell victim to this very reality. Chapter 130. Rookie Show. As the briefing and pre-mission meeting concluded, the clock approached midnight. With just over 6 hours remaining until the operation commenced, originally scheduled for the evening. The unique cultural event known as the Rookie Show, designed to foster camaraderie between seasoned and new soldiers, had to be moved up, serving as a pre-mission morale booster. Under the meticulous organization of the Major, all gathered in the film screening room after lunch. It was not only members of Murphy's team and Long John, but also some from the QRF unit participating in the operation, creating a lively assembly of over 40 individuals. Although the screening room was modest in size, the 50 available seats accommodated everyone comfortably. True to the traditions of the Rookie Show, Sean arrived last, donned in a deep blue physical training shirt and shorts, paired incongruously with combat boots. "Sir, I am ready," he announced. Sean inhaled deeply, clasping his hands before his chest, appearing slightly anxious under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. Standing in his shorts, being observed by a multitude of older gentlemen indeed required a considerable degree of psychological fortitude. It was commendable that Sean had not fled in embarrassment. No, that's incorrect," interjected the Major seated at the center of the front row, shaking his head. "You ought to introduce yourself first." Rather than report to me, share something we don't already know. With a nervous swallow, Sean shifted his feet awkwardly, touched his nose, and said, I am Navy Petty Officer Sean. Shut up, came the abrupt interruption. You've come to the wrong place, rookie. You should return to the children's class for introductions. Utterly disappointing, go out and try again. Before Sean could finish his statement, the veteran soldiers erupted in a chorus of jeers, effectively stifling his remaining words. Although such behavior from the veterans might seem rude, it was, in fact, a customary aspect of the rookie showcase. Here, it was unnecessary for newcomers to deliver reports. Rather, they were encouraged to let go completely and reveal their true selves. Regardless of whether the veterans would take a liking to the newcomers, it was imperative that the latter actively integrate into the group. Silence. Silence. As the veterans continued their raucous antics, the major took on the role of peacemaker. Rising from his seat, he approached Sean, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and addressed the assembly. Give this young man a chance. Remember your own beginnings. Each individual present had endured the rookie showcase, having faced their own trials at the hands of veterans. And it was through this very experience that they had learned to fully embrace themselves. Moreover, since the rookie showcase was inherently a form of entertainment, the noise soon subsided. Sean, however, still seemed oblivious to what the veterans sought from him, clumsily stating, I am Navy Military Sean Barton. Who the hell wants to hear that? Shut up. Shut up. After a prolonged wait, the veterans resumed their relentless barrage against Sean. This time, it was even more severe. Someone hurled an empty bottle, which struck Sean on the head, transforming the jeers into laughter. More empty bottles and paper wads began to rain down upon him. Dragon John, unable to bear it any longer, shouted a reminder. Sean, show us your skills. We need something more exciting. Exciting? At last, Sean grasped Dragon John SQ. A smile of understanding creeping across his face. I know what to do, guys. Just give me one more chance. This final opportunity will surely satisfy you. Dodging the light projectiles flying his way, Sean grinned playfully at the veterans, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing Sean's confident promise, the veterans finally paused their discontent, directing expectant gazes toward him. The major, too, expressed his anticipation, saying, Begin at once. We look forward to your performance, lad. Just a moment. Sean turned to activate the movie's sound system, selecting a track to serve as the background music. He then pivoted, presenting his back to the audience, subtly arching his derriere. This posture was anything but ordinary, instantly piquing the interest of the veterans present. The young man had finally grasped the essence of the moment. As the lively rock music filled the air, Sean transformed into a sensual dancer, moving his hips with an enticing rhythm. Coupled with his height of 188 meters and his well-toned physique from regular workouts, the scene was undeniably exhilarating. At the instant Sean commenced his sultry dance, the atmosphere in the cinema erupted into a cacophony of whistles and cheers. Some even shouted requests, urging him to intensify his movements. Let those hips sway a little more. Neck, 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 synchronize your movements. Turn around and let us behold your alluring expression. Come on, mate, immerse yourself fully. We want to see that ecstatic look on your face. Encouraged by the enthusiastic calls from the crowd, Sean's emotions soared, and his movements grew increasingly animated. The more provocative his dance became, the more electrifying the atmosphere turned. A portion of the veterans, who relished the thrill of dancing, could no longer resist joining in the sway. Long John, amused by Sean's performance, chuckled softly, pondering, this fellow truly has a gift. If he struggles to find a good job post-service, he could certainly make a splash as an exotic dancer in a bar. Sean poured his heart into the dance, and the veterans were thoroughly entertained. Eventually, the performance concluded, leaving them wanting more. It was time to cast votes. Murphy, pleased with Sean's display, approached him, addressing the gathering. Please raise your hands if you approve of Sean's debut performance. In response, over 20 hands shot up. I only agree to half of it. For the remainder, I wish to hear from you, Sean. What is your dream? And why did you choose to join the Navy SEALs? The major's inquiry was formal, a stark contrast to the thrilling dance that had just taken place. Long John had long been curious about the motivations of pure Americans joining the military. This was a perfect opportunity to delve into that. With enthusiasm, he called out, Sean, come on, say a few words to everyone. No more jesting, speak sincerely. Marcus too adopted a serious demeanor. The previously jovial atmosphere gradually shifted back to a more formal tone. Taking a deep breath, Sean gathered his thoughts and, with a composed demeanor, stated, My decision to join the Navy SEALs aligns seamlessly with my dreams. My aspiration is to traverse the globe, immerse myself in diverse cultures, embrace various challenges, and savor the beauty of the world. I am capable of exerting myself in bed as much as anyone else, and I can also fight fiercely on the battlefield, matching anyone in prowess. I possess a robust physique, adorned with a thick mane of chest hair. I am proficient in skydiving, bomb disposal, and marksmanship. Having driven a myriad of vehicles and wielded an array of firearms, there is nothing beyond my reach. There are no unattainable skies, no unfathomable seas, and no insurmountable chasms. Meaningful endeavors, worthy of repetition, are the realm of the courageous, while only the timid choose the path of mediocrity. I am not a paragon of perfection, yet I strive relentlessly. I dare to love, I dare to venture, and I fear nothing. Through my actions and my unwavering efforts, I aspire to become the finest Navy SEAL, a teammate you can trust without reservation. This is my ideal. This is the very essence of why I enlisted in the SEALs. The United States military operates under a volunteer system, often referred to as the all-volunteer force, wherein citizens enlist of their own accord, forming a contractual relationship with the military. This stands in stark contrast to the conscription systems of nations like China and South Korea, where soldiers inducted into service are termed conscripts, receiving no salary, only a modest allowance akin to pocket money, fulfilling their obligations to the state. At the age of 18, when youth flourishes, one might enlist as a conscript, often without any tangible benefits, driven solely by the dream of donning the olive-green uniform, dedicating their youth to the nation. While some may harbor ulterior motives, seeking to leverage military service for career advancement, the overarching theme remains the pursuit of dreams. In the volunteer system, individuals engage in service through contractual agreements, resulting in a fundamentally different nature of enlistment, where the motivations vary widely. Excluding a small fraction of Americans who enlist purely for patriotic reasons, the majority, over 80%, join the military to satisfy personal needs, with financial incentives being the primary motivator for more than half of this group. Take, for instance, Ray, the second-in-command of Team B. Regardless of his initial motivations for enlisting, whether rooted in youthful ideals of honor, he remains in service today primarily for monetary gain. In reality, a significant portion of American youth enlist for the modest military pay, as it is often necessary to sustain their basic livelihoods. The remaining half, who do not enlist for financial reasons, typically align their motivations with personal interests and character. Zhan exemplifies this latter group. His words reveal that his decision to join the military stemmed not from financial desire, but from a quest to fulfill his life's aspirations. Traveling the world and experiencing its beauty is a dream shared by many young individuals, yet it often comes at a prohibitive cost. Zhan's enlistment in the Navy SEALs is primarily motivated by the unique opportunity it affords him to traverse the globe, allowing him to witness diverse landscapes, a form of indirect world exploration. Moreover, as a special operations force, the SEALs offer a milieu brimming with adrenaline and challenge, enriching Zhan's life with adventure and self-discovery. To strive for self-improvement, to live authentically, to soar higher. These are the pursuits that resonate with youth. However, were a new recruit in our homeland to express such sentiments, devoid of any mention of duty to the nation or honor, they might find themselves engaged in a serious discussion with seasoned veterans who would question the earnestness of such a mindset, noting that one cannot join the military solely for amusement. In the conscripted American military, Zhan's words profoundly resonated with the veterans present, stirring their emotions deeply. The oldest among them was in his 40s, while the youngest, Long Zhan, was nearing 26. Reflecting on their younger selves, they too had harbored dreams and aspirations. However, the ravages of time and the harshness of reality had transformed those once vibrant dreams into mere fantasies, ultimately sinking into the depths of their hearts as regrets. They had all set aside their ambitions for the sake of their families. Now, the passionate figure of Zhan before them offered a semblance of solace to their weary souls. In this emotional atmosphere, Zhan's idealistic speech garnered unanimous approval from all the veterans, culminating in a perfect conclusion to his rookie performance. As the rookie show concluded, operations commenced in earnest. The weapons and equipment meticulously procured by Murphy were delivered to the armory, and the members of Murphy's team needed to prepare their gear. This scenario highlighted the distinction between ordinary SEALs and elite ones. In DGS operations, dedicated logistics personnel ensured that every essential piece of equipment was readily available. All one needed to do was arrive and collect it. Here, however, the situation was markedly different. Zhan and his 5 fellow operatives had to personally access various supply crates, extracting their equipment to assemble it themselves. From affixing optical sights to firearms to loading magazines and grenades into tactical vests, every task required their hands-on involvement. Fortunately, all participants in this operation were seasoned veterans, with the lowest rank being sergeant, and all were special forces, well-versed in various equipment. The 5 swiftly located their respective weapons, began assembling their firearms, and conducted thorough checks for any malfunctions. Murphy and Danny Dietz were equipped with M4A1 rifles, the standard issue model without any special modifications, complemented by the standard KC suppressor and the M203A1 grenade launcher for additional firepower. The M203A1, developed by AI Corporation, is a breech-loading, rifled, single-shot grenade launcher that has largely replaced the M79 launcher, boasting a maximum effective range of 350 meters for area targets and 150 meters for point targets. Matt, serving as the team's sniper observer, wielded a Navy version 12 Malawian Quatches Mod 1 special purpose rifle, designed for lightweight use with a relatively shorter effective range. This can be referred to as an SPR sniper rifle. It too was a basic model, unmodified for enhanced capabilities, featuring an 18-inch barrel, Leupold LR-M3 SPRA mid-range white light sight, and an OPS company type 12 SPR suppressor, a flawless standard configuration. Marcus, the team's medic and second observer, opted for the same SPR sniper rifle as Matt. His choice was not out of preference, but rather due to the limited supply of sniper rifles available. There were only these 2 issued, leaving him no option for a superior alternative. Even if he had reservations, he had no choice but to comply. The White SEALs did not possess the autonomy to select their firearms. They utilized whatever was provided for each mission. In contrast to the members of Team DG, who have the liberty to select their own firearms, the base is equipped with top-tier armament specialists, capable of accommodating any personal modification requests from the team. The disparity between the 2 scenarios is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Having participated in 2 missions with Team B and relished in a paradisiacal treatment, Zhan gazes upon the array of weaponry set for deployment, his emotions a tumultuous blend of nostalgia and reflection. Fortunately, having emerged from the ranks of the Navy SEALs, he is well accustomed to the hardships of a less privileged existence. Moreover, the 48 Malawian Quatches Mod 0, procured by Murphy, is an enlarged caliber version of the 46 Malawian Quatches, transitioning from utilizing 5.56 by 45 mm ammunition to 7.62 by 51 mm. Although it has not undergone any subsequent enhancements or modifications, it aligns perfectly with Zhan's preferences. During his 2 years with the SEALs, he consistently relied on the 48 Malawian Quatches lightweight machine gun, a model that has become his steadfast companion. Despite the increase in caliber and the accompanying weight of the ammunition, the burden of weight has never been a concern for Zhan. What he cherishes most is the promise of greater firepower. The optics also meet his satisfaction, featuring an ACOG 4x32 TA31 equipped with a Dr. Micro Red Dot sight. This Micro Red Dot sight, no larger than a fingernail, is affixed above the magnification scope rather than on the rail of the firearm, allowing for precise targeting in both close and distant engagements without the need for any adjustments. As Zhan assembles this lightweight machine gun, Murphy specifically mentions that due to the treacherous terrain of the upcoming mission, which necessitates climbing steep cliffs, the use of a lightweight machine gun is ill-advised, and the logistical armament personnel have not prepared any machine guns. The 48 Malawian Quatches currently in Zhan's possession is borrowed from the neighboring Green Berets, and it must be returned upon completion of the mission, a delightful little anecdote in itself. The primary weapon has largely met the requirements, and the secondary weapon configuration is flawless, with each of the 5 team members equipped with a P226 handgun as one of the standard sidearms for special forces. This pistol is undeniably capable of fulfilling the demands of the operation. In addition to the firearms, the protective gear is also adequately provisioned, with 4 sets of ballistic vests designed to accommodate front inserts. These vests provide exceptional protection against non-armored rounds directed at the chest. Lastly, the ammunition and grenades are plentiful, with an assortment totaling over a dozen boxes. Even with 30 magazines, the supplies would remain abundant. Marcus, Dietz, and Matt. Upon hearing Murphy's directive to don the reinforced tactical vests and carry at least 15 magazines along with over 10 assorted grenades, initially expressed their reluctance, grumbling among themselves. They argued that reconnaissance missions seldom result in combat, rendering the cumbersome vests and the seemingly endless magazines unnecessary. Given the challenging terrain, which would require them to navigate up and down for 3 to 4 hours, they felt it was merely an exercise in self-inflicted hardship. The additional weight of over 10 pounds would significantly deplete their physical stamina. Just as Murphy was preparing to explain, Long Zhan interjected with a more efficient method, abruptly stating, "If you cannot bear such a trivial weight, are you truly from SEAL Team 10? Is this the caliber of the SEAL Team 10 operators? My load is nearly double yours, and I feel no difficulty whatsoever, nor do I require assistance. Do not let me look down upon your team." Upon hearing this outsider's provocative inquiry, Marcus and his companions immediately bristled with indignation. Those who have ascended from the ranks to join special forces, despite their varied personalities and tempers, invariably share a singular trait, an unyielding tenacity. To avoid being belittled by Long Zhan, and to uphold the honor of SEAL Team 10, Marcus, Matt, and their compatriots refrained from uttering another complaint. They even silently engaged in a contest with Long Zhan, matching his load for load. By the time they completed their preparations, each of their tactical backpacks was filled with 18 magazines and over 10 smoke and fragmentation grenades. This staggering amount of ammunition was sufficient for a skirmish involving a squad of 10. However, although they were in a silent competition with Long Zhan and carried even more ammunition, the actual weight borne by Marcus and his companions was considerably lighter. Typically, a machine gunner would carry soft ammunition pouches, usually 3 to 5 for a single operation. Beyond that, it becomes unmanageable. Long Zhan, on the other hand, had boldly packed 10 soft pouches, each containing 100 rounds, with the total weight of the ammunition exceeding 14 kilograms. The capacity of 1,000 rounds was beyond what one could merely describe as formidable. It was utterly insane. Not to mention the additional logistical gear such as demolition cords, helicopter guidance devices, M18A1 claymore mines, climbing ropes, and sustainment packs. The sheer mass of 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition alone outweighed the total burden of Marcus and his companions' ammunition. Perhaps it was precisely because Marcus and his team were aware of the heavier ammunition carried by Long Zhan that they felt compelled to bring along more magazines, convincing themselves that they were not at a disadvantage. While they continued to compete verbally, deep down, they had already come to respect him. With over 14 kilograms of ammunition, 10 grenades, a 10-kilogram 48 Malawian Quachas light machine gun, a ballistic tactical vest, claymore mines, and various logistical supplies, Long Zhan's operational load exceeded at least 40 kilograms, equivalent to carrying a woman throughout the mission. Even when executing direct tasks, Marcus and his team had never carried such a heavy load, typically maxing out around 30 kilograms. For reconnaissance missions requiring extensive travel, their combat load had never surpassed 20 kilograms. Yet here was Long Zhan, exceeding their previous record by an astonishing 20 kilograms. While this additional weight may seem negligible, it was built upon the foundation of an already taxing 20-kilogram limit for an average person. The human capacity for endurance has its limits. Once the threshold of weight is reached, each additional kilogram ceases to be merely a kilogram. The toll on the body escalates exponentially. It is akin to a weightlifter capable of lifting 180 kilograms, yet utterly unable to hoist 185 kilograms. Is that extra 5 kilograms truly heavy? Clearly not. Tasked with an imposing burden of 40 kilograms, traversing the treacherous mountainous terrain, Marcus and his companions could hardly fathom the sensation. Even with Long Zhan's towering stature of nearly 2 meters, doubts crept into their minds. Would Long Zhan be able to endure? This was merely a silent contemplation among the trio, their skepticism not a slander against Long Zhan, but rather born from curiosity. After all, this was their inaugural collaboration in combat, and they remained unaware of Long Zhan's prowess on the battlefield. Long Zhan sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him, yet he did not rush to clarify or demonstrate. Instead, he remained composed, meticulously inspecting his gear. It was not that Long Zhan disdained to explain. Rather, this weight was trivial in his eyes. Chapter 133, Special Operations MBMMR. At 6:30 in the evening, the sun cast a golden hue over the arid desert, enveloping the world in a warm orange glow. Two Chinook helicopters, flanked by heavily armed Apache escorts, departed from Bagram Airfield. Over 40 personnel were distributed across the two Chinooks, providing ample space. The mood among the operatives was buoyant, devoid of the tension and anxiety typically associated with the commencement of an operation. They engaged in light-hearted banter and camaraderie. The members of SEAL Team 10 had also arrived, including the rookie, Sean. As substitutes, they were tasked with accompanying the Rapid Response Unit to Jebber Base, ready to step in whenever necessary. While the seasoned veterans exchanged jokes and humorous anecdotes, Sean settled at the open rear door of the helicopter, his legs dangling outside as he reveled in the sight of the distant orange sun, slowly sinking beneath the horizon. It was a moment of pure joy, albeit tinged with the regret of the desolate, sparsely vegetated landscape below. A glance revealed a scarcity of greenery. Most of the mountains were steep, riddled with sheer cliffs that soared dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. Without a meticulously planned route, pursuing a single direction would inevitably lead to an impasse at the cliffs, where all communication would be severed. As twilight descended, the helicopter transitioned from its initial altitude of 1,000 meters, gradually descending to within 100 meters of the ground. The cabin's intercom crackled to life. "Commander, we are approaching the landing zone. We will touch down in 1 minute." Murphy tapped Long Zhan, seated beside him, and nudged Marcus, who was resting across from him, raising a finger and calling out, "1-minute countdown." In response to the command, Long Zhan, Marcus, Dietz, and Matt moved in unison. Check the tactical backpack straps to ensure they are securely fastened, confirming that the primary weapon sling is also attached. Next, don the windproof goggles. Finally, retrieve the thick, sturdy rappelling gloves and wear them over the functional tactical gloves. With only 30 seconds remaining, the cabin announcement serves as a reminder. The 5 members of Dragon Squad stand up to manage the safety ropes and queue at the rear of the cabin. The first team member ascends the rope. Matt, leading the way, hears the command, half his body protruding from the cabin, gripping the rope, which is as thick as an infant's arm, at an angle outside the door. As the go command is issued, he lifts his feet off the cabin floor and synchronizes the release of tension in his hands on the descending rope. Gravity pulls him downwards, gliding along the rope towards the ground. The descent speed is primarily determined by the friction of the gloves, which must endure the rough rope for several meters. Coupled with the significant weight carried by Dragon Squad members, this further increases friction. The first team member lands safely, and the second ascends the rope. "Sean, are you coming up as the second?" Marcus teasingly shouts from inside the cabin before departure. "Have fun, you old bastard." Sean replies with a cheeky middle finger, eliciting laughter from the others in the cabin. A minute later, Zulu 06 and Bruno 64 complete their drop and begin their return to base. The Chinook helicopter, having accomplished its drop mission, ascends to return to the Jabbered base, leaving behind the special reconnaissance team on the ground. As the helicopter gradually fades into the darkness, Dragon Squad removes their windproof goggles and rappelling gloves. They then don night vision goggles and inspect their weapons and ammunition, preparing for combat. Apollo 22, this is Spartan 01, communication check. Dietz, the team as communication officer, prioritizes the radio system. He employs the MBMMR from Raisin, a multi-band, multi-mission radio communication system specifically designed for special operations. It serves more than just a radio's function. As the world's first operational military radio system utilizing software-defined radio technology, it boasts capabilities far beyond traditional radio sets. Not only does it facilitate remote voice communication, but it also transmits images and data, requiring a mere 20 watts of transmission power. Dietz's communication quickly receives a response. Spartan 01, this is Apollo 22. Please maintain open communication, wishing you a successful operation. The AC-130 gunship, serving as a communication relay station, acknowledges the message and redirects to the Frontline Operations Center in Jabbered. Spartan 01 received, over. After confirming the accuracy of communication with the Operations Center, Dietz shifts the communication to the team channel and conducts an internal communication check. Once the team's communications are confirmed to be clear, they proceed to their first checkpoint, Budweiser, following the GPS. The terrain along the route is already desolate, and under the cover of night, eerie animal cries occasionally echo from the shadows. Wandering through this desolate and uninhabited expanse of barren mountains evokes an oddly peculiar sensation. It cannot be described as terrifying, nor does it align with a sense of tranquility. The major officer in the operational briefing had explicitly stated that the journey from the landing point to the destination would require a mere 34 hours. However, this initial piece of intelligence proved to be grossly inaccurate. The trek to the first waypoint, Budweiser, consumed a full 2 hours, with 3 additional waypoints ahead. It became evident that they had only traversed a quarter of the distance, necessitating at least 8 or 9 hours to complete the journey. Marcus, with unrelenting sarcasm, remarked that the command center operated with a lack of foresight. The root of this error, Dragon Battle speculated based on his combat experience, was that the command center had calculated the distance using daytime marching speeds, neglecting the impact of diminished visibility at night. This oversight was a classic case of carelessness. Fortunately, they had set out early enough, allowing ample time for the reconnaissance team to reach their destination, rendering the issue less severe. Even if they now needed to expend double the time, they would still arrive before dawn. Upon reaching the destination, Jabbard Base, the major commander led his team in establishing a forward command center, codenamed Sparta. Murphy's squad pressed onward through the night, while the command center remained brightly illuminated. As Murphy's team advanced deeper, they successfully relayed communications back to the command center from each predetermined waypoint. Calling Apollo 22, Sparta, 01 has arrived at Budweiser. Do you copy? Apollo 22, Sparta, 01 has reached Miller. Apollo 22, this is Sparta 01. We have arrived at Corona. Calling Apollo 22, Sparta 01. The communications from the first 3 waypoints were clear, and aside from the extended travel time, everything proceeded smoothly. However, the report from the 4th waypoint encountered significant interference, rendering it nearly unintelligible to the command center. After 3 requests for repetition, Dietz successfully conveyed the report for the 4th waypoint, Heineken, during the 4th attempt. Ultimately, the communication was completed without major repercussions on the operation, and the mission continued unabated. In truth, communication issues are a common occurrence in U.S. military operations in Afghanistan, and personnel have become accustomed to these challenges. When a mistake remains uncorrected for an extended period, it tends to lose its significance. As Dragon Battle and his team arrived at the first observation point from Heineken, the sun emerged from the eastern valley, dispelling the darkness entirely. A new day dawned. After an entire night of travel, Murphy's squad finally reached their ultimate destination. Standing atop a rocky hill with sparse vegetation, Dragon Battle could discern, with the naked eye, the village of Kadaku, 15 kilometers away. It was more successful than anticipated. Long Zhan chuckled to himself, turning back to retrieve the high-precision military map. Utilizing surveying tools alongside GPS positioning, he double-checked the location, confirming there were no discrepancies. He then addressed Dietz, stating, "I have conducted the necessary verification and confirmed that this is indeed the first observation point. You may contact the base now." Understood. Dietz, positioned advantageously, did not need to search for another location. He set up the communication system on-site, unfolded the signal-enhancing antenna, tuned the channel, and called out, "Sparta Base. This is Sparta 01, communication check." This time, the target of the call had shifted from Apollo 22 to the Forward Operations Center. This change was necessitated by Murphy's team having reached their final position, requiring coordination with the command center. As Murphy's team delved deeper into the forest, the quality of the signal deteriorated progressively. By the time they reported the 4th waypoint, communication issues had already manifested as white noise, and by the final observation point, the situation had worsened significantly. The first call went unanswered for nearly half a minute, and the second call elicited no response whatsoever. It was not until the 3rd call that there was any indication of life, but the voice on the headset was intermittent and unclear, making communication difficult for both Dietz and the base. Dietz could only repeat to the base that the team had arrived at the first observation point, hoping to hear a clear acknowledgement at least once. Meanwhile, on the observation front, observers Marcus and Matt encountered their own troublesome issue. "Murphy, this observation point is utterly useless. Half of the village is obscured." Matt, having a casual rapport with Murphy, addressed him informally rather than adhering to the formalities of rank. Murphy lifted his high-powered binoculars, realizing that due to the angle, only half of the village was visible. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. Although the other half of the village was obscured by trees and terrain, Murphy's team could still conduct observations from their position. However, lacking a full view of the village could impede their ability to accurately monitor Shah. Without visual confirmation of Shah's presence, direct action would be impossible. This angle is completely inadequate for observation. We must devise a solution, Murphy thought, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, after persistent attempts to establish contact, Dietz finally reported back to Sparta base. Sir, although our communication with Sparta 01 has been intermittent, we have received confirmation that they have arrived at the first observation point. The communications officer, relaying the message to the major officer, informed him of the situation. All right, gentlemen, the sleep-deprived major rubbed his face and rose to approach the task board. He crossed off the final entry for Schlitza Malt and addressed the dozens of soldiers awaiting in the room. The reconnaissance team has reached the designated position. Team 1. Return to Bagram with me. Team 2. Enjoy your time. Good night. With that, the major made his way toward the exit. Perhaps it was the result of a sleepless night that dulled their mental acuity, or perhaps it was simply a lack of contemplation. The major did not perceive any issues with the mission nor feel the necessity for any modifications to the plan. Sean and Frank, serving as a reserve team, were equally oblivious to any abnormalities. As they rose to follow the major outside, preparing to return to Bagram Air Base for a much-needed rest, Sean curiously inquired, "When we wake up, shouldn't they have returned?" "When you wake up? No. Frank waved his finger playfully, teasing Sean, "They will return soon enough. And then they will give your backside a kick to rouse you from your slumber, saying, 'Hey, rookie, it's time to change your diaper.'" The commanders of the rapid response team similarly departed the command center, aware that the reconnaissance mission would take some time, affording them a proper chance to rest. As a throng of personnel gradually exited, the forward operations command center quickly became vacant, leaving only a handful of communication officers on duty. At that moment, the clock above the entrance indicated it was 6:45 a.m. Chapter 135. The sunshine-fearing gunship. The personnel in the command center had endured an entire night, and upon learning that the reconnaissance team had safely reached the first observation point, they all clocked out, ready to return to sleep. Those on the ground began to withdraw, and the same was true for those in the skies. After flying through the night, Apollo 22 was not inclined to continue. Sparta 01. This is Apollo 22. The sun has risen. We must withdraw. Good luck. The pilot of the U.S. Air Force A-10 attack aircraft, Instructor Lynn Taylor, remarked. Although one might observe photographs of the AC-130 gunship predominantly taken during daylight, in reality, it operates solely at night in the Afghan and Iraqi theaters, necessitating its exit from the combat zone before dawn. Images set against the night sky truly encapsulate the essence of the gunship. The requirement to vacate the battlefield before daybreak is not merely to uphold its ghostly moniker, but rather due to the heightened risks associated with daytime operations. The gunship excels in low to medium altitude combat, boasting formidable firepower, which simultaneously constitutes its Achilles heel. In terms of mobility and defensive capabilities, the gunship cannot compete with other aircraft. In an era rife with smuggled surface-to-air missiles and an abundance of man-portable air defense systems, even small armed groups possess the capacity for aerial strikes. The gunship, being such a large target, would incur catastrophic losses if shot down. A loss exceeding $100 million is trivial compared to the embarrassment of a premier gunship being brought down by terrorists, especially for the world's sole superpower. Therefore, regardless of the poor communication quality at that moment, Apollo 22 could not remain on duty any longer. "Damn," was Dietz's immediate reaction to the gunship's departure, responsible for radio communications. He quickly pressed the button to reply, "Received." With the AC-130 serving as a mobile command base, the already tenuous wireless communication signals would deteriorate further without its presence. Dietz, majoring in communications, was acutely aware that a complete communication blackout was a likely outcome, which fueled his frustration. The familiar scenario. Beside him, Long Zhan let out a quiet sigh. He had sensed the impending danger and understood that the current situation was beyond alteration. His sole desire was to eliminate the threat before it could escalate. As long as the three shepherds refrained from causing a stir and alerting the village of Kadaku below, the impending tragedy could be averted. Grasping this point, the calamity of Operation Red Wing could be averted. This observation point is inadequate. Most of the village is obscured, and the sparse vegetation on the hillside leaves us vulnerable to exposure. We need to find an alternative vantage point. Murphy returned with Matt, pointing to another hillside roughly a kilometer to the left, stating, "Matt and I just discussed it, and we believe that hill would be far more suitable." Long Zhan followed Murphy's gesture, noting the denser foliage on the distant hill. Concealed within, one would be virtually undetectable. However, the lush greenery immediately conjured thoughts of shepherds for Long Zhan. Such dense vegetation would indeed be an ideal pasture for sheep, should they venture to that hill. The likelihood of encountering shepherds would be significantly heightened. Though Long Zhan had already contemplated strategies for dealing with the shepherds, avoiding them altogether would, from an objective standpoint, be the most prudent course of action. With this intention in mind, he organized his thoughts and articulated, "I do not recommend proceeding to that hillside. The foliage is excessively dense, providing an excellent observation point. If I were Shah, I would certainly post sentries in such a location. If Shah shares my line of thinking, then that hill may no longer be secure, and we could very well encounter unforeseen circumstances upon our arrival." The more he spoke, the more plausible his concerns became. From his discourse, he could ascertain with a degree of certainty that the shepherds encountered during Operation Red Wing were likely Shah's armed operatives disguised to monitor that hillside. Our forebears employed similar tactics during the War of Resistance against Japan in guerrilla warfare. As the leader of a modern guerrilla organization, Shah, having developed a force of over 200 individuals amidst American pursuit, must possess some historical acumen regarding warfare. Coupled with PSOE's restrictions upon the American forces, utilizing shepherds to replace armed sentries was likely Shah's ingenious stratagem. Long Zhan's reasoning was compelling and well-articulated, which left Murphy, Matt, and Dietz quite impressed, compelling them to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. In their eyes, Ahmad Shah, a former high-ranking Taliban official and seasoned combatant, would undoubtedly possess counter-surveillance awareness. If Shah had indeed established defensive measures in the most perilous locations, then their approach would be tantamount to courting death. The more he contemplated, the more he found merit in Long Zhan's words. Dietz concurred, stating, "Our communication status is already precarious, and as we delve into that forest, we might completely lose contact with the base. Even satellite phones may prove ineffective." "Isn't there Apollo 22? Murphy inquired. "It just contacted me a minute ago. The sun is out, and he is heading back to embrace his mother for some nourishment," Dietz replied with irritation. Murphy immediately grasped the situation, aware that aerial gunships typically do not undertake missions during daylight. "Jabril, while your possibilities are quite plausible, we require a superior observation point. We cannot ascertain Shah here." Murphy expressed with a hint of frustration. "We can head over there," Long Zhan suggested, pointing towards a nearby mountaintop where the vegetation was less dense and the terrain relatively open. "That angle is quite suitable. From the summit, one can attain a panoramic view of the village, and given the lack of concealment in this terrain, it is improbable that Shah would establish a watch here." Murphy hesitated initially, lifting a high-powered telescope to survey the area. The right hill that Murphy chose was lush and verdant, representing one of the few dense forests in Afghanistan. Its advantage lay in its concealment, but the potential drawback was the risk of surveillance. Even a mere bandit, familiar with the landscape of barren hills and rocky mountains, would find this area suitable for hiding a multitude of individuals and equipment, which could be disconcerting. It was not uncommon for casual observers to pass through, like shepherds who embodied the characteristics of the idler. In contrast, the left hill selected by Long Zhan lacked the ideal vantage point of the first observation spot. The summit was primarily composed of shale, with only weeds for cover, rendering it ill-suited for prolonged concealment. It was also not as densely vegetated as the right side, which instinctively evoked a sense of danger. The typical arid structure resulted in sparse vegetation, making it less conspicuous. Trees spaced a few meters apart accompanied by shrubs could, with minimal concealment measures, still provide decent cover. Its drawbacks were not pronounced, yet its advantages were equally absent. It was rather mediocre. Murphy personally preferred the lush forest on the right. However, the SEALs operated on a bottom-up decision-making mechanism, eschewing unilateral authority. Thus, he set down the telescope and declared, "Both hills possess their merits. Since Jabril has reservations, let us revert to our traditional method of decision-making. Those in favor of my proposal, raise your hands." Upon finishing, Murphy raised his own hand, as did the sniper observer Matt. Jabril's supporters also raised their hands. This time, Long Zhan and Dietz joined in favor of Jabril. Dietz did not abstain, evidently swayed by Long Zhan's arguments. With a tie of 2-2, Murphy had no choice but to press the radio, explaining the situation to Marcus, who was still observing and maintaining vigilance. After a moment of silence, Marcus spoke gravely. "It is wiser to err on the side of caution. I choose Long's observation point." "Okay." Although his own observation point was dismissed, Murphy felt no discontent and promptly issued commands. Maintain vigilance. We shall proceed to the new observation point. Around the village of Kadaku, the trees are rather modest in stature, with the majority standing below 10 meters and growing sparsely. Under such conditions, the Murphy team risks exposure if they continue to move during the day, a situation that should ideally be avoided. Nevertheless, in pursuit of an enhanced vantage point to successfully complete their reconnaissance mission, they must embrace the inherent risks. As the 5 members of Long Zhan proceeded with utmost caution, they deliberately navigated through areas where the foliage was denser, taking over half an hour to reach the summit on the left side. This perfectly illustrated the adage of running to the mountain only to tire the horse. The summit indeed provided an exceptional view of the village of Kadaku, nestled within the embrace of several surrounding hills, revealing the entirety of the village in its panoramic glory. Standing beside a pile of rocks, Murphy was able to discern the entire village with the naked eye and commenced issuing a series of commands. Marcus, stay close to me. Gibran, keep an eye on our rear. Danny, report our new observation point to headquarters. Matt, conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance. As Murphy articulated each directive, the 5-member team dispersed around the summit, each taking on their designated responsibilities. With their focus entirely directed forward, they assisted Matt in accurately locating Shah, while Long Zhan, tasked with monitoring the rear, bore a heavier burden than it appeared. The elevation of this observation point was not particularly high, with only a 200-meter difference from the village below, and the summit was more akin to a broad plateau than a sharp peak. This configuration resembled a trapezoidal structure, as if the mountaintop had been leveled off. The expanded area of the summit increased the defensive perimeter, necessitating a broader range of vigilance, demanding more concentration from Long Zhan. Should he lose focus even momentarily, an adversary could easily circumvent his line of sight and approach Murphy and the others. If such a figure were armed, the consequences could be dire. Burdened with an extraordinary load and having marched through the night for over 8 hours, Long Zhan's physical condition had deteriorated significantly below normal standards. Yet, he could not afford to relax, needing to maintain even greater focus than Murphy and the others. To ensure the success of their mission and safeguard his own life, Long Zhan had to devise a strategy to enhance his field of vision in the similarly elevated area of the summit. The only remaining option to gain a better perspective was to climb a tree. Thus, while Murphy and the others took a moment to rest, hydrate, and replenish their energy with food, utilizing high-powered binoculars to survey the village, Long Zhan selected a gnarled tree and proceeded to demonstrate a rather comical display of a gorilla scaling its trunk. It must be noted that tree climbing posed a considerable challenge for someone of Long Zhan's stature. It was not that he lacked the ability to ascend, but rather that there were too few trees capable of supporting his weight, even with his tactical backpack set aside at the base. Initially, the gnarled tree, with a base diameter exceeding 30 centimeters, seemed stable. However, as he climbed higher, nearing 3 meters, the trunk began to sway under his weight. To prevent falling from the tree, Long Zhan dared not climb too high, ultimately settling on a fork about 4 meters above the ground. The trees atop this mountain were rather sparse, and with the support of this 4-meter height, Long Zhan surveyed the area, noting that there were no significant obstructions for nearly 100 meters. At last, he could take a moment to rest, feeling that the position was adequate. Long Zhan leaned against the branch, took a sip from his flexible water hose, and opened a chocolate bar, eating while observing his surroundings. The rear guard had been established, ensuring comprehensive protection for the team. Matt had also chosen to position himself beside a pile of rocks and a thicket, using the underbrush for cover as he began to observe the comings and goings of adult males in the vicinity of Kadaku. Murphy and Marcus were also monitoring the village while simultaneously replenishing their food and water supplies. Thus far, the efforts of these 4 had proceeded quite smoothly, except for Dietz, who was facing some complications. "Damn it," he muttered. Dietz had elevated the antenna as high as possible and was diligently tuning into various channels. Yet the radio only emitted static, infuriating him to the point of cursing. The situation before him made it painfully clear that he had to confront a harsh reality. Without Apollo 22 to facilitate communication, the radio he carried had likely become nothing more than a decorative piece. While the radio had yet to establish contact with the base, the observation team had made new progress. "I've spotted no fewer than 20 armed individuals. This is one hell of an army," Marcus remarked as he leaned back, drawing his gun and body into the thicket for concealment. This position allowed for discreet observation without causing fatigue over time. "Look over there." In the open space outside the third house on the left, Murphy said, leaning against an earthen slope, using a high-powered scope. The fourth man on the left, wearing a deep red scarf, lacks earlobes. The briefing had clearly described that the absence of earlobes was a defining characteristic of Shah. Oh, have we already found the target? Marcus perked up immediately. His sniper scope wasn't as clear, so he took a couple of steps to Murphy's side, accepting the high-powered scope to take a closer look. The man had a gray turban wrapped around his head, donned a long black robe, and sported a thick beard. The ear visible beneath the scarf revealed only the outline at the top, with the earlobe entirely absent, making it exceedingly conspicuous. Wow, what a sight! Is that our Rick James? Marcus exclaimed, his spirits soaring as they had located their target within 5 minutes of reaching this observation point. Murphy, in good spirits as well, teased, "Do you think you can take him out?" Marcus did not respond immediately. After 4 or 5 seconds, he lowered the scope and replied in a low voice. "We haven't received authorization. I mean, come on, can you hit him?" Murphy asked again. "Wangdefa, are you serious?" "Mate, I'm over 1,400 meters away from him. I'm no American sniper. Why don't you take a shot?" Marcus retorted. "I can't either. I just wanted to ask you." Murphy replied with a chuckle. Marcus, in a good mood, lightened the atmosphere. Murphy pressed the Team-S radio and said, "Dietz, I've confirmed the target, Shah. You can notify command now." "Great. I'm contacting command." Dietz responded, relieved that he could swiftly locate the designated target. He stood up, preparing to change positions to continue the communication. "Okay, you keep contacting them," Murphy said, patting Marcus on the shoulder. "You stay focused on Shah." He then began to inquire about the progress of the other team members via the radio. "Matt, how's it going on your end?" "Comfortable? Getting by, but I'm a bit unhappy since you snatched the big fish," Matt replied, slightly disheartened. As the Team-S sniper observer, he had failed to spot Shah first, allowing Murphy to take the lead, which dampened his spirits. "Thanks to our external support, Mr. Gibran, for choosing such an excellent position." Murphy generously praised Long Zhan. He then called over the radio, "Gibran, once the mission is complete, drinks are on me. Only if I get drunk. Otherwise, I'm not interested." Long Zhan laughed over the radio. "As you wish," Murphy readily agreed, reminding him, "We entrust our rear to you." The team successfully reached their destination and quickly confirmed the mission target, enhancing the overall morale. After some back-and-forth communication, Murphy sensed it was about time and asked again, "Danny, have you established contact yet?" "Not yet," Dietz replied. "Danny, keep trying. There's less than an hour until the next satellite communication window. If we still can't reach base by then, I will use the satellite phone." Murphy's smile faded. Finding the mission target, but being unable to contact the base was indeed frustrating. Damn it, Marcus's good mood was shattered. Frowning, he said to Murphy, "I've noticed someone in the village observing the hillside, and now we can't reach base. Staying here too long might expose us. That is a concern." Murphy nodded, pausing for a moment before suggesting, "Let us leave Matt to continue monitoring while the rest of us fall back 25 yards into the woods to rest in shifts. What do you think?" The team had traveled through the night, and they certainly needed to rest their eyes, even if just for 10 or 20 minutes. "I think that sounds good," Marcus replied. "Okay, then it's settled." Murphy pressed the radio to issue the command, "Matt, maintain your observation. Dietz, retreat to the observation point and find a way to restore communication." After issuing the orders, Murphy stowed his scope in his pack, picked up his rifle, and beckoned Marcus to move back over 20 meters. Marcus found a low tree, lay down, and nestled under its canopy, using the foliage as cover to conceal himself. Murphy found himself 5 meters to the left of Marcus, having likewise burrowed into the surroundings. He extracted a pack of military rations, engaging in a light-hearted conversation while savoring his meal. Upon the completion of this mission, Murphy anticipated an engagement with his girlfriend, who had expressed a desire for an Arabian white horse as a wedding gift. Unfamiliar with these majestic creatures, he seized the opportunity to consult Marcus about their availability and pricing. Matt, the consummate sniper and reconnaissance expert, dedicated his time to meticulously documenting the village's conditions, including crafting a detailed map and noting the number of armed personnel present. At this juncture, although communication issues had arisen, preventing timely contact with the base and slightly dampening spirits, the team remained largely unfazed. They understood that even if contact were established, the rapid response team would not mobilize until nightfall, signifying that the reconnaissance unit would need to remain vigilant until the QRF's arrival. With satellite communication windows opening every 2 hours, There was ample opportunity to reach out to the base from the morning until dusk. Based on the protocols of prior reconnaissance missions, the remaining time was unlikely to yield unforeseen events. Even Long Zhan, forewarned of the Red Wing operation, had shifted his observation point due to the mission's influence, believing that no shepherds would appear. However, fate seemed to have a hand in the unfolding drama. Perhaps it was the invisible threads of narrative or the insufficient impact of Long Zhan's butterfly effect, but an unexpected turn of events was imminent. As the clock struck 7:25 a.m., Murphy intended to discuss his forthcoming nuptials with Marcus until 8:20, subsequently planning to ascend a vantage point to relay the codename Rick James back to the command center via satellite phone. Meanwhile, perched in a tree and chewing on beef jerky, Long Zhan felt a sudden chill as every hair on his body stood on end. He heard an unsettling sound that should not have been present in their location, the clanging of sheep bells and the bleating of lambs wafting up from the valley below. Damn it, is this shepherd cursed? Is there no escape? Long Zhan struggled to articulate his feelings at that moment, overwhelmed by a bizarre sense of inevitability that sent shivers down his spine. It seemed as though the shepherd was inexorably linked to Murphy's team, destined to bring about their demise. Despite the tumult of emotions swirling within him, Long Zhan understood that he must react swiftly. Calling Commander, "This is Jibalin. We have a situation here." Upon hearing the urgent call through his earpiece, Murphy immediately ceased his conversation with Marcus, his demeanor shifting dramatically, both in expression and presence. In the team channel, Marcus, Dietz, and Matt were all instantly on high alert, the atmosphere thick with tension. "What is happening?" Murphy inquired, his voice steady. "To the 3 o'clock direction, I've spotted individuals ascending the mountain, and they are less than 100 meters away. I can distinctly hear the bells of sheep and their bleating," Long Zhan reported. "Can you see them? How many are there? Are they armed?" Murphy pressed further. "I can't see them clearly yet. Hold on," Long Zhan said, halting mid-sentence as a flock of sheep came into view, requiring him to wait until they passed before he could discern the situation behind them. "Remain concealed, and be cautious not to expose yourselves." Murphy cautioned Long Zhan while signaling Marcus to follow, moving cautiously towards Long Zhan's position, weapon in hand. Upon reaching the tree where Long Zhan was stationed, he was able to ascertain the full scenario. 2 shepherds and a dozen sheep were present on the slope at 3 o'clock, continuing their ascent, likely heading towards their location. Seeing Marcus and Murphy approach, Long Zhan gestured towards the direction he had identified. Each took up their rifles, employing the scopes to expand their field of vision towards the indicated area. After approximately a minute, the sheep came into focus within their scopes, soon followed by 2 Afghan shepherds wearing hats and white robes. One appeared to be an elderly man, over 50, while the other seemed to be merely a child of around 10. Both wore loose-fitting robes, making it difficult to ascertain if they bore any weapons. "Damn it," Marcus thought as the shepherds drove the sheep closer, realizing trouble was imminent. Murphy's brow furrowed, his scope firmly locked onto the shepherds, remaining silent, lost in thought. The shepherds had not been 3 in number, but had dwindled to 2, one old and the other young. What could this mean? Long Zhan, having confirmed that he hadn't miscounted, considered a possibility. The shepherds might be from the village of Kadaku, having been thoroughly indoctrinated by the station Shah, transforming them into civilian fighters loyal to the Taliban. Though their identities were those of innocents, they were covertly aiding the Shah by performing tasks such as patrolling and surveillance. Since these shepherds had become part of Shah's defense, it was improbable that only one group would be present to guard the vicinity of Kadaku village. After all, the elderly and children possessed little labor capacity, so it was likely that several groups were each tending a few sheep while roaming the surrounding mountains. This scenario held a high probability. Furthermore, such a loose, informal approach to vigilance would lack any semblance of discipline, and even the Shah would not be overly concerned. After all, he needed fighters capable of wielding arms, not the non-combatant elderly or children. Moreover, through his observation, Long Zhan had noticed a subtle detail about the old man that alleviated his earlier anxiety. Having discerned the pattern and rationale behind the shepherd's appearance, Long Zhan conceived a plan far more exquisite than the initial one, nearly foolproof in its execution. As long as he can persuade Murphy and others to follow his lead, the shepherd's crisis is unlikely to occur. In contrast to Long Zhan's initial panic, having discovered some crucial information from the shepherd, he has now regained his composure. Under the tree, Murphy and Marcus are now so tense that beads of sweat are forming on their foreheads. It is not that the two lack courage. Rather, Dealing with civilians is exceedingly challenging. If they were faced with two armed militants, they would have a plethora of strategies to resolve the issue without hesitation. Yet, they are confronted by two civilians, the most difficult subjects to handle in reconnaissance missions. How to manage the old and the young. Murphy and Marcus are in a moral quandary. What should they do? They are drawing closer. We must prepare swiftly, Marcus inquired of Murphy. What else can we do? Before Murphy could respond, Long Zhan interjected, sliding down from the tree and decisively stating, we must first subdue them. Other matters can wait. All right. We must keep our location concealed. Let us do as you suggest. Marcus, you and Jabril go. Murphy instructed. No need. Long Zhan hefted the tactical backpack from the ground and slung the machine gun over his shoulder, asserting, you two should flank them. One on the left and one on the right, and control the sheep at the summit. We cannot allow the flock to scatter down the mountain when I launch my attack. Chaos will ensue if the sheep return without their shepherds. The old and young shepherds are likely unarmed civilians. It does not require such a grand display of force. I can handle them alone. You alone? Are you certain that is wise? Murphy questioned. Are you worried that I might inadvertently kill them both? Long Zhan's rhetorical question left Murphy momentarily speechless before he reluctantly conceded. All right, I suppose I was overthinking it. He then turned to Marcus. I'll take the left. The other side is yours. Understood. At this moment, Marcus was too serious to jest, nodding gravely as he crouched and stealthily maneuvered towards the right. Chapter 139. The Special Forces Shepherd. Long Zhan's hand-to-hand combat is always clean and decisive. When he intends to take down an opponent, he acts directly, uttering not a word. The adversary perishes through excessive dialogue, and so too does the righteous. Long Zhan adhered to his usual method, undeterred by the age of his opponents. Stealthily approaching and crouching behind an embankment, he awaited the passage of the two shepherds before springing forth to strike. With swift blows aimed at their heads, he landed 2 punches. The shepherds did not utter a sound, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. Murphy and Marcus, positioned a dozen meters away, had anticipated that Long Zhan would employ a softer approach, perhaps covering their mouths to threaten them into silence before escorting them up the mountain. To their astonishment, Long Zhan had no intention of wasting words. He had gone straight for the decisive action. The disparity in size between the two parties was starkly exaggerated, and they genuinely feared that Long Zhan might inadvertently kill them. Eager to check on the situation, they found themselves hindered as Long Zhan's imposing figure emerged just as the flock, startled, began to scatter in all directions. Murphy and Marcus could only take a brief respite as they hurriedly began to gather the sheep. Meanwhile, Long Zhan had already dispatched the 2 men without bothering to check their vital signs, effortlessly hauling them up the mountain, one in each hand. With over a decade of experience in close combat, Long Zhan possessed utmost confidence in his strength control. He understood that at this moment, the 2 shepherds were merely dazed from the blows they had received, not yet rendered unconscious. A few minutes later, drenched in sweat, Murphy and Marcus finally managed to stabilize the flock, tying the lead sheep to a cluster of bushes. The entire flock followed the lead sheep. Thus, controlling it meant controlling the whole group. Upon returning to their observation point on the mountaintop, they found Long Zhan had already bound the old and young shepherds, securing them beneath 2 trees. The 2 men had regained their senses, staring in terror and fury at the sudden appearance of Long Zhan and his companions, struggling to speak. However, Long Zhan had torn their garments and gagged them, rendering their voices into muffled whimpers. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Marcus muttered in frustration as he approached the elder and forcibly removed the cloth from his mouth, demanding, Are you Taliban? Answer me, quickly. The elder stammered nervously, speaking a torrent of words that Marcus could not comprehend, prompting him to seek Long Zhan's assistance. What is this old man saying? Translate it. Long Zhan, being the only member of the team fluent in Afghan, interpreted. He asks who you are and why you are capturing him. Long Zhan then stepped closer to the elder, asserting, Let me take over the questioning. While Long Zhan began interrogating the old shepherd, Murphy, overwhelmed by the unexpected appearance of the shepherds and breathing heavily, did not remain idle. He radioed, Danny, have you contacted the base? No, there's no signal. Damn it, came the reply. The emergence of the shepherds had completely disrupted their mission, severely affecting Dietz's mood, plunging him into anxiety. Damn, your radio is a piece of junk. It seems we'll have to resort to an unencrypted satellite phone. Murphy retrieved the satellite phone and powered it on. Under normal circumstances, Murphy would prefer not to use the WeChat call feature, despite its broader usability, allowing contact from virtually any corner of the globe as long as one stood above ground without signal interference. This was irrelevant in this cursed location, where signals had never functioned properly. Dietz, not wishing to take the blame any longer, picked up the antenna and prepared to return to join Murphy and the others in the main force. Since the radio was useless, it was more prudent to discuss how to handle the shepherds together. Without further banter with Dietz, Murphy extended the antenna of the satellite phone and dialed the number. In this mountainous terrain, the satellite phone proved far more reliable than the radio. The call connected immediately. Jebed Frontline Combat Command Center. This is Sergeant Heisler. Upon hearing the response through the telephone, Murphy promptly replied, Sergeant, this is Spartan 01. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, I can hear you, sir. Heisler recognized Murphy's voice. I am using an unencrypted line and urgently need to contact the commander. The limitation of satellite phones lies in their inability to directly connect to military command communication systems. They can only dial external office lines. This is due to their fundamental communication mechanisms, which lack the confidentiality of radio transmissions. Heisler, an experienced communications officer, sensed something amiss in Jason's tone and words, replying swiftly. Understood. Which commander do you wish to contact? Commander Christensen. He is not here, sir. Has he returned to Bagram? Murphy inquired. Yes, sir. Can you assist me in connecting to the Bagram OLED Operations Command Center? The communication address Murphy mentioned was the very place where his team had resided before their departure, and there was an open external line in the duty room there. Certainly, sir. Please hold. Heisler redirected the call to Bagram. Most others had gone to rest, and the duty officer, Sean, who was new and accustomed to taking on more tasks, answered the redirected call. This is OLED, Specialist Barton. How may I assist you? Barton. Michael Murphy. Sean was interrupted mid-sentence, perplexedly asking, Are you looking for Michael Murphy? The American way of communicating is rather succinct, and its drawbacks became apparent at this moment. Due to the poor quality of the connection, the transmitted audio was somewhat distorted, leaving Sean unable to recognize it was Murphy, thus altering the meaning entirely. I am Michael Murphy. Did you receive that? Michael? Sir? Sean expressed his astonishment, questioning, What is happening over there? The signal is dreadful. Murphy did not offer an explanation but stated directly, Barton, quickly get the chief on the line. It's urgent. He is asleep, sir. Upon hearing that the commander was resting and recalling the dire situation on his end, Murphy's frustration boiled over. He shouted into the phone, Then what are you doing just sitting there? Hurry up and wake him. The call quality was somewhat distorted, occasionally losing a word or two, and given that he was about to disturb the highest-ranking officer in the operation, Murphy hesitated and reconfirmed, You mean to wake the commander now? Can you not waste time? Just go? Murphy's nearly furious shout was perfectly clear to Sean this time, and sensing the gravity of the situation, he ceased any further chatter. Understood, I will do that. Sean set the receiver aside and dashed out of the duty room, racing towards the commander's quarters. Fortunately, the temporary operational area was compact, and Sean reached the commander's quarters in less than 10 seconds. Awakened, Commander Christensen recognized it was Michael Murphy on the line. His perceptive acuity greatly surpassed that of the new recruit, Sean. Realizing that an unexpected incident had likely occurred, they rushed to the command center in their sleepwear, shorts and slippers, without even changing their clothes. As Christensen and Sean arrived at the duty room, they picked up the microphone and inquired, Mike, can you hear us? However, there was silence on the other end, only the sound of a disconnection beep. Christensen quickly turned to Sean and asked, Did he say anything before the line dropped? He only mentioned he had something to discuss with you, Sean replied. Christensen grew increasingly uneasy at the thought of Mike using a satellite phone to contact them. He approached the radio operator nearby and asked, Is it currently impossible to reach Spartan 01? It was functioning normally until Apollo 22's withdrawal, after which the signal was lost. The radio operator responded, Damn it. Christensen's mood soured as he turned and shouted at Sean, What are you waiting for? Call back immediately. The signal is utterly unreliable, Murphy lamented. Having attempted to reconnect several times after the disconnection, each time met with no response. This indicated that the satellite window, which occurred every 2 hours, had already elapsed. The radio system had become a mere ornament, and the satellite signal was non-existent. The next opportunity would not arise for another 2 hours. It was impossible to maintain a positive demeanor under such circumstances. Marcus, beside him, was equally exasperated and sarcastically remarked, "Perhaps we can burn a sheep and signal them with smoke." Dietz chimed in with irritation, "Yes, or I could just borrow a phone from the village below. What good is it to utter such nonsense now?" The interrogation of the shepherds had grown tiresome for Long Zhan, who stood up and addressed the group. "Our foremost priority now is to determine how to deal with them. After conversing with them for a while, did you gather any reliable information?" Marcus inquired. "No, not at all," Long Zhan replied, shaking his head. "However, I can assert 3 points with certainty. First, they are acutely aware of our identity. Second, they harbor a profound hatred towards us. The elder managed to disguise himself quite well. If one wasn't careful, they might not notice. The younger one, however, is too naive, and his hatred is glaringly evident. Third, despite their civilian status, it is evident they are connected to Sheikh, possibly even working for him. I suspect they are using their roles as shepherds as a facade while actually monitoring the village's surroundings." Long Zhan's 3 points were grounded in some reasoning, as Murphy and others had studied expression observation and could sense the animosity emanating from the two shepherds. Yet, all of Long Zhan's deductions were merely conjectures without any tangible evidence. In the absence of proof, such matters were equivalent to nothing. Murphy could neither issue orders to eliminate the two shepherds as if they were Taliban militants nor risk returning from the mission to face a military tribunal. His impending marriage to his girlfriend was now in jeopardy. After a moment of difficult contemplation, Murphy decided to adhere to the traditional approach of the SEALs, gathering the 5 individuals involved in the mission and articulating his thoughts in front of them. "We currently face 3 potential paths. We can either set them free and relocate, which poses a significant issue. We may very well expose ourselves within an hour, and the next satellite communication is not scheduled for another 2 hours. Alternatively, we could take a gamble, binding them here while we depart. However, this option carries its own risks, as they could be devoured by wolves or succumb to the cold, and we would bear responsibility for their demise." At this juncture, Murphy paused, his gaze reflecting the weight of a difficult decision. Matt, unable to contain his impatience, directly inquired, "What about the third option?" Murphy's eyes lingered on the two shepherds as he reluctantly replied, "The most straightforward solution is to eliminate them all and continue our mission elsewhere. The villagers would be unaware of our direction, making it more time-consuming for them to locate us, thus granting us an additional hour or 2. This would allow us to safely await the next communication window and establish contact with headquarters." This final proposal, to take the lives of civilians, was evidently a violation of the laws of armed conflict, potentially leading to dire consequences for Marcus, Dietz, Matt, and even Murphy himself. A heavy silence enveloped the group, their expressions grim. The only exception was Long Zhan, who regarded Murphy's 3 options with disdain, believing a superior alternative existed. Consequently, Long Zhan took a stand and countered Murphy, "Why should we leave this location? I find it quite advantageous, and there is no need to depart." Murphy, still grappling with Long Zhan's intent, retorted, "Remaining here would expose us." "Then let us not be exposed," Long Zhan replied, asserting that the solution was quite simple. Murphy frowned, perceiving Long Zhan's insistence as mere obstinacy. "The shepherds have already appeared. How could we possibly avoid exposure?" Long Zhan, dismissing the pleasantries, stated plainly, "We can bind them here, just as they are now. We can proceed with our tasks without the risk of exposure. If we keep the shepherds under control, they will be unable to return, prompting the villagers to search for them. Don't you think that would be perilous?" Murphy's expression darkened, embarrassed by Long Zhan's veiled mockery of his intellect in front of the others. Long Zhan chuckled at this exchange, finally grasping a crucial realization. The reason why one of the world's top 10 special forces, renowned for their individual combat prowess, the SEALs, had faltered in the face of these shepherds was a fundamental misunderstanding of what herding truly entailed. In a nation where traditional herding had become extinct, replaced by industrial farming practices, the SEALs lacked a true comprehension of the concept of herding. Many mistakenly believe that herding sheep is akin to taking a dog for a stroll, assuming that a brief outing with the flock will suffice before returning home. Consequently, the 3 routes that Murphy could conceive all revolve around this singular notion, magnifying what is inherently a trivial matter. In reality, the practice of herding, characterized by a purely natural feeding method devoid of any feed or hormones, ensures that the sheep cannot be satiated during a fleeting excursion. This is especially true in the barren mountainous regions of Afghanistan, where sheep possess the tendency to eat and defecate simultaneously, inevitably prolonging the process. To prevent his sheep from starving, a shepherd must rise early, bringing the flock out at dawn and only returning once darkness falls. In Chapter 141 of The Cursebreaker, Dragon John's mockery in front of Murphy transforms his irritation into fury, compelling him to glare and inquire, "What is so amusing? Do you take issue with my words?" Dragon John responds, "Why do I laugh? Because your ignorance is utterly laughable." Having grown up in a sprawling metropolis, Murphy is oblivious to the realities of sheep herding in rural areas, necessitating that Dragon John provide an on-site education. Without offering Murphy any semblance of respect, Dragon John adopts a serious demeanor and explains, herding sheep is not akin to a city dweller walking a dog, merely taking it out for a brief jaunt before returning. It is a means of survival for Afghan farmers, an endeavor that is both arduous and time-consuming. To ensure the sheep are well-fed and fattened for sale, providing sufficient income for subsistence, they must toil from dawn until dusk, maximizing the grazing time for the flock. Thus, these shepherds do not return until sunset. Furthermore, unless the shepherd calls home or there is an imminent threat, such as the sudden appearance of firearms, the villagers will not venture out to search. This traditional herding practice, sustained for centuries, has become second nature to them. At this point, Dragon John pauses, seeking to enhance the persuasiveness of his argument by approaching the elderly shepherd. He pulls a cloth bag from his waist, inverting it to reveal two elongated pieces of naan, slightly larger than a hand, pointing to the bread on the ground. He asks, "Do you see these? Why has he brought two pieces of naan? Do you think he intends to snack on them during the journey? Is it merely a playful diversion?" Dragon John's incisive questioning leaves Murphy speechless. He had indeed assumed that herding was simply a matter of taking a brief excursion before returning, prompting his initial reaction to shift the observation point upon seeing the shepherd. Only then did he consider how to delay the exposure of his team. He could scarcely fathom that even in this mechanized age, such an inefficient method of livestock feeding persists. Despite having consumed countless varieties of lamb throughout his life, Murphy remains unable to grasp the concept fully. He wishes to challenge this feeding practice, yet upon seeing the two pieces of naan on the ground, he reluctantly acknowledges that Dragon John's assertions are indeed grounded in truth. This naan, made from wheat, barley, corn, and dried mulberries and peas, constitutes a staple for the impoverished in Afghanistan. It is not a staple accompanied by side dishes, but rather the sole sustenance for the weary. Murphy once endeavored to consume such bread, which is both hard and unpalatable, yet remarkably filling. He could scarcely manage a single piece in one sitting. Only when one must endure a day outdoors would they carry two substantial loaves of this bread. At this moment, Dietz, Matt, and Marcus appeared enlightened. Having grasped the concept of herding through Long John's discourse, they became aware of an alternative lifestyle, rising with the sun and returning at dusk. Through Long John's elucidation on herding, there was no further need for explanation. Their minds were already teeming with ideas. If the shepherds consistently returned only after dark, their operational latitude would significantly increase. There would be no necessity to vacate the area, nor to risk a military tribunal by eliminating two shepherds. They could easily subdue the shepherds and proceed as they deemed fit. With a communication window every 2 hours, they had 4 opportunities to liaise with headquarters during the 9 hours until nightfall. Within this time frame, they could complete all necessary communications with the base. Once darkness enveloped the land, even if the villagers failed to observe the shepherd's return and sent out search parties, it would pose no threat to them. For when night fell, it was not the Murphy squad, hidden in the mountains, who should be concerned for their lives, but rather the village of Kadaku, poised for military strike. At that juncture, Shah and his armed forces would be under attack, struggling to preserve their own lives, leaving them little inclination to concern themselves with the fate of two shepherds. "Well, it seems you were right," Murphy conceded, being a person of open heart. His lack of experience had indeed been a lesson, but it did not breed resentment towards Long John. Instead, he felt gratitude for Long John's willingness to awaken him from his ignorance. Acknowledging Long John's correctness, Murphy surmised that since Long John had stepped forward to counter him, he must possess a commendable plan. Thus, he directly addressed Long John. "Khalil, please share your strategy. You have a deeper understanding of Afghanistan, and your approach will undoubtedly be more suitable than mine. Buddy, you truly are our lucky star, for the first time. I feel the presence of external support. It's wonderful." Matt, with his straightforward nature, lavished praise upon Long John without reserve. Marcus exhaled a sigh of relief, echoing with a smile, "Indeed, this feeling is absolutely splendid." Meanwhile, Dietz, frazzled by the radio, jested, "Our mission is fraught with various predicaments, as if cursed. Long, you must be the one to break the curse, haha." The directness of Western expression is unmistakable. When they appreciate something, they do not shy away from exaggeration. Though Long Zhan was seasoned in the field, he found their compliments nearly overwhelming. With a smile, he interjected, "I am not as formidable as you claim. I merely enjoy reading. Knowledge is power." With a touch of humility, he quipped, "My approach is rather straightforward. The flock follows the lead sheep, and as long as we maintain control over the leader, the flock will not return to the village prematurely, thus avoiding any complications. The two remaining shepherds serve no beneficial purpose to me. They would only bring us trouble, so it is preferable to keep them bound here, as if they were non-existent. Our next steps consist of two tasks. First, we must establish communication with the base to report our reconnaissance findings. Second, we need to urge the command center to act swiftly, delivering a military strike against Shah at the earliest opportunity. At the very latest, we must deploy a rapid response unit to attack the village of Kadaku before nightfall. Otherwise, if the shepherds do not return after dark, it will undoubtedly alert the armed personnel within the village. Should they send someone out to search for the shepherds, our ability to remain concealed will be compromised. Even if darkness allows us to hide once more, or even safely withdraw, should Shah perceive danger and relocate, and the rapid response unit fails to eliminate him, our mission will ultimately end in failure. I have no desire to exert such tremendous effort only to find myself empty-handed in the end. Chapter 142. Refusal to act prematurely. Long Zhan's plan is remarkably straightforward, emphasizing two core aspects: contacting the base and urging it to act swiftly. If these 2 points cannot be accomplished, a series of ensuing complications will arise, which Long Zhan has clearly articulated to those present. Murphy understood that, according to Long Zhan's plan, it is crucial to act before nightfall. Other aspects indeed present no vulnerabilities. He personally found satisfaction in Long Zhan's proposal. If everything were to unfold as suggested, this mission would pose minimal risk. However, the Navy SEALs are a unit that values teamwork. The commander never engages in any form of dictatorship, and Long Zhan's new plan must still undergo a process. Gibran has detailed his plan. Those in agreement, please raise your hands. Murphy was the first to raise his hand. Following him, Marcus, Dietz, Matt, and Long Zhan himself also raised their right hands. It was unanimously approved. The new plan has been established, and now we must execute it accordingly. Murphy began assigning new tasks to the team. Gibran, you will handle the shepherds and the sheep. Any issues? Murphy inquired. No problem, leave it to me, Long Zhan replied. Matt, you will continue comprehensive reconnaissance of the village, paying particular attention to Shah. Any anomaly must be reported to me immediately, Murphy instructed Matt. After assigning Matt, he turned to Marcus. You will assist Matt, alternating shifts to ensure you remain rested. Lastly, Dietz was designated as a faux communications officer, and Murphy arranged for him to assist him, responsible for monitoring the satellite phone. Should the phone establish a communication signal, he could promptly alert Murphy to contact the base. Each of the 5 team members received their new assignments, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere, which did not falter due to the presence of the Milan people. The original plot did not unfold with the release of the 3 shepherds, followed by a frantic attempt to return to the observation point, as Long Zhan reinforced the 2 shepherds' bindings and resumed his watch atop the tree. Everything remained largely unchanged since the arrival of the shepherds. Time swiftly advanced to 10:20. Just as Long Zhan had initially stated, the shepherds were contained here, and no one from the remaining village had come to investigate. Murphy, who had been dozing beneath the tree for nearly an hour, was roused by Dietz. The satellite phone had finally acquired a signal. During the 2-hour satellite communication window, lasting approximately 10 minutes, Murphy promptly dialed the Haste-Larolet Operations Command Center. As soon as the phone rang, Christensen, who had remained by the phone since the last call was disconnected, seized it with urgency, inquiring, Mike? Is that you? I am Michael Murphy. I urgently need to speak with the commander. Please find him at once. Due to the distortion in communication, Murphy did not recognize it was Christensen. This is Christensen, Mike. What is the situation on your end? Commander, I've finally reached you. Murphy exhaled deeply and reported, we have confirmed the target, Shah, but encountered an unexpected situation with the shepherds breaching our ambush zone. Shepherds? Christensen's heart raced, and he furrowed his brow, hastily asking, is the situation still under control? Can the mission continue? The situation is currently under control. Jabril's proposed solution has proven effective. There should be no issues before nightfall. Murphy paused momentarily before inquiring. The operational target has been confirmed. When will the Rick James operation commence? Have you eliminated the shepherds? Christensen, upon hearing Jabril's plan, immediately envisioned Longjean's formidable physique and instinctively associated it with violent measures. We are not butchers. We have merely restrained and contained them, Murphy succinctly clarified, steering the conversation back to the operation. Is there any way to predict if further unforeseen circumstances may arise? Can the Rick James operation commence before nightfall? That is unlikely. The risk is too great. Christensen promptly rejected the notion, perhaps realizing that Murphy's team was not in an optimal situation. He elaborated, Karakou village has over 200 Taliban fighters. Conducting operations during the day would result in significant casualties. In all small-scale special operations undertaken by U.S. forces in Iraq and Afghanistan, approximately 90 occur at night. Utilizing night vision equipment provides a strategic advantage, allowing for an ambush while the target is asleep. Engaging with superior equipment typically results in low casualty rates. Daytime operations necessitate frontal assaults, which incur high casualties and are rarely executed. Murphy was aware of the conditions in the Middle Eastern theater, yet they could not endure until deep nightfall. He pressed, the shepherds must not return to the village before nightfall, otherwise, someone will surely emerge to investigate. No matter what method we employ, we cannot ensure we remain undetected. If we evacuate before nightfall, we cannot ensure that Shah remains in the village of Kadaku, and the operation is likely to fail. Commander, I must be accountable for my team, and I hope you can initiate action sooner. Christensen discerned Murphy's implication. He was reluctant to see this mission fail, nor did he desire to place his own team in jeopardy. He too wished to commence the operation promptly to eliminate Shah and his armed faction. However, as the chief commander of this operation, he needed to consider the broader perspective rather than merely catering to a reconnaissance unit. If reducing the risks for Murphy's team meant increasing the dangers for the quick reaction force by several personnel, it was not a sound trade-off from a commander's viewpoint. Therefore, Christensen's response was unequivocal. Conducting operations during the day poses excessive risks and heightens the likelihood of civilian casualties. I do not wish to invite such trouble. Mike, the scheduled operation time is 9 p.m. I have faith in your capabilities to devise a solution. Chapter 143. The old trick revisited. Damn that bastard, Murphy exclaimed, unable to contain his fury any longer, striking his fist against the nearby tree. Christensen's refusal to advance the operation effectively shifted the risks onto the smaller reconnaissance team. While such a transaction may be advantageous for the larger strategy, it was decidedly unfavorable for Murphy's unit. Noticing Murphy's grim demeanor, Dietz recognized that the new plan's focal point, initiating the Rick James operation prematurely, was untenable. With a resigned tone, he remarked, it seems we are in for a fierce battle tonight. Fortunately, our preparations are sufficiently thorough. As he spoke, he patted the bulging magazines on his chest, feeling the weight of the hundreds of rounds and his bulletproof vest. Dietz was grateful for his gamble with Longjean. Without this tactical combat gear, relying solely on the lightweight equipment meant for reconnaissance, he could not guarantee his survival. You should thank Jabril. He specifically sought me out to discuss these preparations, or else you would likely be equipped with nothing but a plastic helmet. Reflecting on this, Murphy felt a wave of gratitude. If they were to return alive, Longjean would undoubtedly be the greatest contributor. Oh my God, is it him again? Dietz exclaimed, his eyes widening as he reminisced about his encounters with Longjean, marveling, Jabril is truly an extraordinary individual. His actions may often diverge from others, yet the outcomes he achieves are invariably optimal. It is nothing short of remarkable. Since the commander is unwilling to advance the operation, perhaps you could speak with him. He might have a solution. Dietz's suggestion sparked a realization in Murphy. Indeed, Jabril is an extraordinary person. He will surely devise a plan. You should rest here. I will go find him. With that, Murphy left Dietz and enthusiastically made his way toward Longjean's location. Coincidentally, Longjean had been perched in the tree for too long, his backside growing numb from sitting on the branch, and had now descended to the ground to relax. Upon finding Longjean, Murphy recounted the essence of the recent phone conversation. The reluctance of Christensen to take preemptive action presents quite a conundrum. Longjean is equally disinclined to remain until nightfall and engage with Shah's guerrilla forces. To avert potential peril, Longjean must engage in deep contemplation. To resolve this dilemma, It is imperative to identify the crux of the matter. Christensen's aversion to daytime operations is influenced by two primary factors. Firstly, during daylight hours, villagers are active outside, and a QRF assault on the Kadaka village would inevitably endanger innocent civilians. Should evidence of civilian casualties surface, it would certainly become a source of considerable distress for Christensen. Secondly, daylight diminishes the QRF's tactical advantages, rendering covert operations nearly impossible. Eliminating Shah and Tariq from a force of over 200 armed men would likely incur significant losses. Should the operation result in excessive casualties, it would be difficult for Christensen to justify to his superiors. Longzhan recognizes these two elements as critical points and shifts his focus accordingly, soon devising an ingenious plan. "Commander, I have conceived a strategy. It is merely a matter of your willingness to pursue it." Longzhan's statement strikes a peculiar note, seemingly contradictory, leaving Murphy somewhat bewildered. However, his impatience overrides any confusion. As long as a solution is within reach, there is nothing he would shy away from. Murphy and Marcus have been close friends for years, sharing a cordial rapport with Dietz and Matt, often gathering socially. For the safety of his comrades and his own aspiration to return home to Mary, Murphy now finds himself willing to undertake any endeavor. Longzhan, discerning affirmation in Murphy's gaze, alludes, "We have observed a portion of the Taliban in the village gathering. It appears Shah may be contemplating leaving. Reporting this information could provide a resolution." "Are you suggesting I falsify intelligence?" Murphy inquired incredulously. As a reconnaissance team arriving in the target area, he had never before reported misleading information, nor had he ever contemplated such a scenario. "What false intel? Is there any?" Longzhan chuckled, maintaining a serious demeanor. "You witnessed Shah sauntering about the village with a large group, did you not? Under the assumption that they are preparing to depart. Is there a problem with my suspicion? This constitutes legitimate intelligence." Longzhan had previously employed such tactics with considerable success, and the current circumstances were even more unique, devoid of as many outsiders. To prevent complications later, the reconnaissance team consists of only 5 individuals, all of whom are now inextricably linked in this endeavor. The choice lies between avoiding crisis to ensure survival and exaggerating a report of intelligence, or adhering rigidly to protocol while waiting to engage with an armed contingent of 200. Life or death. Longzhan is confident that Murphy and his team will make the correct decision. "You truly are cunning." Murphy laughed at Longzhan's words, wholeheartedly agreeing. "Your plan is indeed brilliant. If I were Christensen, I would be unable to contain my reaction upon hearing this news. If Shah manages to slip away from here before the congressional meeting, he will be nearly impossible to locate, and should any trouble arise, it would certainly amuse him greatly. However, while your solution may address the issue at hand, it is evident that you possess a deeper understanding than I do. Should any information be leaked, the situation could deteriorate significantly. Thus, this matter is beyond our unilateral decision-making. Let us revert to the traditional method of voting to determine our course of action. In such ambiguous circumstances, when attempting to deceive our superiors, it is imperative to maintain a unified front. Even if our actions do not overtly violate regulations, they could still be construed as failures in intelligence gathering, and facing scrutiny would inevitably lead to complications. Dragon Zhan comprehended Murphy's concerns, for he was the commander of the squad. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, he remarked, "Surviving to face charges is preferable to dying beneath a flag. I believe they will make the right choice." In Chapter 144, Deceiving the Chief Commander, it was clear to Marcus and others the dire straits Murphy's team found themselves in. When Murphy summoned everyone, he outlined Christensen's response to the premature operation and the countermeasures proposed by Dragon Zhan. A single imprecise piece of intelligence could prevent an assault involving over 200 individuals. The voting results were unanimously in favor. Even the mightiest of special forces are but human. No one wishes to squander their life, and everyone prefers to live rather than lie on a slab. With the operational personnel aligned in their stance, the path forward became clearer. They had a justification for compelling the commander to act during daylight. Now, it was merely a matter of delicately suggesting points that Christensen was particularly concerned about. Christensen feared excessive civilian casualties would lead to complications with BSOS after the mission's conclusion. Thus, they devised strategies to minimize civilian loss. He was also apprehensive about the potential for high personnel casualties, which would pose challenges in reporting to higher authorities, given the multitude of superior departments involved in the joint operation. If the commander was unwilling to devise solutions, they would assist him in that endeavor. To address these two challenges, Dragon Zhan proposed appropriate solutions, confident that whether Christensen was aware of such possibilities or had never considered them. Presenting these ideas directly would compel a response from him. Coupled with the initial false intelligence, this multi-pronged approach would surely yield results. Murphy, already impressed by Dragon Zhan's strategy, found himself even more in awe after hearing the latter's suggestions. He couldn't help but think that Dragon Zhan was far more suited to the role of commander. Simultaneously, he felt a burgeoning confidence in persuading Christensen. At 12:19, the satellite phone regained signal, and Murphy quickly dialed the toiled Operations Command Center. This time, it was Barton who answered the call. Following their last communication, Christensen had learned that Murphy's team was safe and had returned to his quarters to rest, preparing himself for the direct operation that night. "Barton, I urgently need to find the boss. Please fetch him for me." Hearing Murphy's tone, echoing a previous urgency, Barton, having learned from past experience, promptly set aside the receiver and dashed off. Within a mere 40 seconds, Christensen, who had just settled into slumber, returned with Barton and inquired, "Mike, has there been a change regarding the shepherd?" Unbeknownst to Christensen, he was about to be misled profoundly. "No, boss, the shepherd is fine. However, we have observed a more pressing situation. A faction of Taliban soldiers is gathering in the village, and it appears that Shah is showing signs of relocation. We cannot approach too closely, and the specific intentions remain unclear. Yet, if Shah truly intends to move..." Murphy, adept in the art of language, deliberately refrained from completing his thought. Some sentiments, when left unspoken, resonate more profoundly than those articulated. It is akin to the allure of a bare thigh, which is rather limited, yet when adorned with sheer black stockings, complemented by a form-fitting skirt and high heels, the temptation multiplies tenfold. The unseen often possesses a greater allure than that which is visible, such is the uniqueness of human sensory perception. As Christensen pondered Murphy's words, grim scenarios materialized in his mind. The meticulously planned operation, prepared over months, now jeopardized by Shah's potential relocation. This was an outcome Christensen could not abide, and his previously relaxed brow tightened into a frown. "Can you be certain?" he pressed. "We are unable to collect audio intelligence. Thus, we cannot ascertain the accuracy of the information. We can only make judgments based on observations and past experiences. The likelihood of Shah departing from Kadak is exceedingly high." Murphy's response was artfully ambiguous, suggesting the inevitability of the situation while refraining from uttering a single definitive word. This nuance was delicate. Even if someone were to examine the phone recordings later, they would find no incriminating evidence against Murphy's team. This was a masterclass in cunning. Though Murphy did not provide a concrete answer, Christensen felt compelled to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Even a mere 1 in 10 chance was a risk he could not afford. Yet, launching a direct operation immediately, especially during daylight, posed its own set of burdens too great to bear. What to do? Christensen found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Observing Christensen's prolonged silence, Murphy recognized that the fabricated intelligence had taken effect and promptly initiated the second stage of their strategy to bolster Christensen's confidence for daytime action. "Boss, our position is quite advantageous. The terrain of the village is expansive, perfectly suited for ground laser-guided precision strikes, which could substitute for nighttime aerial bombardments. The methods employed by the U.S. military for precise targeting typically involve laser-guided bomb airstrikes, long-range missile strikes, and close-range artillery fire from aerial gunships. Murphy's team was unable to utilize radio communication, thus they could not relay the precise coordinates of Shah's location. Without coordinates accurate to the meter, neither bombs nor missiles would suffice. Should they miss, the collateral damage to nearby civilian structures would be catastrophic. On the second day, reports are bound to abound. And should the incident of the American military bombing civilians gain traction, it could even lead to Christensen's downfall. In such circumstances, air gunships are typically employed. Christensen insists on night operations, and the fact that the Air Force deploys gunships exclusively at night is part of the rationale. However, Longzhan's proposal of ground laser guidance could impeccably resolve the current issues, enabling precise bombing without the necessity for exact coordinates. Whether using laser-guided bombs or missiles, targeting the coordinates of the Kadaku village suffices, with the terminal guidance provided entirely by ground forces. Ground guidance. Christensen's eyes sparkled. His mind informed him that this was entirely feasible, yet he was soon reminded of a troubling matter. Chapter 145, Tactical Y Landing Strategy. You are merely equipped for reconnaissance. Lacking laser guidance apparatus. How can you provide ground laser guidance for precise bombing? Christensen's inquiry was sharp. Deep infiltration into enemy-occupied territory with poor communication conditions to facilitate precise strikes is indeed a task for special forces. However, Murphy's team is executing an SR mission and is not equipped with laser target illuminators. Theoretically, it is unfeasible. Nevertheless, since Murphy has proposed ground laser guidance, there must be a solution to the equipment issue. It merely requires relaying Longzhan's words. There is ample time left to airdrop the equipment. That may not be viable. Christensen expressed his skepticism. An airdrop would also be visible to Shah's armed forces, not only exposing your current position, but potentially alarming Shah, prompting an early retreat. We don't need to airdrop directly to our present location. The hilly waypoint, 2 kilometers away, is a commendable alternative, Murphy suggested. The reconnaissance team is situated 14 kilometers from the village, and the hilly waypoint requires an additional 2 kilometers, totaling a distance of 34 kilometers. This considerable distance, coupled with the mountainous terrain, renders Kadaku village's capacity for distant sound reception poor, as it lies nestled in a valley. The Taliban in Kadaku village would be unlikely to notice an airdrop, let alone hear the sound of a helicopter approaching. Is there enough time? Christensen fretted over the retrieval process, fearing that Shah may have already departed the village, evidently convinced of the intelligence. He was apprehensive about Shah escaping. Time should not be a significant issue. Of course, if you can use a high-speed bomber for the airdrop, then there would be no problem at all. Murphy spoke with unwavering confidence. To use a bomber for an airdrop? Your imagination is truly astounding. Christensen was taken aback by this outlandish airdrop concept. Despite having undertaken numerous missions, this was the first time he had encountered such an idea. Bombers typically drop lethal munitions, not strategic supplies for operations. Although this approach may sound peculiar and entirely contrary to conventional methods, upon reflection, Christensen found it entirely feasible. The bomber can accurately drop aerial bombs on a specific building. Theoretically, a supply crate equipped with a parachute can be airdropped successfully. Murphy noticed that Christensen's tone had relaxed somewhat, indicating he had formulated a strategy for daytime operations. Seizing the momentum, he released the final bomb. According to our intelligence observations, the Mountain Tiger militia under Shah is not comprised of the villagers from Kadaku. Rather, they have been assembled from various regions. I am convinced that if we can utilize precision-guided munitions to obliterate the building where Shah is located, their command structure will collapse into chaos. The rapid response team can adopt a Y-landing strategy, which will undoubtedly cause the Taliban in the village to scatter in disarray. Without a significant number of Taliban fighters mounting a fierce resistance, the rapid response team can enter the village and confirm Shah's demise with minimal casualties. The Y-landing strategy involves helicopters landing between 100 to 200 meters from the action site to avoid being struck by RPGs, while simultaneously disrupting the enemy, prompting most of them to flee and thereby reducing the intensity of combat. Although this plan was initially proposed to Murphy by Longzhan, it belongs to the conventional special operations tactics of the U.S. military. In many daytime combat scenarios, the Y-landing strategy is deliberately employed. Regardless of whether they are Taliban or terrorists, most originate from impoverished backgrounds, which can be understood as a consequence of their dire circumstances driving them down this path. When faced with life-threatening crises, the majority will instinctively seek ways to preserve their lives. Only a small minority consists of fervent individuals who would recklessly confront the U.S. military. Particularly among groups that have coalesced from external regions, there is often a complete lack of allegiance to their stronghold. Once their organizing leaders are eliminated before the onset of conflict, the terrorists or Taliban, devoid of a unifying figure, are likely to flee with even greater urgency. Witnessing the overwhelming advance of U.S. forces, scenes of panic and disarray abound. Some may even discard their weapons, and unarmed militants fleeing pose a dilemma for the U.S. military, which finds it challenging to pursue them. Unarmed Taliban and militants bear no distinction from civilians and are typically too frightened to fire their weapons. Indeed, the U.S. military intentionally aims to instill fear, often overlooking fleeing Taliban or militants. Their priority is to concentrate forces to account for and eliminate the remaining stubborn elements within the stronghold. Christensen, having achieved the rank of Major and commanding special operations, possesses a solid understanding of various tactics. His previous reluctance to conduct operations during the day stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary risks rather than a lack of comprehension. Now, with all the most sensitive issues raised by Murphy and addressed with viable solutions, Christensen found himself devoid of counterarguments. Coupled with the pressing intelligence regarding Shaw potentially relocating his stronghold, it loomed over him like an insurmountable burden. Ultimately, Christensen was persuaded and resolved to advance the evening operation. Informing Murphy, "I will expedite the bomber airdrop. Your team can depart ahead of schedule. A temporary modification of the action plan is required, and I need a certain amount of time for scheduling arrangements." Regardless of the methods employed, it is imperative that Shaw remains in Kadaku village for the next 3 hours. Even if it necessitates revealing identities or taking direct action, we must ensure that Shaw is detained. Christensen himself is prepared to take risks, which consequently presents a formidable task for Murphy's team, and the tone is unequivocal. Without hesitation, Murphy responded, "Understood. We shall accomplish the mission." Initially, it was merely a fabricated piece of intelligence intended to facilitate action before dusk. Delaying for 3 hours until 3 in the afternoon is still far from sunset. Completing this task will not be overly simplistic. Chapter 146. A daunting task all set, gentlemen. Concluding the call with Christensen, Murphy exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he addressed the team. The commander has agreed to initiate operations during daylight. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Yes, splendid work. Wow, this feeling is exhilarating. Damn, we finally escaped a close call. Battling 5 against an army is utterly absurd. After such considerable effort, success was finally within reach. And Marcus and a few others quietly cheered in excitement. All right, quiet down. The team had urgent matters to attend to, and Murphy had to curtail their enthusiasm. We need to accomplish 2 things next. First, we require someone to return to the Shirley waypoint to retrieve the laser guidance equipment. Who volunteers? I'll go. Come on, leave it to me. I'm well suited for long distances. I can handle it. Marcus, Matt, and Dietz were all eager at this critical juncture. Not a single person entertained the thought of shirking responsibility. The Bomber S airdrop would arrive within 20 minutes, and Murphy needed someone who could definitely make it in time. He was pleased with the Team S atmosphere, yet he still had to set forth his requirements. Although the airdrop would be equipped with a GPS signal transmitter that would continuously emit signals, one merely needed to carry a GPS terminal to locate the airdrop package upon receiving the signal. However, the mountainous terrain posed unique structural challenges that would inevitably cause signal transmission issues. At greater distances, locating the airdrop's emitted signals would be impossible. Thus, it was essential to reach the designated airdrop area before the package was released. Knowing the direction in which the airdrop drifted would ensure the ability to receive the signals from the transmitter, allowing the team to track down the airdrop package. If the airdrop package could not be located, the absence of the necessary ground guidance laser target illuminator would spell disaster. Every action is interconnected. Failing to eliminate Shah would prevent instilling chaos among the Taliban in the village, rendering the subsequent while landing strategy futile. It is unrealistic for the QRF to attempt to penetrate the village in broad daylight, confronting over 200 Taliban fighters. Even if the Rapid Response Force possessed such capabilities, Christensen would undoubtedly forbid such an operation, as he could not bear the weight of such casualties. Ultimately, the mission is likely to be thwarted due to the inability to locate the airdrop package, rendering the timely delivery of a replacement impossible. Consequently, the operational plan for the day must be regrettably abandoned. The failure of the daytime strategy would inevitably hinder any attempts to proceed with the night operations, leading to a complete collapse of the initiative against Shah. Marcus, Dietz, and Matt are acutely aware of the critical significance of the airdrop package to this undertaking. On a flat runway, they would not hesitate for a moment to cover 2 kilometers in 20 minutes, burdensome though it may be to carry 100 pounds. Yet, this is not a mere runway. They find themselves in the rugged and treacherous terrain of the Afghan mountains, where they must either ascend or descend, navigating cliffs and steep ascents. The previous night, they trekked from Shirley to this point for nearly 2 hours. The return journey from their current location would take only 20 minutes, but despite their eagerness to shoulder this formidable responsibility, they must weigh their capabilities judiciously. This is not the time for bravado. None of the 3 can confidently assert their ability to accomplish the task at hand. A moment of silence ensues, as they exchange glances, caught in an awkward standoff. Eventually, in an unspoken agreement, All three simultaneously direct their gaze towards Long Zhan. The incredible physical endurance displayed by Long Zhan, who bears twice the weight they do on the journey from the landing point, has opened their eyes to the existence of such extraordinary stamina in the world. Faced with this daunting task, if there were only one person capable of completing it without fail, Marcus and his companions would unequivocally place their trust in Long Zhan. Murphy shares this sentiment. If Marcus and the others might achieve success through sheer effort, Long Zhan is the one who will undoubtedly succeed. When presented with the dichotomy of possibility versus certainty, Murphy would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. Confronted by the unified gaze of Murphy's four-member team, Long Zhan does not shy away, but rather responds with admirable candor. The adage that greater strength entails greater responsibility rings true. With a hint of playful bravado, Long Zhan lightens the mood, shedding his gear while jesting. From this moment on, each of you owes me a drink. Once the mission is accomplished and we return, I shall collect. The arduous journey has not been without its challenges, and Long Zhan lacks absolute confidence in his ability to traverse the distance with such weight in just 20 minutes. Thus, he must divest himself of burdens to enhance his speed and ensure the task is completed with full efficacy. Then it is settled. You must attend my wedding ceremony, and I promise you'll drink to your heart's content. Murphy warmly invites, seizing the light-hearted moment. Is the bridesmaid beautiful? If not, I shall not attend, Long Zhan quips. As for the bridesmaid, I have had my eye on her for quite some time. It seems I now have a formidable rival. Fortunately, I am confident in my charm. You are no match for me, he adds with a smile. With Marcus's playful banter, the atmosphere brightens considerably. Matt and Dietz also became involved, taking jabs at Murphy's wedding while lending a hand to Long Zhan in shedding his gear. Soon, Long Zhan had removed his tactical vest, bulletproof armor, and utility belt, along with the Mk-48 light machine gun and tactical backpack, which he entrusted to Murphy for safekeeping. He retained only a handgun for self-defense. All right, it's time for me to set off. Wish me luck. Time was of the essence, and Long Zhan wasted no further moments. He waved goodbye to Murphy's group and sprinted toward the designated point, following the route he had previously traversed. Having shed several kilograms of weight, Long Zhan displayed astonishing speed across the mountainous terrain. To the astonishment of Murphy and his team, his imposing figure appeared anything but cumbersome. Instead, he resembled a lithe tiger navigating through the jungle as he swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 147. The Enchanted Mouth Traversing the Unaltered Mountainous Landscape. Physical endurance was paramount to speed. The quicker one moved, the more energy was consumed. However, as long as one's stamina was sufficiently robust, prolonged high-speed movement could be maintained without the need for breaks, thereby naturally increasing the marching pace. Long Zhan, renowned as a physical powerhouse leading the green team, was well equipped to sustain a light jog throughout the journey. Regardless of the sheer cliffs rising over 10 meters, the steep inclines exceeding 40 degrees, the rugged terrain strewn with boulders, or the deep ravines of 7 to 8 meters, none posed a significant challenge for Long Zhan. He advanced with a parkour-like agility. In less than 15 minutes, he successfully arrived at the Helix waypoint, situated 2 kilometers away, and after accounting for communication and preparatory time, he found himself with ample time to spare. Long Zhan waited for approximately 5 to 6 minutes when a Hornet fighter jet approached at high speed. Soaring about 200 meters above the Helix waypoint, from the wing's hooks, it released a long, slender object. As it descended, a parachute unfurled, quickly blossoming into a large mushroom shape. However, buoyed by the jet's inertia, it drifted northeast rather than directly toward the waypoint. Surprised by the fighter jet's delivery method, Long Zhan quickly realized that utilizing a fighter was indeed far more convenient than a bomber, offering superior speed advantages. Several hooks beneath the fighter's wings made it easy to suspend modified equipment boxes. The drawback, however, was that the equipment boxes lacked any propulsion system. Thus, being released at high speeds could lead to a significant deviation from the intended target if the descent veered too far off course. Locating the cargo amidst the rugged terrain could prove challenging. Fortunately, Long Zhan had positioned himself in advance and witnessed the entire process of the equipment box's aerial drop. As the box floated in the sky, Long Zhan pursued it on the ground. After running over 300 meters to the northeast, the equipment box eventually descended into a small grove, its parachute entangled in the branches, dangling just 2 meters above the ground, an ideal height that provided both cushioning and ease of retrieval. It was nothing short of a perfect scenario. The supply crate had been ingeniously repurposed from discarded artillery shells. Upon opening it, one would find an abundance of shock-absorbing materials. With a small black case measuring half a meter square secured at its center, the exterior bore inscriptions indicating a laser target illuminator, accompanied by a brief description of relevant specifications. Ground guidance was one of the special operations tasks, and Long Zhan was quite familiar with this crate. After inspecting it for any signs of impact, he decided there was no need for further examination and began his return journey with the box in hand. Long Zhan successfully retrieved the crucial equipment, and at the toiled Operations Command Center, Christensen convened a pre-mission meeting with various units. The operation, initially scheduled for night, was shifted to daytime, necessitating coordination among numerous departments and forces, including but not limited to the QRF squadron, Air Force units, and various logistics departments. For instance, decisions needed to be made regarding the type of bombing strategy to employ, whether to use laser-guided bombs, air-to-ground missiles, or other ground-based missiles. It was imperative to finalize the bombing method ahead of the next communication window to ensure synchronization with Murphy's team. With so many matters to address, Christensen deemed 3 hours for preparation to be a considerable constraint. Had there not been concerns that Shaw could potentially escape, he would have allowed for a more standard preparation time of at least 5 hours. The toiled Operations Command Center was operating at full throttle, making various preparations for the imminent direct action. Meanwhile, Murphy's team, initially believing there would be no significant developments, encountered yet another unexpected turn of events. It was as if they were truly cursed, with one complication after another arising without a moment's reprieve. When Christensen agreed to Murphy's daytime operation, he had specifically emphasized that regardless of the method employed, the reconnaissance team must delay Shaw. Initially, Murphy dismissed this concern, believing the intelligence to be false and thus unlikely to manifest. However, just as Long Zhan successfully retrieved the guided equipment, Murphy's team began to relax, thinking they could simply wait for the main forces to arrive. Suddenly, 2 trucks entered the village of Kadaku, and the armed personnel within began to bustle with activity. Matt was the first to notice the anomaly. As Murphy peered over the cliff's edge through a high-powered scope, it became abundantly clear that the Taliban were loading supplies onto the trucks. Although the exact intent of their actions remained unclear, the situation clearly bore ominous implications. It seemed as though the fabricated intelligence that Long Zhan had carelessly concocted was veering towards the realm of truth. What on earth was happening? Witnessing this bizarre scene unfold before him, Long Zhan found himself at a loss for words, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. The expressions of Murphy, Marcus, and the others when they looked at Long Zhan had shifted dramatically. Whatever was spoken seemed to come to fruition, which felt exceedingly uncanny. If Shaw was indeed preparing to relocate, they had received Christensen's urgent directive to ensure that he would not leave within 3 hours, making it impossible to continue waiting for the main forces. What began as a non-combative reconnaissance mission was poised to transform into an assault operation. A mere quintet of individuals faced the daunting task of detaining over 200 Taliban militants, a disparity exceeding 40-fold in terms of manpower. Although an offensive position offers certain advantages compared to a passive defense under siege, the stark numerical imbalance foretells a perilous and fervent confrontation, where a single misstep could spell doom for the entire team. It is hoped that this mission entails merely the transportation of supplies. Otherwise, all must brace themselves for combat. Murphy harbored reservations about placing his team in such jeopardy, yet orders had been dispatched, leaving no room for retreat. To refrain from obstructing the enemy would be tantamount to cowardice, a fate not much better than that of a deserter. Moreover, as members of the esteemed Navy SEALs, they could not allow fear of danger to deter them from fulfilling their duty at this critical juncture. In truth, there was no need for excessive anxiety. The ammunition they carried was sufficient, capable of sustaining them for at least an hour. Long was somewhat optimistic, recognizing that they had not yet descended into utter despair. It was merely a challenging situation, fraught with risk, yet not enough to instill fear within him. With over 2 hours remaining until the operation commenced, an hour seemed insufficient. Had he anticipated such an occurrence, he would have brought an additional crate of ammunition. Marcus, despite the circumstances, managed a wry smile, appearing to maintain his composure. Dietz, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Let us pray that Shaw lingers in the village for an hour longer. I have no desire to engage in chaotic combat with these individuals." "Buddy, may your prayers bear fruit," Matt said, patting Dietz on the shoulder before resuming his surveillance of the Katter village through the scope. Chapter 148. Courage. 5 surrounding over 200 times swiftly passed, and at 1:30 p.m., with an hour and a half remaining until the assault. The 2 trucks that had earlier entered Katter village were nearly filled with various supplies. Shah emerged from a building, conversing with several armed men beside the truck, seemingly finalizing arrangements before departure. No longer could they afford to wait. They must approach the village immediately to effectively intercept Shah when he prepared to leave. Murphy, unable to contain his impatience any longer, commanded, "Check your weapons and ammunition, prepare for combat, and advance towards the village perimeter in 1 minute." The urgency of the situation was clear to all, and no objections were raised. Each member swiftly attended to their weapons and gear, adjusting their scopes, engaging safety mechanisms, and loading rounds, entering a state of heightened readiness. 1 minute elapsed. "Move out." With Murphy's command, the 5-man team departed their concealed observation point, stealthily advancing towards Katter village. The 2 shepherds still bound to the tree watched in alarm as Murphy's fully armed team departed, struggling incessantly to free themselves from their restraints. Katter village lay nestled within a mountainous hollow, accessible solely by a dirt road to the west. To effectively obstruct Shah's departure, their foremost objective was to blockade this road, rendering escape from the village impossible. Furthermore, the question arises of how to strategically position the gun line to suppress the entire Mountain Tiger guerrilla force with just 5 individuals. The notion of 5 individuals controlling 200 seems fantastical. However, in this era where firepower reigns supreme, the advantage of numbers has been significantly diminished with proper deployment. It is entirely feasible. Historical examples abound from World War II, where a single soldier with a machine gun could hold off hundreds. As the commander of a Navy SEAL team, Murphy not only studied mountain warfare at military academies, but also possesses extensive combat experience. From the moment he departed the observation point, he commenced his strategic planning. The team took nearly 10 minutes to descend from the mountaintop to a mid-slope position, where Murphy instructed Matt to remain. He was to select a vantage point to set up the laser designator. Should combat become inevitable, Matt could leverage the elevated terrain to provide the team with valuable situational awareness. In small-scale engagements, maintaining visibility is paramount. Controlling the line of sight equates to seizing the initiative. Furthermore, this location is less than 800 meters from the village, and as a skilled sniper, Matt could deliver formidable fire support. With the team's critical eyes secured, they continued their approach toward the village. To effectively suppress the more than 200 Mountain Tiger guerrillas and ensure the team would not be encircled, there exists an undeniable prerequisite. They must confine the guerrillas within the village, preventing any organized retreat into the woods. Scattered Taliban forces attempting to enter the forest would pose little threat, especially with Matt providing long-range sniper fire, allowing for easy neutralization. As long as this objective is achieved, there would be little pressure until the ammunition runs out. Although the village is indeed populated with numerous Taliban fighters, their lack of training and poor marksmanship means that as long as they are kept at bay beyond a 30-meter range, they pose minimal threat to the team. The key to confining the Taliban within the village lies in the proper establishment of the gun line. Zhan, Murphy, Dietz, and Marcus must not be too dispersed within the surrounding woods, nor too tightly packed. If they are too spread out, coordination would falter, leaving them vulnerable to a Taliban charge from the village. Additionally, they would be unable to obstruct the road. If Shah were to charge down the road in his vehicle, interception would be impossible. Conversely, if positioned too closely, the gun line would be ineffective, making them susceptible to being encircled by the village's Taliban forces. Murphy's initial deployment placed them 200 meters from the village, with the 4 positioned in a line to create a fire line that effectively semi-encircled the village of Kadarku. Zhan felt that the gun line was not adequately established. He believed Murphy's deployment was overly cautious, severely underestimating his own firepower. As an individual carrying 1,000 rounds, 10 grenades, and 4 anti-personnel mines, Zhan was confident he could single-handedly secure the road. Murphy's decision to have Marcus join him for a flanking maneuver along the road was undoubtedly an excess of firepower. If Marcus were to be shifted approximately 30 meters to the right, the encirclement of the village by the entire squad could extend from half to nearly 3/4. In this scenario, the modestly sized Kadako village, measuring only around 40 to 50 meters in length, would find itself almost entirely surrounded by Murphy's team, leaving merely a 30-meter gap, should Shah wish to breach Murphy's encirclement. His options would be limited to either exhausting all the squad's ammunition or orchestrating a simultaneous breakout by all Taliban fighters. Once outside, they could then attempt to encircle Murphy's team from the outside, effectively trapping them. Shah, however, lacks the foresight or the acute military instinct necessary to deploy all his soldiers through the gap. In stark contrast to Murphy's initial strategy, Long Zhan's revised plan proves to be far more suitable. Murphy has come to recognize the shortcomings in his arrangements. He had only considered standard circumstances, neglecting the fact that Long Zhan represents a unique variable. With the ammunition and equipment he possesses, Long Zhan's firepower surpasses that of the combined might of the other three. There is indeed no need for excessive caution. Consequently, Murphy embraced Long Zhan's counsel and confidently entrusted the sole exit of Kadaku village to him. Simultaneously, the area along the road corresponding to the village was also assigned to Long Zhan for suppression. Each of you take one of these, Long Zhan instructed as he distributed a knife mine to Marcus and the others before their deployment. This directional anti-personnel mine, commonly referred to as a fragmentation mine, contains 700 steel balls, and its lethality against personnel is profoundly alarming. Upon detonation, it covers a lethal range of a 60-degree arc from 2 to 24 meters high, and within 50 meters, everything falls within its deadly grasp. If unobstructed, the steel balls can inflict serious harm even at a distance of 100 meters. A direct hit to a vital area could prove fatal on the spot. When triggered in open terrain, it can decimate a large area, no matter how many approach. They would be rendered helpless, turning the vicinity into a sieve. Kadaka village, nestled in a depression, boasts a relatively flat terrain that perfectly complements the mine's maximum destructive potential. Veterans like Marcus and Dietz are well acquainted with the capabilities of the fragmentation mine and understand its potential impact in this setting. Upon witnessing the 4 mines Long Zhan produced, excitement illuminated their faces. Previously, they had harbored concerns about the Mountain Tiger militants potentially flooding in from a single direction, thus hindering their ability to suppress the threat, especially given the limited firepower of 1 rifle per person. However, now equipped with anti-personnel mines, Marcus and the others found their perspectives transformed. They eagerly anticipated a collective charge from their adversaries. Even Murphy firmly believed that if just one of the fragmentation mines were to detonate effectively, it would mow down a considerable number of foes, instilling sheer terror in the Taliban within the village. At that time, there will be no room for hesitation. If they rush out, they may not even have the chance to reposition, as long as Shah and his armed men remain ensconced within the village. Murphy's squad will have effectively fulfilled their mission to obstruct, simply needing to await the arrival of the main forces to conclude the operation. Of course, this represents the most ideal scenario. The actual efficacy of the combat will only reveal itself once the engagement commences. However, setting aside various concerns, Murphy and his 3 companions now possess a Qua Dao, which they can strategically position at the forefront of their defensive zone. At the very least, their confidence and morale have surged significantly compared to earlier. Chapter 149. The Bullseye air-to-ground missile Marcus, Murphy, and Dietz, armed with the Qua Dao, departed, transitioning from their long-standing tactical squad operations to a dispersed collaborative approach. Each member maintained a distance of over 50 meters from one another, relying solely on radio communication. The ability to secure their designated areas would largely depend on their individual combat experience and capabilities, with assistance from fellow teammates contributing a maximum of 30%. The weaponry at Dragon Warfare was ideally suited for such engagements, and the tasks at hand were particularly daunting. To ensure that Shah did not escape by vehicle, Dragon Warfare positioned the last remaining Qua Dao mine approximately 30 meters from the village's exit, atop a small earth embankment about 3 meters high on the left side of the road. The mine was angled forward, slanting downwards towards the roadway. Although this slanted arrangement resulted in a reduced range of lethality, it would exponentially increase the potential for damage. The roofs of vehicles are generally thin, allowing steel balls to easily penetrate. Should a vehicle burst forth from the village and enter the covered zone of the Qua Dao mine, the 700 steel balls would undoubtedly render it akin to a tattered garment. Once the Qua Dao mine was set and equipped with an electronic detonator, Dragon Warfare commenced the selection of a machine gun position. To facilitate the mine's blockade of the roadway, he could devote 90% of his focus to the village, necessitating the identification of a terrain suitable for suppressing fire with a light machine gun. This location not only needed to secure his designated area, but also provide fire support to the left and right flanks. Based on these two criteria, Dragon Warfare swiftly identified a fitting vantage point. Situated approximately 80 meters from the village entrance, devoid of any obstructive foliage, it ensured an unobstructed line of fire, rising about 4 meters above the village to afford a clear view of the majority of the earthen embankment. After trimming some underbrush and gathering stones from the vicinity to create cover on either side, he fashioned a makeshift shield for the machine gun. Finally, he organized all the ammunition pouches from his person and backpack, placing them within easy reach. Thus, the single machine gun position was preliminarily established, with Dragon Warfare's preparations largely complete. The remaining 4 members of Murphy's squad were not lagging behind, as their tasks were also nearing completion. Matt, stationed on the hillside to the left of Dragon Warfare, had successfully set up the laser target designator. Once he received the relevant coding data for the laser-guided missile and the estimated time of arrival for the launch, he would be able to provide precise ground guidance for the missile. Adjacent to the command post, a rudimentary sniper position was hastily established. Through the high-powered optical scope mounted on his rifle, Matt was able to encompass the entire village within his sniper range, capable of delivering precise fire on any specific area. Marcus was also equipped with an SPR sniper rifle. However, utilizing a single sniper for defense was less than optimal. Should the Taliban in the village decide to surge outward en masse, the pressure on him would be considerable if more than 15 adversaries emerged simultaneously. Sustaining the defense would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, with a cord machine gun as a foundation and the support of Matt on the hillside and teammates on either flank, they theoretically could endure for some time. Murphy and Dietz were armed with M4A1 rifles, and with the added advantage of cord landmines to thwart a mass assault. They also had 18 magazines of ammunition at their disposal. Should the Taliban attempt a direct charge from their position, they too would face significant challenges. All tactical arrangements and formations had been deployed, and the clock had struck just past 2 in the afternoon, heralding a new satellite communication window. This was the final opportunity to communicate with the command center before the initiation of Operation Rick James. Given the critical nature of this communication, both Murphy and Christensen placed immense importance on every fleeting moment of the call. Upon establishing the connection and confirming identities, Murphy promptly addressed the matter at hand. About an hour and a half earlier, 2 vehicles had entered the village, with a probability exceeding 80% that Shah had relocated. They had positioned themselves on the periphery of the village to set up an ambush. The number of armed Taliban in the village was overwhelming. They could not hold out for long and required the swift initiation of Operation Rick James. The news that Murphy's team had entered a combat situation weighed heavily on Christensen's heart. Fortunately, the operational briefing had concluded, and all participating units were fully prepared, awaiting the command to deploy. The combat forces were on standby, anticipated to reach Kadako village by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Christensen articulated the precise timing for the operation, reiterating the imperative to intercept Shah, while also advising Murphy's team to prioritize their safety. He relayed crucial information regarding missile launch timing, expected arrival at the target area, and guidance codes. Originally, Christensen intended to inquire further about the current conditions in Kadako village. However, the roar of vehicles and the sight of over 100 Taliban gathering in an open area to board their transports compelled Murphy to terminate the communication. Good luck. Christensen wished them well, fully aware that a battle was imminent, one pitting 5 against over 200. So many words lingered unspoken in his heart, and ultimately, he could only offer a blessing. The moment the satellite phone call ended, Christensen issued the command to commence the operation. An F-15, armed with AGM-65E Maverick laser-guided missiles, began positioning itself on the runway at Bagram Air Base. As soon as the time for the bombardment arrived, it would surge down the runway and ascend into the skies, poised to deliver a devastating strike against the enemy. At the Jabbard Military Forward Base Airport, the QRF squad, consisting of over 30 fully armed personnel, stood ready for action. Orders from the command center directed them to board 4 Black Hawk helicopters poised for takeoff. 2 Longbow Apache attack helicopters were in position to provide comprehensive protection for the Black Hawk formation. The command post had already entered a state of combat readiness, with a large force composed of various units en route to the village of Kadaku. The situation for Murphy's team had reached a critical juncture. An hour and a half earlier, 2 trucks had entered the village, joining with the existing vehicles to form a convoy of 9. Approximately 200 Taliban militants were noisily climbing aboard the vehicles. If they were to complete boarding and the convoy began to move out of the village. Even if we managed to destroy the first 2 vehicles with claymore mines, inflicting casualties, it would still allow a portion of them to escape to the village outskirts. The remaining 100 or so Taliban fleeing the village would likely be thrown into disarray upon encountering an attack. Dragon and his team guarded the entrance with only a machine gun. No matter how fast the bullets flew, they couldn't hit the scattered targets. A significant number of Taliban would inevitably make their way into the woods. The core of Murphy's team's formation was designed to prevent the Taliban soldiers from entering the forest. They needed to keep the Taliban confined within the village, instilling the belief that the village structures provided the best cover, while venturing into the woods would be exceedingly perilous. Forcing them into this mindset was crucial to achieving their strategic objective of delaying the enemy. Both Dragon and Murphy understood that once the Taliban soldiers entered the woods, they could easily utilize the cover of trees and various terrains to approach within 20 or even 10 meters. At such close range, marksmanship would no longer hold absolute superiority. The side with greater numbers and firepower would prevail. Faced with Taliban emerging from all directions, the scenario could easily devolve into a chaotic melee, where sheer numbers could overwhelm even the most skilled marksman. If they managed to stealthily close within 10 meters, it wouldn't matter if one were a special forces operative or a seasoned soldier. One bullet could bring them down. Not to mention, even if Dragon's small team of 5 faced the entire QRF squad of over 30, the potential for significant casualties would be undeniable. It was imperative to prevent their exit from the village. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Dragon and Murphy reached a consensus in their minds. The action team was expected to arrive by 3:00 p.m., and with the clock reading 2:10 p.m., they had to hold their ground for the next 50 minutes and ensure the convoy did not depart. Murphy briefly summarized the communication details before issuing combat orders. Matt, you are responsible for guiding the missile. Lock the laser beam onto Shah's position and use the code SRF34Y6. There must be no errors. The laser beam emitted by the laser target designator was in the realm of invisible light, ensuring that the target would remain concealed. An aircraft equipped with laser-guided missiles can detect encoded laser beams emitted within a range of 16 kilometers. Upon reflection from the target, the laser signal is transmitted to the missile's guidance system, where it is matched to form control instructions that direct the missile towards its objective. During this guidance process, Shah is likely to maneuver through various areas of the village, and Matt must ensure the laser beam accurately illuminates the target. This necessitates a dual role for Matt, as he must not only maintain laser lock on Shah's location, but also switch to his SPR sniper rifle to provide concentrated fire support for the rest of his team. Furthermore, he must relay real-time information regarding the gathering positions of Taliban militants within the village to his teammates below, ensuring that Dragon and others, dispersed across 4 zones, can promptly adjust their aim and coordinate their cover to prevent their formation from being breached. After assigning the most arduous tasks, Murphy issued a unified command. Gibran, Marcus, Dietz, you 3 will coordinate fire with me. Lock onto Shah position between the second pickup truck on the left and the house. Unleash full firepower with 2 magazines. Is that clear? The most direct way to prevent the Taliban soldiers in the village from boarding their vehicles was to draw them into combat, and from the outset, the assault must be fierce and relentless. They needed to create the impression of being besieged by a large force to intimidate the Taliban soldiers within the village, preventing them from rushing out. Understood, we are ready. Dragon was positioned directly opposite the village exit, able to see Shah's profile. Dietz promptly replied, got it. No issues on my end. I can't see Shah. The house is obstructing my view. Finally, Marcus encountered a minor setback. A house stood between him and Shah, leaving him without a viable angle. Among the 4, only Marcus wielded a sniper rifle equipped with a high-powered optical scope, providing him the unique opportunity to eliminate Shah. Alas, without a clear angle, it was a missed chance. You take charge of the lead vehicle's driver. Once combat erupts, create opportunities for precise kills, okay? Murphy reassigned Marcus's task, allowing him to leverage his weapon's strengths. Okay, understood. Upon hearing Marcus's confirmation of readiness, Murphy aimed through the holographic sight at Shah, who stood conversing at the door 150 meters away, beginning the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, damn. At the critical moment when Murphy reached 2, Shah abruptly turned and entered the house, prompting an involuntary expletive from Murphy. The situation was urgent, and the arrow was on the string, demanding release. Murphy had no choice but to issue a revised command. Mission change. Mission change. Lock onto your targets. We will commence firing in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, fire. With Murphy's order, the tranquility of Kadaku village was shattered. The sounds of gunfire erupted, the sharp crack of assault rifles in short bursts, the sustained fire of light machine guns, and the precise single shots from sniper rifles, all unleashed simultaneously. In this full-fire mode, bullets rained down upon the convoy from all directions. The soldiers of the Mountain Tiger armed faction, huddled together as they boarded the vehicle, were utterly unprepared. The first volley of bullets felled several of them. Had it not been for the distance of 70 to 80 meters from Long Zhan's men to the village edge and the additional meters to the village center, the actual gap between both parties being nearly 150 meters, the casualties inflicted by that initial shot would have exceeded mere handfuls. They would have been in double digits at the very least. Upon realizing they were under attack, the remaining villagers scattered in terror, seeking shelter. A cacophony of indignation, fury, fear, confusion, and cries of command replaced the earlier sounds of laughter and excitement. Armed soldiers, their weapons loaded, howled in rage, yearning to retaliate. However, the firearms wielded by Long Zhan and his associates were equipped with silencers, creating a strong misleading effect regarding the source of the gunfire. Moreover, the village of Kadaku was nestled within a valley surrounded by mountains, causing the gunfire to echo off the cliffs. The Taliban soldiers were utterly oblivious to the enemy's location or their numbers. All they could hear was the pervasive sound of gunfire, with bullets whizzing in from all directions, striking various spots within the village, igniting sparks and sending dust into the air. Some militants, unable to flee in time, lay injured on the ground, bloodied and wailing in agony, further intensifying the atmosphere of horror and bloodshed. The command issued by Murphy was to empty the magazines. With only 60 rounds available across 2 rifle clips, the rapid-fire mode allowed them to exhaust their ammunition in less than a minute. After depleting the 2 magazines, in anticipation of continued combat, Murphy and his comrades had no choice but to switch to a suppressive fire mode. This involved using their scopes to search for targets, aiming precisely at those who dared to peek out to assess the situation or attempt a counterattack. This tactic not only hindered the enemy's ability to observe, but also served as a protective measure for themselves. As the first wave of assault concluded, despite the advantage of a surprise attack, the combined 180 rounds fired by Murphy, Marcus, and Dietz resulted in fewer than 20 casualties. It was not that their marksmanship was lacking. Rather, the lethality of combat in reality is inherently limited. The notion of a single bullet taking down an enemy exists solely in video games. Predicting where the Taliban soldiers would flee was virtually impossible, as the houses scattered throughout the village provided ample cover, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve significant kills under such conditions. Of the 20 individuals injured or killed by Murphy and his team, over 10 were within the initial 5 seconds of gunfire. After that brief window, the alerted Taliban swiftly moved and sought cover, causing the accuracy of the bullets to plummet dramatically. If the Taliban possess efficient first aid measures, at least 5 among these 20 individuals could swiftly rejoin the fray, thereby further diminishing the impact of the assault. Meanwhile, Murphy and his companions experienced a decline in their firepower, while Long Zhan continued to unleash a relentless barrage. The roar of the light machine gun resonated through the valley, undeterred. In contrast to Murphy's trio, who were limited by their weaponry and whose physical capabilities had yet to reach their peak, Long Zhan, a remarkable entity surpassing even the Navy SEALs, hailed from the elite T-1 Special Forces DG, boasting abilities that far exceeded those of the trio. Furthermore, he wielded a light machine gun specifically designed for squad firepower, equipped with a scope that allowed for precise target acquisition, provided the user could manage the recoil effectively. During the expending of his first magazine, Long Zhan struck over 15 targets with 100 rounds. The 7.62mm ammunition's superior stopping power rendered the struck Taliban soldiers grievously incapacitated, stripping them of their combat capabilities. His individual lethality and destructive prowess were significantly more formidable, coupled with a sustained fire rate that outmatched Murphy's trio. Even while Long Zhan fired in 5-round bursts, he continued to output fire as Murphy's group finished 2 magazines. The advantage of a 100-round capacity was vividly illustrated in that moment. As Long Zhan transitioned to his second 100-round magazine, he bore the brunt of the fire suppression task, his bullets peppering every corner of the convoy. By the time the second 100 rounds had been expended, the vehicles at the heart of the village lay in ruins, riddled with bullet holes and utterly unrecognizable. Faced with such ferocious firepower, the Taliban fighters within the village were momentarily stunned, retreating entirely into their homes, rendering the outside virtually devoid of movement. After unleashing 200 rounds, smoke began to rise from the barrel of Long Zhan's 48 Malawian kwaches. Continued firing would risk rendering it inoperative. He was compelled to cease fire and replace the barrel. With the terrifying machine gun's relentless fire silenced, no movement could be seen outside the village. And Murphy's team also halted their own discharge of firearms. The sudden cessation of gunfire plunged the area into an eerie stillness. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, currents of tension were already stirring. Shah, a former senior Taliban officer, had survived to this point through countless battles. It was implausible for him to remain passively entrenched within the village. To ascertain the unfolding situation and extricate himself from this passive predicament, Shah was certain to take action. Murphy, Marcus, and Dietz, having executed numerous missions in the Middle East, were acutely aware of the Taliban's tendencies and maintained their vigilance during this critical juncture. Each remained in a heightened state of alertness, prepared to counter Shah's inevitable counteroffensive. Long Zhan's replacement of the machine gun barrel was also a strategic move in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Thanks to the Mk-48's unique structural design, changing the barrel was a swift and straightforward process. Long Zhan accomplished the task in under 5 seconds. With the muzzle once again aimed at the village of Kadaku, he awaited the storm's arrival in silence. As the ceasefire time continued to slip away, the atmosphere in the village of Kadaku grew increasingly oppressive, and those with fragile mental states were on the brink of collapse. Even the seasoned Murphy and his companions were now beaded with sweat. After all, it was 5 against 200. To claim that they were unfazed would be pure folly. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed. Amidst the eerie silence of the ghost town-like village, activity finally stirred. A small Taliban squad of around 10, taking advantage of the shelter provided by the buildings, stealthily attempted to infiltrate the nearby woods. Marcus, stationed at this location, quickly detected the situation and opened fire without hesitation. Distantly, Matt provided sniper support. The Taliban squad, evidently probing for weaknesses, retreated at the sight of fierce gunfire, leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies, with no further movements. Less than a minute later, another Taliban squad appeared from the west. Instead of taking the relatively wide dirt road, they opted to venture into the woods adjacent to the road. Guarding this area was Long Zhan, armed with a light machine gun and possessing the physique to withstand the recoil of automatic fire. The Taliban squad had barely emerged from the building when Long Zhan delivered a devastating blow, unleashing a barrage of fully automatic fire. With a firing rate exceeding 700 rounds per minute, the 48 Malawian kwaches discharged over 40 rounds in a mere 3 seconds. The hail of bullets formed a relentless curtain, raining down upon the Taliban squad. With no cover in sight, not even a solitary tree capable of stopping a bullet, and only a mere 80 meters separating them, they found themselves in the machine gun's optimal firing range. Out of the 10 Taliban members, 8 were struck down instantly. One individual had his head obliterated, with brain matter splattering against the earthen wall several meters behind. In the span of a single breath, the squad of 10 was reduced to a heap of corpses, leaving only 2 terrified Taliban soldiers, whose fear had rendered them utterly paralyzed. Driven by terror, they scrambled back, forsaking their 3 wounded comrades who writhed in agony. Long Zhan, being a merciful man, delivered a final shot to each of the fallen Taliban soldiers, granting them release from their suffering, allowing them to eternally close their eyes and rest, while also granting himself the peace of not having to hear their heart-wrenching cries. Marcus and Murphy, positioned on either side of Long Zhan, bore witness to the terrifying accuracy of his machine gun fire, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom how Long Zhan managed to maintain such precision amidst the chaos of automatic fire. Chapter 152. The Storm of Death. The Mountain Tiger armed faction suffered a severe blow in the west, losing 8 soldiers in an instant. Long Zhan had anticipated that Shah would pause, refraining from rashly sending more troops to launch an attack, allowing them to stall for a few more minutes. However, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. In less than a minute, another Taliban squad emerged from the southern front, numbering 10 yet again, with the same objective of infiltrating the woods. Positioned here, Murphy, alongside his teammates, repelled this squad with relative ease, facing little pressure. None of the attackers fell on the spot, and the 3 injured were dragged away by their comrades, retreating into nearby buildings while lamenting their wounds. Subsequently, the remaining Eastern Front encountered a similar fate. Drawing upon the experience from the previous 3 encounters, Dietz had already prepared for the onslaught. As soon as the Taliban squad appeared, he unleashed a 40mm grenade upon them. The explosion left the Taliban disoriented, allowing him to follow up with precise rifle fire, taking down 5 of them. The remaining members exhibited no intent to engage further. Upon encountering sniper fire, they promptly fled. Such repetitive probing attacks were clearly abnormal. Long Zhan sensed something amiss. "Hey guys, it seems Shah is testing us, dispatching a squad in every direction. He has likely gathered sufficient intelligence and may be planning a significant offensive. Don't forget the heavy artillery I provided you," he warned through the radio. The notion that Taliban soldiers could be so expendable in Shah's eyes, used merely as pawns to gather intelligence, filled Marcus with sorrow for the fallen. "This is the Taliban I know, a bunch of lunatics," Dietz chuckled. "We must stay alert. The most fanatical and reckless are the hardest to deal with. Heather is waiting for my return, and I certainly do not wish to lose my life here." "Hey, guys, the situation is looking grim," Murphy began, but was interrupted. Positioned at an observation point on the mountainside, Matt urgently reported, "A substantial number of Taliban soldiers are congregating to the south, with estimates exceeding 40. 40? As the commander of the Southern Front, Murphy's expression darkened upon hearing this figure. "That's far too many to withstand, even with claymores and mines. We would be at risk. I recommend we consolidate towards the east and brace ourselves to weather this wave together." "That's too risky," Marcus countered, his tone heavy with concern. "Shah commands over 200 armed personnel, and there are still at least 100 combat ready. If you all cluster towards me, we'll lose control elsewhere, creating a new breach. Should they penetrate the woods, utilizing the trees and terrain for cover, we would stand no chance against their advance." In that moment, Murphy maintained his composure, proving himself a capable commander. "Enduring this alone is far too perilous. The targets you face are numerous, and your firepower cannot cover them all. I concur with Marcus's suggestion. It at least ensures your safety. This situation is indeed dire, but my perspective differs from yours. I believe it presents us with an exceptional opportunity." Amidst the mounting pressure felt by everyone, Long Zhan articulated a starkly contrasting notion. "A golden opportunity? Have you lost your mind?" Marcus struggled to comprehend. It is often within the most perilous crises that the finest opportunities are concealed. Long Zhan refrained from engaging in a dispute with Marcus or resorting to cryptic hints. Instead, he spoke plainly. "If we can eliminate these 40 individuals, we will undoubtedly intimidate Shah, rendering him incapable of any further actions in the near term. In half an hour, reinforcements will arrive. If we can secure this battle, we will successfully delay the mission until its complete conclusion." The essence of Murphy's squad's mission is to buy time, not to eradicate the armed personnel within the village. While it is indeed possible to eliminate them, the issue lies in our insufficient manpower to accomplish this swiftly. Should even a fraction of them retreat into the woods, they could inflict a devastating blow upon us. Although Marcus suppressed his tone to avoid being overheard by the villagers, his urgency and dissatisfaction were unmistakable. "Follow my lead, and there lies a chance. It is merely a matter of whether Murphy possesses the courage." Long Zhan, feeling the pressure himself, resorted to provocation. The Taliban in the village were gathering. There was no time to squander. "Dragon, how can I assist you? Just tell me," Murphy declared, unwilling to waste any further time. Trusting in Long Zhan's previous commendable performances, he chose to place his faith in him this time, effectively placing his life in the hands of his superior. "Your task is exceedingly simple. Do not fire and allow them to approach. Leave the rest to me. Follow my instructions without deviation." After voicing his concerns that Murphy might hesitate, Long Zhan further emphasized, "My situation will be far more perilous than yours. I do not jest with my life." The implicit message was clear. "Rest assured, we are all in this together, gambling with our lives, not just you." "All right, I will cooperate." Murphy offered no further words, immediately acquiescing. The ensuing battle was fraught with high risks and even greater rewards. Long Zhan dared not exhibit any slackness. Concluding the wireless communication, he promptly commenced preparations. He first donned a fresh ammunition pouch, then returned to the roadside to retrieve the wide-blade landmine. Finally, he shifted approximately 20 meters south, positioning himself less than 30 meters from Murphy, stealthily advancing towards the village. After progressing around 50 meters, he halted and secured the landmine to a tree trunk, 1 meter above the ground. The mine's kill zone faced west to east, perfectly aligning with the mine Murphy had set, which faced south to north, forming a 90-degree angle. Thus, the center lines of the two mines extended forward, meeting at 30 meters. The overlapping explosive range of these two mines would create an inescapable storm of death within this region, even though this area was dotted with sparse trees, seemingly providing cover from the lethal assault. Any enemy entering this zone would find no refuge from the 360-degree barrage of 1/100 steel pellets, regardless of their position among the trees. Setting the cunningly angled landmines, Long Zhan advanced toward the village, halting only when a mere 20 meters remained. He nestled behind an earthen mound to set up his machine gun, patiently awaiting the emergence of Shah's formidable troop. According to the reconnaissance intelligence provided by Matt, Long Zhan meticulously orchestrated a plan to ensnare all 40 Taliban soldiers in one decisive strike. This was undeniably audacious. Observing Long Zhan's audacity, daring to venture so close to the village alone, everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. At such proximity, should the Taliban catch wind of his presence, they would be met with a barrage of over 100 guns, leaving no chance for escape. He would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere target. The members of Murphy's squad had never encountered such an exaggerated notion of annihilating 40 foes. Even contemplating such a reckless endeavor was beyond their imagination. This was not merely a matter of courage. Under the oppressive tension, time seemed to flow agonizingly slow, aptly described as seconds dragging like years. They prepared to launch their assault. Caution was paramount. Time elapsed without their awareness, the eerie silence of the radio shattered by Matt's communication. The battle was about to commence. Long Zhan pressed his body low, shifting into the nearby thicket, striving to remain concealed, and cautioned, "Murphy, maintain your composure. Do not activate the landmines until I give the command." Barely had Long Zhan's words faded when Taliban soldiers appeared within his line of sight. Groups of 3 to 5 emerged from behind the houses, seemingly devoid of any tactical formation, yet deliberately executing a dispersed attack. Having learned from the shocking lesson of Dietz's sudden shelling and the brutal machine gun fire that decimated their western flank, Shah had wised up this time. Without Long Zhan's traps, these 40 Taliban were scattered within a 30-meter radius. Murphy's assault rifle would have been utterly ineffective in suppressing them. The outcome would have been chaos. Fire at one group, and another would advance. Shoot at that one, and another would push forward until they were uncomfortably close. Murphy was all too aware of this inevitable conclusion. As the Taliban militants drew nearer, his palms began to sweat with anxiety. Were it not for his faith in Long Zhan's ambush, he might have succumbed to the impulse to fire. The large contingent of Taliban soldiers, initially expecting to encounter suppressive fire as before, treaded cautiously. Based on prior reconnaissance, they sought refuge behind trees, attempting to evade Murphy's line of fire. Yet as they ventured deeper into the woods, approaching the weakest points of their foes, they encountered no resistance. The leading Taliban lieutenant was puzzled, and Shah, observing from the rear, shared his bewilderment. Had they already fled? This was the only conclusion the two could conceive. To confirm their hypothesis, the Taliban lieutenant proceeded with his sizable band of soldiers toward the location of the attackers they had previously identified. Among them were several Taliban soldiers who began to disperse to the left and right. It seemed they were preparing to establish a firing line. Truly, this unit, led by a high-ranking Taliban commander, exhibited an understanding of various tactics, even employing flanking maneuvers. Such strategy is undoubtedly sound in open terrain. It would be sufficient for Murphy's squad to take advantage. Alas, it was Murphy's squad that had encircled Shah's forces rather than the other way around. The forest did not permit such freedom of movement. The soldiers attempting to flank soon fell under the assault from Matt and Dietz. Long Zhan remained concealed, awaiting the opportune moment. Matt was tasked with defending the western front while coordinating with Dietz on the eastern flank to strike the wayward Taliban soldiers. A plan Long Zhan had meticulously devised. The objective was to compel these 40 Taliban soldiers to focus entirely on attacking Murphy. The outcome was promising. As the flanking Taliban were swiftly eliminated, the remaining soldiers became markedly more subdued. They maintained a distance of 20 to 25 meters, cautiously approaching Murphy's position. Neither Murphy nor the Taliban soldiers opened fire, plunging both parties into an eerie tranquility. However, this peace was merely the calm before the storm. A deceptive guise before the onslaught of doom, an unforeseen descent into hell for the Taliban soldiers. As this group unknowingly stepped into the death trap orchestrated by Long Zhan, he urged Murphy in a hushed tone, "Prepare yourself," and initiated a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1, detonate. With the final command given, Long Zhan pressed the remote detonator. And at nearly the same instant, Murphy activated his device. The resounding explosion was akin to thunderclap in a clear sky. The over 40 Taliban soldiers caught in the ambush had yet to comprehend the sudden eruption when death loomed ominously above them. The blasts unleashed a deluge of 1,400 steel pellets, transforming the air into a visible curtain of silver rain, mercilessly descending upon the trap zone. Those positioned at the intersection of the two detonations experienced what one might call a metallic tempest. There was no time to react. A blinding flash engulfed them, and their bodies were pierced by numerous steel projectiles. Those struck in vital areas, head, heart, fell instantly, their breaths becoming shallow. For those who were not fatally hit, but still bore the brunt of the assault, an excruciating pain surged through their bodies, akin to a torment from the depths of their souls, rushing through their limbs and into their minds. The agony coursing through every inch of their being rendered them to experience a fate worse than death, writhing on the ground in agony, desperate enough to wish for an end. In a mere span of 2 seconds, over 70% of the originally intact Taliban soldiers lay defeated. Some had already succumbed to death, while others cried out in anguish, incapacitated by their suffering. Fewer than 10 fortunate souls, having only sustained minor injuries from the steel pellets, remained able to move. Upon witnessing the horrific scene reminiscent of hell itself, a profound terror gripped them. No longer could they concern themselves with vanquishing the assailants or rescuing their fallen comrades. A singular thought consumed their minds: survival. They must escape. And once they had ventured forth, there was no turning back. Concealed at the village's edge, Long Zhan, faced with the retreating remnants of the enemy, resolved to deliver an unadulterated physical reckoning. With an unwavering grip on the 48 Malawian kwaches, he commenced his merciless harvest. The relentless crack of 7.62mm rounds pierced the air, mercilessly shredding the terrified Taliban soldiers, leaving no survivors amidst the carnage. Smoke and blood intermingled, screams and gunfire forming a grim symphony, epitomizing the most brutal aesthetic. In the village, Shahi was jolted by the explosion's roar and the familiar growl of the light machine gun. Gazing at the billowing smoke rising in the distance, he could clearly discern the anguished cries. His face turned as pale as parchment, and he collapsed onto the ground. Matt, peering through his high-powered scope at the devastation within the blast zone, beheld a scene akin to hell itself, where corpses lay strewn about. Even as a mere observer, he felt a chill of dread. In the face of such a chain of anti-personnel mines, no soul could emerge unscathed. Truly, it was a formidable weapon against infantry. The explosions from 2 claymore mines intersected, transforming a squad of 40 into a field of corpses in an instant. Not only Matt and Murphy, but even the orchestrator of this chaos, Long Zhan, was left speechless. Initially, Long Zhan had anticipated that he would only need to decimate half the enemy, leaving the remainder for him and Murphy's team to encircle and eliminate. Thus, he had taken the risk of lurking at the village's periphery, seeking to strike with increased lethality. However, once the claymore mines detonated, nearly all were obliterated. The few wounded Taliban remaining could be effortlessly dealt with from a distance. His daring proximity had proven unnecessary. Murphy, closest to the blast zone, witnessed the horrific scene unfold with utmost clarity. He remained silent for a protracted moment. Only when Long Zhan began to clear the area, mercilessly executing the severely injured and incapacitated militants, did Murphy finally speak over the radio, his voice tinged with palpable fear. "Long, you truly are a devil." Be it devil or hero, Long Zhan's singular desire was to survive. He understood that mercy toward the enemy was cruelty toward oneself. His nonchalant response echoed through the team's communication channel. Listening to Long Zhan's unique proclamation and witnessing the hellscape he had wrought with his own hands, Murphy and the others were profoundly shaken. At that moment, they truly comprehended that Long Zhan was not merely a brutish figure of ferocity. Deep within him resided a tumult of violence. He was a madman, a monster willing to resort to any means necessary to ensure his survival. The origins of such a creature as Long Zhan became the greatest curiosity for Murphy and his companions. The formidable offensive force of over 40 men was annihilated, leaving Murphy and his comrades both astonished and relieved as the crisis was averted, allowing their tense hearts to finally relax. Meanwhile, the severely weakened Shah, whose troops had been decisively vanquished, found himself engulfed in a tumult of anger and helplessness. The uncertainty of whether similar terrifying landmines lurked within the surrounding woods paralyzed him with fear, rendering him incapable of any further movement. He could only remain hidden in the village, convening with his trusted lieutenant, Tariq, to devise a strategy. The two factions once again found themselves in a stalemate, while the blood-soaked village of Kadaku gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, this peace was fleeting, as Long Zhan completed the clearance of explosive traps. The clock struck 2:40 p.m. The Quick Reaction Force, QRF, which had set out over half an hour earlier, was now less than 30 kilometers from Kadaku. F-15 fighter jets, armed with laser-guided missiles, had already taken flight from Bagram Air Base. The sword of Damocles hung ominously overhead, yet Shah remained oblivious, still engaged in discussions with his subordinates about strategies to breach enemy lines. At 2:55 p.m., a missile with a trailing vapor plume soared through the air, traversing the mountaintops and jungles, heading straight for Kadaku. In a stunning display, it descended rapidly, piercing through the laser beam, illuminating the targeted building. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, a mushroom cloud rising ominously from the ground. In mere seconds, the two-story abode where Shah and Tariq had sought refuge was enveloped in smoke and flames. Taliban fighters stationed nearby were hurled through the air by the missile shockwave, while surrounding structures crumbled under the force. A cacophony of screams and cries erupted, transforming the previously serene village of Kadaku into utter chaos. The whirring of helicopter blades resonated from the distant sky, clearly coordinated with the missile strike. The building housing the leader Shah had suffered significant damage from the air-to-ground missile assault, and survival for those inside was utterly impossible. The remaining Taliban soldiers in the village were paralyzed with terror, as they witnessed the approaching helicopter formation, poised for an aggressive assault on the village. Their fighting spirit was thoroughly shattered. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, both Taliban soldiers and civilians lost their capacity for rational thought in that moment. Like sheep following the herd, they scattered in panic. In a desperate bid to evade encirclement within the village, the remaining Taliban fighters disregarded the enemies hidden in the woods, dispersing chaotically in all directions. Faced with the disoriented armed militants among the civilians, Murphy's team found themselves unable to intercept the fleeing fighters. At that moment, there was no need to engage them in battle. They chose instead to observe from the sidelines, granting these armed men a chance to escape while simultaneously reducing their own peril, allowing them to flee into the woods unimpeded. As the helicopter formation majestically approached, landing on the road a mere 100 meters from the village, most of the villagers had already fled. The few remaining stubborn individuals posed little challenge in the face of the QRF troops. The Murphy team, having exceeded their mission objectives, no longer needed to intervene and began emerging from the woods to join the helicopter formation. Once seated inside the helicopter cabin, the tension that had gripped their hearts finally began to ease. Reflecting on the entirety of the operation, Long Zhan and Murphy, resting in the cabin, exchanged smiles, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of their experience. What had begun as a routine reconnaissance mission had transformed into a direct action operation. Remarkably, this small team of merely 5 had successfully encircled a force of 200 soldiers, even eliminating over 60 enemies. If they had not been participants in the mission, such extraordinary achievements would have seemed like mere fantasy. Chapter 155. Promotion to Sergeant Major. The Red Wing operation was initially an epic tragedy, with both the reconnaissance team and subsequent rescue units suffering grievous losses. Among the hardest hit was DG, which lost over 10 elite operatives. However, with the inclusion of Long Zhan, who had seemingly broken the curse, not only were the original calamities averted, but the Red Wing mission also evolved from a standard reconnaissance task into a classic case worthy of historical documentation. With the flawless execution of their reconnaissance duties and the elimination of over 40 armed adversaries, Long Zhan emerged as the primary beneficiary. After completing the mission and enduring a 3-day buffer period, upon returning to the base in Virginia Beach alongside Murphy and others, he was personally greeted by the special training instructor, Adam, who drove to the airport to welcome him. Upon rejoining the Green Team, Long Zhan received not only his assignment notification for Team B, but also an unexpected surprise. Due to his outstanding performance in the Red Wing operation, he was recommended by Chief Commander Christensen for exceptional promotion. He was elevated from the original E6 rank of Sergeant to the esteemed rank of Senior NOC Level 3 Sergeant Major, E7. Having been promoted to Sergeant in less than a year and a half, he now soared to the level of Sergeant Major, an ascent comparable to a rocket launch. Although Long Zhan did not intend to remain in the military until retirement and would not fulfill the necessary years to attain a significant pension increase post-promotion, the promotion to E7 in DG, where Sergeant Majors were abundant, did not confer any extraordinary privileges. However, one undeniable fact remained. With 7 years of service at the E6 level, excluding all allowances, his base monthly salary was 3,100. Following his promotion to E7, this would rise to 3,600, translating to an additional 6,000 annually. Considering the various allowances that Sergeants Major receive compared to non-commissioned officers, his annual income was projected to increase by at least 25. Furthermore, with the additional special allowances associated with joining DG, Long Zhan anticipated that his forthcoming annual income would soar from just over 40,000 to an impressive sum exceeding 70,000. Other matters are intangible and elusive, yet money is a tangible elevation that brings visible satisfaction, much to Long Zhan's delight. Money, in its essence, is never deemed excessive. Even an additional dime signifies progress. This encapsulates Long Zhan's attitude towards wealth. Upon receiving the notification to report to Team B, he experienced a significant increase in income. His close friends, Clay and Brian, successfully passed the final selection, joining Team B and Team A, respectively. Fresh from a task, Long Zhan was greeted with 3 joyful tidings, elevating his spirits immensely. After completing the various forms and contracts for his promotion to E7, which Adam graciously submitted for registration, Long Zhan resolved to celebrate. He first called Brian, inviting him to a gathering at their usual spot for an enjoyable evening. Having joined Team A 2 days prior and smoothly completing the initiation ceremony, Brian was genuinely pleased to learn of Long Zhan's successful task completion and subsequent promotion. He readily accepted the invitation to celebrate. Next, Long Zhan reached out to Clay, who expressed a mixture of admiration and envy at Long Zhan's advancement, having only 1 year less in service but 2 ranks lower in position. Though Clay jested, he held deep respect for Long Zhan's accomplishments, taking pride in having such an impressive friend. After their conversation, Long Zhan found himself with some free time and decided to visit the unfortunate Cooper at Team B, inviting him to join the evening's festivities. Instead of rushing to report to Team B, he chose to seek out Stella, whom he hadn't seen for nearly a week. With a bouquet of flowers and a small gift in hand, Long Zhan expertly maintained their romantic atmosphere, consistently creating delightful surprises. Stella had grown accustomed to Long Zhan's sudden disappearances and reappearances, finding this arrangement quite suitable. It allowed them to sustain freshness in their relationship while maintaining adequate personal space, a comfort for an independent woman like Stella. Thus, when Long Zhan appeared at her school, Stella graciously accepted the flowers and gifts, allowing him to adorn her with a pair of earrings. With a playful smile, she remarked on the necklace and earrings, suggesting that only one more gift was needed. Long Zhan understood her implication and responded ambiguously, stating that a woman of her maturity and intellect deserves the most unique of gifts, and he would endeavor to select one. "I'll be waiting," she replied, her comment more whimsical than earnest. Noticing that there was still time, Stella shifted the conversation, inviting Long Zhan to tour her school. It was Long Zhan's first visit to a university in either of his lives, and he accepted her invitation without hesitation. It would be a chance to soak in the cultural ambience while subtly asserting Stella's claim over her newfound territory to the male populace of the institution. After all, caution is prudent if one wishes to avoid conflict. During a leisurely stroll around the campus, Long Zhan shared the delightful news of his promotion to Sergeant Major with Stella, inviting her to view an apartment the following afternoon. Stella had long wished to build a love nest with Long Zhan, and upon hearing of his advancement, her excitement was palpable. Unreserved in her affection and indifferent to the gazes of those around them, she rose onto her toes and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. They parted reluctantly only when her cheeks flushed and breath became labored, lost in a haze of enchantment. As they meandered through various scenic spots, the evening crept upon them, and the sunset cast a golden glow upon Stella, enhancing her beauty. Long Zhan, having recently emerged from the battlegrounds of Afghanistan, found it challenging to suppress his desires, nearly succumbing to the impulse of whisking the lovely lady back to his apartment. Thankfully, he recalled the gathering plan for that night, and his remarkable self-control prevailed over his instincts. At 8 p.m., Long Zhan arrived at their usual haunt with Stella, where Clay and Brian awaited them, drinks in hand. Unlike their previous gatherings, where Long Zhan would flaunt his affection for Stella, this time both men had brought their companions, whom Long Zhan recognized from the previous bachelor party. The last to arrive was Cooper, who similarly was no longer single, having brought along a striking woman of African descent, also familiar to Long Zhan. It was indeed remarkable that all three had found partners at the bachelor party. Unbeknownst to Long Zhan, their success with women was largely attributed to the lively atmosphere of the party, where Long Zhan's display of military prowess had ignited a spark in the women present. Clay and his companions, also Navy SEALs, enjoyed the benefits of this dynamic. Stella was acquainted with these women, and with Long Zhan and Clay being close friends, the group quickly fell into a joyful rapport. Chapter 156. Big Boy Rules. Social gatherings and drinking serve as delightful diversions from daily life. Yet important matters must not be neglected. The next day, at 6 a.m., as dawn broke, Long Zhan, having partied with Stella until 2 a.m., rose energetically from his bed and kissed the still sleeping Stella. Amid her sleepy murmurs of morning greetings, he commenced his disciplined workout routine, which had remained steadfast for years. With no fitness equipment available at Stella's residence, and knowing he needed to report to the Green Team later, Long Zhan opted to combine two tasks. He decided to run directly from Stella's place back to the naval base. For the average individual, a distance of over 30 kilometers might seem daunting, but for Long Zhan, a physical marvel accustomed to long-distance runs with added weight, it posed little challenge. Moreover, running without gear felt almost akin to warming up. Treating it as a morning jog, he maintained a steady pace, completing the 30-kilometer trek back to the naval base in 2.5 hours. After showering, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast in the mess hall and organized his personal belongings, loading them onto a small cart, perfectly timed for the day's activities. As the logistics personnel at DG commenced their daytime duties, Long Zhan, equipped with a long-purchased Budweiser and a small cart, made his way to the third floor of DG headquarters. Upon the elevator doors opening, he encountered a familiar smiling face. Diaz. Long, welcome aboard. I heard you've been promoted to Sergeant Major. Congratulations. Diaz, having received the welcome notification in advance, had been waiting by the window, observing Long Zhan ascend with his cart. Acknowledging Long Zhan's new rank, her gaze reflected a sense of recognition. Both held the rank of E7, Sergeant Major, placing them on equal footing. Despite the casual manner in which they addressed one another, an unspoken hierarchy lingered in their minds, for rank conferred weight and significance in their line of work. While military insignia held little sway in their day-to-day interactions, becoming relevant only at the captain level, Long Zhan humbly exited the elevator and formally extended his hand, stating, "As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with many things. I hope you will look after me." "Of course," Diaz replied, bypassing the handshake for a warm embrace. "Welcome to B-Team. This will be your second home from now on. Assisting you is my responsibility. We are family." Long Zhan raised an eyebrow with a smile, gratefully accepting Diaz's sentiments. "Come, let's head to the storage room. Jason and the others are en route and haven't arrived yet. I'll help you settle your personal belongings." Diaz beckoned him, turning towards the corridor's far end, with Long Zhan trailing behind. Welcoming new members to the team is a formal affair at DG, necessitating the presence of all squad members to signify their acceptance. This acknowledgement transforms newcomers into comrades, akin to brothers. While one might hesitate to entrust their back to a biological sibling, the necessity for unwavering trust among peers in this elite operational unit is paramount for seamless cooperation in executing formidable tasks. Diaz's plan was commendable. She intended to address Long Zhan's personal items while waiting for Jason and the others to arrive. They reached the corridor's terminus, where a pair of double doors adorned with a storage room sign awaited. The doors were unlocked, indicating a communal space. "Come with me," Diaz gestured, turning the doorknob and stepping inside. Although Long Zhan had visited the Red Team several times, this marked his inaugural entry into DG's private domain. The interior space exceeded his expectations, sprawling over at least 200 or 300 square feet. The layout was straightforward and clearly organized. A 25-meter square black iron cage circumscribed 3 walls of the room, comprising a total of 15 cages. Most bore names, and Long Zhan quickly spotted those of Jason, Lei, and Sunny among them. In a distant corner, one might even discover an iron cage adorned with the name of the long-fallen Nate, with its contents untouched and preserved in their original state. It is evident that DG possesses a plethora of distinctive traditions. The wall adjacent to the entrance is the only one devoid of an iron cage, while a sofa is situated near the corner, accompanied by several cabinets and a coffee machine. This area appears to be designated as a relaxation zone, where one may sit and unwind after the fatigue of organizing supplies. "This cage is now yours," Diaz remarked, placing a nameplate upon the shelf. "Once you step inside, remember to take it and affix it to the door." He then patted the door of cage number 8 and presented a key to Long Zhan, inquiring further, "Do you have any specific weaponry or other particular requests?" "I'm not quite certain," Long Zhan replied, having just arrived at this place and unsure of what he might need. Diaz, sensing his hesitation, emphasized, "You can inform me of anything you require. If it is essential for your mission, I will endeavor to procure it for you." "Anything at all," Long Zhan grinned, initially tempted to jest with Diaz but ultimately deciding against it. While their relationship was amicable, it had yet to reach such a level of familiarity. He instead playfully remarked, "Are you the legendary Santa Claus, capable of fulfilling anyone's wish list?" Perhaps somewhat akin to that. "It is my job," Diaz chuckled at Long Zhan's humor. "For now, organize your personal belongings here. Jot down anything you may need on your wish list. I must attend to other matters, but I will return shortly." With that, Diaz turned and departed, as efficient and brisk as always, showing no inclination to assist. It was not that their relationship lacked depth, but rather a reflection of DG's unique ethos, where everyone adhered to what is known as the big boy rules, or the principle of self-management. This implies that within DG, each individual is granted freedom, relying on their own discipline to prepare adequately. No one will oversee you or instruct you in your tasks unless you express a need for assistance. This starkly contrasts with other military units, where officers manage soldiers, encompassing everything from daily training to personal life. Perhaps only an elite entity like DG would dare to implement such an absolute system of freedom. In a lesser unit, such a system would likely lead to chaos within a mere 3 days. Chapter 157. The Gun Enthusiast's Paradise. Long Zhan, having watched the Navy SEALs television series, possessed some understanding of the unique culture of SEAL Team 6 and had heard of the big boy rules. He personally favored this hands-off approach to management. As Diaz had mentioned, the relatively free atmosphere at DG does not impart a strong sense of being in a military environment. Rather, it resembles the comfort of home, where one can engage in personal pursuits without constraint. To call it a second home would not be an exaggeration. For individuals endowed with substantial self-control, life in such an environment becomes considerably more comfortable, further enhancing the operational capacity of the team. The exaggerated member selection process of DG has laid the groundwork for the principle of the big boy. Those who cannot restrain themselves are unlikely to gain entry into DG. From this moment forth, this small iron cage belongs to me, Long Zhan. I must gather the necessary equipment so that even children from impoverished families can experience the lifestyle of the affluent. As Long Zhan opened the iron door and entered the storage room, the empty shelves evoked a sense of discomfort within him. What to do about this discomfort? He resolved to fill them to the brim. Embracing the prospect of abundance, Long Zhan maneuvered a small trailer into the cage, neglecting to arrange the items atop it. In truth, aside from a few souvenirs and personal collectibles, there was little of value to display. He removed a folder hanging by the shelves and began to meticulously record his needs. 1 set of Ha-Ho gear, 1 set of Halo gear, 1 set of Frogman gear, 1 standard combat pack, and 1 protective pack. He requested an entire suite of equipment tailored for various types of missions. After all, DG is affluent. There is no need to economize. Next came the assortment of accessories: tactical helmets, combat vests, tactical gloves, tactical backpacks, bulletproof vests, and heavy combat vests capable of accommodating for bulletproof plates. He noted down 5 gobo knives, night vision goggles, infrared night vision devices, tactical flashlights, laser pointers, and various magnification scopes, among others. A diverse array of items. He pinned down 50 to 60 entries in total. After completing the accessories and protective gear, he turned his attention to weapons. He specified 2 light machine guns, the 46 Malawian Quaches chambered for 5, 56mm rounds, and the 48 Malawian Quaches for 7, 62mm rounds, for convenience in task configurations. He also requested an assault rifle, 2 handguns, and a grenade launcher. Lastly, he included a fixed suppressor submachine gun for executing specialized covert operations. The list filled an entire page. In conclusion, Long Zhan added several sets of combat uniforms, each corresponding to various terrains, ensuring he had 2 sets of each for future tasks. The thrill of this endeavor was exhilarating. The sheer joy of pinning down whatever he desired brought him immense satisfaction. He had meticulously crafted a list spanning 3 full pages. One must understand that if he were to procure these items himself, it would easily cost upwards of $500,000. Yet, Long Zhan required not to spend a single cent to acquire any specified gear he desired. It was akin to a woman entering a department store, free to choose anything her heart desired. Once Long Zhan completed his inventory list, he organized his personal items onto the shelves, and Diaz returned to the storage room. "Your wish list has truly opened my eyes," he remarked, astonished by such an extravagant compilation. With a resigned smile, Diaz added, "You have requested an abundance of items. It shall take some time to gather them all. How about this? I will deliver the rest to you tomorrow, but for now, accompany me to procure your firearms. We should be able to manage before Jason and the others arrive." "Okay, thank you very much. Let us proceed. As long as one is not overly demanding." Long Zhan faces no issues whatsoever, gesturing for Diaz to lead the way with a small trailer in tow. The armory is not located on the 3rd floor of the Red Team's sector. Rather, it is situated on the ground floor, accessible for all squadrons to utilize. This armory is not only impressive, but also remarkably spacious. A bold slogan adorns the entrance: "You present the dream, and I shall make it a reality." Spanning over 1,000 square meters, the armory is filled with countless shelves brimming with various weapons and equipment components, truly warranting such a proclamation. Should an enthusiast of firearms step foot here, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with exhilaration. Although Long Zhan does not consider himself a gun aficionado, firearms are his greatest reliance for survival on the battlefield, rendering this place akin to paradise in his eyes. "What type of weapon do you require?" Where you may also enter and customize it yourself. "This list is of no consequence," Diaz remarked as he tore the weapon list from the folder, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the trash. With a cool demeanor, he added, "I'll return to find you in an hour. If you need assistance, feel free to consult Armorer Mario." He then introduced Mario to Long Zhan, stating, "This is Long Jibalin, the most outstanding newcomer of the Green Team this year. I trust you will meet his expectations." "I'm an expert in firearms," Mario assured confidently, "so you need not worry. I shall take care of everything." With a thoughtful stroke of his thick beard, Mario approached Long Zhan, saying, "Young man, feel free to express your needs. There is no firearm I cannot procure." Clearly, anyone capable of becoming an armorer in the DG ranks must possess considerable skill. Long Zhan did not perceive this as mere bravado. With a firearms modification expert at hand, he was determined to tailor equipment that perfectly suited him, stepping into the armory to begin his selection. The primary weapon Long Zhan relied on most was a light machine gun, and he knew he had to secure that first. Previously, while collaborating with Team B on an external operation, he had employed a configuration identical to Sunny's 46 Malawian Quatches Mod 1 on 2 occasions, finding the overall experience quite satisfactory. Long Zhan resolved to maintain the core elements while allowing Mario to showcase his craftsmanship in the finer details, making minor upgrades suited to his robust physique. He requested Mario to assemble a modified version of the 48 Malawian Quatches, based on the same firearm components, tailored for indoor combat. Mario readily agreed to Long Zhan's request for a customized light machine gun, exhibiting a level of proficiency that was almost heart-wrenching to witness. He swiftly navigated the armory, gathering the necessary components to create the modified weapon Long Zhan desired. In less than 10 minutes, he completed the assembly of 2 modified firearms. Upon seeing the 2 light machine guns before him, Long Zhan was instantly enamored, for they were nothing short of perfection. To what extent was this perfection evident? In a subtle yet significant detail, Mario had actually adjusted the distance between the trigger and grip to accommodate Long Zhan's larger hand size compared to others, allowing for a flawless fit, enabling him to pull the trigger in the most comfortable manner. Mario's ability to execute modifications down to such intricate details speaks volumes of his unparalleled expertise, undoubtedly placing him at the pinnacle among masters in the field. It perfectly embodies the slogan, "You propose, I deliver." Long Zhan couldn't help but admire DG, truly a place where hidden talents abound. Even an inconspicuous department conceals the pinnacle of the industry. In Chapter 158 of the Master of Firearm Modification, after successfully customizing 2 primary light machine guns, Long Zhan proceeded to equip secondary and backup weapons. First, he configured an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle with a shortened 10-inch barrel, paired with an OSS company suppressor, a 3x magnifying EOTech holographic red dot sight, and a retractable folding stock. The short barrel combined with the red dot sight and suppressor produced minimal noise, making it ideal for indoor close-quarters battle, CQB. Next, he equipped another 416 Hong Kong dollars with a 14-inch barrel, enhanced with a 25 10-night force scope, an Ampec 15 laser designator, a clip-on thermal imaging sight, and an M203 grenade launcher. The longer barrel ensured a greater effective range, specifically designed for outdoor medium to long-range engagements, and could serve as a precision rifle when necessary. Additionally, he selected an MP5SD6, a submachine gun with a fixed suppressor, tailored for combat scenarios requiring utmost stealth. Although the fixed suppressor's lethality was slightly diminished, its sound suppression was unparalleled. Coupled with subsonic ammunition, the MP5SD6 emitted a sound that was quieter than the mere clicking of the bolt against the chamber, ensuring that an enemy could be neutralized in a room without disturbing a sleeping neighbor. For his sidearms, Long Zhan chose 2 pistols, the widely used P226 by the U.S. Special Forces and the HK-45C, developed by the renowned German firearms manufacturer HK specifically for the U.S. military. Both pistols boasted comparable performance, primarily intended for interchangeable use. To enhance the pistol's rapid aiming capability, Long Zhan requested Mario to make a minor modification, equipping both handguns with a small red dot sight no larger than a fingernail. This entire setup was completed in under an hour. Importantly, these firearms were not standard configurations. Each had been customized to varying degrees according to Long Zhan's personal specifications. The fact that 6 weapons could be assembled in such a short time left Long Zhan in awe of Mario's gunsmithing skills. He resolved that if he were to form a team in the future, finding a top-tier gunsmith like Mario would be a priority. Long Zhan placed the assembled firearms onto a small trailer and gathered some necessary modular accessories. Finally, the busy Diaz arrived, instructing Long Zhan to hurry and deliver the items to the storage room, as the entire B team had already gathered, awaiting the commencement of the welcome ceremony. Mario, your firearms modification skills are truly remarkable. I sincerely appreciate your assistance and would love to befriend you. Perhaps we could share a drink sometime, Long Zhan expressed, genuinely admiring Mario's expertise while ensuring to leave an opening for future camaraderie. Upon returning to the 3rd floor and securing his weapon, Long Zhan followed Diaz to the Catter village, ultimately stepping into the Red Team Command Center as an official member of DG. Previously, during his 2 external support missions, Long Zhan had directly proceeded to the conference room. Later, he had a conversation in Blackburn's office, but at that time, he felt somewhat apprehensive and was too hurried to observe his surroundings. Today marked the first occasion where Long Zhan earnestly scrutinized the Red Team's command center. The command center was remarkably spacious, with a small bar and kitchen nestled in the left corner, allowing one to indulge in a drink, brew some coffee, or heat a sandwich. On the right side, against the wall, were 2 separated offices designated for the commander and the sergeant major. The remaining area could be collectively referred to as the hall, dominated by a large table occupying most of the room, surrounded by several smaller desks equipped with computers. On the wall directly ahead, a monitor and a whiteboard were prominently displayed. This layout suggested that any squad meetings would likely be held here. The walls and cabinets were adorned with plaques and banners from various units, such as the SASR, Australian Special Air Service Regiment, and URNA, Czech Rapid Reaction Forces, commemorating past missions and achievements. Among the mementos were artifacts from significant operations, such as a bloodied balaclava and a pair of plastic handcuffs from the 1990s, when the squad sought to apprehend a Bosnian war criminal. Another poignant item was the squad automatic weapon used by Petty Officer Neil Roberts, who fell during Operation Red Wings. Each piece held a story. Some embodied the historical missions completed by DG, while others served as painful reminders of lessons learned. Their presence was a cautionary tale, a pledge to avoid repeating past mistakes. As Long Zhan entered the squad command center, he was met by Jason, the captain of Team B, Ray, the vice captain, Sonny, Trent, Brock, and Clay, who had arrived a couple of days earlier, alongside Diaz, the logistics military officer. Even Hellfire, the military dog with whom Long Zhan had fought side by side on 2 occasions, was present. All members of Team B gathered to welcome him. Initiated by Jason's warm greeting and Sunny's playful quip about his disdain for American beer, marking the commencement of the welcoming ceremony. Newcomers were required to bring a bottle of alcohol to this unique DG tradition. The proceedings began swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Each member received a bottle from Long Zhan before promptly returning to their respective tasks, leaving him momentarily isolated without further conversation. While this may have appeared awkward, it was, in fact, characteristic of the welcoming ceremony, both a greeting and a playful jest. Long Zhan recognized this American-style prank as a sign of acceptance, indicating that he was no longer regarded as an outsider. As a master of enlivening the atmosphere, Long Zhan would not be defeated by such a minor jest. "We are family," he exclaimed, raising his glass high. He then proceeded to toast each member, sharing a drink with Sunny and clinking glasses with Diaz. The deliberately feigned atmosphere of indifference was swiftly disrupted by Long Zhan. Jason and Lei exchanged knowing smiles, both sensing an all-too-familiar essence. This was indeed the extraordinary lad they had come to know. The ceremony, rich in tradition and imbued with significance, saw Lei, newly embraced by the joys of fatherhood, being the first to depart, eager to return to his child. Recently, Jason had observed that his friend Nate seemed to be engaging in questionable actions, prompting him to investigate further. Following Lei's departure, he too left the command center. With no urgent missions from DG lately, the team was not required to remain on standby like other units, allowing them the freedom to leave the base. After exchanging farewells with Long Zhan, the remaining members of the command center also chose to depart. Diaz needed time to prepare supplies, which would only arrive the following day. With nothing to occupy his time at the base, Long Zhan decided to seek out a rental property. As he surveyed the empty command center, he resolved to tidy up and set off to find Stella. Now liberated from his leadership role, Long Zhan could no longer reside in the Green Team dormitory. And with DG not providing accommodations, coupled with the fact that Stella's apartment was shared with 2 couples, his living situation had become rather complicated. Finding a suitable home had become an urgent matter for him. In the morning, Long Zhan had sprinted over, leaving his old Harley parked beneath Stella's apartment building. Now, he was left to hail a taxi. However, after waiting by the roadside for what felt like an eternity, he spotted several taxis, none of which were willing to stop for him. Frustrated yet accustomed to this, he realized the taxis were compact, fuel-efficient vehicles, often too cramped to accommodate his larger frame comfortably. It was akin to fitting an elephant into a cardboard box. Both the box and the elephant would suffer. The drivers, concerned about the potential damage to their vehicles, were understandably reluctant to offer a ride. "Am I really expected to run the distance?" Long Zhan lamented his size, preparing to wait a few more minutes before ultimately deciding to jog to Stella's apartment under the sun. Just then, a car approached and halted beside him. "Hey, need a lift?" Diaz leaned out of the window, a playful smile illuminating her face as she perceived Long Zhan's discomfort. Despite her modest height of approximately 1.6 meters, her vehicle was a robust, military-style GMC, perfectly befitting her soldierly persona. Perhaps only such a towering, full-sized SUV would dare to stop before someone of Long Zhan's stature. "Oh, you are truly my savior. Had it not been for your timely appearance, I would have been forced to take the 11 bus," he chuckled, grateful for the ride. "It's nearly noon, and this heat from running is unbearable." Naturally, Long Zhan accepted the offer, swiftly opening the door and settling into the passenger seat. 11 bus. Is that even a real bus line? Diaz inquired, puzzled by his humor. "Use this instead," Long Zhan replied, patting his thigh playfully. Diaz instantly grasped the essence of the whimsical analogy, and with a hearty laugh, he was thoroughly amused. "Do not jest. My bus, Route 11, is quite formidable. Requiring only 5 hamburgers to cover 100 kilometers, Long Zhan expounded with flair. 5 hamburgers for 100 kilometers? Ha ha. Upon hearing such a marvelous metaphor, Diaz doubled over in laughter, utterly captivated by Long Zhan's unique manner of expression. "This morning, I ran 30 kilometers as part of my morning exercise. Relying solely on the prowess of the Route 11 bus, my endurance is truly remarkable." In response to Long Zhan's unabashed self-promotion, Diaz chuckled. 30 kilometers in the morning. Your stamina is indeed impressive, though I wonder if it's sufficient." Diaz, with his naturally carefree disposition, found the conversation more relaxed and spontaneous as the chat progressed. As for whether it's sufficient, I cannot say. However, should you wish to experience it firsthand, I shall introduce you to sleepless nights. Haha, Long Zhan teased, playfully flexing his muscles. Diaz, with a smirk, retorted, really? Why not go now? My bed is quite spacious. And I live alone. Recognizing Diaz's playful banter, Long Zhan continued the jest. Then let us proceed to your abode. Go. Are you not concerned about your little girlfriend's ire? If I am not mistaken, you must have made plans with her for today, Diaz quipped as he started the car, laughter spilling forth. Ah, that is true. For a man of my caliber, 3 to 5 hours is hardly sufficient, and the timing is indeed off. We shall reschedule for another time. Long Zhan was aware of the boundaries of jesting and artfully navigated the conversation. I know that you men enjoy boasting. Even 3 to 5 minutes is nothing to be ashamed of. Of course, if it were me, I might indeed fall short. Remember your words today, should the opportunity arise. Do not beg for mercy. Diaz and Long Zhan's banter flourished, further deepening their bond, especially in the context of the more open attitudes towards sexual topics in America. Long Zhan rode in Diaz's SUV as they headed towards Stella's apartment. Having arranged to view the property with Long Zhan the previous day, Stella had taken the day off to await his arrival, having only recently risen from slumber. Awakening around 9 o'clock, Stella appeared particularly enchanting, her complexion radiant, a testament to the previous night's indulgences. Under the influence of love, her body showed signs of transformation, suggesting that her figure had undergone a notable change. Perhaps soon, her original cup size would no longer suffice. In the United States, whether buying or renting property, direct dealings with homeowners are typically rare. Interactions are generally mediated through real estate agents. Beach City, being a popular tourist destination, boasts a competitive housing market. Fortunately, Stella had secured an appointment in advance. After Long Zhan arrived from his base, the two dined at a Chinese restaurant for lunch before heading to the location provided by the agent. In a residential building named Kelly No. 13, a 5-story structure, Stella is indeed a perceptive woman. The requests she made to the agent were primarily aimed at facilitating Long Zhan. Therefore, the rental location suggested by the agent is not situated in the bustling heart of the city, but rather in a residential area that is closer to the Ocean Aviation Base in Azina, a mere 15 kilometers away from the school where Stella works. This arrangement warmed Long Zhan's heart, earning him a tender, affectionate kiss as a reward. Youth truly evokes envy. The real estate agent, already in his 40s, found himself reminiscing about his own youthful exuberance, having been thoroughly fed by Long Zhan's affectionate display. Simultaneously, through Long Zhan's physique and the aura he unconsciously exuded, combined with his years of experience as an agent, he began to surmise Long Zhan's true identity. He understood the needs of these soldiers well and was filled with confidence regarding this transaction. Come, let me show you the property. To avoid being overwhelmed by the affection surrounding him, the agent escorted Long Zhan and Stella to the 3rd floor via the elevator, arriving at an entirely vacant apartment. The space was painted in warm shades of pale yellow, creating a pleasant initial impression. Robert, the real estate agent, showcased his expertise as he entered, stating, "This unit exceeds 80 square meters, with a structure comprising 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The entire apartment features hardwood flooring, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and a balcony that offers a distant view of the sea. The master bedroom includes an en-suite bathroom, while the secondary bedroom could be transformed into a study or, for instance, a gym that Mr. Gibran might find intriguing. The remaining storage room can be converted into a walk-in closet or a nursery." He continued, "We offer customized renovation services. Should you have such requirements, a modest additional fee will ensure everything is completed before your move-in." Chapter 160. The promise of the Ocean View Villa. Robert was quite the talker, his rapid-fire descriptions bypassing the notion of marriage and even planning for children. If he continued at this pace, one might imagine he would arrange a retirement home for them as well. "We do not have children yet, so a nursery is unnecessary," Long Zhan replied decisively, as he is currently not even contemplating marriage. The prospect of children was something he deemed appropriate to consider only after achieving success, at least in his 40s. Thus, he felt compelled to reject Robert's goodwill. However, in his forthright refusal, he momentarily overlooked Stella's presence. "Indeed, I do not wish for children, although my boyfriend is quite fond of them," Stella remarked, smiling as she affectionately clasped Long Zhan's arm. Yet, Long Zhan detected an undertone of something unusual in her words. Unable to meet Stella's desires at this moment, he could only draw her into his embrace, offering silent solace. It would be prudent to plan ahead for renovations after moving in, although it might prove a hassle. Whether it was a reluctance to forego additional income from renovations or genuine concern for Long Zhan and Stella, Robert did not relent. With earnestness, he reiterated, "I often say, a good real estate agent is akin to a half-prophet. I believe you will find my services invaluable in the future. Moreover, whenever I encounter clients from the Navy SEALs, I always offer them a piece of advice. Securing a house is important, but it is paramount that your wife feels at home. After all, she is likely to spend over 300 days a year in solitude within those walls, and her comfort is of utmost significance. Being a military spouse can indeed be a lonely endeavor, especially for a Special Forces member." Long Zhan found Robert's words irrefutable, yet he was intrigued by how Robert discerned his identity, particularly as he currently appeared disheveled and far removed from the soldierly image. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you know I was a Navy SEAL? This community is the closest to the coastal base, making it an ideal choice for you. It is home to numerous officers and soldiers from the Navy SEALs. I have interacted with many of you, becoming quite familiar with your kind," Robert confidently explained. After sharing his insights, he turned to Stella and asked, "What do you think of this place? Shall we settle here?" Stella did not respond immediately. Instead, she posed a question of her own. "Are there many residents from the Navy SEALs living here?" "Absolutely. I assure you I speak no falsehood. The resident across from us is also my client, hailing from the Navy SEALs, and has lived here for several years," Robert stated, pointing to the door marked 323, providing Stella with compelling evidence. "What are your thoughts?" Stella was largely satisfied, yet before she replied, she chose to respect Long Zhan's opinion, refusing to act selfishly. "I believe Mr. Robert is entirely correct. Your comfort is what matters most, so you should decide." Long Zhan's demeanor brought joy to Stella, prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a kiss on his cheek as a reward. She then turned to Robert and declared, "This will be the one. I assure you, you shall not regret the choice made today." With the deal successfully negotiated, Robert was equally elated, opening his briefcase to reveal the contract documents. "I have brought the paperwork. We can sign it right here. Charge it to my card, and you can keep the remainder," Long Zhan offered, handing over his card and whimsically adding, "My current earnings are modest, so I apologize for the need to compromise here. Once I attain greater wealth, I shall certainly purchase a seaside villa for you." Stella had initially intended to split the costs, as it is not customary in America for the man to bear the entire burden of purchasing a home or a car. However, seeing the trust and affection in Long Zhan's eyes melted her heart. Opting to embrace a more feminine role, she accepted the bank card he extended and began to finalize the rental agreement with Robert, while also suggesting modifications to address any aspects of the room she found unsatisfactory. As a professional real estate agent, Robert quickly facilitated the dialogue with Stella, culminating in the signing of a 3-year rental contract. He promised to fulfill Stella's renovation requests within a week at the latest. With their future residence secured, the next step involved pre-purchasing furniture and various household items. Additionally, the couple looked forward to relishing the romantic moments of their life together amidst the bustle of preparations. A leisurely stroll through the park, a gentle walk along the beach, an evening of romance at an upscale restaurant, indulging in thrilling escapades at a couple's hotel. These are but a few of the delightful activities that young lovers can partake in. Such a life is undoubtedly pleasurable, and time seems to fly by in a heartbeat. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. During this time, Stella and Long Zhan had spent every moment together, reveling in the bliss of their relationship, completely oblivious to the fact that Long Zhan was, in reality, a soldier. However, the relentless sound of a summons pierced through their idyllic existence, marking the unwelcome return of duty after 5 days of blissful reprieve since Long Zhan's return from Afghanistan. This interruption not only shattered their sweet life, but also heralded the onset of yet another separation. "I truly wish you wouldn't have to leave," Stella murmured, curling up in Long Zhan's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around him, her face nuzzling against his chest like a kitten yearning for its owner. This was the life of a first-class operative, and this was Long Zhan's inaugural official mission. He tenderly caressed Stella, inhaling her fragrant hair and savoring the warmth of her delicate form. Yet, he understood that since she had made a choice, she must also accept the consequences that accompanied it. Long Zhan could not reveal his true identity. Being a first-class operative was the extent of what he could share with Stella. "I understand. I comprehend. This is my choice, and I shall not regret it." Just allow me one more minute, Stella pleaded, as she absorbed Long Zhan's potent aura, eager to imprint his essence in her memory to sustain her during their impending solitude. Long Zhan, silent yet expressive in his actions, embraced Stella tightly, allowing her to feel his presence as much as possible. Before long, a minute had passed. Aware of the rules surrounding the summons, Stella refrained from lingering further and rose to plant a kiss on Long Zhan's lips, the sheets slipping to reveal her exquisite form. With a smile, she declared, "I will await your return. When you do, we shall move into our new home together. I am certain it will be beautiful. Rest assured, I am quite adept at moving. With me around, there will be no need for a moving company," Long Zhan replied, suppressing the temptation emanating from Stella as he turned away to dress, employing humor to soften the pain of their impending farewell. He playfully pinched her pert nose and added, "Make sure to think of me. Perhaps, when you awaken from your slumber, I shall be back." With that, he picked up his car keys and left the bedroom, leaving Stella gazing longingly at the closed door, her gaze lingering long after he had departed. Chapter 161. The appearance of Team A. 40 minutes later, Long Zhan arrived at the headquarters of DG, following the instructions in the text message to the Red Team Command Center. Upon entering, he discovered a gathering of individuals already present. Not only were Trent, Clay, and others from Team B in attendance, but also a row of unfamiliar, robust men seated on the sofas and chairs against the wall behind the conference table. Brian was among them. Long Zhan did not recognize these men, but he was aware that Brian had recently joined Team A, and given that each operational team comprised 2 squads, the identities of these imposing figures became evident. As a team responsible for providing tactical support during operations, Team A rarely engages in the planning of mission strategies. Even when they do, they merely sit by and listen. Consequently, Long Zhan had not encountered any members of Team A during the previous 2 foreign aid mission meetings, leaving him completely unfamiliar with them. He only knew that their captain was named Full Metal, yet he had no idea what the individual looked like. However, the presence of Team A at this meeting signaled to Long Zhan that this mission was undoubtedly significant. The members of Team A, seated against the wall, were evidently aware of Long Zhan's reputation and cast their gazes upon him as he entered. Only Brian extended a greeting, while the others maintained a reserved demeanor, their anxious glances the only indication of their feelings. Team B occupied the central conference table, asserting a clear hierarchical superiority over Team A. "Hey Long, come over here." Clay gestured to Long Zhan, indicating an empty seat between him and Brock. Upon hearing Clay's invitation, Long Zhan strode confidently to sit beside him. Brock, sitting with his legs crossed, turned his head, and, noticing the newcomer was the newly appointed B6, Long Zhan asked with a smile, "How does it feel to attend a meeting at the brigade command for the first time?" "Not too bad," Long Zhan replied, raising an eyebrow as he casually inquired. "There seem to be quite a few attendees today, even members of Team A. Do you know what's going on?" "I just received the notification and rushed over." "My knowledge is no greater than yours," Brock said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "All right then." Long Zhan chose not to press further and began to observe the members of the command center. Mandy, serving as the intelligence officer for the Eric Action Group, remained responsible for the intelligence of this operation, seated alone at the front left of the conference table near the large screen. Upon noticing Long Zhan's entrance, Mandy smiled and nodded in greeting. The seating arrangement at the table was evidently deliberate. All members of Team B occupied a row on the right side, while 2 seats at the front remained vacant. It was apparent that these were reserved for the team leader and the deputy leader, Jason and Lei, who had yet to arrive. Following the 2 empty seats were Sunny, Trent, Brock, Long Zhan, and finally Clay at the rear. Long Zhan's military rank surpassed that of Brock's, allowing him to command Brock in a grassroots unit. Yet here he found himself positioned behind him, indicating a seating arrangement based on team designations. On the right side of the table sat the members of Team B, while the left side was occupied by Eric, Diaz, and 2 middle-aged men whom Long Zhan did not recognize. Eric was the commander of the action group, and Diaz served as the logistics sergeant for Team B. This suggested that the individuals seated on the left were all involved in command and logistics. Based on this information, the identities of the 2 unfamiliar robust men could be surmised. They were undoubtedly the captain and deputy captain of Team A. Long Zhan's instincts as a special forces operative were keenly attuned. He did not make a concerted effort to conceal his gaze, which was soon noticed by the captain and deputy captain of Team A, who likewise directed their attention towards him. The two men bore no ill will towards Long Zhan's scrutiny, nodding in acknowledgement as a form of greeting. Long Zhan reciprocated with a smile and a nod. Approximately 6 or 7 minutes later, Jason and Ray, who had more responsibilities due to their age, entered together through the door. With all members of the ERIC task force assembled, the meeting promptly delved into its core agenda. Mandy, responsible for briefing on this operation, projected a high-resolution image of the research vessel, the USS Pegasus, onto the large display in front of them. Pointing at the image, she stated, "This is the USS Pegasus, currently conducting an investigation into the oxygen levels of marine biology in the South China Sea. We suspect it may have been hijacked." Jason interjected, "What do you mean by suspect?" For special operations and anti-terrorism personnel, terms such as possibly, maybe, and should are often regarded with great caution. We are unaware of the specifics thus far. We have not received any follow-up information to enable accurate positioning, Mandy explained. Then how can you be certain it has been hijacked? Ray expressed his confusion. Without further elaboration, Mandy picked up the remote and pressed a button, initiating a pre-recorded call. "I am Dr. Vincent Barron, currently aboard the USS Pegasus, approximately 160 kilometers from the coast of Iloilo, Philippines. We seem to be in danger. A group of unidentified individuals has boarded." "No, oh God, please don't. I beg you stop. What do you want? Who are you?" The recording abruptly cut off, replaced by the unmistakable sound of automatic gunfire. Upon hearing the audio, everyone present grasped the gravity of the situation. Mandy's use of the term suspected hijacking made sense. The deafening gunfire in the recording was likely indicative of a massacre. Regardless of whether it was a hijacking or a slaughter, both scenarios constituted acts of violent crime. As the vanguard and elite of the naval anti-terrorism forces, the transfer of intelligence to Mandy, stationed with the Red Team, signified that the ERIC task force was tasked with addressing this crisis. If it was a hijacking, their objective would be to rescue the hostages. If it was a massacre, they would be obliged to bring the perpetrators to justice. Recognizing the seriousness of the incident clarified the unfolding events. Mandy displayed images of the victims of this incident on the screen. Pointing to a man in his 40s with a short beard, she remarked, "This is Dr. Vincent Barron, a professor of ocean and climate sciences at Stanford University. We believe the voice in the recording belongs to him." She then indicated a white woman in her 40s beside him, stating, "This is Dr. Julia Clark, also from Stanford University. They were planning to marry next month." The remaining individuals were research staff, all aboard the same vessel as Dr. Barron. Their detailed personal information has been sent to your computers, and you may also review the printed documents before you. Do we truly need to ascertain their activities? I believe it is entirely unnecessary. Trent, with a toothpick nestled in his mouth, reclined languidly in his armchair. I concurred. Ray displayed a profound lack of interest. Sonny casually flipped through the materials and dramatically tossed them aside, exclaiming, "Oh God, save me. Looking at this stuff is putting me to sleep." Indeed, those of an advanced age require ample rest, Jason teased with a smile. "Are you implying that I am old? I assure you, when you grow old and find yourself leaning on a cane in a nursing home, I shall still be able to perform a striptease before you." Sonny, a seasoned jester of the B team, rose and mimicked the unsteady gait of an elderly person with a cane, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone present. As the conversation among these seasoned veterans meandered further away from the task at hand, Commander Eric remained unfazed, watching their antics with amusement. The reason Eric refrained from intervening was due to an unspoken rule within DG, known as 5 minutes of grumbling. This policy permits operatives to express their discontent regarding the mission or share their candid thoughts in the initial moments before a deliberate task commences. After all, being summoned to the base for a meeting in the dead of night can leave one feeling somewhat disgruntled. Once the venting period concluded, the meeting would proceed, requiring all present to engage at the level expected of first-rate operatives. Of course, one could also opt not to complain and instead foster a relaxed atmosphere with lighter topics. Much like the current scenario, psychologists have discovered through a series of experiments that a joyful disposition can significantly enhance cognitive processes, resulting in more productive meetings. It is precisely due to these multifaceted advantages that the 5 minutes of grumbling policy has endured and continues to be implemented. After the B team's seasoned jokesters entertained for a while, the atmosphere shifted to one of ease and enjoyment, allowing Mandy to seamlessly transition into the core of the meeting. Having concluded the discussion regarding the hostage situation, she directed attention to the next topic, the kidnappers. "This is my colleague, Sam Roberts," Mandy announced. gesturing towards the quiet gentleman in a checkered shirt seated to her right. He is a senior analyst in our agency specializing in Southeast Asian piracy and possesses considerable expertise in this area. Wow, we have an expert on Southeast Asian pirates? Jason remarked, his surprise evident as he looked over at Sam, whose expression appeared somewhat awkward. No offense intended, I'm just astonished. Southeast Asian pirates aren't particularly renowned and are hardly comparable to their African counterparts. It's surprising that the CIA would allocate resources for such research. It's akin to a company's president fixating on a janitor. Not at all, Sam replied, unfazed by the remark as he took Mandy's place at the conference table. Confidently elaborating, I fully understand that the majority of focus tends to be on the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea region. However, the waters of Southeast Asia have now emerged as one of the most perilous areas in the world. The good news is that, in contrast to the Horn of Africa, this maritime zone is relatively stable, with few islands and ports for pirates to seek refuge. Most of the seasoned local pirates, after seizing vessels, prefer to head towards the Anambas Islands. The current positioning of the Sagittarius research vessel indicates it is situated 644 kilometers off the eastern coast of Vietnam, advancing in a southwest direction with an estimated arrival at the Anambas Islands in 2 days. Based on this series of information, it can be concluded that, regardless of what transpired aboard the Sagittarius, the research vessel has indeed been hijacked by pirates. The Bureau hopes you will initiate action to ascertain the exact circumstances. Sam, a senior analyst on Southeast Asian piracy, has provided clear and concise information. A single listening suffices to grasp the situation. It appears this is a VBSS operation. But according to my recollection of television dramas, this should have occurred long ago. Why is it only surfacing now? Is it possible that the timeline of events in this world diverges? Long Zhan mused internally, furrowing his brow. The original plotline of SEAL Team has shifted. Could the narrative content also be altered? This leaves Long Zhan with no means of judgment. The consequences of such changes could be profound, compelling Long Zhan to approach the matter with utmost caution. While his thoughts spiraled, the meeting on the other side continued. Jason, understanding the objective of this operation, felt confident in the SEL's expertise and inquired of Alex. When do we commence action? Currently, in deliberation, the timing remains uncertain. Alex tapped his fingers on the table and replied, to my knowledge, there is office politics at play within our central command. The brigadier generals are embroiled in a dispute over who has greater merit and who will oversee this operation, arguing vehemently. Are you jesting? Jason exclaimed in disbelief. I wish I were. Alex shrugged, expressing his frustration. I have exerted my utmost efforts. The generals will ultimately decide when we commence action. These bastards, Jason, vexed and speechless, could only accept this outcome. According to standard operational procedures, they should already be dispersing to procure equipment and prepare for departure at the airport. Alas, wherever there are individuals, there will inevitably be power struggles. Given the multitude of hostages aboard the research vessel, whoever takes charge of this mission and rescues a dozen American citizens will earn considerable acclaim across the media. The brigadier generals, in particular, are eager for accolades to advance their ranks. Who wouldn't want a share of that glory? With the timing of the operation still undetermined, will the action team merely wait idly here, or will they return home to slumber? Certainly not. Thus far, one thing is certain. This operation must be executed. Since it is clear that teams A and B will be tasked with the execution, and the operational scene has been established, preparations for the mission can commence in advance. The tasks that would typically unfold upon arrival can be completed beforehand at the base, such as devising a detailed operational plan. Chapter 163, The Navy's Fear of Water. Following the task briefing meeting, all personnel from teams A and B transitioned from the command center to the operational simulation conference room. Simulating actions on-site is a consistent approach employed by DG in designing operational plans. When everyone transitioned to the conference room, the logistics team promptly delivered a makeshift research vessel, crafted from foam and cardboard. Given its hasty construction, the 1-meter-long model appeared rather crude. Had there been time to prepare prior to the mission, the logistics team could have created a more suitable simulation environment during the flight. It would not have been impossible to even source a similar vessel for practical combat drills. Can anyone devise a way to enhance this creation? The model from my daughter's elementary school craft class looks far more credible than this. Jason's scathing remarks were directed at Diaz. As the logistics chief of Team B, Diaz was the only one capable of providing a superior model. I cannot manage that at the moment, Diaz replied, arms crossed. However, there is good news. With a bit more funding, one could purchase a ready-made assembly. Isn't assembling a vessel part of your responsibilities, Davis? Help save the taxpayers some money, Sonny challenged, biting down on a toothpick. Sonny, you must recognize that packing your parachute is my job, Diaz retorted sharply, prompting laughter from the crowd. Sonny furrowed her brow, feigning anger, and turned to Jason, who was busy tinkering with the research vessel, asking, can she make such jokes? Jason understood that their banter was merely playful, as it was clear to everyone that Sonny held an interest in Diaz. He glanced up and replied, perhaps not. He then turned to Long Zhan and said, Long, I've heard you studied modeling. Could you make it look more presentable? I'll give it a try, Long Zhan responded humbly, though his demeanor exuded confidence as he approached the model. Military modeling is one of the disciplines that can be learned, encompassing tasks such as constructing sand tables, creating miniature landscapes, and establishing simulated operational environments. Typically, only logistics officers pursue this skill, while combat personnel show little interest. Long Zhan, however, was exceptionally versatile. While Jason and Long Zhan were focused on their task, Sonny, still stung by Diaz's earlier retort, sought to rally Jason to her side. Since such jokes are unacceptable, can you write a report to criticize her? Absolutely not. Jason firmly rejected Sonny's request, clarifying, she also assists me with packing parachutes. She is my most trusted logistics sergeant. The meaning behind Jason's words was unmistakable. Diaz managed the equipment for Team B, a vital ally whom they could not afford to alienate. Good grief. You are such a coward, Sonny blurted out. Haha. Jason's unyielding dismissal, coupled with Sonny's disgruntled expression, incited a chorus of laughter from those present. I am not the villain here, Diaz declared, flashing a victorious smile at Sonny. Have any of you heard of the absurdity of someone afraid of water joining the Navy? Lay interjected earnestly. Isn't it amusing? I suspect someone is afraid of swimming. Jason swiftly delivered a sharp retort, his gaze subtly directed towards Sonny, implying without words what was left unspoken. I am not afraid of swimming, all right? It's simply not my preferred activity, Sonny earnestly corrected. Understood, Jason nodded with utmost seriousness. The others could hardly contain their amusement. Sonny, the burly figure adorned with a full beard, was famously known within the DG for fearing nearly everything except for confrontations. Joking about Sonny's weakness had almost become a daily amusement for the B team. Poor Sonny. Meanwhile, Long Zhan adjusted the structure of the model while listening to the banter of the seasoned B team members, finding himself increasingly fond of this atmosphere. As a team built on mutual trust, laughter and conversation were undoubtedly the foundation of their camaraderie. A few minutes later, boss, it's done. Take a look, Long Zhan announced. Upon hearing his words, Jason approached to inspect the model and, with satisfaction, remarked, well done. It looks much more pleasing now. We need to ascertain the location of the hostages. That is crucial to our mission. Where do you all think they might be? Jason inquired. If I were those fools, I would certainly hide the scientists here, Sonny suggested, pointing towards the control room. It has windows for good visibility, allowing for a swift relocation of hostages, elevated positioning for a defensive advantage, and protection against intruders. Where does the restroom fit into this? Diaz raised a concern. For the kidnappers, the worst scenario would be ensuring the hostages have food and water while also providing restroom access. It is well known that the control room lacks such facilities, and allowing over 10 hostages to relieve themselves inside would be unbearable, not only for the hostages, but for the kidnappers themselves. Davis emphasized a key point. If all hostages are confined to the control room, it would require time to escort them to the restroom and back, which is highly inconvenient. Jason, skeptical of Sonny's hypothesis, turned to Long Zhan and asked, Dragon, this is your first operation as an official team member. What are your thoughts? Where do you believe the hostages are most likely located? All right. Jason willingly provided an opportunity for Long Zhan to express himself, clearly intending to uplift him. Long Zhan, feeling the weight of expectation, pointed towards the inner cabin beneath the control room and stated, I believe hiding the hostages in the living quarters is an excellent choice. Why is that? Jason inquired. Quite simply, Long Zhan gestured towards the bridge. The research vessel must carry substantial scientific equipment and supplies, and the internal space of the bridge is inherently limited, leaving little room for large, vacant compartments. Assuming all hostages are still alive, their number would amount to 11. The only area that can accommodate the restroom issue while also housing such a number of hostages is the living quarters, specifically a communal space like the dining area. If it were the dining area, there would only be 2 doors for entry and exit. By confining the hostages within, the kidnappers need only guard 1 or 2 doors to prevent any escape, significantly reducing the difficulty of oversight. Given that the living quarters fit all aspects perfectly, it is unlikely the kidnappers would consider any alternative. Long Zhan's reasoning was far more plausible than Sunny's, sounding increasingly reasonable. No objections were raised by the crowd. Given the consensus, let us assume that the living quarters will serve as the detention point. Jason was pleased with Long Zhan's reasoning and, adhering to the principle of rewarding good performance, promptly inquired, "What approach do you deem most suitable for boarding the vessel?" Chapter 164. Formulating the VBSS operational plan. The VBSS mission typically unfolds aboard a ship, with 3 primary methods of execution: scuba diving, helicopter insertion, and boat assault. Each method possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. There is no definitive best or worst option, and the choice must be tailored to the specifics of the mission. Long Zhan sifted through the intelligence in his mind, along with pertinent narrative details, and soon arrived at a conclusion. "Our intelligence is currently lacking," he stated. "Therefore, I propose 2 potential strategies. If the Pegasus is still at sea when we arrive, considering it has a helicopter landing pad at the bow, I believe we could opt for an intercept approach with a helicopter assault. At that point, the pirates on board would likely be few in number, making the operation manageable. However, should the Central Command engage in prolonged deliberations, by the time we receive the order to depart, the Pegasus may have already docked. The number of pirates would undoubtedly increase, rendering a direct assault too perilous. A stealthy infiltration would be more appropriate. We could approach the port under the cover of night, don scuba gear, and swim to the vessel, executing a silent boarding maneuver. We would then launch a surprise attack along the ship's side, eliminating a portion of the adversaries before they become aware of our presence, and proceed to the bridge to rescue the hostages. Long Zhan contemplated both scenarios and devised corresponding operational plans. The old-school frogman approach. Sunny furrowed his brow. "Indeed, the traditional method offers greater stability, does it not?" Long Zhan replied with a smile. "That is an excellent plan. What are your thoughts?" Jason asked the group. "I must express my disinterest in boarding from the bottom of the ship." Sunny was the first to decline, suggesting, "Since there is a helicopter landing point aboard, regardless of the circumstances, we can always take the helicopter. While those fools are still asleep, we can land the helicopter on the pad and swiftly execute our assault." Before Sunny could finish his statement, laughter erupted from Team B. Ray, playfully draping his arm over Sunny's shoulder, remarked, "Let us go with the swimming approach. It's settled. I find Long's tactics quite commendable. You can't possibly be afraid of water, can you, Navy?" Trent chimed in with a smirk. "The water is terrifying. There are fish that bite, and they particularly enjoy someone's little sausage." Diaz joined in the jest, reveling in the banter. Jason, patting Sunny on the shoulder with mock seriousness, said, "I know you fear water, but be brave. I believe you can do it. Get excited." "Stop, stop, stop." Sunny, overwhelmed by the teasing of his friends, spat out a toothpick he had been chewing on, shaking his body in a feigned attempt at composure. "Let me reiterate. I am not afraid of swimming. It's just frogmen, right? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom?" Sunny's clear display of bravado, despite his evident trepidation, elicited another round of hearty laughter from the group. The method of boarding has been largely determined, and given the ongoing deliberations at the command center, it can be concluded with certainty that the Pegasus will successfully dock. Subsequently, discussions ensued among the team regarding the boarding process, swift access to the inner cabin, and ensuring the safety of the hostages. "Fellows, assuming the ship is anchored at the port, we should utilize the berths as our point of entry, as this would be the least conspicuous to the enemy," proposed Lay. "The proximity to the shore provides ample cover, and the helicopter landing pad can serve as a lateral access point for Team A, offering us a clear line of sight," suggested Trent, stroking his bushy beard. "We can organize a lookout team," chimed in Team A, clad in metal for the first time that night, pointing towards the bow of the ship. Team A can be divided into 2 action units. Unit A1 will be responsible for supporting the assault to secure the landing pad, collaborating with Team B to clear the deck, while Unit A2 will maintain surveillance from the periphery, ensuring communication and providing reconnaissance to aid in the attack, as well as being prepared for a retreat. The lookout team, drone surveillance unit. Diaz cautioned, "This vessel has been at sea for weeks, and the deck will be exceedingly slippery. I will ensure you are equipped with appropriate non-slip footwear, and you must remain vigilant of your footing. Slow is smooth." And smooth is fast. Jason reinforced Diaz's words, which is akin to the Chinese saying about haste leading to mistakes. As the adage goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass zhuge liang. After more than half an hour of collaborative discussion between teams A and B, a comprehensive plan encompassing initiation, execution, and conclusion was meticulously crafted. All right, we shall proceed with this plan and secure the hostages before the pirates can inflict harm upon them, Jason declared, extending his fist for a collective fist bump, solidifying the action plan. Next came the final preparations for supplies. Everyone voiced their additional equipment needs, which Diaz cataloged for procurement. Navigation boards, extension poles, grappling hooks, and various other tools designated for specific mission scenarios required Diaz's prompt attention. With the detailed action plan finalized, the command center remained unresponsive, and the team was still unable to embark. What else could be done? They could only disperse and return home, awaiting the conclusion of the general's verbal sparring, since a departure notification could arrive at any moment. Long Zhan chose not to accompany Brian and Clay for drinks, but instead returned to Stella's apartment. They arrived home just past 11 p.m., a time that merely marked the beginning of nightlife for the young. Accustomed to the embrace of Long Zhan's broad chest, Stella, unable to sleep despite being wrapped in her blanket, felt elated by his return. Even though he clearly stated it was merely a delay in the mission and he could depart again at any time. Nevertheless, Stella's spirits remained undeterred, even growing more fervent, as she coiled around Long Zhan like a serpent, seeking to fill the impending solitude with his presence. Long Zhan is far from being a mere bystander like Lu Xiaohui. 2 hours ago, his nocturnal escapades were abruptly interrupted. But as he burrowed back into his warm bed, the night resumed its course. Though action had yet to commence, the battle raged on. The following day, at 9 a.m., the generals at the Central Command had finally concluded their discussions, and the official operation orders were dispatched to the DG command post. The phones of all members of Teams A and B buzzed to life. Upon receiving the command, Long Zhan swiftly mounted his motorcycle and sped towards headquarters. Heading directly to the storage room, Diaz was tasked with preparing additional necessary equipment, while the fixed equipment packs were to be assembled by the team members themselves. After selecting their gear, they were to place it in designated locations. Diaz would summon several logistical personnel to assist in transporting the equipment to the airport for loading onto the aircraft. When Long Zhan arrived at the storage room, he found himself embarking on a second mission with Team B, while the first official member, Clay, had already arrived ahead of him, radiating excitement. The DG adheres to the principle of personal responsibility. No one would remind you of what equipment to bring, nor would anyone dictate your choices. Everything relied on oneself. Whatever gear one deemed necessary for the mission, one was expected to take along. Whether one made a mistake or forgot something, the consequences ultimately rested upon the individual. Opening his designated storage cage, Long Zhan gazed at the meticulously organized shelves brimming with equipment, feeling akin to an emperor selecting concubines. It was an exhilarating experience. However, despite the delight in having so many options, one could not possibly take them all at once. This mission focused on VBSS, employing an infiltration strategy rather than a raid. Drawing upon Long Zhan's 2 years of VBSS operational experience with the Navy SEALs. As he surveyed the shelves, clarity emerged in his mind. The Frogman equipment pack was undoubtedly essential, a specialized kit for underwater operations that would facilitate efficient infiltration. Gear such as boarding grapples and extension poles were under Diaz's purview. The remaining task was to select weapons and gear. Anyone who has spent time on a ship knows that while the deck may seem spacious, the internal structure is often cramped and confined. Given this characteristic, Long Zhan promptly decided against his favored heavy ballistic vest, regardless of its impressive protective capabilities. The soft ballistic vest of the heavy armor meets at least the NIJ Level 4 standard, providing comprehensive protection with ballistic plates at the front, back, and sides, as well as a protective collar against ricochets. Its ability to withstand 7.62mm rounds without penetration is precisely why Long Zhan cherished it. It is robust. However, stronger ballistic vests tend to be bulkier, and the addition of plates would further increase their size, making even a slender individual appear robust when adorned with a heavy ballistic vest. Dragon Zhan is quite a formidable figure, even without any attire. His presence in the cabin would render the corridors and doors quite cramped. Should he don a heavy ballistic vest, navigating through the doorway would likely necessitate a sideways approach. Such clumsiness during combat could prove to be a significant liability. Dragon Zhan has previously encountered this unfortunate reality during a SEAL team mission, ultimately relegated to the outside as a lookout. This time, he resolved to avoid a similar misstep, sparing Team B yet another source of amusement. Consequently, he prudently opted to lower his defensive level, selecting a vest with only level 3 protection, capable of withstanding 9mm handgun and submachine gun rounds, while integrating both ballistic and tactical elements. This hybrid ballistic vest, being more compact, suits the confined combat environment perfectly. His weaponry was also modified accordingly. Given the narrow operational zone of the VBSS mission, where engagements occur at close quarters, enhanced fire suppression was essential. A grenade could easily be thrown into any corner, rendering the mid-range suppression capabilities of a light machine gun ineffective. Moreover, due to the vessel's solid steel construction, many areas were exceptionally thick, making it difficult for machine gun fire to penetrate and increasing the likelihood of ricochets, potentially injuring friendly forces. Most importantly, as a machine gunner responsible for providing fire support to the team, Dragon Zhan needed to fulfill his duties by delivering timely suppression. Considering all these factors, he ultimately chose to arm himself with the MP5SD6. Although it is slightly lighter and shorter than the two-prepared HK416S, it still proved somewhat ill-suited for his imposing stature. However, focusing on his own physicality and requirements, the most fitting option was the close-range powerhouse submachine gun. With a barrel length of 610mm, it allows for nimble maneuverability, while the effective range of 135 meters is adequate for his needs. The theoretical rate of fire at 800 rounds per minute is fierce, and the 30-round magazine provides sufficient endurance. The fixed suppressor significantly reduces the sound of gunfire. And these combined features, while perhaps less than ideal for others, align perfectly with Dragon Zhan's current mission. If one were to critique, it might be the incongruity of such a robust figure wielding a relatively short firearm, resembling a child with a toy water gun, an appearance that could be deemed absurd. However, practicality in real-world operations trumps aesthetics. Utility is paramount. As long as it suits his needs, it is deemed satisfactory. Since this operation is a nocturnal endeavor, adjustments to the submachine gun's attachments were necessary. Dragon Zhan equipped it with a red dot sight and an IR laser indicator. The red dot ensures rapid aiming at close range, while the laser guarantees precise targeting at medium distances. With his weapons and gear finalized, he turned his attention to the various ancillary components, including a tactical helmet, noise-canceling headphones, head-mounted night vision goggles, and a radio, among others. Having completed the selection of all equipment, Clay also finalized his choices, and Jason, along with the seasoned veterans, gradually arrived. Clay's weapon of choice was a modified short-barreled 416 Hong Kong dollars, further compacted to suit operations in confined spaces. This selection was rather conventional, devoid of any remarkable features. However, when they noticed Long Zhan wielding a submachine gun, Jason and the others were taken aback. Yet, upon observing Long Zhan's imposing physique, they exchanged knowing smiles, instantly understanding the reasoning behind it. While assault rifles undoubtedly offer superior accuracy and lethality, making them a more favorable option for special forces, it is evident that even the mightiest individuals possess vulnerabilities and areas of lesser proficiency. Long Zhan reigns supreme in open spaces, yet the narrow corridors and doorways of the ship's interior, most of which measure less than a meter in width, prove to be quite unfriendly to him. In contrast to wielding a more powerful assault rifle, which would limit his mobility, the agility afforded by a submachine gun allowed him to be more nimble, effectively compensating for his shortcomings. This made it a more suitable choice for executing VBSS missions. Half an hour later, all participants arrived at the airport and boarded the C-17 transport aircraft familiar to Long Zhan. Mandy was the last to arrive, bearing unfortunate news. Due to a delayed departure the previous night, they had failed to promptly secure and monitor the target, Pegasus, leading to new complications. To address this unexpected situation, Mandy had to summon the members of Team B for an impromptu meeting in the cabin. She produced a regional map of Southeast Asia, unfurling it atop a combat readiness crate over a meter high, and circled a specific area with a pen. The pirates seemed to have finally deciphered how to render the GPS of Pegasus inoperative, and 2 hours ago, they lost track of it. The last known location was within this circled area, yet it could be heading anywhere within that perimeter. Mandy then drew a larger circle around the original one, stating, By the time the plane delivers you to that location, the range will have further expanded over the course of the next several hours. Excuse me, how extensive is this range? Jason inquired. Approximately the size of the continental United States, Mandy replied. Jason was left speechless, as were Long Zhan and the other members of Team B present. If the command center had been more efficient, such a predicament would not have arisen. However, since the situation had already unfolded, lamenting was utterly futile. The only recourse was to swiftly devise a solution to locate Pegasus. Finding a ship in such a vast area is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Relying solely on search efforts is utterly impractical. We need to ascertain its current trajectory to narrow down the search area, Long Zhan articulated. The operation briefing last night provided concrete intelligence indicating it was heading towards Anambas. We can investigate along that trajectory, Clay suggested. No, something feels amiss. Jason shook his head, furrowing his brow as he remarked. If they were originally headed for the Anambas Islands, why didn't they change course before the GPS was disabled? Deception is hardly a sophisticated tactic. Indeed, this raised eyebrows. Hearing Jason's words, Lay also sensed a discrepancy and, with a hint of confusion, stated, changing direction could mislead us, yet their course remained unchanged prior to the failure. Such elementary tricks are surely within the grasp of pirates. Their failure to employ them suggests a singular possibility. Long Zhan surveyed the group and asserted, these pirates are in a considerable haste. They have already predetermined their stopover and need to reach their destination as swiftly as possible. As long as their speed is sufficient, they can land in time to transfer the hostages, making any attempt at misdirection superfluous. Pirates in a hurry? Mandy, inspired by Long Zhan's words, contemplated a potential scenario and inquired of Diaz, is it currently typhoon season in the South China Sea? Diaz swiftly operated his computer, focusing on the Southeast Asian region and retrieving ocean current and weather data, responding, indeed, it is presently typhoon season there. The velocity of the currents during this season would be heightened, and should the pirates wish to evade external tracking at maximum speed, the most effective method would be to navigate with the currents. Mandy's hypothesis illuminated the faces of Team B, Jason added. Sailing with the currents not only accelerates travel but also conserves fuel, allowing them to cover greater distances while minimizing the likelihood of being discovered. While some concurred, others voiced dissent. The pirates might not be interested in such matters. Furthermore, the majority of them are not particularly skilled seamen and may lack understanding of these technicalities. Pirate analyst Sam offered his perspective, doubting the intelligence of the Malacca pirates to utilize the natural environment. Even if they are inexperienced, they should at least grasp the necessity of disabling GPS. I believe their urgency to find a hiding place would compel them to leverage this maritime information. Mandy remained steadfast in her viewpoint and further asked Diaz if they are maximizing the use of the currents. Can we chart their course based on the currents to ascertain their landing point? I will give it a try, Diaz replied, quickly inputting data into his computer for a simulated calculation. In a short time, the computer predicted a destination: the Philippines. Upon seeing this location, Mandy smiled and promptly retrieved a satellite phone to contact the Bureau, coordinating with the Philippine government for assistance in executing this cross-border rescue mission. The transport aircraft, initially idling at the airport without a destination, finally had a purpose. 12 hours later, the Global Dominator transport plane crossed the Pacific, nearing the Philippines after passing Guam. To ensure operations commenced in the early hours of the morning, Teams A and B needed to mobilize immediately upon landing, necessitating that all preparatory work be completed in advance aboard the aircraft. As the two teams retrieved their gear and busily donned their equipment while inspecting supplies, Mandy, serving as the intelligence officer, was not idle. She seized the moment to disseminate the intelligence gathered over the past several hours. According to my informant on Jinglan Island, the Pegasus is en route to Iligan City in the Philippines, which I prefer to refer to as Iligan Island. The geographical and environmental context of Iligan Island is relatively unique, having long been a principal hotspot for terrorist activities. My informant revealed that the kidnappers intended to transport the research team to Iligan Island not for ransom, but rather to sell them to local terrorists. In just over 10 hours, the destination of the Philippines unveiled the true purpose behind the outcry. I must admit, the CIA indeed possesses an extensive reach. As Jason inspected his 416 Hong Kong dollars, he inquired, "Does your informant know who the buyer is?" "I suspect it is Thurston Howell III, Sonny quipped, referencing a character from the sitcom Gilligan's Island. eliciting laughter from the group. Sunny's brand of humor was a serious yet comedic style. It took Mandy some time to compose herself before turning her computer screen towards Long Zhan and the others, stating, "The buyer is none other than Eduardo Mercado. We have concrete intelligence indicating that he orchestrated last month's ferry explosion that resulted in the deaths of 70 individuals." "Mercado is a madman," Sam interjected. "He is trying to make the world aware of his notoriety, hence he needs to stage a major event. According to the intelligence I received, he intends to purchase several American hostages to broadcast live beheadings online, using this horrific method to gain fame." Chapter 167. The comedic old fool of the team. The notion that Americans could become tools for notoriety is truly astonishing, rendering one at a loss for words. Remarked Long Zhan. "A repugnant method for gaining fame. More disgusting than a sewer rat," Jason scoffed. "Such behavior, targeting defenseless civilians while avoiding confrontation with military forces and other terrorist groups, is indeed beneath contempt. To seek fame in this manner is utterly ludicrous. If one truly desires notoriety, they should aim to blow up the White House." Long Zhan would undoubtedly be the first to applaud. "All right, my dear Lei. Now tell everyone how you plan to safely rescue the poor children from the bed and return them home." Sunny assigned the task to Lei, emphasizing the need for a final briefing before the operation commenced. "Under the cover of night, we will stealthily board the ship, take out the kidnappers before they realize what is happening, locate the hostages, and then call for a speedboat. We must retreat swiftly before anyone at the port notices us." Lei outlined the entire operation process, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would unfold as he described. "Sunny, you are well aware that we need to swim across. And that area is home to the deadliest shark population in the world, following their migratory routes. Can you manage that?" Jason inquired in a professional tone, though a smile was already betraying his demeanor. Diaz intentionally approached Aunt San and, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Indeed. The USS Indianapolis was sunk in those very waters in 1945. At that time, there were hundreds of crew members aboard, and they did not perish due to bombs. Rather, they were consumed by sharks." Seizing the opportunity to lighten the mood, Ray, the vice captain, chimed in. "I can say with utmost certainty that those sharks must have passed down their fondness for the flesh of sailors to their descendants, eagerly awaiting someone to venture into their domain. Given that Iligan City lacked armed helicopters and could not swiftly communicate with the Philippine military for reinforcements, the only tool available for this VBSS operation was a speedboat. The boat had to maintain a distance to avoid detection by the kidnappers, remaining several hundred meters away while Team A and Team B submerged and swam toward their target. Jason, Diaz, and Ray collaborated to instill a sense of humor and cheer before the operation commenced. "I have endured beatings, been shot, stabbed, and had shrapnel strike my shoulder twice. A rocket launcher nearly roasted me. Do you think I would fear those foolish fish?" Sunny retorted, attempting to maintain his composure. "Indeed," Jason nodded. "Without a doubt. You are afraid," Ray added, adopting a serious tone. "We all believe so," Trent joined in. "Damn you all." Sunny was left utterly speechless and decided to seek solace from his closest comrade, Dragon, exclaiming, "Dragon, do I look like someone who fears sharks?" "Not at all." Dragon shook his head, just as a smile crept onto Sunny's face. About to express his appreciation for Dragon's camaraderie, Dragon unexpectedly remarked, "Because you are indeed afraid of sharks. There's no need to question that." Sunny nearly stumbled to the ground in exasperation. "Ha!" The laughter that Jason and the others had previously suppressed erupted uncontrollably. With his deception mercilessly exposed, Sunny abandoned pretense and approached Diaz, asking, "Have you brought what I requested? Is this what you seek?" Diaz opened his backpack and produced a black, watch-like device, handing it to Sunny while sardonic remarks flowed. "It merely contains some magnets. Will it protect you from hundreds of kilograms of attacking sharks?" The advertisements claim its deterrent power is unquestionable, even scaring away great whites. Sunny proudly donned the device on his wrist, feeling as if his fears were dispelled, and boasted, "I have great confidence in it. Even Poseidon's trident pales in comparison." An hour later, at Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, Operation Group Commander Eric, CIA Senior Intelligence Officer Mandy, and Logistics Sergeant Diaz established a command center aboard a C-17 transport aircraft. After Team A and Team B made contact with representatives from the Philippine military, they set sail toward the port of Poroy in Iligan City, where the Sagittarius research vessel awaited their arrival. The operation team would take some time to reach the mission point, but the drones deployed from the command center had already begun relaying real-time surveillance footage. Through the night vision camera of the drone, armed pirates were clearly visible on the deck of the Pegasus. No other pirates were spotted on the dock, nor were there any signs of buyers approaching. It was uncertain whether there were any pirates inside the cabin. How much longer would they take to arrive? Eric had just returned from the handover with the Filipino officer and was unaware of the current situation of the team. The boat journey would take some time. It would take approximately 35 to 40 minutes to swim from the starting point to the Pegasus. Given their departure time, Diaz checked his watch. It had barely been 30 minutes. Okay, there are less than 10 minutes left. Notify me when they arrive. I will take command then, Eric stated before preparing to leave. Wait. Mandy suddenly halted Eric, pointing at the drone's surveillance screen. 3 vehicles have appeared by the dock. It is likely that the buyers have arrived. Eric quickly stopped, turned around, and focused on the screen, just in time to see 4 individuals disembark, each armed. 4 individuals had exited the vehicle, joined by 4 more on the deck, totaling 8 adversaries. No. Eric's demeanor shifted dramatically as he watched the number of individuals emerging from the vehicles swell from 4 to over a dozen in mere seconds. The sudden influx of enemies had breached the mission's safety threshold. The atmosphere became immensely tense. It was far too dangerous. The mission had to be aborted. This singular thought consumed Eric's mind as he immediately seized the radio and called out, B1, this is the operations center. Cancel the infiltration. Repeat, cancel the infiltration. Eric called out twice, but there was no response from Jason. Diaz, recovering from the sudden turn of events, reminded him, Sir, they have already entered the water. The communication device will only have signal once they surface. Damn it, they were about to face a small army. Watching the silhouettes on the surveillance screen, which had formed a long line now advancing towards the ship, Eric's tension was palpable, his brow furrowed deeply. However, with no means to contact Team B, he could only forcibly suppress his emotions while waiting. The command center, having recognized the emergence of an unexpected situation, understood that the mission's difficulty had significantly escalated and sought to contact Team B to abort the mission. Yet, unable to reach them, they could only hold their breath in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Team B was already submerged 500 meters away from the Pegasus, unaware of the considerable increase in enemy numbers outside. Under the leadership of Captain Jason, they continued to search for a suitable boarding position. Team B first approached the designated stern, but upon peering through the surface, they discovered that there was no railing at the rear, rendering it impossible to secure a ladder for ascent. The midsection of the ship was heavily guarded by pirates, making an approach from there highly detectable. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon the stern entry and choose to coordinate with Team A for an assault at a boarding point, the helipad at the bow. Jason was aware that Team A's assault unit would board the vessel from the right side, near the dock, so he led Team B to swim to the left side. In this manner, the group of 7 from Team B circumnavigated the ship completely. Had they been equipped with conventional open-circuit scuba gear, the bubbles produced by their movements would have easily betrayed their presence. Fortunately, as elite naval special forces, they utilized equipment of the highest caliber. Zhan and all members of Team B employed the Delgar Company's state-of-the-art LARV-type closed-circuit rebreather, designated as 25 Malawian kwaches by the military. This particular rebreather boasts several advantages. It is compact, smaller than a child's school backpack, lightweight, eliminating the need to carry cumbersome oxygen tanks, and its streamlined design minimizes any additional drag, preventing the creation of excess splashes while in motion, even at a depth of just 1 or 2 meters. Combined with the mirror-like refraction of the water surface at night, those aboard the vessel remained utterly unaware of their presence. Most importantly, the gas could circulate infinitely, allowing for a more discreet operation. As a closed-circuit device operating on 100 oxygen, all exhaled waste gases were captured in a sealed loop, filtering out carbon dioxide and replenishing oxygen for reuse. This method effectively eliminated the bubbles typically produced by gas expulsion underwater. However, its limitation is that it is suitable only for shallow waters, with a maximum diving depth of 20 meters, rendering it less adaptable to greater depths compared to open-circuit systems. Due to the absence of any bubbles, Zhan and his 6 companions swam effortlessly beneath the surface without raising any alarms among those on the ship. In fact, Zhan found himself face-to-face with one of the pirates, separated only by the water's surface, and the pirate failed to notice him. The water at night was devoid of transparency, appearing as an impenetrable black void from above. After nearly 2 minutes, Zhan and his team successfully navigated from the stern to the bow of the ship, beginning their observation of the front. Confirming that no one approached the vessel's edge, Jason signaled Zhan to proceed. As the new lead operative of Team B, Zhan carried not only weapons and essential gear, but also the vital boarding apparatus specifically prepared by DS. This included a bundle of flexible steel wire and steel pipes, easily transportable as a coiled Revelrous steel ladder, and a multi-segmented pole, resembling a fishing rod, which could extend up to 4 meters to facilitate the ascent of the ladder. Upon receiving Jason's signal, Zhan cautiously surfaced. He connected the top of the extension pole to a button and twisted it into the 2 hooks at the end of the Revelrous ladder, securing them together. Then, he extended the pole until the ladder's hooks latched onto the ship's railing. With the boarding ladder successfully installed, Zhan gestured to the others below. Jason lay, and Clay surfaced one after another, aligning closely against the hull and gathering around Zhan. Brock, accustomed to the role of a frontline scout, surfaced to remove the mouthpiece of his rebreather and his goggles. He then extracted a G19 handgun equipped with a GM9 silencer, grasping the ladder in preparation to ascend. No. Jason firmly grasped Brock's shoulder, gesturing towards Zhan's chest, where an SD-6 submachine gun was slung, followed by a series of hand signals directed at Zhan. The implication was clear. Should they encounter an enemy upon ascending, he could be swiftly neutralized. Both Zhan and Brock understood the rationale behind Jason's arrangement. The first individual to board the vessel was of utmost importance, required to exercise impeccable control over the situation, remaining undetected to facilitate the subsequent ascent of others. Should the first to ascend be compromised, it would render the ascent perilous for those that followed. In this infiltration operation, Zhan's weapon was evidently more suitable. The suppressive capability of a detachable suppressor could not be compared to that of a fixed one. The disparity between the two was stark. Even though Brock's silenced G19 was commendable, it paled in comparison to Zhan's SD-6. Beyond the advantages of weaponry, Jason's decision to entrust such a vital role to Zhan was a testament to his confidence in Zhan's capabilities. Had it been Clay, Jason would have hesitated. Zhan, possessing formidable skills, remained unfazed by the daunting task at hand, climbing the ladder with the steadiness of an old hound. As he reached the ship's edge, peering over, he spotted a perilous target, a pirate, smoking a cigarette and gazing towards the dock, with an M3 grease gun hanging from his neck, merely 3 meters away from the staircase. There was no room for mercy towards the pirate. Zhan, gripping the SD-6 submachine gun with one hand, aimed for the pirate's head and fired 2 precise shots. The sound was subtle, quieter than the pirate collapsing onto the deck, blood gushing from the wounds. The ship was replete with deck laboratories, and visibility from bow to stern was limited. The sound of Zhan's gunfire was so faint that it did not alert other pirate guards in the vicinity. Having neutralized the pirate stationed beneath the helicopter, Zhan crouched and flipped onto the deck, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, alert for any pirates that might emerge from the shadows. He signaled a safe gesture with his free hand from the edge of the ship. With Zhan on guard, the ascent for Jason and the others became significantly more manageable. Under Zhan's cover, Team B swiftly boarded the ship, activating various electronic devices. Communication was finally established. B1. This is command. Multiple enemies have boarded the Pegasus. Please exercise caution. Eric refrained from suggesting a retreat. It was indeed the optimal choice. Team B had successfully boarded the Pegasus, overcoming the most challenging phase of infiltration. Retreating now would be unnecessary. It was preferable to capitalize on their fortunate start and continue the mission, embracing the risk to achieve their objectives. B1 acknowledged. We are preparing to launch an assault from the starboard side. Can the Watcher ascertain the location of the hostages? Jason inquired. Negative, they are not on the deck. However, for pirates just entered the interior cabin, and it is highly likely that the hostages are situated within. There are currently 12 enemies on the deck, who will impede your access to the cabin, Eric replied. They are preparing to move the hostages. We must act swiftly, Jason responded to Eric, raising his right fist above his head in a gesture of readiness. Upon receiving the tactical signal, the members of Team B immediately commenced their orderly movement. They formed a defensive advance formation, with Brock leading the front, followed by Ray, Trent, Clay, Jason, Sonny, and Zhan. In the confined outdoor space, Controlling visibility was of utmost importance. The objective was to observe the enemy before they could detect them, thereby avoiding surprise attacks. The full defensive formation necessitated cooperation among multiple team members, requiring a minimum of 4 for optimal deployment. However, a greater number would yield even better results. With 7 members present, Team B was well equipped to maximize the efficacy of their formation. The arrangement consisted of Brock monitoring the forward line of sight, Ray's firearm angled towards the left front, Trent controlling the right front, Clay aiming to the left, Jason positioned centrally for command and flexibility, Sonny responsible for the right flank, and Long Zhan overseeing the rear visibility. To maintain vigilance at the rear, Long Zhan needed to walk backward, thus holding his weapon in his right hand while resting his left hand on Sonny's shoulder. As the team executed various maneuvers, advancing, retreating, pausing, these actions were communicated through the left hand resting on Sonny's shoulder. For an average person, adapting to this would be quite challenging. However, for the specially trained Long Zhan, it was not significantly different from walking forward. B1, Team A has successfully boarded. Please advise, came the communication. The entirety of Team B had formed their defensive advance formation. And on the other end, Team A, providing cover, also reported their successful boarding. Team A, hold your position. The next phase is yours. Jason commanded before turning to gesture at Sonny. Upon receiving the command, Sonny tapped twice on Long Zhan's shoulder, a nonverbal tactical signal indicating that Long Zhan should advance. With Team A covering the rear, Team B could confidently entrust their backs to them, eliminating the necessity to assign an additional member for rear guard. Receiving the order, Long Zhan shifted from a sideways stance to face forward, temporarily sharing Jason's role as a maneuverable element. Neither of their firearms were equipped with silencers, and any ensuing conflict would undoubtedly be loud, leaving them with little time to retreat. Ray, serving as the sniper observer for Team B, remained acutely aware of his responsibilities. The enemy's numbers far exceeded initial estimates, and they would need to neutralize 12 foes without alerting others, a feat that was nearly impossible given the circumstances. The enemies lacked suppressors, and any combat would inevitably summon reinforcements. Armed with this critical intelligence, Jason understood the necessary course of action. Operation Center, this is B1. I require immediate preparations for withdrawal, as it will soon be apparent to all that we are here. Upon receiving a communication from Jason, Eric promptly replied, the Operations Center acknowledges, and arrangements will commence immediately. Team A, the mission parameters have shifted. You will launch your assault from the port side and proceed to the bridge alongside us. We must infiltrate the inner compartments while you handle the exterior. Given the evolving circumstances, the operational strategy required modification, and Jason proceeded to relay new directives to Team A. The two teams advanced, one to the left and the other to the right, ensuring the enemy's potential to outflank them was minimized. The formation of Team B remained unchanged. Team A acknowledged. Upon receiving Team A's confirmation, Jason raised his weapon and commanded, move. At his command, Team B, already prearranged in an advance formation, transformed into an efficient war machine, marching forward in an orderly line. During their advance, Team B did not maintain a rigid formation, but rather adopted a serpentine S shape. With Brock leading the charge while Ray positioned himself half a body length to the left and Trent half a body length to the right. The remaining members followed suit in a staggered manner. This arrangement afforded a broader field of fire and maintained cohesion within the squad, allowing for more agile adjustments in their firing positions. The risk of accidentally targeting a comrade or obstructing a teammate's line of fire was significantly mitigated, thereby maximizing the reduction of friendly fire incidents. The defensive formation provided a comprehensive 360-degree field of vision, ensuring that everything within the vicinity was under the squad's control, facilitating a swift and steady advance for Team B. As the squad disembarked from the helicopter platform and entered the mid-deck, cluttered with materials, a second pirate guard emerged. This pirate, possessing a modicum of military knowledge, understood the importance of high ground and chose to ascend a container to survey the area. Unfortunately, while he recognized the value of an elevated position, he failed to comprehend the nuances of maintaining effective surveillance. Fixated on a singular direction for an extended period, his actions rendered him a target. With 2 precise shots from the silenced 416 Hong Kong dollars, the pirate collapsed onto the container. Notably, it was not Brock who was leading the team, but Ray, positioned behind him, who had fired the shots. This scenario might appear as if Ray had overstepped his position or that Brock had overlooked a significant enemy presence. However, this exemplified exemplary teamwork. The pirate had materialized above the team's line of sight, had Brock aimed to eliminate him. The momentary elevation of his weapon would have compromised the squad's formation, potentially resulting in his own demise or placing the entire team in jeopardy. Should an enemy have appeared directly ahead at that moment, Brock's weapon, angled upward, would have prevented him from swiftly redirecting his aim. The obstruction caused by his weapon would have obscured his view of any approaching threats. Meanwhile, Ray and Trent, positioned behind him, lacked a clear line of fire, as their view was similarly blocked by Brock's body, rendering them unable to engage any adversaries that might emerge directly ahead. Forcing a shot could very likely result in inadvertently injuring Brock, leading to the enemy remaining unharmed while taking down a teammate first. Should the pirate directly ahead react swiftly, Brock would undoubtedly be the first to be struck. If the pirate is armed with an RPG, it would spell disaster for the entire squad. However, if the task of neutralizing the threat were delegated to Ray, stationed at the left front, or Trent, positioned at the right front, such a potential risk would be entirely mitigated. In the event that enemies emerge from the left front, Brock could seamlessly fill in for Ray. Jason, responsible for mobility, could also engage in gunfire. Thus, Brock's decision to refrain from eliminating the enemy diagonally above him and instead entrust the task to Ray may appear as if he failed to notice the threat, ultimately expecting Ray to cover for him. In truth, this exemplifies teamwork, embodying the finesse of an elite special forces unit. Every tactical maneuver and arrangement conceals profound wisdom. The mid-deck space is rather limited, and with no soundproof walls in between, the gunfire inevitably alerted some pirates. Nevertheless, due to the installation of suppressors, the pirates could not accurately ascertain the source of the shots. As the remaining pirates shouted and scrambled about, Team B advanced rapidly from behind the containers, akin to a spear piercing deep into enemy territory, leveraging the advantages of a full defense advancement tactic. Each member of Team B meticulously monitored their respective sectors and simultaneously opened fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted. In under 10 seconds, Team B dispatched all pirates within their line of sight and successfully traversed the gangway to the area beneath the bridge. Maintaining their formation, the team moved like a serpent, smoothly ascending the stairs. Every encountered pirate was swiftly neutralized. Pirates armed with M3 grease guns were rendered as mere targets before the well-trained Special Forces team, allowing Team B to dispatch them with ease. As they advanced from below to the entrance of the inner cabin, the pirates were unable to fire a single shot. This was not due to a lack of desire to shoot. Rather, in the absence of targets, firing was deemed unnecessary. When confronted with real targets, their reactions simply could not keep pace. It was akin to the disparity in reflexes between a seasoned player and a novice in a shooting game. Upon sighting each other, the outcome was inevitable. The pirates aboard the ship were akin to novices, while Team B represented the elite. Even when both parties spotted one another simultaneously, only the novices would fall. By the time the pirates even conceived the notion of firing, Team B's bullets had already found their mark. This raises a pertinent question. Do skilled players in video games possess faster reflexes? And would they, upon receiving proper training with a real firearm, react more swiftly than others? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. According to a study conducted by a civilian research organization in the United States, individuals who grew up playing shooting games exhibit superior marksmanship compared to those who did not engage in such activities. Unless one has a natural aptitude for shooting, it is challenging for those who do not play games to catch up to the gaming virtuosos. Reload. Team B eliminated all adversaries on the deck and approached the staircase leading to the interior cabin, utilizing this space as a buffer. Jason issued his commands. Aside from Brock, who had his firearm trained on the stairway, the others, regardless of how many bullets remained, uniformly began to reload their magazines. Upon entering the inner cabin, they encountered various compartments, necessitating the team to disperse. While neutralizing foes, they also needed to locate the hostages. In this high-paced and high-risk environment, each magazine change represented a significant risk, and advanced preparation could effectively mitigate this. Team B had arrived at the entrance of the inner cabin and commenced their entry. Seizing the opportunity while the team reloaded, Jason did not forget to report their status to the command center. He then inquired, calling Team A, "Are you in position?" Team B had entrusted their rear to Team A. Entering the inner cabin was akin to stepping into a can, and the entrance certainly required oversight. Otherwise, Should the enemy block the entrance, Team B would find themselves in dire straits. If Team A encountered difficulties and could not arrive in time, Team B would still proceed to rescue the hostages, but would designate someone to guard the entrance. Thus, Team B's forthcoming assault strategy relied heavily on Team A's current condition. The essence remained team collaboration. This is the hallmark of special forces. Team A acknowledged and was en route to the bridge, expected to be in position within 20 seconds. All metal return. Team A's mission was to attack from the port side, but as Team B had eliminated the enemies on deck, they had to redirect their targets to the dockside. A few pirates were stationed next to the vehicles parked at the dock, and clearing them would require some time. Team A needed to secure the bridge within 20 seconds, and the normally composed Jason refrained from recklessness, assigning Long Zhan to guard outside. He and the other prepared members descended the staircase into the inner cabin. Damn it, after preparing for most of the day, I ended up guarding outside, Long Zhan thought. Watching others streaming into the cabin, unable to escape the familiar role of a sentry. However, upon reflection, he found solace in this realization, letting go of any fixation on it. The confined space of the inner cabin was indeed unfavorable for him. His combat effectiveness would only reach 50 inside, whereas outside, it could be maximized to 100. Even if a dozen or 20 enemies suddenly appeared, Long Zhan's firepower could hold them off for a while. Chapter 171. A touch of flair. Perhaps it was with this consideration that Jason, seeking to optimize the team's performance, assigned Long Zhan to guard outside. Fully harnessing each team member's strengths is a fundamental skill of a leader. Long Zhan understood and learned from this. Once inside the ship's cabin, the combat dynamics shifted from outdoor to indoor, transforming the spatial orientation from three-dimensional to a plane, devoid of threats from above. The team's formation adapted once more, evolving into pairs for rapid clearance. Upon encountering junctions, they would split into separate groups, and when facing cabin doors, they would conduct thorough checks to ensure nothing was overlooked. This strategy allowed them to concentrate their efforts forward without the need to allocate personnel to secure the rear. This rapid counting method is confined to the ship's cabin, a relatively sealed environment devoid of windows. It cannot be employed in residential buildings, where windows and ventilation openings abound, making it impossible to ensure a thorough sweep. Someone must be designated to maintain rear visibility. The research vessel Sagittarius is not particularly large, with a maximum tonnage of approximately 5,000, and its internal cabin space is similarly modest. Jason and 5 others split into 3 groups to conduct their search swiftly. As each cabin is cleared, the area of investigation diminishes. With the narrowing scope, the danger escalates. The commotion outside has persisted for some time, and the 4 pirates who entered have surely become aware, heightening their alertness and preparing for combat. If Team B does not exercise caution, they may find themselves in dire straits, especially since their bulletproof vests offer little protection. We are under attack. Quickly come to assist and bring everyone over. Just as Team B arrived near the dining area, they heard frantic shouts in Filipino, filled with tension and chaos. After searching for a considerable time without locating anyone, the figures have now emerged. It is akin to turning on the lights in a darkened restroom. Surround them. Jason signaled tactically to Lei, and the two led their respective teams toward the source of the sound. As Dragon had previously surmised, the noise indeed emanated from the dining area, where the remaining 4 kidnappers and the hostages were located. With a sudden burst of gunfire, Lei initiated the attack, swiftly eliminating the pirate at the door with 2 precise shots. The remaining 3 kidnappers, upon noticing their comrade downed, turned pale and brandished their weapons in preparation for retaliation. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted toward Lei, Jason, accompanied by Trent, surged in through the rear entrance. In the ensuing cacophony of gunfire, 2 of the assailants fell. The last one, positioned deeper within, reacted quickly, seizing a hostage as a shield and retreating toward the kitchen. For the sake of the hostage's safety, Jason and Lei refrained from attacking, opting to follow closely behind. We are the U.S. military. Maintain composure and prepare for evacuation. Please cooperate with our identity verification. Trent, Clay, and others who followed entered, firing a few more rounds at the incapacitated kidnappers before beginning to verify and check the hostages, ensuring that all were accounted for and that names matched. Sunny took charge of the hostage scene, reporting the situation to the command center. Command center, this is B3. We have located the hostages. 12 have been confirmed safe, while 1 has been taken by the pirates. B1 and B2 are in pursuit. Command center received. Eric replied. The pirates continued their retreat with the hostage, ultimately cornered in the innermost storage room of the kitchen. This was a dead end, with no escape route. The pirate locked the door behind them, preparing to wait for their comrades to arrive. The storage room door was not metal, merely a relatively thin wooden door, and Jason and Lei possessed numerous methods to breach it. The pirate held a hostage and was shouting loudly within. Although Jason and you could not comprehend Filipino, they could infer the meaning of the pirate's threats based on their experiences. Essentially, he threatened that if they attempted a forceful entry, he would execute the hostage. The pirate would undoubtedly follow through on this threat, as desperation often drives individuals to extreme actions. This was especially true for ruthless pirates who dared to engage with terrorists. Launching a reckless assault carried too great a risk. The hostage would surely perish. We must devise an alternative strategy. Jason furrowed his brow and said. Perhaps negotiation could be a feasible option, suggested Lei. At that moment, communication from the operations center came through. The extraction boat would arrive in 2 minutes. But there was troubling news. Several vehicles were rapidly approaching the dock, leaving them little time. B1 acknowledged. With less than 2 minutes remaining and one hostage still unrescued, Jason felt the weight of pressure. He could only tentatively inquire. Calling Team A, we are in the left section of the inner cabin. The kidnappers have thrown a hostage into the room. Can you see them? Is there a chance for the long-range sniper team to eliminate the threat? Full Metal did not respond immediately, likely consulting with team members. Team A could not see the hostage or the kidnapper and could offer no assistance. Team B would have to breach on their own. Upon hearing Full Metal's reply, Jason's frown deepened. However, in the next moment, a smile broke across his face. No, Jay, don't look at me with that smile. Lei immediately understood Jason's intent, realizing his old friend was about to take a risk. It's not just here that one can gain access, but you need not be so tense. Someone is more suitable than I. Jason grinned and called out. B6. I need you to head to the starboard side of the bridge, locate the kidnapper through the window, and eliminate him. Can you manage that? No problem. But I need you to maintain communication with the kidnappers. I need to ascertain the room's location through sound, Long Zhan replied. This was an excellent approach. Jason had not considered this innovative method of positioning, and after complimenting Long Zhan, he raised an eyebrow at Lei and said, Go on, old friend. This is your forte. Of course, it's a must, Lei replied with a hint of pride, cautiously avoiding the doorway and positioning himself beside it, calling out loudly, You glish? Inside, Jason and Lei commenced their actions, while Long Zhan busied himself. All right, I've got this covered, Long Zhan shouted to the nearby Team A member. Okay. The Team A member signaled in confirmation. Chapter 172, The Assassin's Talent. By continuously provoking the pirate to speak, Lei quickly helped Long Zhan pinpoint the exact location. The storage room was situated below the left side of the bridge's control room. Long Zhan peeked out and spotted a window, approximately 2 meters above the deck. Long Zhan understood that in order to eliminate the pirate hiding inside the room through the window, he would need to descend from the ship's exterior using a rope. This skill of rappelling was a hallmark of special operations, and for Long Zhan, climbing out the window posed no significant challenge. Although he had not brought any rappelling gear, this would not deter him. While it might be difficult to locate other items aboard the ship, finding a suitable rope for descent was quite straightforward. A line coiled around a post would serve perfectly. However, just as Long Zhan untied the rope and fashioned a quick descent knot around his waist. Preparing to initiate his operation, the rapid fire of a PCAM machine gun echoed from the dock. He looked up toward the dock and observed 2 armed pickup trucks, brimming with personnel, speeding toward the wharf. Each truck's bed housed an old Soviet PCAM machine gun, the source of the thunderous gunfire that reverberated throughout the dock. The A-Team strike force had long been poised on the ship's bridge. Faced with the machine gun assault from the pickup trucks, they immediately retaliated with a volley of fire. The distance between both parties was less than 50 meters. Such brazen gunfire from the PCAM was tantamount to courting death. A concentrated barrage from the A-Team members accurately struck the rear compartments of the 2 trucks, instantly killing the 2 pirates who had opened fire. The remaining pirates, witnessing the fierce counterattack from the ship, were frightened and fled the trucks, but did not retreat entirely. Instead, they opted to take cover behind the shipping containers on the dock and engaged in a heated firefight with the A-Team. These pirates appeared unhurried, suggesting they had further tricks up their sleeves. Long Zhan surmised that reinforcements for the pirates were on their way. Realizing that the time available to complete his mission was dwindling, Should he become encircled by a substantial number of pirates, extricating himself would indeed become quite troublesome. For the moment, he brushed aside thoughts of the pirates and prioritized rescuing the hostages. With agility, he vaulted over the railing and commenced his rescue operation. Long Zhan adopted a conventional rappelling stance, with both feet firmly planted on the ship's outer edge, ensuring stability and support for his descent. He then slowly released the rope, allowing gravity to guide him downward. After approximately 30 seconds, he successfully reached the window's side. Peering through the window, he observed the kidnapper, whose left hand was tightly constricting the hostage's throat while the right hand brandished a firearm, nervously aimed at the door. Positioned with his back to the window, the pirate remained oblivious to the presence of an additional figure outside. What a fortuitous moment, Long Zhan thought, recognizing the urgency of the situation and resolved to act immediately. He positioned his feet on either side of the window, securing the rope to maintain his height for a steady shot. He then began to make swift preparations. First, he needed to ascertain the thickness of the glass, as this would dictate the trajectory of the bullet upon penetrating the glass and its residual lethality. After all, Long Zhan had but one opportunity to fire. A missed shot would forfeit his chance. Estimating the glass's thickness was not a daunting task. Long Zhan pressed his fingertip against the glass surface, comparing the reflection of his finger within the glass to gauge the distance between his fingers, estimating the thickness to be approximately 10 millimeters. The material of the glass can be roughly identified as specialized glass reinforced plastic for maritime vessels. Long Zhan's primary weapon is the SD-6 submachine gun, utilizing specially designed 919mm subsonic rounds. These subsonic bullets contain a relatively smaller amount of propellant, and their combustion method differs, resulting in slightly diminished lethality and penetration compared to the conventional parabellum pistol rounds. With the information gathered, alongside the human body's ability to halt a projectile, Long Zhan swiftly calculated in his mind, arriving at a remarkably precise conclusion. It is challenging to ensure that a submachine gun can penetrate the glass and still possess sufficient lethality to penetrate an enemy, achieving a one-shot kill. Consequently, Long Zhan resolved to employ his secondary weapon, the P226 Navy model pistol equipped with a suppressor. This firearm is loaded with standard 9mm parabellum rounds, which offer superior penetration. By employing a small technique of pressing the muzzle against the glass window, he could enhance the bullet's penetrative power, ensuring that after breaching the glass, the projectile would retain enough kinetic energy to embed itself within the pirate's body without excessive penetration that could harm the hostage held in the assailant's grasp. Through accurate calculations of the operational approach, Long Zhan mentally adjusted for the visual distortion caused by the glass refraction, positioning the P226's muzzle tightly against the window. A faint gunshot echoed. The 10mm thick window now bore a small hole the size of a peanut. Due to the tempered glass, the central area that was struck fractured, causing the entire pane to shatter into a spiderweb of cracks. Although Long Zhan possessed absolute confidence in his shooting and calculations, the transformation of the window into a frosted surface obscured his view of the interior, preventing him from witnessing the pirate being struck by the bullet or firing a second shot. Fortunately, Long Zhan was not alone in this endeavor. Outside the building, Lei, who had been engaging the pirate in conversation, heard the sound of shattering glass and realized that Long Zhan had initiated action. Without hesitation, he rushed to the door and kicked it open, charging inside. Upon entry, he discovered the assailant collapsed in a pool of blood, a hole in the back of his head. The hostage, merely an ordinary individual, had never witnessed such a scene and was now pale with fear, rendered speechless. B6. Well done. One shot, one kill. You have a natural talent for being a killer, Lei praised Long Zhan over the radio, then fired another shot into the pirate's corpse. Seeing yet another hole appear in the already bloodied body, the terrified hostage shuddered violently, nearly fainting. Lei had no time to provide psychological counseling for the hostage. Briefly introducing himself and his purpose, he instructed the individual to cooperate with the impending evacuation efforts. Meanwhile, Jason, who had been outside the storage room, was now making his way to the deck. This was prompted by the alert he received from the operations center just as Long Zhan began his descent. Multiple enemy trucks were rapidly approaching the dock. The nature of these trucks was unpredictable. One could never ascertain how many adversaries might be inside. In order to ensure the safe extraction of the hostages, the captain must return to oversee the situation and expedite their transfer to the starboard side of the deck. This is essential so that when the evacuation boats arrive, He can swiftly lead the hostages aboard. Long Zhan eliminated the pirates through the window and climbed back onto the deck, coincidentally encountering Jason, Sunny, and others as they emerged from the inner cabin with the hostages. Sunny, Long, proceed to the port side to suppress the enemies and buy us some time. Jason shouted. Understood. Long Zhan and Sunny replied in unison, hastening towards the port side near the dock. The main force had arrived and was engaging fiercely. Eliminate them all. Keep up. Keep up. We cannot allow them to escape. As Long Zhan reached the left side, he spotted 2 trucks emitting black smoke, parked at the dock, with dozens of pirates screaming as they rushed down from the vehicles. Each pirate was armed with automatic weapons, indiscriminately firing at the ship. Fortunately, the vessel's solid metal structure provided natural cover, rendering the bullets ineffective and granting Team A ample opportunity to counterattack. Long Zhan had come equipped with 10 magazines for his submachine gun, eager to unleash some firepower. However, forming a defensive advance formation through a deck area guarded by over 10 pirates, he found that the sharpshooters in front were so precise that he had not even a chance to pull the trigger. Later, while entering the inner cabin to search for hostages, he lamentably found himself stationed outside the door. Up to this point, Long Zhan had only fired a single shot. Now dispatched to support Team A, Long Zhan, who had been stifled all night, felt exhilarated rather than intimidated by the influx of enemies. He switched his submachine gun to full automatic and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the pirates. One magazine emptied after another, the bullets flew as if they were free. Whether he hit the enemy was secondary. He merely sought to vent the frustration that had built up over the night upon the pirates before him. The distance between both parties was only about 50 meters, the ideal range for the submachine gun's firepower to shine. Long Zhan's one-handed, frenzied automatic fire posed a significant threat to the pirates on the dock, forcing them to keep their heads down. Coupled with the sustained fire from Team A's 4-man assault team and Sunny, the overwhelming number of pirates found their firepower diminished. The pirates on the dock were thoroughly suppressed, and the 2 evacuation boats finally arrived to assist, docking at the right front side of the Pegasus, shielded from the pirates' bullets by the ship's hull. Utilizing the steel ladder Long Zhan had brought earlier, along with Jason coordinating Clay and Trent's assistance, the hostages were sent aboard the boats one by one. As the hostages were about to complete their boarding, Jason issued an order via communication. B4, B6. Your cover mission is complete. You may proceed to rendezvous. The leader of Team A also informed Sunny and Long Zhan. Team B, you can withdraw. We will provide cover for you. Move. Quickly, keep up with me. Sunny, devoid of unnecessary formalities, swiftly signaled Long Zhan to follow him. At this moment, Long Zhan had nearly exhausted his magazine, the barrel of his submachine gun smoking from relentless fire, and without hesitation, he pursued Sunny. The 2 arrived at the starboard side of the vessel, where they spotted 2 fast boats sent for their extraction. One was a rather ordinary transport boat, onto which the 13 hostages along with Trent, Brock, and Lay had already boarded. The other was an armed speedboat, slightly smaller than the transport vessel, equipped with an M134 minigun, colloquially known as the Gatling of Fire. Long Zhan, a true enthusiast of firepower, felt an irresistible urge upon seeing the formidable Gatling gun mounted on the armed speedboat. Without a moment's hesitation, he boarded the armed vessel and, leveraging his larger physique, amicably persuaded, or rather pushed aside, the A-team members to seize control of this land's most powerful individual weapon. Jason, also aboard the armed speedboat, witnessed Long Zhan's domineering actions throughout. Trusting Long Zhan's expertise with the machine gun and recognizing the urgency of their situation, Jason disregarded the discontented glances of the A-team members and shouted to the boat's pilot, "Go, go, go. We need to move quickly." As the on-site commander of this operation, Jason's orders were paramount for both Team A and Team B. Upon receiving his command, the 2 speedboat pilots immediately floored the throttle, expertly maneuvering the vessels swiftly towards the right. As the speedboat burst forth from behind the constellation of Pegasus, it was promptly spotted by the pirates on the dock. They abandoned their standoff with Team A and redirected their fire towards the retreating speedboat, aiming to obliterate it in the water. However, reality proved far less accommodating than their grand designs. As a throng of pirates rushed towards the dock's edge, they were met with a deadly barrage originating from the armed speedboat, a relentless stream of destruction connecting the boat to the dock. This weapon, a veritable harbinger of destruction, glimmered ominously in the night. Wherever it struck, it left devastation in its wake, reducing flesh to mere fragments, igniting fuel tanks on vehicles, and perforating containers with chilling precision. With a cacophonous roar, the M134, powered by an electric motor, unleashed a torrent of bullets at an astounding rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Tracer rounds streaked through the air, forming a continuous line as they surged towards the shoreline. Facing such overwhelming firepower, the pirates stood no chance. In less than 10 seconds, they were utterly decimated. What a thrill it was! The speedboat sped away from the dock area, and Long Zhan turned to gaze at the inferno he had orchestrated. Exhilaration coursing through his veins like wildfire. What does it mean to exert overwhelming firepower? This is it. As the two speedboats departed, the remaining pirates, who had just endured a nightmarish ordeal, looked upon the scattered corpses with a mix of fear and rage. They were driven by a desire for vengeance for their fallen comrades, as well as an urgent need to vent their pent-up emotions. The remaining pirates turned their gaze toward the Sagittarius, still engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with their adversaries, contemplating the possibility of overpowering the A-Team assault unit through sheer numbers to alleviate their pent-up animosity. However, as they emerged from behind their cover, they were met once again with the familiar whispers of malevolence. The operation aboard the Sagittarius concluded splendidly, despite a myriad of minor complications that were ultimately resolved with finesse. All hostages and operatives involved returned safely to Clark Air Force Base. Due to the inclusion of over a dozen additional hostages, the B team was tasked with their repatriation, necessitating the temporary cancellation of their usual downtime. In the early hours, merely 5 hours after landing, the Global Dominator surged back onto the runway, embarking with 13 hostages as the B team commenced their journey back to Virginia. Remarkably, from takeoff to touchdown, the entire operation was completed in just over 30 hours, less than 2 days. The speed of this mission was astonishing. Stella had only spent a single night alone before once again being enveloped in the comforting embrace of companionship. This marked the shortest mission since Long Zhan's arrival on the East Coast, even briefer than a training exercise for hostage recovery. With the mission concluded, life returned to its regular rhythm, and Long Zhan's DG-style existence officially began. Setting aside the high risks encountered during the operation, the prospect of earning a salary while working from home was undeniably delightful. For those with a laid-back attitude, this lifestyle might invite indulgent idleness. However, Long Zhan was driven by ambition. He sought to acquire as much knowledge as possible before turning 50, determined not to squander the advantages of his rebirth, and to cultivate his physique to its utmost potential. This was his self-imposed standard. With an abundance of free time suddenly at his disposal, and with Stella occupied with her studies during the day, Long Zhan found himself at a loss for how to fill his hours. He recognized that it was time to seek out some meaningful pursuits. After 2 days of contemplation interspersed with weightlifting, he devised a new life plan. During his free time away from missions, he would dedicate an hour each morning to fitness and another hour to long-distance running, maintaining his physical condition at its peak. Following his morning routine, he would turn to his studies, aiming to obtain several university diplomas through self-examination. A well-educated individual who is also formidable. Who wouldn't he admire such a private military contractor? The majority of his time would be devoted to self-improvement, while his evenings would be reserved for nurturing his relationship with Stella, leaving the afternoons perfectly suited for cultivating personal interests. Every individual should have their own hobbies to enrich their lives fully. Yet, in his reflections over the past 2 days, Long Zhan discovered that as a traveler from a parallel world, he possessed no personal interests whatsoever. Basketball? No skill. Playing the guitar? Not a chance. Skateboarding? Not at all. Video games? Not his forte. Dragon Zhan is adept at rapid-fire shooting, extreme skydiving from 10,000 meters, perilous climbing from 100-meter cliffs, mastering 108 methods of bomb usage, employing 1,000 strategies for assassination, and excelling in various protective arts, all of which provide thrilling experiences that provoke an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. Despite his obsession with these activities, the relentless indulgence in rich foods will inevitably take a toll on his body over time. It is essential to incorporate lighter dishes to bring balance to both life and emotions, to prevent himself from becoming a victim of combat-related stress. Dragon Zhan recognizes the need to cultivate personal interests. After much contemplation, he ultimately decides to self-learn music and to write songs as a form of diversion during his leisure time. As for why he chose music over other pursuits, Dragon Zhan has given it considerable thought. This world is a complex tapestry of film and television, and as a traveler from another realm, he possesses certain advantages, though many are not particularly useful. For instance, knowledge of lottery numbers or stock trends holds little value, since this world parallels his previous life. Even if he remembers stock and lottery details from a film, the likelihood of success remains slim. Moreover, the notion of writing is daunting. Even if he recalls popular books from his memory, their success in this world is uncertain, and the thought of penning millions of words induces a headache. Writing should serve as a means of relaxation rather than a source of stress. Crafting screenplays, however, presents a promising avenue. The brevity of scripts allows for quick completion, and if one fails to attract interest, another can always be written. After all, it's not uncommon for a single script to generate billions. Having watched countless blockbuster films in his previous life, he could simply reminisce and transcribe them. Yet, a significant risk accompanies scriptwriting. This peculiar world of film and television means that the stories Dragon Zhan is familiar with may have already transpired here, unbeknownst to him. Alternatively, the narratives from his memories might manifest in the future. Either scenario could entangle him in issues of privacy and confidentiality, potentially leading to considerable trouble. When interests morph into complications, the situation becomes precarious. Regarding other pursuits purely meant to pass the time, Dragon Zhan dismisses them entirely from consideration. If they do not yield profit, they hold no appeal. He believes that personal interests and financial gain need not be mutually exclusive. He intends to pursue both. With songwriting established as his chosen hobby, he dedicates 2 days to researching global music charts and the musical luminaries of this world. He encounters many familiar names, such as Michael Jackson, Jackie Chung, and Teresa Tong, while also discovering numerous globally renowned artists from his previous life whose names are absent here, such as the world-famous Justin Bieber and the Grammy-winning superstar Taylor Swift. With a clearer understanding of the landscape, Dragon Zhan has made his decision. He will emulate their success. In any case, hobbies are meant for relaxation and earning money. Considerations of pride and dignity are entirely outside the equation. As long as it fulfills these 2 requirements, one should pursue it wholeheartedly. Before covering songs, one must understand how to compose music, and thus began Long Zhan's self-taught journey into the realm of music. Little did Long Zhan know that this serendipitous and impulsive decision would later bring him unexpected joy. Chapter 175, Stella's Transformation, 15. Recently, Long Zhan had become utterly engrossed in music, his fervent dedication eliciting envy and jealousy from Stella. She teased him about finding a new love and forgetting his old flame, lamenting that her position had diminished to that of a mistress as they spent their days apart and their nights entwined. Long Zhan recognized Stella's jest. The mirth in her eyes betrayed the true sentiments she harbored within. He could surmise that regardless of how much Stella once admired soldiers, her elation at having a special forces boyfriend had significantly deepened. Now that she had indeed found such a partner, the evolution of their feelings had only intensified her emotional investment and altered her mindset. Stella found herself increasingly dependent on Long Zhan, her worries for his safety mounting. Each time she witnessed news of soldiers falling in battle, she refrained from expressing her concerns verbally, yet her actions spoke volumes. She would embrace him tightly, as if fearing that a moment's release would cause him to vanish. As they began cohabiting in their rented apartment, Stella's anxiety escalated further. Instead of wishing for Long Zhan to embark on missions as a covert hero saving the American people, she yearned for him to have a mundane job devoid of peril. This series of psychological transformations did not escape Long Zhan, who had studied microexpressions. He seemed to glimpse Alana. Jason was currently embroiled in a tumultuous divorce with his wife, not due to a lack of feelings, but rather because their emotions were too profound. Their periodic meetings to fulfill physical needs, even after separation, evidenced this truth. The crux of their discord lay in Jason's safety. Each time he ventured out on a mission, Alana was consumed with dread, fearing the return of a flag-draped coffin instead of a living husband. After more than a decade of marriage, Alana's endurance had reached its limit. With Jason aging, she hoped for his retirement and the chance to relish family life, rather than continue living in constant worry. Jason, however, felt an unbreakable bond with the military and was reluctant to depart, confident in his ability to avoid danger. 80% of soldiers grapple with social anxiety, feeling lost when it comes to adapting to civilian life, particularly those who have spent extended periods in the military. The couple's conflicts surrounding Jason's safety had led to the current divorce crisis that plagued him. Stella bore a striking resemblance to the Alana of a decade ago. What she desired was no longer an American hero boyfriend, but rather a companion with whom she could grow old. Thus, while she playfully mocked Long Zhan's sudden foray into self-taught music, deep down, she felt an immense sense of joy, even though Long Zhan's fundamental occupation revolved around killing. Worlds apart from the art of music creation, the two are utterly unrelated. Stella genuinely supports Long Zhan from the depths of her heart, hoping he can achieve new successes in this regard and refrain from risking his life on dangerous missions. When one truly falls in love, they wholeheartedly consider the well-being of their partner. Long Zhan comprehends Stella's transformation, and he is not troubled by it. Unlike Jason, who has devoted over a decade to serving the U.S. military, still fighting on the battlefield in his 40s, Long Zhan anticipates that in just a year or two, after acquiring sufficient skills at DG, he will choose to depart. He yearns to step into a society brimming with infinite possibilities, embarking on a genuine struggle for his life. With his life's ambitions not rooted in the military, Long Zhan remains unconcerned that his relationship with Stella will devolve into the peculiar cycle experienced by Jason and Alana, two people deeply in love, yet perpetually embroiled in divorce disputes. Moreover, Stella is aware that Long Zhan is pursuing his diploma, and she seizes the opportunity to become his private tutor, leveraging her master's degree. With unwavering dedication, she provides comprehensive support to the diligent student Long Zhan. This relationship, tinged with a certain intrigue, adds an exhilarating dimension to their private lives, making time seem to flow more swiftly. Before they know it, a week has passed. The real estate agent, Robert, calls to inform them that their new home is ready for occupancy. After an extended wait, their new abode has finally been renovated, and both Long Zhan and Stella are overjoyed, wholeheartedly engaging in the moving process. Long Zhan temporarily sets aside his studies, while Stella takes a leave of absence from school. They spend an entire day moving in various pre-ordered furniture and appliances. Although the items have been brought inside, arranging them in their designated spots proves to be quite a laborious task. I am drenched in sweat. I might ruin this alluring blouse. And you, Haventy, even complimented me. I can't comprehend how I have become this person, dressing in provocative attire solely to please you. Not to mention the mountain of assignments I still need to grade. Gazing at the assorted items in their new home, Stella feels a mix of joy and exasperation, covering her face in frustration. The joy stems from their new home, a space that belongs to both her and Long Zhan, as they embark on a true cohabitation journey. The exasperation arises from having worked tirelessly all day, yet the task remains unfinished as night falls. The complaints directed at Long Zhan are purely a reflection of feminine nature. Every woman experiences such moments. Nonetheless, Long Zhan is also feeling the strain. He has never before experienced a move of this magnitude, essentially starting anew from the inside out, which is akin to preparing a new home for a wedding. From sofas and beds to toilet paper and toothpaste, the numerous items accumulated exceed 100. They are all piled together, and the thought of arranging them in their proper places adds to the challenge. Long Zhan wishes to let Stella rest. He possesses plenty of energy, and moving these items does not exhaust him. Regrettably, relocating requires more than mere physical strength. Decisions regarding the orientation of the bed, the placement of flower pots, and the arrangement of kitchen utensils all necessitate Stella's guidance. Stella is the one who resides here daily, the true mistress of this home, and everything must be arranged to suit her convenience. In response to Stella's weary complaints, Long Zhan decided to offer her some comfort. He approached her, embraced her, and planted a kiss, sincerely praising, "I must admit, I've been quite overwhelmed with busyness. That is my fault. You look exceptionally beautiful today, and your appearance, glistening with sweat, captivates me even more." Too late to say that now. "I can't hear you," Stella pouted playfully, covering her ears, seemingly displeased with Long Zhan. Yet, the sparkle in her smiling eyes betrayed her secret delight. "Can't hear me? Allow me to repeat myself." Long Zhan teasingly nibbled on Stella's earlobe, his hands caressing her alluring curves. In that moment, Stella, sensitive as she was, felt her body yield entirely to the pressure of Long Zhan, forgetting the exhaustion of an entire day as she was gently pushed onto the newly purchased sofa. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "You truly are a charming little sprite. You nearly ensnared me once again," Long Zhan quipped, teasing Stella before taking a few strides to the door. Upon opening it, he found a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s, wearing friendly smiles. The door to apartment 323 was also ajar, making it obvious that these two were their new neighbors. Most notably, Long Zhan recognized the man. They had recently fought side by side. The man, recognizing Long Zhan, smiled and remarked, "Whenever a new team member moves in, Robert always makes it a point to inform us. What a delightful surprise that we are from the same group. Indeed, quite remarkable. I presume you are the second in command of Team A." Long Zhan feigned ignorance and extended his hand in introduction. "I am Long, and this is my girlfriend Stella. It's a pleasure to be your neighbor." "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you both," Stella greeted, extending her hand. "You may call me Derek." Derek shook Long Zhan's hand and introduced the curvaceous woman beside him, who wore glasses. "This is my wife, Tracy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Stella noticed several long, uneven scars on Derek's left arm, suggesting he had suffered a severe injury. She instinctively narrowed her eyes in concern, but her timely adjustment in demeanor prevented any awkwardness. Long Zhan recognized the scars as a result of a bomb blast that had led to significant muscle tissue loss in his arm. The fact that he had not required amputation was nothing short of miraculous. "It seems you could use some assistance. We would be happy to help in exchange for a home-cooked dinner. What do you say? Would you like to hire us?" Derek observed the cluttered living room and humorously offered his assistance. Rather than overtly stating his willingness to help, his witty approach made it significantly easier for the recipient to accept aid. This also showcased Derek's emotional intelligence. "Oh, that would be splendid. Please, help us. I'm about to lose my mind," Stella immediately replied, eagerly grasping Tracy's hand and exclaiming, "Oh my God, at last, I can be liberated. Tracy, could you provide me with some advice? I believe you possess a better understanding of how to arrange a new home than I do." "Of course." Tracy gladly accepted the invitation and awaited Derek's entry into the house to commence their task alongside Long Zhan. Suddenly, she explained, in October 2010, Derek's unit was attacked by a rocket-propelled grenade in Diyala province, and he was one of the fortunate survivors. Noticing Stella's fearful gaze, Tracy felt compelled to clarify. "I apologize. It wasn't my intention to stare." Stella lowered her head, adjusting her hair to mask her embarrassment. "No need to apologize. I completely understand," Tracy smiled. "In the first year after the incident, I often found myself unable to look away, even forgetting the color of his eyes. That's terrifying. It's unimaginable." Stella inhaled deeply, unable to articulate the ensuing thoughts. She could hardly fathom how dreadful it would be if Long Zhan ventured out and returned missing a part of himself, tightening the already strained cord of concern for his safety. Sensing Stella's tension, Tracy reassured her, "The initial couple of years are the most challenging. After you acclimate, you can establish a new rhythm of life, and it won't significantly affect you." "Indeed, he appears to be recovering quite well," Stella composed herself and inquired. "How was he during his initial recovery?" "Derek is remarkably resilient. Upon returning to the unit, he rallied and has never let me down." Tracy's gaze toward Derek was filled with admiration and fervent emotion, devoid of excessive worry, reveling instead in their shared life. After a moment, she continued, "You know, witnessing him endure pain while climbing walls for rehabilitation was far more difficult than seeing him in discomfort post-surgery. I had hoped to keep him home, quietly accompanying me for a while, but he soon became like a restless puppy gnawing at the furniture, unable to stay still, and quickly ran off to fulfill his duties again. I truly find him exasperating." Tracy chuckled as she recounted this. The shadow cast by Derek's arm was significantly lifted for Stella. "It seems you both enjoy each other's company. Perhaps I should learn from you in the future. Come, we should go inside and assist, lest they misplace everything," Stella suggested, eager to shift away from the somber topic as she pulled Tracy into the house. With Derek and Tracy's support, what initially seemed a daunting task quickly transformed into a delightful endeavor, as the four of them chatted and laughed while arranging the space. Tracy greatly appreciated Stella's intellect and observed that Derek and Long Zhan shared a harmonious rapport. After diligently completing the payment for Long Zhan's services, he cordially invited the Derek couple to a nearby restaurant, treating them to a sumptuous meal. Following dinner, Derek graciously extended an invitation for Long Zhan to join him at home for drinks, thereby laying the foundation for their neighborly relationship. With the commencement of their cohabitation in a new home, Long Zhan's life began to take on a more rhythmic pattern, and his personal interests flourished remarkably. Within less than a month, despite having to step out for 2 assignments, Long Zhan utilized his afternoons at home to transform from a complete novice in music to the composer of his first single, "You Belong With Me." To be precise, he replicated this song, as it had been penned by Taylor Swift in a previous life, becoming a global phenomenon that expressed the joys of love. The title could be interpreted as You Belong to Me or A Match Made in Heaven. In Long Zhan's former world, this song amassed over 600 million streams worldwide, a figure that can only be described as explosive. His choice to replicate this particular song was driven by his desire to present it as a birthday gift to Stella, hoping she would draw strength from its message and avoid becoming the second Alana. The lyrics emphasize a girl's quiet love and dedication, perfectly mirroring the relationship between Stella and Long Zhan. Upon receiving this gift and reading the title and lyrics, Stella was moved to tears, believing it to be a song written exclusively for her. Such a romantic gesture of composing a song solely for one person is irresistible to any woman. Due to her immense affection for the song, Stella was eager to discover how A Match Made in Heaven would sound when performed. She recorded a snippet of the original draft and uploaded it to her Facebook page, hoping for assistance from friends. Stella's casual upload stemmed from her unawareness of the song's commercial potential. She regarded it merely as Long Zhan's initial foray into the music industry. Most people perceive a newcomer's work as being of little monetary value. Additionally, in the United States, copyright awareness is robust, and even if the song were uploaded, no one would dare claim it without obtaining the necessary rights. Sharing a portion of the song online was unlikely to have adverse effects. Little did Stella anticipate that her seemingly innocuous request for assistance would capture the attention of a young woman that very evening, who sent her a private message expressing her admiration for the song and her willingness to help produce it. Since A Match Made in Heaven was intended for a female voice, Stella quickly connected with this girl and arranged to meet her the following day. At that moment, Stella remained oblivious to the fact that this encounter would herald a new era in the music industry, giving rise to a singer destined to reach the pinnacle of the global music scene. Originally, Stella intended to invite Long Zhan to join her, as he was the very creator of the lyrics and music for the song. However, with his impending deployment approaching, Long Zhan's spare time had become exceedingly scarce. Each day, he had to return to the base for rehabilitation therapy. Under the guidance of his therapist, he endeavored to optimize his physical condition in preparation for the 4-month assignment. Moreover, having already entrusted the song to Stella, Long Zhan felt she had the right to manage it as she saw fit. Thus, he did not make a special request to accompany her. Wishing her success in finding a suitable performer, he drove promptly to the base. The rehabilitation center was located on the 5th floor of the headquarters building. Although it was only 9 a.m., members of both Team A and Team B had largely assembled. Deployments were organized by action groups, and it was now the turn of the first action team. The rehabilitation therapy comprised 3 segments. Initially, high-intensity exercises targeting relevant areas, followed by assessments of those areas' conditions. Lastly, should any issues arise, rehabilitative therapy would ensue. Upon entering, Long Zhan observed individuals being examined for shoulder, arm, and thigh issues, with some even undergoing examinations of more private areas. A flurry of therapists busily attended to their tasks. In such an environment, where disrobing for examinations was requisite, the most striking impression was not the abundance of muscular physiques, but rather the myriad of grotesque scars etched across the bodies of the team members, a stark testament to the brutalities of war, which were beyond imagination. If there is a slight issue with your knee, it would be wise to use a brace for a few days. You should be able to return to normal before deployment, a therapist advised Jason, who was being assessed for foot issues. Long Zhan approached Jason just in time to hear the therapist's words. A brace? I have one at home. Jason nodded in understanding. Upon seeing Long Zhan, he directly instructed, go over there and do 400 push-ups. Lucas will check on you when he returns. Okay. Long Zhan acknowledged and moved to the left, positioning himself on the mat to begin his task. While 400 push-ups might sound like a considerable number, for an elite operative, it merely represented a moderate level of exertion. Just the previous day, when Long Zhan had come in for a leg examination, the workout had been far more grueling. After completing 50 squats with a 100-kilogram barbell, he could barely walk, at one point questioning whether his thighs were on the verge of bursting. Fortunately, Long Zhan's recovery rate was remarkably swift. Otherwise, walking today would have posed a challenge. As he performed his push-ups, Lay approached, drenched in sweat. Hey, Lucas, is it my turn? Just then, Lucas, having finished examining Jason, stood up, patted the adjacent examination table, and beckoned. Come over, let me take a look at your shoulder. Is your old shoulder issue flaring up again? Jason inquired. No, I just had a run-in with a big guy during the operation in Yemen, Lay replied nonchalantly. Really? Jason expressed skepticism and turned to Lucas, saying, I need to ensure my reliable assistant can perform at full capacity. I hope you can assist him. Of course, that is my duty, Lucas replied with a slight smile, grasping Lay's left arm and lifting it upwards. Lay couldn't help but emit a soft groan as pain coursed through him. This certainly did not appear to be trivial. Jason furrowed his brow. Rest assured, it will be fine. I may have merely twisted it, Lay replied with a feigned nonchalance. It could be bursitis, but I suspect it might be a labral tear or even a tendon rupture, possibly something more severe. I recommend getting an MRI and consulting a qualified physician, Lucas advised. His expression grave. The rehabilitation center primarily focuses on recovery, unlike a hospital which treats ailments. Lucas could only suggest that Lay seek an external doctor. Weren't you the one who told me that physical therapy alone could lead to recovery? Lay inquired. Physical therapy might alleviate the pain when you turn over at night, but it is not equivalent to ensuring you're fit for duty, Lucas responded. Chapter 178. The moment approaches. Okay. Look at me, Lucas. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting surgery? Jason asked seriously. Hey, old friend, don't be alarmed. Everything is fine, Lay interjected, attempting to soothe Jason. At this point, I merely recommend he get checked. We can discuss surgery once the results are in, Lucas clarified. That is truly unfortunate. We are due for a deployment cycle in 2 weeks, and I certainly do not wish to be absent, Lay remarked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Missing a mission is one thing. It may only be a week. But being absent from duty presents a significant problem. It's a matter of 4 months of substantial supplementary income. I simply cannot afford that. No, your injury is detrimental to everyone. If we cannot ascertain your health status, I will not allow you to participate in the upcoming missions, Jason stated, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. Okay. I will schedule an appointment with a doctor to confirm just how splendid my condition is, Lay conceded. Aware of Jason's steadfast nature, and secretly calculating the implications of the 4 months attendance bonus against his physical well-being. Observing Lay's seemingly carefree demeanor, Zhan understood his current predicament and the forthcoming decisions he would have to make, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Regardless of the era, wealth is essential to one's humanity. Without it, one remains merely a tool. Even though Lay was among the elite few of over 200 individuals in the vast Navy of the United States, lacking financial resources meant he had to barter his life for survival. Witnessing Lay's plight solidified Zhan's conviction to amass wealth. Lucas having completed his examination of Lay's arm. Zhan had just finished his set of push-ups, perfectly timed for Lucas to assess his arm as well. The results were impeccable as always. Both arms exhibited no signs of distress, not even slight joint wear. In peak health, Jason, who would need to endure several more days of supportive training, and Lay, who was acutely aware of the severity of his shoulder injury, could not help but cast envious glances at him. No matter how much they resisted, they had to admit it. As the years advance, my body increasingly betrays me, rendering any comparison to the vitality of youth utterly futile. Following a thorough medical examination, I proceeded to undergo physical therapy, employing various unfamiliar techniques such as lactic acid detoxification and traction, which were methodically administered to our group of elite soldiers. Although some of these treatments induced a certain degree of discomfort, the relief experienced afterward was genuinely gratifying, leaving my body feeling remarkably lighter. With the culmination of numerous tests and therapies, less than a week remains before our deployment. Traditionally, after the conclusion of our annual pre-deployment therapies, Jason would gather all members of Team B for an evening of camaraderie at a local bar, an event akin to a pre-mission ritual. This year, as ever, Jason took the initiative to organize the gathering. All 8 members of Team B were obliged to attend, and notably, Diaz invited an unexpected guest, Danny, a familiar face marred by a prominent scar. Danny, Diaz, and Sonny had once served together in SEAL Team 4. However, while Diaz and Sonny transitioned to DG, Danny suffered a severe injury in the line of duty, which not only barred him from joining DG, but also forced him to retire from military service. He has since found employment with a security firm as a personal bodyguard. Perhaps the rarity of their reunion after many years prompted Diaz to extend an invitation to Danny for this Team B gathering. Before the festivities commenced, Jason, ever concerned about Lay's shoulder injury, discreetly called him aside for a private inquiry. Aware that consulting a doctor would necessitate his absence, Lay had refrained from seeking medical attention. Yet, in an unusual display, he fabricated a story for Jason, claiming to have visited a hospital where he was assured there was nothing serious, merely a minor tendon strain that would heal with anti-inflammatory medication. True to his mastery of deception, Lay skillfully concealed the truth. Although Jason remained skeptical, he could discern no evident issues. Relieved to see his old comrades seemingly in good health, Jason allowed himself to fully immerse in the revelry of the evening. Observing their exchange from the bar, Long Zhan chose not to expose Lay's falsehood, recognizing the necessity of Lay's attendance. Drawing from his understanding of television narratives, Long Zhan could vividly imagine Lay's accountant wife, burdened by a mountain of bills and overdue notices, while Lay confidently proclaimed his ability to resolve their financial woes. Should Lay, as the head of the household, forfeit this opportunity to earn a salary multiplied by 24 over the next 4 months, it would undoubtedly exacerbate their already precarious situation. Aside from Lay's deliberate concealment of his injury, the atmosphere of the gathering was remarkably buoyant, with everyone engaging in free-spirited conversation. However, Long Zhan found himself perplexed by Danny's behavior. Despite this being their first encounter, Danny seemed overly familiar, continuously seeking to forge a connection. He even insinuated, albeit subtly, the possibility of collaborating with Long Zhan for lucrative ventures. Yet, with a $10 million mission still pending and the treasure map's location yet to be uncovered, Long Zhan was not swayed by Danny's enticing propositions. However, out of respect for Sonny and Diaz, and in the spirit of fostering friendship, Long Zhan chose not to be overly distant from Danny. Given the connections between Danny's work in the PSE industry and Long Zhan's aspirations in the PMC sector, they engaged in conversation as one would with an ordinary friend. Perhaps sensing Long Zhan's lukewarm demeanor, Danny shifted his focus mid-conversation and became engrossed with Diaz. It was evident to any observant individual that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Yet, amidst the lively discussions, a series of urgent notifications erupted from the encrypted phones of Team B, each member receiving the same message to return to base. Accustomed to such summons, they assumed it was merely a routine emergency task, bidding farewell to Danny as they hurried back. However, upon entering the headquarters, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The decentralized management structure of DG meant that only those assigned tasks returned to headquarters, rendering the place often desolate. In some areas, it could go months without a single team member's presence, save for the on-duty personnel and cleaning staff. Today, however, was markedly different. Almost all available members of DG seemed to be converging on the base. The elevator lobby was a flurry of activity, with more personnel passing through in a single hour than typically seen in a month. Jason and his companions sensed something amiss and quickened their pace toward the elevator. Was the moment finally upon them? Long Zhan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably as he beheld the bustling scene before him. Chapter 179. The Dawn of Revenge. A multitude of officers, non-commissioned officers, and intelligence personnel had already gathered at the Red Team's command center, making the already confined space feel even more cramped. The arrival of Long Zhan and Jason's group further packed the command center to its limits. Upon seeing Team B's presence, Blake approached the conference table with a heavy heart and stated, "I sincerely appreciate everyone coming together so promptly. Mandy, you may begin." Last night, at approximately 1 a.m. local time, Team E, under the guidance of an informant, had embarked on their second nighttime mission, heading toward the Jalalabad city, specifically the Keshkanabad district. To execute a follow-up task, Mandy clicked a remote, and the screen at the front of the conference room illuminated with night vision footage from a drone. The monochromatic images revealed an armed squad forming an assault line as they entered a square 2-story building. As the footage played, Mandy explained, "This is the footage from the Watcher just seconds before the explosion. The target was a private residential building. Team E successfully breached the building, but chaos erupted almost immediately after their entry." Just as Mandy finished her sentence, an explosion rocked the footage. The flames leaped from the windows and doors, illuminating the night vision image with a fierce brightness. The majority of the structure crumbled into ruins amidst the blast. The sheer magnitude of the explosion sent a chill through the hearts of the assembled DG members, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the command center. Is the target wearing a bomb vest, or is the entire area rigged with explosives? Jason inquired in a grave tone. It remains unclear. It could potentially be both. Mandy responded, "Is there anyone left alive?" This question posed by Diaz echoed the concerns of most present. Mandy's expression turned solemn, and she refrained from answering. Clearly struggling to accept the outcome, even unable to voice it, her gaze shifting towards Blackburn, the commanding officer of the red team. According to the current investigation, there is no one. Blackburn's heart sank at the thought of losing an entire squad, as the red team comprises only 6 squads in total. And now one had been utterly annihilated. So, you mean to say all 6 have perished? Sonny asked darkly, well acquainted with the members of Team E, many of whom were his friends. The casualty notification team has already been dispatched, Blackburn replied in a different manner, a response that left no room for doubt. The notification team only contacts the families of the deceased when it is completely confirmed that personnel have sacrificed their lives and their bodies have been recovered. Damn it, this is outrageous. Sonny could not accept this answer, unable to fathom how such an elite combat unit could meet their end in such a disgraceful manner. In all his years with DG, this was an unprecedented situation. We were just handing over to Team E. I spoke with Steve Porter yesterday. We even had drinks at the base bar, and now Jason's voice faltered. As a veteran of over a decade in DG, he had witnessed the growth of most squad leaders in the red team and had fought alongside them. The abruptness of their loss was profoundly sorrowful, rendering him almost speechless. Blackburn understood Jason's feelings and spoke somberly. The squadron has now lost an entire team, and as you all know, the situation is untenable. In order to rectify this and seek vengeance, the command has requested that your deployment be expedited. The loss of an entire squad was unacceptable. They must uncover the true culprits behind this tragedy. Blackburn, like the Joint Operations Command, could not simply accept such a humiliating defeat. To put it plainly, if even a first-rate combat unit can be compromised, one might as well be inviting death. The U.S. military's thirst for vengeance is well known globally. For instance, following the failure of Operation Red Wings, over 150 bombers were dispatched to exact revenge, relentlessly bombing multiple villages harboring Taliban forces. Civilian casualties aside, over 600 Taliban fighters were killed, bringing the total death toll to at least 1,000. 19 American lives were lost, yet over 1,000 Afghans paid the price. Such a desire for retribution is indeed terrifying. When do we depart? Long Zhan's mindset had shifted, now fervently eager to reach the deployment site. You must depart within 18 hours. If you have personal matters to attend to, do so swiftly. Does anyone have any other questions? Blackburn stated. In the presence of Team A and Team B, along with various officers and intelligence personnel, not a single soul uttered a word. The expressions on their faces were strikingly uniform, marked by profound sorrow intertwined with a fierce, blazing anger. The desire for vengeance had been ignited in that very moment. There was nothing left to say. The singular thought that consumed everyone present, apart from Long Zhan, was to identify the perpetrator and eliminate him. As the urgent meeting concluded, the assembly dispersed. The imminent overseas deployment necessitated an early farewell to loved ones, compounded by the need to extend condolences to the families of Team E. 18 hours felt all too fleeting. The loss of a squad was a bitter pill for Long Zhan, who believed in the sanctity of life. The shock he had once felt while watching dramas paled in comparison to the reality of being part of DG and receiving such harrowing news firsthand. In an effort to preserve his own life and avoid becoming another casualty for America, Long Zhan's perspective began to shift. His initial intention of serving 1 or 2 years in DG had now dwindled to a desire to secure his finances during this deployment and subsequently seek retirement. Rather than remain in DG, executing perilous missions, he found the prospect of venturing out on his own to be decidedly safer. He could select tasks based on their difficulty, opting out of those deemed too hazardous, a luxury not afforded in the military where one must engage in every assignment, no matter how daunting. While serving one's country could provide a sense of psychological solace, Long Zhan, as a man of principle, was reluctant to sacrifice himself for the American government. Chapter 180. The frontline combat base at Fendi in the first 8 hours of the countdown to the remaining 18 hours. Long Zhan spent the entire night at home with Stella, sharing their warmth. Stella was aware that Long Zhan would be departing early, and while she felt a deep sense of reluctance, she also lamented that the song they had recorded together could not be embraced and shared in his presence. It would have to wait until Mary Elias had completed her recording, after which she would send it to Long Zhan for his enjoyment. She also mentioned that she had agreed with Mary Elias to share the song on her social media platform as a form of compensation for her contribution, inquiring if Long Zhan had any objections. At that moment, Long Zhan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the 10 million, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with such trivial matters. He allowed Stella to handle it on her own. The following morning, In accordance with the customs surrounding the sacrifice of DG personnel, Long Zhan made his way alone to Steve Porter's residence to extend his condolences to the families of the fallen members of Team E. Steve Porter, the captain of Team E, had gathered the other team members at his home. The atmosphere surrounding such death notifications was profoundly sorrowful, with every room filled with weeping children and women, symbolizing the disintegration of multiple families. Long Zhan felt ill at ease in such a setting, and, unlike Jason and others who offered comfort, he chose to retreat to the backyard for a drink. This location afforded him a clearer view, allowing him to witness the intense exchange between Alana and Bruma, spurred by their concerns for their husbands and the fear of leaving their children without fathers. Jason and Lei each face their own challenges. They cannot be deterred from continuing their military careers simply because Team E has perished. They are determined not only to persist in their service, but also to seek vengeance for Team E. Long Zhan, concerned that Stella might be overwhelmed by memories and unwelcome thoughts, deliberately chose not to bring her along. Observing the plight of Jason and Lei, Long Zhan felt grateful for his prudent decision. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the sound of message notifications heralding a random summons echoed throughout Steve Porter's residence. Upon receiving the notice, members of Teams B and A had no choice but to conclude their visit and hastily drive to the base to embark on their new mission. This marked the beginning of a 4-month separation, compounded by the shadow cast by Team E's demise. The wives, children, and girlfriends of all members of the two teams gathered outside the base to bid farewell to their husbands, fathers, or boyfriends. In that moment, grievances and disputes were forgotten, replaced by an outpouring of warmth, affection, and reluctance. They watched as the men entered the base and boarded the vehicle bound for the Navy Air Station on Bay Island. Fading from their view, among them were seasoned couples like Alana and Buma, who had seen their husbands off many times before, and newcomers experiencing this atmosphere for the first time, such as Stella, as well as Clay and Brian's girlfriends. There was also Danny, the only male relative present, who bore a scar on his right cheek and had come to see off Diaz. Unlike the previous deployments filled with laughter and camaraderie, the impact of Team ES loss left no one with a smile. Silence enveloped the group throughout the journey. This flight was destined to be the most arduous experience yet. After more than 30 hours, a transport aircraft carrying various supplies alongside Teams A and B entered Jalalabad, Afghanistan, ultimately landing at the Feni Forward Operating Base. Following this lengthy journey, the mindset of both teams began to shift, returning to a state of banter and laughter as they acclimated to their new deployment location. Regulating personal emotions is fundamental for special forces. In contrast to Long Zhan's previous experience during Operation Red Wing at the austere Bagram Air Base, the Feni Forward Operating Base was of a significantly higher caliber. The living quarters for Teams A and B spanned over 2,000 square feet, featuring air-conditioned barracks that provided respite from the sweltering Afghan heat. In addition to recreational facilities such as a basketball court and a gym, if one were to find fault, it would be that the barracks did not offer private rooms, maintaining the military's communal living tradition. Aside from Captain Jason and Vice Captain Lei, who shared one barack, the other 5 members, including Long Zhan, were assigned to the same dormitory previously occupied by the now-fallen Team E for over 3 months. Due to the sudden obliteration of Team E, many areas of the barracks remained unkempt, bearing remnants of the Team S presence. For instance, Clay lay upon his bed, adorned with a shell necklace inscribed with symbols of fortune. He jested, reflecting on how Team E might have avoided their predicament had they donned this talisman. Now merrily returning home. Although 5 individuals resided within the dormitory, the overall sentiment among the farm's inhabitants was one of satisfaction. The internal space was sufficiently ample, rendering the number of occupants inconsequential. The urgency surrounding Team E's demise necessitated Team B's immediate involvement to unravel the situation. Just as Long Zhan had arranged his sleeping quarters and organized the supplies he had brought, Jason appeared at the dormitory entrance. "Gentlemen, it's time to work. Follow me to the command center for a meeting." Exiting the makeshift dormitory area, they traversed the basketball court and several large military tents, ultimately arriving before a wooden structure exceeding 200 square meters. The command center's door was tightly secured, requiring fingerprint recognition, a replacement for the customary no trespassing sign. Team B had been dispatched in advance with the purpose of addressing the annihilation of Team E, possessing the authority to access the command center. Under Captain Jason's guidance, Long Zhan and his companions were granted entry. The officer responsible for liaising with Team B was a straightforward captain named Dick, who promptly delved into the matter at hand. Are you aware of the general situation? Indeed, Jason replied. We are only familiar with the basic outline. Is there anything beyond the briefing you can share with us? Lay at it. This contains all known information. You may take it back and review it at your leisure. Dick handed a stack of documents to each member of Team B. Team E had been undertaking a routine mission without a specific target list. Fundamentally, all intelligence was merely a numerical image. The group we were tracking communicated solely through disposable phones. In summary, when we first arrived here months ago, we encountered messengers and low-level bomb makers, some of whom were even persuaded to defect. The issue was that the higher-ups were exceedingly cautious to avoid erroneous assaults. Each time we acquired intelligence on subsequent targets, we were unable to commence action immediately, forced to wait until we finally received approval from above. Chapter 181. The scene was too beautiful. The villains consequently gained an opportunity to respond and alter the course of events. Jason remarked with discontent. Indeed, we all share that sentiment, Dick replied, shifting his focus to recount the events leading to Team E's misfortune. Approximately 2 weeks prior, the higher-ups decided to lift restrictions, allowing us to strike at subsequent targets before they could regain the upper hand. The outcome was indeed favorable. We successfully apprehended several mid-level commanders, with only one casualty resulting from his bodyguard detonating the explosive vest prematurely. On the fateful night, Team E tracked the target's phone to a residence outside Jalalabad. They breached the door and apprehended a man named Talik Jamala, discovering that Jamala was a third-rate local real estate developer, owning numerous rental properties within the city. They began interrogating him immediately upon escorting him to the helicopter. He mentioned that one of his properties was precisely the place where Hamid Gulberator had spent the night. Dick paused at this point, pulling up a chart displayed on the screen. He then stated, "This is an organizational chart of the Harani network. Talik Jamala is listed here as Berator's deputy. Berator frequently stayed at various properties, and this intelligence was unequivocally accurate. Consequently, Team E decided to launch an immediate follow-up assault, whisking Talik onto a helicopter and flying to the house purportedly occupied by Berator. They successfully breached the door and initiated their attack, with all members of Team E rushing inside. Then, boom, the entire house collapsed." Dick elaborated on the sequence of events, enlightening Team B about the entire situation and clarifying the reasons behind the disastrous outcome. Ultimately, it all boiled down to Team E's underestimation and excessive trust in their own capabilities. They had failed to ascertain the recent activity surrounding the house, unaware of who had entered or exited, and neglected to bring in a bomb detection dog for reconnaissance. Relying solely on an unverifiable tip-off, they confidently flew over in a helicopter. The casualties were certainly not unjust. Had they monitored the house for just a day or two, accurately observing their target within, they could have apprehended him upon his exit. Alternatively, they could have returned with a bomb detection dog equipped with a camera to assess the situation beforehand. This tragic annihilation could have been easily averted. Of course, one cannot place the blame solely on Team E. It is easy to play the role of an armchair critic after the fact. Anyone in the thick of it would likely be equally perplexed. With their deployment period nearing its end and their arduous mission of over 3 months yet to conclude, impatience is an unavoidable sentiment. To speak candidly, a successful mission completion would yield substantial financial bonuses, while a botched operation would render those 3 months a fruitless endeavor, relinquishing tens of thousands of dollars to others. Most would naturally opt for the former. Furthermore, having previously captured a dozen suspects without incident, a decline in vigilance is a typical psychological response. All these factors converged, leading to a tragic and ironic closure, resulting in the catastrophe of their annihilation. What did the higher-ups say? Ray, sharing the same monetary concerns, after hearing the entirety of the mission, could fully comprehend why the formidable Team E stumbled here. The higher-ups speculated that perhaps Berator's bodyguard detonated the bomb vest. Dick scoffed. "Is a bomb vest truly that powerful?" Jason exclaimed in astonishment. If several bomb vests detonated simultaneously, especially those containing high explosive materials, it could indeed produce such an effect. Sonny analyzed from a professional perspective. "Did you investigate the scene?" Jason inquired further. "The forensic team from the FBI arrived a bit late. In fact, we have just begun the autopsy," Dick replied. "So, everything remains mere conjecture? Assuming the intelligence was flawless, assuming Berator is deceased and buried alongside our men beneath the rubble?" Jason's tone escalated. We were deployed a week early. We did not come to wait for the FBI. Ray expressed his dissatisfaction. Long Zhan preferred to take the initiative rather than passively wait, so he remarked, "Hey, buddy, could you find us some work?" As a third-class sergeant major, he was already capable of serving as the non-commissioned officer for a basic company, and his authority had essentially reached parity with that of a junior officer, allowing for a more casual mode of address. There was no longer a necessity to refer to every officer encountered as Sir. Currently, in Team B, aside from Lazy 8 and Jason Z9, the ranks of the remaining members did not surpass Long Zhan's, granting him a measure of influence. He no longer had to be as marginal as Clay, relegated to the role of an observer in every meeting. "Perhaps you should fly to Shinwar and have a conversation with Zardakan," Dick suggested. "The name sounded familiar," Trent remarked. "It should," Dick replied, pulling up a photo of a bearded man wearing a turban on the screen. "This is Zardakan. He is arguably the most formidable warlord in the Kandahar region. No one dares to act without his consent. If anyone knows what transpired in that house that night, it would certainly be Zardakan." Jason picked up a cup and poured himself coffee from the nearby machine, asking, "Lay, what do you think? Shall we sit down with the warlord?" "I think it's a splendid idea," Lay nodded. "All right, let's go speak with him," Jason said, turning to Dick and inquiring, "Can you help us arrange that?" "Certainly, no problem." Dick readily agreed, but he stipulated a few requirements. "You may take no more than 3 people. Although Zardakan is not opposed to us, he prefers not to have too many Americans seeking him out, and no weapons are allowed." 3 people? Jason took a sip of his freshly poured coffee and, glancing at Lay, jested, "It seems you won't be joining us, as I require an intelligence officer and a translator." "I'm not interested," Lay retorted with a hint of pride. "Haha," Jason chuckled and turned to Long Zhan, saying, "Long, the task of translation falls to you. When it comes to extracting intelligence, Mandy is more adept than we are. Go fetch her." Jason's choice was indeed astute. Bringing Long Zhan would provide them with unparalleled security. "I share the same sentiment," Sunny remarked, playfully patting Long Zhan's shoulder, which was as sturdy as a tree trunk. "I believe that even in the event of an unexpected situation, Long could easily subdue Zardakan. After all, many from the Green Team have felt his wrath." The mention of the Green Team's violent encounters elicited hearty laughter from the group. They were not mocking Long Zhan's ferocity, but rather the amusing image of the old-timers from the Green Team being chased and beaten by him was simply too entertaining to resist. Chapter 182. Meeting the Great Warlord. Jalalabad is the provincial capital of Nangarhar Province, located a mere 130 kilometers from Afghanistan's largest city, Kabul, and over 500 kilometers from the second-largest city, Kandahar. Shinwar is one of the few significant cities surrounding the Kandahar region. As an influential warlord in the area and one known for extensive collaboration with the U.S. military, Zardakan established his stronghold in Shinwar. Jalalabad lies in eastern Afghanistan, while Shinwar is situated in the south, separated by a distance of over 500 kilometers. Long Zhan, Mandy, and Jason embarked on a helicopter journey, taking over 2 hours to reach Shinwar. Indeed, Zardakan, as Dick had described, collaborated closely with the American military while harboring a disdain for them, proclaiming his fight to be for the Afghan people. This was akin to a courtesan who, while peddling her wares, simultaneously erects a facade of virtue. Upon disembarking the aircraft, the trio was immediately surrounded by a throng of Afghan soldiers, each wielding the basic model of the M4 rifle, with a staggering 99% likely to be American government-supplied armaments. Prior to their formal meeting with Zardakan, the soldiers conducted a thorough search of Long Zhan and Jason, ensuring they bore no weapons before escorting the 3 into the heart of the base, a large structure weathered to a dusty yellow hue by the relentless elements. Mandy, however, was not subjected to a search. In accordance with the doctrines and regulations of Islam, Afghan soldiers are prohibited from searching foreign women, just as foreign individuals are forbidden from searching Afghan women. After navigating a series of turns within the building, the trio was led into a dim chamber adorned with tiles and carpet. At the far end sat a man with a substantial beard, donning an Eastern-style headscarf and a flowing white robe reminiscent of a dress, topped with a black suit jacket. This peculiar amalgamation of attire was not unattractive per se, but rather an eyesore. Flanking the room were 2 armed soldiers on each side, similarly bearded but clad in camouflage, wielding AK-74 rifles. The same army brandishes a multitude of primary weapons. Perhaps only India would dare to rival Zardakan. Seated along the walls were 7 or 8 men, similarly garbed in flowing robes, likely Zard Khan's trusted confidants. Long Zhan surmised their presence was to bolster Zard Khan's stature, reminiscent of a gang leader accompanied by his entourage. 3 woven cushions adorned the space beside Zard Khan, with Jason positioned on the left, Long Zhan on the right, and Mandy facing Zard Khan directly. They formed a small circle around a tea set placed on the empty ground between them. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Hikakasim Zard Khan." Mandy expressed her gratitude first, addressing him by his full name, a sign of respect among the Pashtun people. As a senior intelligence officer, Mandy excelled in the nuances of protocol. Once Long Zhan relayed the preceding exchange to Zard Khan, Mandy promptly broached the subject, inquiring, "Shall we first clarify the purpose of our visit?" Zard Khan, his expression unyielding, articulated a response. Long Zhan translated, "He says we have come to seek him for our fallen brothers." Aware that Zard Khan was proficient in English, Long Zhan recognized that his use of Pashto was a deliberate attempt to challenge them, a display of his authority. Exposing this was of no consequence. "Ask him if he knows who the target of the attack on Team E was," Jason queried. "Hamid Gul Baradar," Zard Khan interjected, providing the answer in impeccable English before Long Zhan could translate. "How would you know?" Jason casually probed, momentarily caught off guard before realizing the anomaly. "This fellow speaks English. I am the master here, and I am omniscient," declared Zard Khan, raising his hands above his head. "Including English?" Jason interjected. "An American has been here for 30 years. Do you think I am still unable to speak your language?" Zard Khan chuckled dryly, lifting a graceful teapot to pour tea as he continued. "In the beginning, we fought alongside you against the Russians, then against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Now, may Allah bless us, we can continue our collaboration in the slaughter of Hamid Baradar." "Continue collaborating? Baradar is not dead." Mandy's mind raced, yet her face remained stoic. "If you truly believe that Baradar will be buried beneath that house alongside your fallen soldiers, I regret to inform you that I can only bring you bad news." After stating this, Zard Khan raised his teacup and set one before each of the 3 men present. "Are you implying he is still alive?" Jason fixed his gaze on Zard Khan. "Baradar is alive. Are you certain?" Mandy pressed further. Zard Khan did not offer a direct answer. Scanning Jason and Mandy with calmness, he said, "You have already received the answer you sought. Drink this tea, and you may leave." The atmosphere resembled a monk presenting a riddle, seemingly providing an answer while simultaneously withholding clarity. Engaging in close collaboration with the American military and offering various forms of assistance and intelligence, while avoiding offending the anti-government factions hidden among the Afghan populace, was a delicate balance. The goal was to satisfy both parties without incurring wrath, ensuring mutual benefit. Such adroit maneuvering may well be the reason Zard Khan ascended to prominence as the most powerful warlord in eastern Afghanistan. Long Zhan understood the riddle's solution and smiled without pursuing further inquiry. Jason and Mandy also refrained from pressing for answers. The U.S. government required the support of the Afghan people, and Zard Khan, as the most significant warlord in the Kandahar region, was highly valued by them. If Zard Khan were to be provoked, while he might not dare to commit murder or physically assault Long Zhan and his comrades, he still possessed the audacity to act. Moreover, afterward, the U.S. government would not dare to take action against him for political purposes. However, it must be noted that within such a confined space, should Zard Khan truly dare to issue orders for violence, his 4 armed soldiers could not guarantee his safety. Jason was no ordinary individual, and Long Zhan was, in close combat, nothing short of a monster. Upon leaving Zard Khan's lair, the trio returned to the B-Team's rest area at the Feni frontline base, promptly convening a meeting with all personnel. Mandy recounted the intelligence gathered during their exploration to Eric, Sunny, and Ray. "He may be misleading you," Eric remarked after absorbing the entire dialogue. "There is indeed a possibility, but what benefit could he derive from it?" Jason inquired, intrigued. "I fail to see how telling us that Baradar is not dead within the house serves any advantage for him, unless it is indeed true," Mandy replied. "Mandy, I presume he did not disclose how he came to know that Baradar is still alive, did he?" Eric chuckled. "In truth, I wish to convey that Long Zhan." Bearing a cup of coffee, interrupted Eric and Mandy's discourse. "It is plausible that someone under Zard Khan might have spotted Baradar elsewhere after the house was bombed. He himself did not witness it firsthand, hence he could not be entirely certain it was Baradar, which is why he refrained from responding to Mandy's second inquiry." This analysis was quite reasonable. Eric concurred with Long Zhan's deduction, expressing a tinge of regret. "Alas, This remains mere conjecture and cannot serve as a basis for inference. How is the autopsy progressing on the forensic side? Lay inquired. Currently, we only have the DNA from our personnel and informants. The forensic team is still scouring for body fragments. Eric shrugged, a gesture of helplessness. Given the quantity of explosives that collapsed the house, anyone caught in the blast would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments, making autopsy a considerable challenge. Very well. How much longer will they search before they can produce a definitive report? Jason immediately followed up. Jason appeared emotionally stable, yet his series of probing questions revealed his urgency. His actual sentiments were far from the calm he portrayed. Perhaps the singular driving force for Jason now was to exact vengeance for Team E in the shortest possible time. This fervent anger was not exclusive to Jason. It resonated among veterans of Team B, including Sonny and Trent, all of whom harbored a smoldering fire within. The disgrace faced by DG in Afghanistan must be redeemed by them. I am uncertain, Mandy replied, feeling powerless. I visited the FBI office earlier, and their response indicated that results would not be available until at least tomorrow morning. Very well, shall we seize this opportunity to kick down a few doors? Jason suggested, urgency evident in his tone. That is indeed a commendable idea, Diaz agreed. The hidden network of Halani lies behind these numerous doors. The more targets we strike, the greater our chances of uncovering the truth. The pressing question we face now is how to find a breakthrough. Diaz's analysis was astute. Team B indeed needed to act as much as possible, yet their actions could not be haphazard. They must locate a breakthrough and pursue it methodically to yield results. If Team E has stumbled into a trap rather than encountering an unforeseen incident during an operation, it must have been deliberately orchestrated by Talek. I believe he serves as an excellent point of entry, Longjean proposed. Indeed, that is a sound idea. But you must pray that the teeth of Talek extracted from the ceiling tiles can speak, Sonny jested. I believe if we could summon a medium, perhaps the teeth might indeed communicate, Longjean chuckled. As Sonny was about to divert the conversation, the meeting risked descending into frivolity. Mandy interjected. I have heard that Talek's phone was preserved as evidence in the helicopter and was not damaged in this explosion. I am quite curious about the contacts within. It would be intriguing to see how many are unfamiliar to us, as there may be valuable insights to uncover. Every item obtained by Team E in the SSE program is submitted to the Military Intelligence Department for processing. Mandy, a senior intelligence operative from the CIA, is not part of the military hierarchy and lacks the authority to access Talek's mobile communication directory. While Mandy, as an outsider, is devoid of such permissions, Diaz, as a logistics sergeant of the DG, has no qualms in checking. He accessed the military computer, equipped with the necessary permissions to retrieve pertinent documents regarding Talek's phone. After a swift review, he remarked, the entire contact list is linked to Harani, except for one individual. The last call he made, based on the timing, coincided precisely with Team E's breach. This sounds akin to a farewell. Could he have foreseen his demise? If so, this individual holds significant value. Clay expressed his astonishment. Echoing the thoughts of the group, Jason, with palpable eagerness, interjected, where is the address? Diaz displayed the satellite map, stating, the phone trace indicates it is located in Kabul, within a two-story apartment building. It has not moved since we initiated the tracking. That is excellent news, Jason replied, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he turned to Eric. With this crucial lead, can we secure authorization for action? You can proceed with preparations, Eric affirmed confidently. All right, team, let us kick down the door. With Jason's command, the first real combat operation of the deployment was about to commence. Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan and the largest city in the nation, is situated in the eastern region, merely 130 kilometers from the Finney frontline base. The members of Team B donned their combat attire, and their flight arrived just after 9 p.m., perfectly timed for action. The helicopter hovered above the apartment building's rooftop, and Team B, consisting of 7 members, descended via rope. This direct aerial insertion tactic, which allows for rapid deployment while simultaneously alarming the enemy, necessitates strict adherence to the 3 fundamental principles of counterterrorism special operations: surprise, speed, and ferocity. Emerging unexpectedly on the rooftop, they quickly traced the specific apartment number derived from the tracking signal, moving downwards with alacrity. Upon reaching the door, they prepared for a bold entry, aiming for the cleanest and most decisive infiltration possible. Upholding the 3 principles of counterterrorism operations, Team B descended from the rooftop to the target's door in under a minute. Breach, Jason signaled, The demolition expert, Sunny, stepped forward with a bundle of plastic explosives. Employing the most forceful method to affix the explosives to the locked door, obliterating it. With a thunderous boom, the door was blown inward. Intelligence indicated that the apartment was structured as a large room, and assuming the enemy was already prepared for an assault, combined with the previous annihilation of Team E, Team B refrained from rushing inside immediately. Instead, they allowed the squad's second demolition expert, Zhan, to showcase his skills. Chapter 184. The destruction of the fan-shaped defensive tactics. Zhan positioned himself at a slight angle, deftly tossing a specially designed 5-shot flash grenade into the shattered doorway. Bang, 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 bang. The grenade detonated in a series of 5 explosions, each separated by approximately half a second. Although the volume of the explosions was relatively subdued, the brilliance of the light was extraordinary, illuminating the corridor as if it were daylight. The dazzling light from the explosions was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as a flash of lightning. The members of Team B, who had long been prepared, surged through the door from both sides the moment the 5th flash dissipated. Their movements were a textbook example of the destruction of the fan-shaped defense tactic. This approach entails multiple assailants entering the same room, each responsible for clearing a specific direction, ultimately orienting themselves to form a defensive line against the center of the room. This method effectively neutralizes all angles of attack while ensuring comprehensive clearance of the space. The destruction of the fan-shaped defense is a tactical formation specifically designed for large, singular spaces, such as spacious living areas or integrated housing units. These locations typically lack significant obstructions, with kitchens, living rooms, and dining areas all concentrated within a single expansive area. Given the presence of furniture like sofas and refrigerators, clearing the space can be perilous for 1 or 2 individuals. Thus, a team of 3 to 4 members is required to enter swiftly and eliminate potential threats, necessitating the use of the destruction of the fan-shaped defense tactic. The room targeted by Zhan and his team was indeed an integrated dwelling. In impoverished regions like Afghanistan, constructing walls incurs additional costs. Therefore, a house is built to save as much as possible. Furthermore, the hot climate makes large, open spaces more conducive to ventilation and cooling. Consequently, many apartments in Afghan cities adopt a unified structural design, consolidating all rooms rather than dividing them into specific configurations like 3 bedrooms and a living room. Team B assigned Zhan to guard the doorway while the others quickly executed their assault. Despite their rapid entry, they found the room already deserted. Clay picked up a bowl from the table, half filled with uneaten food, and exclaimed, "This fellow left in quite a hurry. He must have caught wind of our approach." It was evident he had been there for some time, perhaps only a few days. Ray tossed a white touchscreen phone he had found onto the table, where the bowl rested, remarking, "This is the phone we were tracking. The phone remains, yet the person has vanished, and there is still food on the table. The answer is becoming increasingly clear. Are you suggesting he knew we were coming and fled in advance?" Jason said, visibly frustrated. He pressed the intercom, calling out, "Command Center. We have entered the target location, but unfortunately, he has escaped. Can you provide assistance?" The owner of this apartment is Akim Raisani, a 19-year-old employed at a real estate company in Talek with no negative records found. Diaz responded in communication. He has no relatives and no social circle, rendering him akin to an orphan. Locating such an individual presents a considerable challenge. I surmise he is unlikely to return. What shall we do next? The initial operation has yielded nothing, leaving Clay somewhat disappointed. Should we consult his family? Trent suggested. This fellow appears to have no family, Clay replied. We could reach out to Talek's family. They might know where this lad is hiding, and we have sufficient grounds for apprehending them, Jason remarked. The moment we prevent an explosion will suffice for interrogating Talek's family, Clay stated. Sonny, already in a foul mood from the failed capture, became irked by Clay's authoritative demeanor and exclaimed, "Why do you seem to know everything? If you're so capable, we've suffered no losses, so let's prepare to retreat." Jason, darkly frowning, interrupted Sonny's outburst directed at Clay and commanded the others in the room, "What is wrong with you? Why are you so harsh on that boy? Did you not instruct me to take care of him? I am merely fulfilling my duty." Sonny, equally grim-faced, responded, "I have stated that we will apprehend that group and ensure they understand we are not to be trifled with. So do not take your frustration out on Spencer, all right?" Jason understood Sonny's current emotions and hoped he would not misdirect his anger towards Clay, primarily wishing for him to maintain composure. Understood, I will do my best. Sonny replied dismissively as he walked towards the door. Sonny is notorious for his volatile temper in Team B. He could hardly be swayed by Jason's words unless the true culprit was finally identified and sent to hell. Jason, frowning as he observed Sonny's retreating figure, shook his head in resignation and followed. The following morning, Team B returned from Kabul empty-handed. After a night of rest, they promptly gathered in the interrogation room at the forward base. Last night, the base had dispatched personnel to apprehend Talik's family. His wife, mother, and 2 children had been brought in as relatives of the suspect responsible for the deaths of 6 elite American operatives. They were destined to live a life devoid of normalcy until this matter was resolved. Moreover, being detained at the American base, losing their personal freedom, might also serve as a form of protection. No one could guarantee that the true culprits behind the scenes would not eliminate Talik's family to silence them and cover their tracks. Once Team B had assembled, Dick pointed through the interrogation glass at a young woman inside, saying, "She is Talik's wife, and she has remained silent since her capture." Next to her is his mother, who adamantly insists that her son would never consort with terrorists, claiming he is a revered figure among the Sufi clergy of the Uli and Zylan sect. A saint? Jason scoffed. Saints do not lead our brothers into traps, only to have their bodies blown apart. Mandy interjected, inquiring if she could elucidate why her son possesses a mobile phone capable of connecting to the Harari network. Why did her son feel compelled to inform us of his knowledge regarding Hamid Baradar's whereabouts, which led us to a house laden with explosives? As the situation remains stagnant, Mandy begins to exhibit traces of frustration.